Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 12. He did not have the habit of showing off to the weak, so he simply walked into the center of the group, his calm voice reaching their ears. "Are we going to keep standing here?" Adagor trembled all over and quickly glared at the captain of the mercenary squad beside him. The latter snapped out of his daze and quickly re-established the shadow barrier. A few seconds later, the group gradually faded into the air. Tap. The group was the same as before, but now, as they walked across the gray wilderness, the atmosphere was completely different from earlier. Except for Gao Yang and Milafina, everyone else walked in silence. Swish! After walking for nearly another half hour, the group finally arrived at the banks of the river Styx. Gao Yang looked at the river Styx before him with a hint of curiosity. This river, so wide that the opposite bank could not be seen, flowed with black water containing countless glowing specks the size of rice grains. Gao Yang guessed that these must be the souls of the dead from the prime material plane, flowing within the river Styx toward their final destination, the underworld. No one knew where the river Styx originated, however. It flowed through every single lower plane. Looking at the river Styx before him, Adagor carefully identified their location before taking the lead and walking toward the upper reaches of the river. The river Styx connected all the lower planes. If someone wanted to travel quickly to a specific lower plane, the simplest way was to jump directly into the river. The tributaries and whirlpools of the Styx all connected to unknown lower planes. If one were not careful, they might step out of the Styx only to find themselves in the very center of a bloody battle. After walking about 100 paces, Adagor finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the Styx before him, a whirlpool with a diameter of 1 meter was constantly forming and dissipating. "This is the place. We will jump into this whirlpool one after another. That will be enough." After saying this, Adagor took a dark red long rope from the backpack behind him, which had a ring buckle every meter. The group consciously grabbed the long rope, watching as Adagor slipped his wrist into a buckle, and the others followed suit. Once this was done, Adagor took a deep breath, took 2 steps to gain momentum, and leaped fiercely into the whirlpool. The mercenary captain followed closely behind. Then Gao Yang took Milafina and jumped in, with the remaining mercenaries quickly following. Splash! Upon leaping into the river Styx, a chilling sensation struck instantly, and the whispers of the dead echoed in his ears. This state did not last long, as the sound of breaking water reached his ears. Gao Yang found himself standing on solid ground once again, looking at the bare, dark red earth before him and smelling the thick scent of charred remains and sulfur in the air. Gao Yang silently drew Yongyao from the void beside him. Whether it was a coordinate error or just bad luck, not far from their group, a dense crowd of muscular Vrox was holding a party. Succubi were among them, their hot bodies swaying as they collided with the Vrox. Beneath the feet and in the hands of these Vrox were numerous severed limbs and arms, judging by their form. They belonged to Batezu devils. Clearly, before Gao Yang and his group arrived here, a fierce battle had taken place. In the end, the Tanari demons had emerged victorious, while the Batezu devils had become spoils of war and food. Adagor looked at the thousands of Tanari demons before him, and the blood in his body nearly ran cold. The location was definitely correct, but where did these Tanari demons come from? No one could answer his question. Because the Vrox nearby had already discovered them, Adagor swallowed hard, his eyes scanning left and right before finally looking at the river Styx not far behind them. If they jumped into the Styx, they might survive if they were lucky, but there was a high probability they would die the moment they were transported out of the river. But if they did not jump into the Styx and face these rocks, they would die right now. Of course, this was not absolute. Adagor cast his gaze toward Gao Yang, who was standing in front of them. If this legendary human were willing to intervene, these Tanari demons before them should not be his match. But the presence of Tanari demons here meant that there must be more demons nearby. These demons were like a hornet's nest. As long as one poked it, countless hornets would immediately swarm from all directions, completely drowning them here. Chapter 791 Silent Slaughter and Termination of Contract. Atager's pupils trembled violently. And he said in a panic, "Sir, we must flee. There must be a large force of Tonari demons nearby. Once we engage, the commotion will definitely be sensed by them. By then, when the Tonari swarm us, even a legend will be overwhelmed." Gao Yang turned his head to look at Adagor, then glanced at the river Styx not far behind him, and asked casually, "Flee? Do you mean jumping into the river Styx?" Adagor was stunned, his lips trembling. That was right. Where could they flee to? Jumping into the river Styx was equivalent to suicide, and fighting the Tonari was equally a dead end. The moment they jumped out of the Styx and arrived here to encounter the Tonari demon army, their deaths had already been sealed. Everything he had done was nothing more than a deathbed struggle. Seeing this, Gao Yang ignored him further. The Vrox that had discovered them first had already let out excited, brutal roars, brandishing battle axes or skull-crushing hammers stained with blood and gore as they charged toward their position. As the Vrox roared, more and more of them discovered Gao Yang and his group. Consequently, except for the Vrox still crazily colliding with the succubi, the vast majority of them charged toward the direction of Gao Yang and the others. Rumble. The dark red, magma-like earth trembled crazily under the dense trampling. A tyrannical aura gripped the necks of Adagor and the others like a giant hand, as if it were about to squeeze the last remaining air out of their lungs. A strong sense of suffocation filled the minds of Adagor and his team, facing the Vrox surging toward them like a black tide. The arms of the mercenaries holding their weapons were trembling slightly. This was not their fault, although they lived in sigil. Their strength was only at the transcendent level. Facing such an army of Vrox, once a battle broke out, they would be completely torn to shreds in less than a minute. Admittedly, before being torn to shreds, they might be able to kill a few or even dozens of Vrox, but this was meaningless. Vrox, as mid-tier demons, held a status in the entire Abyss only slightly higher than cannon fodder. They were the backbone of the Abyss's combat power. The Abyss produced beings of this level every single moment. Moreover, for demons whose nature was chaotic, brutal, and evil, death was not something they cared about, or rather, their brains, stuffed to the brim with violent impulses, were simply incapable of contemplating the concept of death. Sensing the diffusion of fear, the Vrox running at the very front let out excited, frenzied roars. For them, the terror of living beings was the most delectable tonic. Gao Yang looked toward the charging Vrox, watching the expressions on their ugly faces twisted by excitement, and decisively swung his sword down. Human calamity. Extermination of the 9 clans. Dark purple 9 capital wild thunder surged out from the blade, and the thunderous sword chi instantly split the Vrox at the very front in two. The moment the thunderous sword chi struck the Vrox, it plundered their life force and power entirely. Then, the 9 capital wild thunder split into 9, rapidly spreading to the 9 nearest Vrox. Adagor and his mercenary squad stood frozen in place, as the scene they had anticipated being torn to shreds by the Vrox did not occur. The dark purple wild thunder, leaping and spreading continuously, filled their field of vision. Wherever the wild thunder passed, the Vrox fell and died in droves. In just a few seconds, the Vrox in this area had been completely wiped out by the spreading thunderous sword chi. Adagor's throat bobbed with difficulty. He looked at Gao Yang's tall back with growing awe. These were thousands of Tonari demons with strength approaching the transcendent level. Yet they had died so silently under this gentleman's sword. From start to finish, this gentleman had only unleashed a single strike of sword chi. After the shock came the relief of surviving a disaster. Adagor bowed slightly toward Gao Yang and said sincerely, "Thank you, sir. You saved all of our lives." Gao Yang turned around, looked at Adagor, and said, "You said there would be a main force of Tonari demons here. So let's not waste any time." Adagor snapped back to reality and hurriedly looked at the mercenary squad behind him. The latter also reacted, quickly taking action to erect the shadow barrier from before. Only after the shadow barrier was fully established did Adagor let out a heavy sigh of relief. This trip was simply too stimulating for him. At the same time, his curiosity about Gao Yang's identity grew even stronger. "Does her even know what kind of guest she has brought me?" Adagor roared in his heart. If it were possible, he would rather not have taken this job. He had only himself to blame for being blinded by that magic gem of Gao Yang's. But fortunately, this gentleman is powerful enough. Otherwise, I would have fallen here today. I wonder if my partner is still in this plane. From the beginning until now, the events that had transpired forced Adagor to reconsider the upcoming journey. If his partner was no longer in this plane, it meant that this plane was no longer as safe as it used to be, and there would be many more variables. Such variables would pose a great danger to his life, just like the Vrox from a moment ago. If that were the case, he would have to consider how to manage staying in the Blood War Zone for 3 days with this gentleman. If they were still here, then everything would be easier to handle. After some thought, Adagor decided to continue toward the agreed-upon location. From here to the meeting point, there was basically another day of travel. A round trip would take about 2 days. If he discovered that his partner had already left or died here, then even if they returned to this spot, they would only need to stay for 1 more day to complete this commission. And if his partner was still in this plane, then everything would be even easier. They could just proceed according to the original plan. But the world is unpredictable and does not shift according to individual will. Soon, a new difficulty appeared before Adagor and the others. The group stood on a giant rock, looking through the shadow barrier at the endless Tunari army on the land ahead. In that boundless Tunari army, demons ranging from low level to high level could all be found. Dretches acting as cannon fodder, Vrox serving as the backbone of the demon army, Marilus wielding 6 scimitars in the center of the demon ranks, and 3 Balors radiating dark red flames, holding great swords of fire, and standing over 10 meters tall. Without a doubt, this was a standard demon army. Furthermore, the well-traveled Adagor even spotted many large eyeballs with fleshy wings. These large eyeballs flapped their small, fleshy wings at high frequency, flying above the army, their giant eyes scanning everywhere, not letting a single corner go unnoticed. These were scouts of the demon army, possessing true sight capabilities that could see through invisibility and shadows. Get down! Adagor immediately gave the order. His short body quickly flattened behind the giant rock, using its massive volume to block the demon scouts' line of sight. The mercenary squad was not slow either, and seeing this, Gao Yang also hid his figure behind the giant rock. He looked at Adagor, waiting for the next move from this veteran who had survived in the Blood War Zone for so long. Seeming to sense Gao Yang's gaze, Adagor sighed helplessly. His thick, short fingers pointed at the demon army marching below the giant rock, then pointed at his own tightly shut mouth. The meaning was clear. They could not make a sound now, or they would be discovered by the demon army. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, sat cross-legged on the ground, and waited quietly. The demon army seemed endless, the thunderous sound of them trampling the earth echoing continuously, while waiting for the army to pass. 3 small squads even separated from the main force and headed in the direction they had come from. Gao Yang guessed that these squads were searching for the previous group of Vrox. However, these 3 squads returned one after another shortly after. Gao Yang couldn't tell much from their faces, but there was likely some dissatisfaction and confusion among them. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the rumbling finally faded into the distance. Adagor climbed the rock, carefully and slowly poked his head out to look. With just one glance, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Although he did not speak, the solemnity on his face dissipated slightly. It seemed that the demon army was gradually moving further away. After waiting for nearly another quarter of an hour, the rumbling sound had become almost imperceptible. Adagor poked his head out to look once more, then let out a heavy sigh of relief. He looked at Gao Yang, thought for a moment, and finally spoke. Sir, what has happened in this plane is already beyond my capabilities. Everything I was familiar with has likely been destroyed by the demon army currently passing through. I am very sorry, but I cannot complete your commission. After saying this, a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but he still reached out to stroke the black iron ring worn on the index finger of his left hand. A flash of light passed, and a magic gem appeared in his hand. Adagor handed the magic gem to Gao Yang and said, Sir, this is yours. The moment the magic gem appeared, the breathing of the mercenary squad suddenly grew a bit heavier, but in just an instant, they forcibly suppressed their greed. After all, the person before them was a legendary powerhouse. Coveting the assets of a legendary powerhouse was almost equivalent to courting death. Gao Yang looked at Adagor, who was wearing a troubled and reluctant expression, shook his head, and said, There is no need. Being able to bring me to the Blood War battlefield is already enough. If possible, please tell me the method for returning to Sigil. As for this magic gem, you keep it. Consider it a deposit for future cooperation. A smile appeared on Adagor's face, but it vanished just as quickly. He firmly handed the magic gem back to Gao Yang and said with extreme seriousness, "Sir, I, Adagor, have my own principles in doing things. If it is mine, I will not give it up. But if it is not mine, I will not take it. As for the method you mentioned for returning to Sigil, it is actually not difficult." As he spoke, Adagor took a gold coin engraved with the portrait of a curly-haired lady from his storage ring, handed it to Gao Yang, and explained with a look of extreme heartache, "This is a coin of mercy issued by Sigil. When you need to return to Sigil, just throw this coin into the river Styx and jump into the vortex that rises from the river, and you will be able to return to the City of Doors." Gao Yang reached out and took the coin of mercy from Adagor's hand, examined it, and placed it into his inventory. "This coin must be quite rare. Consider this as me buying it from you." In his words, Gao Yang had already accepted that Adagor was abandoning this commission. But he still did not take back the magic gem. Adagor grew a bit anxious. Before the magic gem appeared, he could have just accepted it. But now that the magic gem had appeared in front of others, it was a hot potato for him. Gao Yang might not care, but the mercenary squad behind him definitely would, as the value of this magic gem was higher than all the gold coins they had painstakingly saved over a year. Everyone here was making a living in the Blood War. So how could there be any kind-hearted souls? If he carried this magic gem, Adagor was certain he would not be able to return to Sigil alive. Although this mercenary squad had a relatively positive reputation in the market ward, and he had cooperated with them several times, Adagor was not willing to gamble his life on the reputation of this squad. Therefore, facing Gao Yang's second refusal, he became somewhat desperate. If Gao Yang truly refused to take back the magic gem, the only solution Adagor could think of was to use the gem as payment to the mercenary squad. Adagor held the magic gem, his brain working frantically. Gao Yang looked at him, then at the mercenary squad behind him, and understood his concerns. Seeing this, he nodded, took the magic gem from Adagor's hand, and then placed 3 magic crystals into his hand instead. "In that case, let's wait until our next cooperation to pay you with this magic gem." The magic gem in his hand had turned into magic crystals, and Adagor let out a sudden sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face, and as he nodded vigorously, he said, "Sir, I will await your return in Sigil." "Return?" Gao Yang shook his head. Judging from the current situation, it was unlikely he could avoid the Blood War. Since he could not avoid it, he would face it head-on. Chapter 792. The Hidden Trap in the Quest and the Path of the War God. Adagor left with his mercenary squad. After a brief farewell to Gao Yang, they departed without looking back. For them, the current situation had exceeded their ability to handle. A single shadow barrier was no longer enough to avoid all dangers. One thing Adagor had always kept in mind was that this was the Blood War, an abyss where even gods could potentially fall. As someone who still had a long way to go within the transcendent ranks, he had managed to survive on the fringes of the Blood War until now by relying on his caution. Many times, those who were stronger than him but died in the Blood War were actually victims of their own wishful thinking. They never considered that the goddess of luck had never stood behind them. Adagor knew this clearly. So when faced with the current problem, he did not hesitate to return Gao Yang's payment and terminate the commission. Fortunately, Gao Yang did not make things difficult for him. Otherwise, if Gao Yang had not spoken, he would have had to bite the bullet and keep moving forward. But as to where that would lead, Adagor could not be certain. "Gao Yang, where are we going next?" After Adagor and his group left, Melifina asked with some concern. Gao Yang patted her little head and said with a hint of ease, "Let's take it slow. This Blood War battlefield is vast and boundless. Perhaps we can easily make it through these 3 days." "That's true. We have already killed 2 legends before." Melifina felt a bit excited when she said this. She looked at Gao Yang and shouted with some enthusiasm, "Gao Yang, do you know? I actually obtained legendary reputation and legendary experience. This is the first time I have ever received legendary experience and reputation." Gao Yang could not help but be speechless. Legendary experience and reputation are naturally produced by those at the legendary rank, or can only be obtained once they themselves advance to the legendary rank. Gao Yang smiled and then offered a very sincere compliment. It is truly impressive. Once our queen advances to the legendary rank, she will surely be able to shake the entire multiverse. Flattered by Gao Yang, Milifena felt a bit carried away. However, she looked at Gao Yang, thought for a moment, and said, "HMPH, when that time comes, I will still support you alone." Gao Yang smiled and did not speak further. He opened his Multiverse Network panel and looked at the Legendary Partner Promotion quest. He saw that Quest 3 and Quest 4 were already marked as complete, and the progress for Quest 2 had changed to 2/10. This settled his heart. Next, he would spend 3 days in this Blood War battlefield to complete Quest 1. What remained was to slay 8 more legendary entities to finish this Legendary Partner Promotion quest. Thinking about it this way, Gao Yang suddenly felt that the difficulty of this quest was not that great. He shook his head, extinguishing the thought that had risen in his mind. One must maintain sufficient caution and care regarding the Blood War grounds. The emotion of arrogance would only become an accelerator for his death. Gao Yang paused for a moment, then stood up, walked out from the giant rock where he had been hiding, and began to head in the opposite direction of the demon army. His metal combat boots, engraved with vine patterns, stepped onto the semi-solidified lava ground. A blood-colored star hung high overhead, making the place look like hell. In fact, this place was indeed hell. Through comparison, Gao Yang had already determined that the plane they had arrived at was the 4th layer of Badr, Phligathos, also known as the River of Fire. The lords ruling the entire 4th layer were Lady Firna and Archduke Belial. Gao Yang had only heard these names on the Multiverse Network forums and had no more specific or in-depth understanding. However, combined with the demon army that had just appeared here, it made Gao Yang wonder if this father-daughter pair was plotting something in the shadows, which was why such a large-scale demon army had appeared here. According to relevant explanations on the Multiverse Network forums, what this father-daughter pair loved most was power struggles. They often engaged in power struggles within the 9 hells to fish in troubled waters. For devils, this was nothing out of the ordinary. For Gao Yang at the moment, being on the 4th layer of Badr was undoubtedly good news, at least for now. On the 4th layer, he would not encounter too many enemies, which was favorable for him to survive the initial 3-day period. Of course, if he did not complete the quest of slaying 10 legendary entities, he would still be unable to finish the Legendary Partner Promotion quest. Gao Yang's eyes suddenly narrowed. He recalled his Multiverse Network quest list and looked at the Legendary Partner Promotion quest again. After observing carefully for a moment, Gao Yang's expression suddenly turned much uglier. Previously, the time had been too short, leading him to believe that the quests were independent of each other and that he only needed to complete the requirements step by step to finish the entire quest. But looking at it again now, Gao Yang discovered the truly difficult part of this quest. If all the given quest requirements were not independent but interconnected, then it meant he had to slay 10 legendary powerhouses, including high-level devils and high-level demons, within the limited 3-day period, and ultimately survive. Whether the quest requirements were independent or interconnected was the question Gao Yang urgently needed to understand now. But clearly, he had no information to refer to. Gao Yang was silent for a moment. The information before his retina shifted, revealing his legendary promotion quest, Path of the Legend, the Soul War God. Looking at his own legendary promotion quest, Gao Yang slowly exhaled the turbid air from his chest. The name of the legendary promotion quest had almost determined the path he had to walk for his legendary path. Based on this, the possibility that the legendary partner promotion quest requirements were independent was not high. So, the requirement of this quest is to slay 10 legendary entities within 3 days. Right, Gao Yang muttered to himself, looking at his own legendary promotion quest. And a realization dawned on him. If advancing to legendary could be this simple, then it would not be worthy of his legendary promotion quest. After understanding this point, whether the requirements of the legendary partner promotion quest were independent or interconnected no longer mattered to Gao Yang. Looking at his Soul War God legendary promotion quest, Gao Yang had already made his decision. Where is there a war god who is not born from the tempering of blood and fire? Only by advancing with courage and crushing everything in his path with overwhelming strength could he conform to the war god's path of battling heaven and earth, being timid, or even hiding to complete the quest. Such behavior itself went against the path of the war god. Having understood the key to this, Gao Yang's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He could be certain that if he followed his original plan to spend 3 days in the blood war, then once the 3 days were over, his legendary promotion quest would have a very high probability of automatically failing. The price would be that he would never be able to advance to the legendary rank. Why did you stop? Milafena looked at Gao Yang. Her large eyes filled with a hint of confusion. When she saw Gao Yang's tightly furrowed brows, she shouted in a panic, "Gao Yang, what is wrong with you?" Gao Yang came back to his senses, shook his head, and his battle aura rose quietly. He looked at Milafena and said, "Milafena, we might not be able to hide here for 3 days. Why?" Milafena did not quite understand. Gao Yang briefly explained the situation of the legendary partner promotion quest to Milafena. After hearing it, Milafena's little face almost crumpled into a ball. A few seconds later, Milafena sighed. She looked at Gao Yang, her large eyes blinking as she said, "Well, there is no other way. Her Majesty the Queen must lead her personal guards to charge at those wicked devils." Gao Yang was stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. "Then, Her Majesty the Queen, please sit tight. We are preparing to charge." A brilliant golden flame suddenly erupted from Milafena's body. Her high-spirited, arrogant voice echoed through the sulfur-scented hell. "Mio charge!" Lightning flashed, and Gao Yang suddenly vanished from where he stood. Since he had already prepared himself to fight to the death, there was naturally no need for too much concealment. As the inheritor of the Soul War God class, Gao Yang certainly did not lack the awareness or courage for battle. Of course, he would never do something as foolish as charging into a demon army all by himself. That was the kind of thing only a muggle would do. However, while he wouldn't charge into a demon army alone, joining a faction would remove many of those concerns. And in the entire Blood War battlefield, the one thing there was no shortage of was various factions striving to achieve their own goals. Therefore, Gao Yang moved with extreme speed, reaching the edge of the river Styx in just 2 flashes. Because of the existence of the shadow barrier, Gao Yang did not know if Adagor and the others had left this place. But that no longer mattered. He took the mercy gold coin given by Adagor from his inventory, flicked it gently with his thumb, and the coin fell into the river Styx. The next moment, a vortex 1 meter in diameter appeared at the spot where the coin had landed. Gao Yang glanced at it and, without the slightest hesitation, leaped directly into the vortex. It was still the same familiar feeling. By the time Gao Yang broke through the water, he had already appeared at the edge of the gate town. Behind him was a pitch-black portal. Gate town belonged to Sigil and served as its outermost perimeter, making it an absolutely neutral zone. Gao Yang's arrival did not cause any impact on the bustling crowd here. Everyone was focused on their own business. In Gate Town, whether they were devils, demons, celestial beings, or various other life forms, they were all doing their utmost to advertise generous benefits. The reason they did this was to recruit more cannon fodder for their respective factions. Of course, in the mouths of this cannon fodder, they preferred to call themselves pioneers striving for their own ideals and dreams. As for what those ideals and dreams were, that was a matter of opinion. Gao Yang did not care about these things. He only cared about those factions that could immediately head to the main Blood War battlefield. After all, the moment he stepped onto the land of Gate Town, a warning from the Multiverse Network appeared before his retinas. Warning: detected that the character has left the Blood War battlefield range. Countdown: 10 minutes. If the Blood War battlefield is not reached within 10 minutes, the mission will automatically fail. Looking at the crimson warning floating before his eyes, Gao Yang was certain that the legendary partner promotion mission would not be completed so easily. Therefore, his pace could not help but quicken slightly. Chapter 793. The Blood War Frontline and the Warfire Mercenary Group. Oh baby, I can smell the scent of the light belonging to the lawful alignment on you. Are you willing to join our lawful camp and contribute your strength to the peace and order of the multiverse? As Gao Yang walked through Gate Town, a voice that was extremely seductive and charming suddenly reached his ears. He turned his head and saw a beautiful woman with revealing clothes, who perfectly matched human aesthetic standards, leaning against a wooden pillar and looking at him. When their eyes met, the woman even extended a long, red, tender tongue to lick her lower lip. Every movement filled with allure. Gao Yang looked at her, then turned and walked away. This kind of behavior, using revealing beauties or handsome men to seduce muggles from the main plane, was clearly a trick of the devils. He did not intend to join the devil's camp. He knew clearly what kind of temptation his soul held for them. If he were to truly enter the devil's battle line, Gao Yang estimated that he would have to face not only the demons on the opposite side but also the devils by his side. As for joining the chaotic demon camp, that was even further outside his considerations. By comparison, the Yugoloth demons representing neutrality and the camps of some neutral gods were Gao Yang's first choice. In other words, he wanted to become a blood war mercenary who only sold his life for a reward. Fortunately, here, no one cared about your strength or your story. They only cared about whether you were willing to participate in the blood war and contribute your insignificant life to it. Passing by the recruiters for devils and demons, Gao Yang stopped in front of a stall. The stall owner was a male human wearing battle armor, which was covered in claw marks and slashes. But even so, this armor remained with its master, which showed both the powerful protective capabilities of the armor and the strength of its owner. Of course, it was also possible that this armor was just one of the old employees of the faction this man represented, with a status equivalent to the large marrow bone without a single shred of meat in the free kelp and pork rib soup at a school cafeteria, or a king crab shell in a restaurant. Regardless of the situation, Gao Yang did not care. He simply stood in front of the man and asked, "Are you still recruiting?" Of course. The man behind the stall stood up, a brilliant smile appearing on his face. He gestured for Gao Yang to sit down while continuing. "We are the Warfire Mercenary Group. My name is Manhwa. Our leader is a legendary rank berserker, and there are currently 93 people in the team. If you join, that will make 94. We are dedicated to serving all employers who can afford our price, completing all impossible mission objectives in the Blood War." Gao Yang raised a hand to interrupt the other party's introduction and asked straightforwardly, "Can we head to the Blood War now? And who are the enemies we need to face in the Blood War?" Manhwa's eyes lit up. People who got straight to the point like this were the easiest to swindle. He nodded immediately and said, "Of course. As long as you are willing, we can set off for the infinite layers of the abyss right now. As for our enemies, they are naturally those ugly demons. Of course, if the commander has accepted a new mission, the target might change. Then let's go." Gao Yang nodded and said, "No problem." Manhwa gave a hearty laugh and shouted toward the area behind the stall covered by a tarp. A moment later, a halfling appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. "This is Roth, a halfling and the scout for our mercenary group," Manhwa said, gesturing toward the halfling. "Roth will take you to the infinite layers of the abyss shortly. As for your payment, you will receive it once you arrive at the infinite layers of the abyss." Gao Yang nodded and looked at Roth, the halfling who only reached his thigh. Sensing Gao Yang's gaze, Roth waved his hand, turned around, and started walking while saying, "Let's go, big guy. Although I don't know why you're in such a rush to head to the Blood War battlefield." Gao Yang followed behind Roth and soon arrived in front of a portal. Roth glanced back at Gao Yang, then stepped into the portal and vanished. Gao Yang lifted his foot and stepped into the portal. From start to finish, neither Manhwa nor the halfling Roth had asked for Gao Yang's name or how to address him. Gao Yang didn't mind, given the cruelty of the Blood War. Perhaps after a single charge, more than half of the faces one had just met would have closed their eyes forever. Under such circumstances, asking for names was naturally unnecessary. When Gao Yang stepped out of the portal, the sound of cutlery clinking reached his ears. He looked around and found himself in a large encampment. The portal behind him was situated within this massive camp. Gao Yang snapped his fingers, and a faint ripple of battle aura spread rapidly, revealing the outline of the camp within his perception. This camp covered a vast area. The number of active life forms he detected alone exceeded 10,000, gathered into groups of varying sizes. Clearly, this was a temporary gathering place for mercenary groups. When there were no war missions, they would take a short rest here. Once they received a war mission, they would grab their weapons and join the Blood War. Wrote the halfling led Gao Yang through the camp with practiced ease. Soon, they arrived in front of a camp that occupied an area the size of 2 basketball courts. Rote stood at the entrance of the camp, which was constructed from 3 large rocks, and beckoned to Gao Yang. "Welcome to the Warfire mercenary group." Gao Yang's face remained expressionless. Seeing this, Rote curled his lip and turned to walk into the camp. Upon arriving at the infinite layers of the abyss, the system warning before Gao Yang's eyes had already disappeared. This meant the mission was continuing. Rote walked in front of Gao Yang, saying as they moved, "The commander has gone to attend a meeting. The leaders of over 80 mercenary groups, both large and small, have all gone to attend it. You came at just the right time. Perhaps by the time the commander returns, we will be ready to set off. You are very excited," Gao Yang said, looking down at Rote. "Of course I'm excited. Only by starting a war can we get paid and earn loot." The halfling Rote didn't hide his feelings at all as he walked and talked. "Later, we will go to the vice commander first. She will register your information, including the destination for your death benefits. You must register carefully," Rote emphasized, fearing that Gao Yang might not take it seriously. "Our Warfire mercenary group is one of the few in the entire mercenary camp that actually pays out death benefits." Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. The term death benefits seemed rather out of place on the blood war battlefield, where human life was as cheap as grass. However, he didn't say anything. Led by Rote, Gao Yang walked into a simple tent. "Commander, our group has some fresh blood." Rote's energetic voice pierced through the tarp and reached Gao Yang's ears. "I've told you many times, call me Vice Commander. We only have one commander." A gentle voice, unable to hide its helplessness, came from inside the tent. Gao Yang lifted the curtain and stepped inside. What met his eyes was a human woman, whose gentle temperament matched her voice perfectly. Her clear, black and white eyes looked at Gao Yang. After gesturing for him to sit, she said, "Hello, I am Lin Weiwei, the Vice Commander of the Warfire mercenary group. Do you mind giving me your name or how you would like to be addressed?" Gao Yang sat down at a Syrian-style long table and spoke calmly. After speaking, he pointed to the cat elf on his shoulder and said, "Her name is Milafina." "My companion." Lin Weiwei's eyes curved into a gentle smile as she filled in the names of Gao Yang and Milafina on the rough roster in front of her. After registering their names, Lin Weiwei continued, "Regarding the death benefits, which chamber of commerce should your benefits be entrusted to?" "Don't mind me asking, this is the blood war, and everyone could die at any moment. You wouldn't want the wealth you earned with your lives to be embezzled, would you?" Gao Yang nodded and then said, "The Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce." Lin Weiwei nodded, noted it down after Gao Yang's name, and explained, "All right. As for the specific beneficiary, you can register that yourselves. This involves the privacy of the group members and will be filed directly into the death benefit box. If you are unfortunately killed in battle, staff from the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce will deliver your benefits to your family." It had to be said that such a system was indeed rare in the blood war, but at the same time, it made Gao Yang feel a trace of dignity as a living being. After explaining, Lin Weiwei stood up and reached out to Gao Yang, saying, "The Warfire mercenary group welcomes you. It is an honor." "Me too." Gao Yang reached out and shook her hand briefly, while Milafina echoed from his shoulder, "Judging by your appearance, you must be skilled in close quarters combat, right?" Lin Weiwei withdrew her hand and asked casually. Gao Yang nodded, which was taken as an acknowledgement. Seeing this, Lin Weiwei nodded and continued, "Since this is your first time participating in a battle, you will be assigned to the middle ranks if you survive. Then next time you will have to be like the other melee members of the group, holding the very front of the battle line. Do you have any problems with that?" Gao Yang answered quite straightforwardly. "Good, then go and rest for now. The commander will be back soon, and we will likely be setting off then." After saying this, Lin Weiwei looked at the halfling standing to the side. The latter hurriedly swallowed the pastry in his mouth, then stood up and said to Gao Yang, "Follow me. We will go outside to rest." Walking out of the tent, Gao Yang immediately felt quite a few gazes land on him. He did not pay them any mind, simply following behind the halfling, Rotov, and finding an empty spot to sit down. Rotov gave a few brief instructions before quickly leaving. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, his battle chi slowly circulating within his body. He did not have to wait long before a powerful aura appeared within his perception. Gao Yang looked up toward the crude gate of the camp and saw a burly man with a physique like an iron tower, carrying a crimson greatsword on his back, slowly walking inside. "I am sick. Taking a day off. Diarrhea has been non-stop. I went to the hospital for an examination this afternoon, but the results did not show anything specific. The doctor suggested I rest. I am indeed feeling weak all over, so I have no choice but to take a day off. I will see how I feel tomorrow and continue with the 10,000-word daily goal." My dear readers, please forgive me. Chapter 794. The True Blood War Zone. Feeling the formidable aura and murderous intent radiating from the burly man, Gao Yang understood that this must be the commander of the warfire mercenary group who had attended the meeting. The burly man walked into the camp, and his surroundings, and his highly aggressive gaze lingered on Gao Yang for an extra moment. Afterward, he withdrew his gaze and walked toward the largest tent in the center of the camp. Gao Yang looked away and quietly ate the cold-toed meal in front of him with Milafina. Since the commander had returned, it meant that they would soon be heading to the battlefield to carry out the mission assigned by the employer. Before that, replenishing his physical energy was necessary. Just as Gao Yang finished his food, he saw Lin Weiwei and the burly man walking out of the tent together. Seeing the two appear in the camp, the surrounding members, whether standing or sitting, all rose to their feet and walked toward the location of the two, spontaneously surrounding them in the center. Seeing this, Gao Yang also stood up, placed Milafina on his shoulder, and followed the crowd toward the two. The group of nearly 100 people quickly surrounded the commander and Lin Weiwei tightly. Seeing that most of the people had arrived, the burly man took a step down. Battle chi, as scorching as a raging fire, surged from beneath his feet, forming a staircase of flames that lifted his body up. After 2 steps, the surrounding members could all see his upper body. Seeing this, the burly man stopped moving. After looking around, his voice, like a booming bell, was transmitted precisely into everyone's ears. "Brothers and sisters, we have received a new mission. In half an hour, we, along with the other mercenary groups here, will head to the flank of the Blood War Zone between the body's 5th Legion and the Tanali Army. We are responsible for providing necessary support to the body's 5th Legion, which is tasked with dismantling the Tanali Army's flank offensive." After stating the mission, the burly man's voice suddenly rose a few notches. "The support duration is only half a day. After half a day, regardless of the battle situation, we can withdraw directly, and the reward is 10 magic crystals per person." After the burly man finished announcing the reward, a chorus of excited shouts erupted from the crowd. This was the reward for participating in the Blood War. Just for half a day's work, one could earn 10 magic crystals. In the transcendent realm, such a harvest was already considered extremely generous. But in contrast to this was the extremely high casualty rate of the Blood War. Of course, for a mercenary group like the Warfire mercenary group that made a living by accepting Blood War contracts, it was naturally impossible to rely entirely on the rewards given by employers. In fact, the benefits one could obtain in the Blood War were not limited to just a bit of pay. Whether it was demons, devils, or other life forms, participating in the Blood War always required arming oneself, and after they died, these pieces of equipment became one of the mercenary group's spoils of war. Additionally, certain parts of some life forms were extremely useful materials. Some mercenary groups had channels related to liches or necromancers, and they also had a certain demand for the corpses of powerful beings. In short, in the Blood War, as long as one could survive, one basically did not need to worry about wealth. The cruel Blood War would always reward the survivors with sufficiently generous prizes in various ways. Of course, if one died in the Blood War, then everything that person owned would also be randomly given to another lucky person in the form of a reward. "Thank you, Lord House." The halfling Rotoff's voice rang out in the crowd, and soon, expressions of gratitude toward House spread throughout the entire camp. Facing the heartfelt gratitude of his members, House smiled slightly, waved his large hand, and said, "Line up to receive your rewards. We depart on time in half an hour." Miao Gao Yang. "This human seems quite reliable." Melifina sat on Gao Yang's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Gao Yang did not commit to an opinion. He watched the members who had spontaneously begun to line up in an orderly fashion, turned around, and began to queue as well. At the same time, he said, "Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the Warfire mercenary group has been able to survive." Distributing rewards directly before the battle was definitely a very conscientious act for these mercenaries who lived with their heads on the line. The scale of the Warfire mercenary group could not be ranked at the top in this mercenary camp, but because of the existence of House, a legendary professional, the combat power of the Warfire mercenary group was ranked relatively high in the entire camp. This was also one of the reasons why the Warfire mercenary group could get their rewards in hand before the mission was even executed. The distribution of rewards was very efficient, and soon it was Gao Yang and Melifina's turn. Lin Weiwei looked at the two of them, checked off their names on her list, and then handed each of them a cloth bag, saying at the same time, "This should be your first time participating in the Blood War, right?" Gao Yang nodded, not bothering to hide it. Lin Weiwei cautioned, "Remember what I told you. Since it is your first mission, you can stay in the middle of the formation. This will help you better understand the Blood War. Of course, if you still lose your lives under such protection, then there is nothing that can be done. Many thanks." Gao Yang took the cloth bag and opened it on the spot to count the contents. After confirming that the quantity and magical energy storage of the magic crystals were correct, he stored the bag into his inventory. "Miao Gao Yang, the feeling of being a mercenary is actually quite nice." Melifina looked at the magic crystals filling the bag and let out a curious meow. Gao Yang smiled and patted her little head without saying a word. Half an hour passed quickly. In the mercenary camp, over 80 mercenary groups of various sizes, totaling more than 10,000 transcendent beings, had all gathered in the open space outside the camp. Gao Yang stood with Melifina in the center of the Warfire mercenary group, looking up slightly at the 9 figures hovering in the air at the very front of the crowd. The aura emanating from these 9 figures was extremely powerful, and House was among them. Clearly, these were all the legendary powerhouses of the mercenary camp. 9 legendary powerhouses, if placed in an ordinary small or medium-sized plane, would already be a terrifying force capable of destroying the world. But here, on the plane of infinite portals, the first layer of the bottomless abyss, they were merely existences with a modicum of self-preservation ability, although they would not die at the slightest touch. In this extremely dangerous blood war, they still needed to unite with all their might to survive. The 9 legends stood suspended in the air. The one in the very center was a mage wearing robes that obscured his face, though judging by his physique, it could be determined that he was a human male. As a legendary mage, whether in terms of combat power, survival capability, or utility, he could be considered top tier among these 9 legends. The legendary mage gripped his staff and said casually, "Since everyone is ready, let's set off." House and the others nodded one after another. Then, according to the prior arrangements, each led a portion of the troops to begin moving forward. Gao Yang followed the main force, advancing toward the destination. After a forced march of about an hour, as House waved his hand, the team quickly slowed down. At the same time, a buzzing sound echoed in Gao Yang's ears, and Lin Weiwei's voice resonated within his mind. "Attention all mercenary groups. We are 5 minutes away from intervening in the battlefield. Rest in place for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, charge with full force to enter the battlefield. Remember our target, the eastern flank of the Tonari army. The half-day duration begins from the moment we start the charge." Clearly, Lin Weiwei's ability leaned toward the mental realm, allowing for large-scale telepathic communication. On a battlefield where the situation changed in the blink of an eye, this was undoubtedly a very practical ability. It was just unclear whether this ability would still be effective on a battlefield where energy fluctuations were extremely chaotic. But now was not the time to consider such things. The Blood War battlefield was right before them, although they were still some distance away. Gao Yang could already perceive the chaotic, tyrannical, and evil energy fluctuations ahead, as well as the blood-red baleful aura rising into the sky. Gao Yang drew the Eternal Radiance greatsword from the void, and wisps of golden flames began to flicker on Melifina's body. They were already prepared for battle. 5 minutes passed quickly. following a loud shout from Lin Weiwei in his ears. The mercenary army that had been standing still suddenly surged forward as if a floodgate had been opened. Violent energy rose up, and like a torrent, they rushed toward the distant blood war battlefield. The 9 legendary powerhouses took the lead. Gao Yang remained in the center of the warfire mercenary group, his body enveloped in battle aura, making his face indistinguishable. A 5-minute full-speed sprint was nothing to anyone in the mercenary group, and this 5-minute sprint allowed the entire mercenary group to cover nearly 20 kilometers. The moment a streak of blood-red sunset entered his vision, dense swarms of demons and devils simultaneously flooded into Gao Yang's sight across the boundless plain. Under their respective commands, they continuously launched attacks at each other. Every second, soldiers on both sides were dying, and every second, new warriors were joining the fray. This was an out-and-out war meat grinder. In just this instant, Gao Yang saw a Balor demon, an entity with an extremely frenzied aura, standing over 10 meters tall, and only a step away from reaching the legendary rank, completely overwhelmed by the devil's side. Roars and howls, mixed with the unwilling wails of those dying and the bloodthirsty shrieks of excitement, echoed throughout the plain of infinite portals. The overwhelming, frenzied killing intent and the stench of blood caused many mercenaries to falter in their charge, but they were instantly swept up by the advancing army and forced to accelerate toward the battlefield. Mass haste. The legendary mage at the lead waved his staff, and vast, boundless magic poured out from it, merging into the mercenary army. The next moment, Gao Yang felt his body become lighter, and his running speed increased slightly. Although it wasn't much, this was, after all, a spell cast upon more than 10,000 people. Bolstered by the mass haste spell, the mercenary army now acted like a steel blade, led by the 9 legendary powerhouses, and plunged directly into the demon army before them. At the moment of impact, the outermost edge of the demon army's flank was shattered by the vanguard of the mercenary army, which had been building up momentum for a long time, and a mist of blood instantly filled the air. Led by the 9 legendary powerhouses, the mercenary army tore a wedge-shaped gap directly into the outermost edge of the demon army's flank. Relying on this gap, the mercenary army began to expand laterally, increasing the area of engagement with the demon army. Chapter 795. Slaying a legend with one sword. As the mercenary army spread out, more and more mercenaries began to engage the demons. In this process, mercenaries were constantly being injured or even killed, but new mercenaries would immediately fill their places. Not long after, Gao Yang and Milafino officially arrived at the very front of the battle line. Roar! The ugly, deformed demon warrior let out a furious roar, saliva mixed with sweat spraying from its maw. It raised a massive axe stained with blood and gore high above its head, swinging it down toward the small, frail human before it. In its chaotic consciousness, this two-armed, two-legged race was inherently weak and pathetic, born to be nothing more than rations. Swoosh! A flash of sword light streaked by, and the demon warrior's movements stalled. A flicker of confusion appeared in its eyes, but the next moment, countless sword marks erupted across its entire body. It didn't even have time to grunt before it simply melted into a pile of minced meat right where it stood. Gao Yang had only just finished off this transcendent-level demon when 3 more came charging at him frantically. For someone of Gao Yang's current strength, no matter how many enemies of this caliber there were, they were all just a single sword strike away from death. However, he did not use any high-powered sword techniques. Instead, he maintained a rhythm of 1 or 2 strikes per kill, neither standing out too much nor allowing the defensive line on his side to collapse. His true targets were the legendary existences within the demon army. Appropriately concealing his strength could prevent him from being targeted by high-level demons, thereby avoiding the risk of being surrounded and killed, while also allowing him to catch the legendary figures in the demon army off guard. Although he had fully realized his own path to legend, Gao Yang did not believe there was anything wrong with this way of hiding his true capabilities. Combat was not merely about mindless slaughter. Concealing one's strength was also a part of the battle. The demon army seemed endless, although the mercenary army was fighting with all its might. Gaps soon appeared in the defensive line when faced with the inexhaustible and fearless demon horde. The 9 legendary figures in the mercenary camp were currently being held back by the demon army. pinned down by legendary demons and a large number of low to mid-tier demons. Even if they wanted to provide support, they had no time to spare. As gaps appeared in the front line, these mercenaries naturally began to gather toward the sections of the line that remained intact. Soon, a large group of mercenaries from various mercenary regiments appeared behind Gao Yang. They had already discovered that the man holding a greatsword and accompanied by a cat spirit possessed strength that could only be described as unfathomable. Whether it was a demon that had just stepped into the transcendent realm or a powerful great demon with an imposing aura nearing the peak of transcendence, there was essentially no difference under this man's blade. One strike, two at most, and these demons would die on the spot. Clearly, without a legendary figure stepping in, there was basically nothing that could stop this man's advance. Gao Yang's formidable performance finally attracted the attention of the powerhouses within the demon army. A four-armed Glabrezu was currently manipulating over 1,000 demons, devils, and various other lifeforms, wantonly reaping the lives of its opponents on the battlefield. As a legendary level Glabrezu, Laigu's ability to break through rank restrictions and ascend to legend was proof enough of its extraordinary nature. However, it did not act as high profile as the other demons. Instead, it maintained its usual combat style, hiding within the demon army and wantonly harvesting the lives of the enemy to satisfy its inner desire for slaughter. Suddenly, Laigu's expression changed, because in one particular direction, the puppets it was controlling were dying one after another. This anomaly made Laigu realize that a big fish had taken the bait in that direction. Driven by a deep-seated craving to hunt down the strong, it bared its massive maw and began to maneuver its puppets to charge toward that direction. Beneath his dark purple membrane mask, Gao Yang's expression remained completely unchanged. It had been over an hour since the mercenary army charged into the battlefield. Having slaughtered his way through the demon army for so long, it was only right that a demon powerhouse of sufficient weight should have set its sights on him. But until now, all he had killed were ordinary demons. This made Gao Yang somewhat restless. He was considering whether he should take the initiative to hunt down the nearby legendary demons and the legendary powerhouses who were collaborating with the Tanari demons. Yes, the chaotic evil demons had collaborators, and the objects of their cooperation were naturally those from the chaotic factions that advocated for disorder, chaos, and slaughter. Just as Gao Yang was hesitating, he suddenly noticed that the variety of lifeforms dying under his blade had begun to increase. There were not only demons and humans, but even devils. This abnormal scene caused Gao Yang's eyes beneath the mask to narrow slightly. Clearly, this was not normal. However, Gao Yang felt no fear. On the contrary, his spirits began to lift. This situation meant that he had finally been noticed. Gao Yang calmly changed direction and began to fight toward the source of the anomaly. Deep within the vast demon army, a soul thread hidden among the blood and severed limbs slowly crept toward Gao Yang. Laigu was hiding several kilometers away, watching the big fish through the perspective of its puppets. The big fish's full body armor had been dyed red with blood, but the greatsword in his hand remained incredibly sharp, and every strike was capable of slaying the puppets that Laigu had painstakingly selected and controlled. Under normal circumstances, the death of these puppets would surely have made Laigu furious. But now, Laigu had no time to care about that. Its attention was entirely focused on Gao Yang and the manipulation of the soul-binding thread. Even after ascending to legend, Laigu could control fewer than 10 of these existences, which were considered transcendent and invincible. Yet, these puppets, which Laigu treated like treasures, were still being killed in a single strike when facing Gao Yang. This made Laigu realize that as long as it could control this human, it would be worth it even if all its puppets were destroyed. Gradually, Laigu's soul-binding thread, under the cover of blood and severed limbs, reached within 10 meters of Gao Yang. From the perspective of the puppets Laigu controlled, Gao Yang was still tirelessly slaughtering the enemies around him, completely unaware of the potential risk. Several kilometers away, a cruel smile appeared on Laigu's inhuman face. The next moment, a nearly transparent soul thread silently pierced toward Gao Yang's body. Laigu was confident that as long as its soul-binding thread hit Gao Yang, he would become its most powerful puppet. Finally, you're here. As Gao Yang swung his sword to strike at a demon in front of him, the corners of his mouth beneath the mask curled up slightly. The enemy was cautious. It was clear that this was not the style of a low-level demon. Gao Yang estimated that the one hiding in the shadows was definitely a high-level demon. An incredibly powerful entity. Or perhaps an enemy of a non-demonic race. Whoosh! The thrust of the soul-binding thread came without the slightest fluctuation, piercing Gao Yang's left calf with hair-trigger precision. The moment the soul-binding thread struck, both the Glabrezu Ligu, located 1,000 meters away, and Gao Yang, who had been hit, wore smiles of success on their faces. The next moment, Ligu's mental energy surged violently through the soul-binding thread into Gao Yang's body, using overwhelming mental power to shatter a target's mental defenses, and then enslaving them was a tactic it had used countless times with perfect success. At the very least, ever since it had ascended to the legendary rank, it had never once failed when attacking any existence below the legendary level. The instant the Glabrezu Ligu made its move, Gao Yang's hand, which had been in the middle of a gesture, suddenly froze. He naturally felt that massive, surging mental energy rushing toward his sea of consciousness. But he did not feel the slightest bit of tension or fear. This was because, although that mental energy was extremely vast, it appeared far too impure, like a 300-pound man covered in flab charging toward him. Gao Yang's own mental energy, after undergoing several transformations, had now condensed into a great sword of consciousness. Just imagine, what would be the fate of a 300-pound man charging toward a great sword forged through 1,000 hammerings? Not to mention, beyond this great sword of consciousness, there was also a layer of defensive insurance that could only be described as perversely sturdy. When Ligu's mental energy slammed into the outermost defensive barrier of Gao Yang's sea of consciousness, a barrier constructed by the steadfast soul technique, its massive torrent of mental energy crashed against it like a dam that had stood for 1,000 years, shattering instantly. Ligu let out a muffled groan. The after effects of its mental energy suffering a brief collapse caused a sudden ringing in its mind. Its vision went black, and even the output of its mental energy inevitably faltered. Found you. Blinding golden light erupted from Gao Yang's eyes. He turned his head sharply toward the location where Ligu was hiding. The next moment, a golden sword shadow shot out from his eyes, instantly chasing after Ligu's recoiling mental energy and arriving right before it. Clang! A piercing sword hum exploded in Ligu's mind. Realizing that something was wrong, Ligu immediately forced its mental energy to surge, reflexively pulling the strongest puppet in its vicinity to block in front of itself. After doing all this, its vision gradually began to clear. Then, it saw a sword shadow radiating brilliant golden light stabbing toward its head. Ligu let out a roar, pouring its massive mental energy toward the golden sword shadow without reservation. As a legendary entity, it naturally possessed the methods and combat experience of a powerhouse. Ligu had already realized that it could not compete with the opponent in terms of the quality of mental energy. So, it would compete in terms of total volume. It did not believe that its own massive, legendary rank mental energy could not block the mental attack of a transcendent human. Just as Ligu blasted out its mental energy, a large, powerful hand wrapped in a gauntlet appeared abruptly and gripped the golden sword shadow. Held along with it was a great silver sword. As the sword light flashed, Gao Yang appeared at the same spot simultaneously. He gripped the fusion of Yongyao and the Sword of Will, slashing fiercely at the Glabrezu before him. A massive, overwhelming sword pressure and brilliant will bloomed simultaneously on the sword in his hand. At the same time, a cold, deathly aura had already swept outward. The blood war continued, but under this strike, the blood-like setting sun, the crimson air, and the dark red earth beneath their feet all seemed dim and lusterless. Human calamity, annihilation. The world rapidly faded in Ligu's eyes. Within its field of vision, only that towering sword light with a silver base and golden edges remained. Under this sword light, it had no time to make any further reaction. It could only watch helplessly as this sword light easily sliced through its torrent of mental energy, and then just as easily slashed into its body. With a soft ching sound, Yongyao passed through the Glabrezu's body without the slightest resistance. After the strike, Gao Yang's body suddenly vanished from the spot, returning to his original position. As for whether the Glabrezu was alive or dead, there was no longer any need to pay attention. The moment after Gao Yang's body disappeared, a sword mark suddenly appeared on the body of the Glabrezu Ligu. Wherever the sword mark passed, Laigu's body began to crumble, turning into fly ash and dissipating. Along with it, its soul also turned into fly ash and vanished. Chapter 796. The Demon's Response. Zhongwang Notification. You have killed a mid-level demon Glabrezu Legendary. You have gained 1 point of Legendary Reputation. Zhongwang Notification. You have killed a mid-level demon Glabrezu Legendary. You have gained 80.0 Generally XP, based on your related actions. You have gained an additional 4,000 Legendary XP. Zhongwang Notification. You have killed a mid-level demon Glabrezu Legendary. Your Legendary Partner Promotion Quest completion progress has increased. The moment Gao Yang returned to his original spot, the Zhongwang notifications refreshed on his retina at the right time. Gao Yang glanced at them casually and then closed them, with a calculated strike against an unprepared foe. Killing a Glabrezu that relied primarily on mental energy was not a difficult task for him, especially with the unique talent Immortal Will. Entities like Glabrezu, which developed along the lines of spirit and mind, were simply hard countered by Gao Yang. As for the move Gao Yang had just used to teleport instantly with the help of the Sword of Will Shadow, it was something he had comprehended from the Sacrificial Tower Master's application of space. For this, he had even spent 200 years contemplating it within the chaotic space created by idealistic thinking. Simply put, it involved using one's own incredibly strong willpower to cast an attack capable of anchoring space, and then, through the method of spatial distortion, forcibly swapping one's own position with that of the attack. The duration of this swap was only a brief instant. Once the attack was completed, it would automatically reset. This simple mechanism represented ultimate flexibility. After one strike, immediately flee 1,000 miles away. In specific battles, this move could achieve miraculous results, just like the Glabrezu Laigu, whose body and soul had already been completely obliterated. He was the best proof of this move, and this move was named by Gao Yang as Calamity, Swallow Reversal. At the same moment the Glabrezu Laigu died, the thousands of puppets he controlled collapsed to the ground simultaneously, deader than dead. Laigu is dead. Far away in the rear base of the demon army, a Marilith nearly 20 meters tall, clad in crimson armor, was coiled within a massive rocky cavern. Looking at the semi-illusory sand table before her, a hint of surprise flashed through her narrow, slit-like snake pupils. This Marilith was named Haze, the commander of this current Absol demon army. Within the entire abyss, the Marilith race might not reach the summit in terms of raw combat power, but when it came to tactical command and battlefield strategy, they were undoubtedly the premier race in the abyss. As a legendary Marilith, Haze had already fought in the Blood War for over 200 years. Such extensive war experience allowed Haze to instantly realize where the problem lay. As a Glabrezu, Laigu was inherently cautious and cowardly. He almost never antagonized beings of the legendary rank, instead dedicating himself to using his legendary strength to slaughter transcendent beings or even mortals who had yet to step into the transcendent realm. Logically speaking, even if all the other legendary powerhouses in the demon army were wiped out, Laigu might not necessarily die. But now, while the other legendary powerhouses were still alive and kicking, this cowardly and wretched legendary demon, Laigu, had actually died. This result could only mean that in the direction of the Legion's flank, there existed a hidden legendary powerhouse. Is it a rogue or a shadow assassin? A trace of cruelty flashed in Haze's narrow snake pupils. For these rats who hid among the enemy ranks and only knew how to launch sneak attacks, she already had a very mature response system. As she extended a scale-covered arm and tapped on the massive sand table before her, a point of light lit up. Each point of light represented a legendary existence within the Absol army. And at this moment, Haze's finger tapped the sand table exactly 4 times. This meant that 4 legendary powerhouses had received her deployment orders. The command Haze gave them was to completely annihilate every living thing within a 10,000-meter radius of where Laigu had died. As Haze's command was issued, in the direction of the Blood War battlefield near the flank, a Balor over 10 meters tall violently swung the Balor greatsword in his hand. The scorching flames were like long whips, shattering all the enemies near him. Opposite him, an ice devil radiating cold air brandished a trident, blocking the streak of flame unleashed by the Balor. After the Balor sent the Ice Devil flying with a single strike, he strode toward the other end of the battlefield without looking back. As for the Ice Devil, other nearby legendaries would naturally take over. This kind of scene occurred 4 times simultaneously across the flank battlefield. 4 legendary demons broke away from their opponents within a short period and charged toward the direction where LIGO had previously died. Of course, because the battlefield was so vast and chaotic, although their movements caused some ripples, they were quickly submerged in the madness of the slaughter. Gao Yang continued to quietly harvest the lives of demons sword stroke by sword stroke, while Melifina, standing on his shoulder, appeared exceptionally excited. Amidst Gao Yang's non-stop killing, the aura erupting from Melifina became increasingly arrogant, with liquid-like golden flames overflowing from the corners of her eyes. "Ha! Kill, 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 kill all these filthy, stinking insects." The corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Melifina was usually quite normal. Once she entered combat mode, it was as if her very soul had been swapped. She practically had the word arrogant written across her face. Gao Yang looked up at the sky. Aside from those large eyeballs with fleshy wings flying fearlessly across the field, no other living beings dared to take to the air. In such a dense battlefield, once you flew into the sky, you became a pure sitting duck. The moment you dared to take flight, you would face a bombardment of countless long-range attacks in the next instant. Furthermore, large-sized life forms would suffer even more attacks in a battlefield like this. This was also the reason why Gao Yang had not released Adolivir. Adolivir, who was both a flyer and large-sized, would definitely become a target for concentrated fire the moment he was released. Time passed quickly, and soon, half of the half-day support deadline had already elapsed. Right then, Gao Yang's eyes narrowed as he looked toward the distance with a grave expression. Amidst the crazed and chaotic battlefield, a Balor burning with crimson flames and wielding a Balor greatsword nearly as tall as himself was slaughtering indiscriminately. Wherever he passed, the earth turned to scorched land, whether they were humans, devils, or other life forms. None could hold out for long under that Balor greatsword. Clearly, this was a legendary level Balor, compared to the fear rising in the hearts of the rest of the mercenary army. While Gao Yang's eyes were solemn, a surge of fanatical battle intent also rose within him. At the very moment his battle intent surged, from another direction, a legendary Nalfeshni named Huan, as fat as a pig and covered in fat and scars, hovered above the battlefield. His mental power, which had almost taken physical form, swept in all directions like a tidal wave. Immediately following that, the auras of 2 more legendary demons revealed themselves. The 4 legendary demons were positioned in 4 directions, directly sealing off most of the area where Gao Yang and the mercenary army were located. Seeing this scene, the mercenaries within this area felt a chill run through their entire bodies. They subconsciously searched for the figures of the 9 legendary mercenary commanders of the army, only to find that the commanders were already overwhelmed, struggling to deal with the endless demon army and the attacks of the legendary demons. The halfling Trove's lips trembled violently. He looked at the powerful auras rising from all sides and the 4 legendary demons faintly surrounding them. In the next moment, a shrill roar erupted from his mouth. Run, Chapter 797. Things are different now. The shrill roar pierced the sky, containing none of the gentle and lively temperament characteristic of the halfling race. However, no one paid any attention to this at the moment. They did not know why 4 legendary powerhouses had come to surround and kill them, but they knew that if they remained here, they would be close to death. Furthermore, the mercenary regulations clearly stated that if a mercenary group encountered a siege by multiple legendary powerhouses, they could flee immediately without needing to follow the employment guidelines. Therefore, under Troff's hoarse and desperate roar, the mercenary army, which still numbered nearly 9,000, began to retreat frantically. Everyone pushed themselves to their limit to sprint. At this moment, everyone followed one principle: whoever ran the slowest would be the front line. The mercenary army's unhesitating retreat immediately ignited the demonic soldiers' instinctive, violent desire for destruction. Countless demons roared one after another, waving their weapons as they chased after the mercenary army. This scene was so sudden that Gao Yang, who had penetrated deep into the demon lines, became completely separated from the rest of the Warfire mercenary group. Coupled with the pursuit of the demon soldiers, He was directly surrounded within the demon army, facing the demon soldiers swarming in from all directions. Gao Yang gave a light snort, and his massive, scorching furnace battle chi rose violently from his body. Amidst the intensely rising crimson gold battle chi, Melifina's extremely arrogant roar could be heard. Gao Yang, kill them all. I am the most powerful kitty. Miao hearing this, Gao Yang revealed a smile. The next moment, he held his arm out level with Yang Yao, and the furnace battle chi, flowing slowly like magma, instantly covered the entire blade. The next moment, Gao Yang swung Yang Yao directly from right to left. Calamity, space fracture. Gao Yang whispered in his heart. Yang Yao suddenly expanded to a size of 100 meters, and a pitch-black arc was slashed out by his sword, sweeping forward in a ring shape. After the strike, Gao Yang did not pose in the slightest. His body rotated with the momentum, and he slashed out a complete arc with his sword. The ring-shaped, pitch-black sword energy spread out in all directions like ripples, only disappearing after spreading for nearly 1,000 meters. Gao Yang straightened his body and rested Yang Yao against a damaged helmet at his feet, producing a crisping sound. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to carry a terrifying magic. The next moment, within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the demon soldiers were cut in half at the waist, and the surging sword energy swallowed them completely. With a single strike, a perfectly regular circle had been carved out of the battlefield. The demon soldiers at the very edge of this circle could not help but retreat, fearing that if they stepped into this circle, they would be cut in half by a strand of sword energy. Gao Yang cleared the surrounding demon soldiers with one strike, and a ring of blood red, dripping wet energy waves suddenly burst from his body. As soon as the crimson energy wave appeared, it spread toward the distance like a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, it rushed past the circular area carved out by calamity, space fracture, and continued to surge into the distance, swept by the crimson energy wave. The frantic and violent eyes of those demon soldiers suddenly became much clearer. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and their gazes toward Gao Yang were filled with terror, as if they were looking at the true master of the bottomless abyss. The cause of this phenomenon was naturally Gao Yang's extraordinary charm reward, the calamity aura. Just now, Gao Yang had killed thousands of demons with one strike, causing his calamity aura to stack at least 1,000 layers. Although demons were born from chaos and slaughter, they were still living beings. If they were living beings, they possessed biological instincts. Facing the comprehensive check of Gao Yang's calamity aura, these demons could not avoid it. And facing the murderous aura that soared into the sky from Gao Yang, how could these demons, who were at most of extraordinary strength, pass the check? Even if they were lucky enough to pass the check, do not forget that the calamity aura had an enhanced checking method for such situations. For every life Gao Yang took, these demons who had luckily passed the check had to endure a comprehensive check of the original base check +1. Not to mention that Gao Yang's calamity aura had already accumulated over 1,000 layers, which meant that on top of the base check value, over 1,000 points were added to the comprehensive check value. Under these circumstances, those below the legendary level were basically unable to pass the check. Even legendary powerhouses would find it difficult to pass when facing this level of calamity aura. Having cleared the field with one strike, Gao Yang stood in a slightly casual posture amidst the severed limbs and arms covering the ground. He lifted his head slightly and looked at the Balor demon in the distance, whose eyes were as red as magma. In the angry sea world, facing the siege up for legendary powerhouses, the only thing Gao Yang could do was to try his best to break through. But now, times had changed. His three attributes of strength, agility, and constitution had all reached 25 points. And his three attributes of perception, charm, and intelligence had also reached the extraordinary realm, coupled with his 5 unique talents. A quasi-artifact that had awakened the holy attribute, and Melifina, his soul-bound exclusive support. Gao Yang really did not have much fear when facing the siege up for legendary demons. Whether to fight or flee, one would only know after having a fight. Stared at by Gao Yang like this, the Balor demon in the far distance paused, and then a hint of a smile appeared on its dark red, thick face. As a high-level demon, the Balor was inherently fierce and warlike. Encountering such a provocation, it naturally would not pretend not to see it. Moreover, This Balor demon could basically confirm that the goal the commander had given them for coming here was Gao Yang. TSK. The Balor demon's large mouth split open, and wisps of scorched yellow breath rushed out from the gaps in its gleaming teeth. Its wings behind it suddenly spread out, its thick, pillar-like legs stomped on the ground, and its body soared into the sky. Then, it turned its body and dived toward Gao Yang's location at high speed, with the sword in front and the body behind. The violent flames made it look like a demon king of destruction, carrying the momentum to destroy the world. It thrust its sword down at Gao Yang, watching the Balor demon rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Gao Yang did not dodge or evade. He took a step forward, and a violent airwave exploded. The next moment, his body had already expanded and grown to nearly 20 meters in height. The originally massive and terrifying Balor demon now looked like an underdeveloped child in front of Gao Yang. Gao Yang revealed a ferocious grin, flipped Yong Yao, and slashed down with a roar. As this sword was swung, the majestic power of the strike instantly expanded. Wherever the great sword passed, space shattered inch by inch, and a straight black line was traced out. Following the movement of the sword tip, the Balor's eyes, red as molten lava, contracted slightly. In this strike, he sensed a destructive aura capable of threatening his very life. Clang! Two great swords of different colors collided with a thunderous crash, and the world suddenly fell silent. A violent shockwave spread outward, with massive amounts of sword chi following the ring-shaped impact, dispersing in all directions before the deafening roar finally arrived. Within a kilometer radius beneath Gao Yang's feet, the earth suddenly shattered like a spider web. Large slabs of stone pointed jaggedly toward the sky as dirt and debris flew everywhere. Feeling the terrifying power surging from Yong Yao, Gao Yang took a step forward and swung Yong Yao once more. Chapter 798. Self-destruction. Crimson gold battle chi enveloped Gao Yang's right foot. He stomped down hard, and the spiderweb-like earth instantly burst open, with countless streaks of battle chi, resembling dark red lava, shooting into the sky from the fissures in the ground. Amidst the violent roaring, a wave of sword chi soared upward. Trough, who had been burying his head and retreating desperately, suddenly stopped and turned to look behind him. The scene he saw in the next instant would be etched into his memory for the rest of his life. Beneath the scarlet sky stood a crimson gold great sword that seemed to have no end. Sharp sword chi wantonly sliced through the space around the blade, and dense, countless spatial rifts constantly formed and vanished around the edge. It felt as if the space here could not withstand this great sword and was on the verge of shattering beneath it. On the ground, countless jets of lava erupted toward the sky, and a giant stood proudly amidst the raging magma. Opposite him was the Balor he had seen earlier. "Is that the newcomer I brought back?" Trough muttered to himself as he looked at the scene in the distance. He had not expected that a human he had casually picked up from the street would be strong to such an extent. This level of power was something even their Captain House likely could not achieve. The Balor's entire body suddenly tensed as he looked at Gao Yang, who was twice his size, and that crimson gold great sword that seemed intent on cleaving the heavens and destroying the earth. A sense of dread rose in his heart. He had not expected the target of this ambush to be so powerful. The destructive aura radiating from that great sword, which stretched almost to the horizon, made him realize that he could not block this strike. If he tried to block it by force, he would only die. Only by turning and fleeing might there be a glimmer of hope for survival. The moment this thought appeared, he extinguished it. Facing this great sword, turning to flee was undoubtedly an act of suicide. The Balor let out a furious roar, and flames erupted from his body. The twisted inferno condensed above him into a phantom of a Balor standing nearly 100 meters tall. Feeling the frantically surging power within his body, the Balor Menelaus thrust one hand directly into his own chest. When he pulled his arm away, he had ripped out his own violently beating heart. He gripped his heart, and scorching, hot demonic blood poured onto the flame sword in his right hand. In an instant, surging blood flames ignited upon the Balor's great sword. Gripping the blood flame sword, the Balor Menelaus roared and swung it down toward Gao Yang. Calamity, overweight slash. A sound like tearing silk exploded along with Gao Yang's furious sword strike. Under the gaze of many living beings, the crimson gold great sword, which resembled a mountain, crashed down. Wherever it passed, space shattered directly. revealing the broken and mottled astral realm behind the void. There were no extra techniques, nor any wasted words. It was simply the strongest means used for the most direct head-on collision. Under the gaze of countless people, the crimson gold greatsword and the blood flame sword collided with a thunderous crash. Spiderweb-like cracks immediately spread through the surrounding space. The next moment, following the collision of violent power, the space here burst open. Countless spatial fragments shot out in all directions, and a spatial black hole appeared at the center of the impact. This sight made Troph's scalp tingle. He hurriedly turned his head and ran toward the distance with all his might. Before he had run more than a few steps, a buzzing sound filled his ears, and his entire body was instantly thrown over 100 meters away. When he climbed up from the ground and shook his head, he saw that at the center of the battle, the crimson gold greatsword, heavy as a mountain range, had already carved into the earth, which could no longer bear the weight. A canyon 10,000 meters long had appeared on the myriad abyss plain. As for that legendary level Balor, his entire body had been shattered into a pool of scarlet blood mist under that single strike. Looking at the scarlet blood mist beneath the sword, Troph's eyes were vacant, but in an instant, they were filled with terror. He saw a spark of fire suddenly appear within the blood mist where the Balor Menelaus had exploded. The moment the hellfire appeared, it instantly ignited the blood mist that his body had become. With a whoosh, the surging hellfire exploded violently. In that instant, the world suddenly turned dark, followed by a sea of blood red. As a sun burning with blood flames filled everyone's field of vision, Balor explosion, between heaven and earth. It was as if the dying roar of the Balor had echoed. The next moment, the blood-red sun erupted with blinding light and detonated. A ring-shaped heatwave instantly swept outward, engulfing everything visible to the naked eye. Troph did not even have time to blink before the scorching shockwave slammed into his chest. Crack! A series of dense bone-breaking sounds exploded in Troph's mind, and his body was thrown backward like a broken sack. Such intense pain did not cause him to pass out, because Troph clearly saw that before the shockwave reached his position, countless people standing in front of him had been completely obliterated by the blast. It was precisely because of these people acting as a shield that Troph survived the Balor's self-destruction. He was already over 5 kilometers away from the center of the explosion. And even at such a distance, he was nearly killed by the aftermath. It was hard to imagine what the situation was for Gao Yang, who had been standing at the very center of the blast. What was the situation? Naturally, it was to withstand it head-on with a formidable physique, endless battle chi, and terrifying regenerative power. Such a close range, rapid explosion left Gao Yang almost no time to react. The moment that blood-colored sun appeared, Gao Yang understood that when faced with such a mutually destructive tactic, the best approach was to take it head-on. Therefore, at the instant of the explosion, he held his eternal glory greatsword in front of him, his thick battle chi completely enveloping his body. As for Milifena, she was quick-witted enough to hide behind Gao Yang, being entirely shielded by his broad and sturdy frame. Almost the moment Gao Yang finished his defense, the blood flame sun detonated right in front of him. The violent blood flames, carrying enough heat to scorch through space, instantly submerged Gao Yang. In just a split second, the part of Gao Yang's body facing the explosion was directly vaporized by the terrifying heat. However, as Gao Yang circulated his battle chi, his life essence surged like a rushing river, continuously repairing his body. For a time, his body was caught in a constant tug-of-war between vaporization and regeneration. But a few seconds later, as the most intense wave of the explosion passed, what remained was no longer enough to pose a fatal threat to Gao Yang. Gao Yang exhaled a puff of white mist, having gained a clearer understanding of the self-destruction of a Balor demon upon death. At the same time, he also gained a clearer understanding of the strength of his own capabilities. Gao Yang reached out and placed the dark red treasure chest from the center of the explosion into his inventory. This Balor had actually contributed a treasure chest. It was truly quite generous. A sense of crisis struck him. It was the other 3 legendary demons pressing in. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed, locking directly onto the Nalfeshi furthest away from him. When faced with Gao Yang, this type of legendary demon, which relied primarily on mental and illusion-based attacks, would likely be unable to exert even half of its true strength. Chapter 799. Differences in legendary ability systems in the distance. Being stared at by Gao Yang, the fat, pig-like legendary Nalfeshni, Ali, felt his rolls of fat tremble involuntarily. Among the four of them, the strongest high-tier demon, Menelaus, had been killed by this human with a single sword strike in their first encounter. Even the Balor clan's signature self-destruction had been withstood head-on by the opponent, and an opponent of such strength was now looking toward him. How could he not panic? Demons are also living beings. When choosing between life and death, Ali would definitely choose to live, because only by living could he torture more lives and enjoy the thrill of watching fresh lives perish under his hands. Facing Gao Yang's gaze, Ali couldn't help but slow his pace. He used his own mental power to construct layers of mental barriers in front of him, while simultaneously moving closer to his companions, as if only then could he gain a shred of security. Seeing this, Gao Yang swept his gaze over the other two legendary demons. Seeing them begin to converge toward one another, a smile appeared on his face beneath his mask. The next moment, Gao Yang thrust his sword toward the legendary Nalfeshni, Howley, without hesitation. Catastrophe Cone Rain. A pale golden, cone-shaped sword aura flashed before Gao Yang, and in the next moment, it had already appeared in front of the Nalfeshni. The Cone Rain sword aura pierced through layer after layer of mental barriers. Although it only penetrated a dozen or so layers, which was nothing compared to the hundreds of mental barriers in front of Ali, this sudden turn of events still made Ali break out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't prepared his defenses in advance, he might have been pierced through by that single strike. Thinking of this, Ali breathed a slight sigh of relief. The next moment, the pale golden sword aura that had stopped outside his mental barriers suddenly vanished, replaced by the human powerhouse clad in silver-white armor and wielding a crimson-gold greatsword. Ali's fat shuddered violently. In that instant, he directly detonated the hundreds of mental barriers he had set up. A massive surge of mental power boiled over at that moment, and ripples like water waves appeared in the space around Ali. His eyes erupted with a blinding, translucent light, and his giant mouth opened, letting out a silent roar toward Gao Yang. Under Ali's control, the visible mental power converged into a torrent, blasting toward Gao Yang. Soul Judgment. Upon reaching the legendary rank, the abilities of legendary professionals begin to specialize, or one could say they begin to deepen based on their original abilities. Just like the legendary devil, the soul tyrant Mephitos, whom Gao Yang first faced, the abilities he mastered were solely soul and blood energy. There was nothing else. And like the legendary Nalfeshni before him, the opponent only mastered one type of ability, mental power. Mastering only one ability meant being able to pour all of one's energy into that ability system, thereby continuously digging deeper into it and drawing power from it. However, this approach clearly had its drawbacks. Just like the legendary Glabrezu, Ligu, who had been killed by Gao Yang's sword, or the legendary Nalfeshni before him, when facing an existence like Gao Yang, who possessed extremely strong resistance and immunity to mental, willpower, and psychic attacks, their strength could not be 100% effective against him. Of course, existences like Gao Yang were, after all, in the minority. Legendary powerhouses with a single ability system were not necessarily weaker than those who mastered multiple ability systems in legendary tier combat. In fact, because their ability system was singular, the combat performance of such legendary powerhouses could be even more eye-catching. But if they reached a certain height within the legendary realm, the legendary powerhouses with a single ability system would show signs of weakness. Simply put, when facing those legendary powerhouses who had mastered multiple ability systems, the combat power of a single ability legendary powerhouse did not decline, but they could not keep up with the accelerated growth in combat power of the multi-ability legendary powerhouses. However, whether one mastered a single ability system or multiple was, to a certain extent, not decided by the Nalfeshni Ali or the Glabrezu Ligo. After all, their rank was only that of mid-tier demons. Being able to break through to the legendary rank already meant they had surpassed their racial limits. Under these circumstances, they could only develop along the path of the abilities inherent to their race. And from this point, one could see that the legendary devil Mephitos was definitely not a weakling among legends, and his potential was far beyond that of an average legendary being. Reflecting on it now, how could a devil capable of controlling a demi-plane be anything ordinary? Thoughts surged through his mind, but that did not hinder Gao Yang from dealing with the attack from the Nalfeshniali. Or rather, faced with the Nalfeshniali's attack, Gao Yang did not need to do much to respond. He simply took a silent step forward, and the Yongyao in his hand slashed down with an understated gray-stop catastrophe: world annihilation. As this sword descended, Gao Yang's battle aura and willpower plummeted significantly, the formidable willpower and battle aura merging to jointly propel the strike. The tip of the Yongyao sword traced a precise and perfect arc in front of Gao Yang, and an endless aura of destruction transformed into a crescent-shaped black slash, heading toward the Nalfeshniali. Wherever the black crescent slash passed, the space seemed like a stack of white paper being sliced by a paper cutter, neatly parting to both sides. Despair appeared in the eyes of the Nalfeshniali, because the mental torrent he had unleashed with all his might was also sliced open by this sword, turning from a single surge into two streams that rushed toward the human opposite him. Although the overall situation had not changed, Ali understood in his heart that the power of his attack had dropped by more than half. The mental torrent struck Gao Yang's body first. Despite being an almost invisible mental force, it emitted a roar like a mountain collapse or a tsunami at this moment. Amidst this roaring sound, a phantom defensive barrier constructed from countless spell formulas appeared on Gao Yang's body's surface. It was the soul defense built by the secret technique Steadfast Soul. Protected by the soul shield, Gao Yang seemed to have turned into a reef, letting the mental torrent crash against him. Yet it could do nothing to him. At the same time, the World Annihilation Sword aura had already cut through the entire mental torrent and reached the front of the Nalfeshniali. Ali roared, surging his remaining mental power, attempting to reconstruct a mental barrier in front of him. But the next moment, the dozen or so mental barriers he constructed had no effect at all. The World Annihilation Sword aura slashed forward, cutting through the mental barriers along the way without even causing a ripple. An attack sharp enough to cut through the world itself naturally faced no surprises when encountering these mental barriers. Ali turned to flee, but it was already too late. The pitch-black crescent sword aura passed through his body, and an endless destructive sword energy erupted within him. Ali's movements suddenly paused, and then he fell to both sides without a sound. All of this seemed extremely long, but in the eyes of the onlookers, it was merely a blink of an eye. Gao Yang swung his sword. Ali let out a roar, and then the latter was killed in one strike. That was all. Chapter 800 Retreat. Having killed the Nalfeshniali with one strike, Gao Yang instantly vanished from his spot and returned to his original position. The fifth one, Gao Yang counted silently in his heart and glanced at the other two directions of the battlefield. Following his consecutive slaying of two legendary demons, the movements of the other two legendary demons clearly showed hesitation. This was because they were unsure whether they, too, would be killed in a single strike if they faced Gao Yang. They hesitated, but Gao Yang did not hesitate in the slightest. Amidst flickering lightning, he shot directly toward the legendary demon closest to him. Now, while the demon side's commander had not yet dispatched a legendary demon with sufficient strength, every extra legendary he killed brought him one step closer to completing his mission. If the demon commander's reaction was too slow, Gao Yang was even confident that before new legendary demon reinforcements arrived, he could kill these two legendary demons and then rush toward the nearest legendary battlefield to coordinate with the mercenary army's legendary powerhouses, surrounding and killing the hostile legendary demons. In this way, he could basically complete his mission through a single battle. Seeing Gao Yang transform into a streak of lightning and charge toward him, that legendary demon let out a roar of shock and anger. Dark red flames erupted from his body, and amidst the fiercely burning fire, he transformed into a ball of burning flames and rushed toward the location of the other legendary demon. Faced with Gao Yang, he chose to join forces with his teammate to deal with him together. Boom boom! Just as Gao Yang was preparing to continue his pursuit, three evil auras suddenly soared into the sky from the nearby battlefield. Three legendary demons took flight directly from the battlefield and charged toward his position. Gao Yang's footsteps paused, and his gaze flickered for an instant. Although he could complete his legendary promotion mission directly if he could slay all five of these legendary demons, Gao Yang had not yet become so arrogant as to go head-to-head with five legendary demons. This was a battlefield, not a dueling arena. Even if he could forcibly kill 5 legendary demons, he would inevitably pay a great price in such a situation. Under those circumstances, he wouldn't even need the subsequent endless stream of legendary powerhouses from the demon army to arrive. The surging demon army alone could drown him. Thinking of this, Gao Yang turned his body and shot toward the rear like lightning. The 5 legendary demons gathered together and did not continue their pursuit. To be honest, judging by Gao Yang's performance just now, he was likely already a veteran legendary. If they faced such a legendary powerhouse alone, their fate would be no better than the 2 demons who had died under his sword. Fortunately, the opponent was wary of them and chose to retreat. After the lightning flashed several times, Gao Yang had already appeared at the edge of the battlefield. There were no demons here anymore, only the mercenaries who had been lucky enough to survive. Seeing Gao Yang step out from the lightning, the vast majority of mercenaries averted their gazes, not daring to look him in the eye for fear of angering him. Only a few bold mercenaries secretly looked at Gao Yang with eyes full of awe and curiosity. Gao Yang did not care about other people's gazes, even if those gazes carried a hint of inquiry and curiosity. He never disdained attacking the weak, provided that such weaklings did not stand in opposition to him. If they stood in his way, let alone the weak, even a mortal without the strength to truss a chicken would not make him show the slightest mercy. From this point of view, Gao Yang had indeed received a traditional and complete education in Chinese civilization. He would basically never make such low-level mistakes as failing to pull up the weeds by the roots. Gao Yang did not care, but that did not mean others felt the same. Just like now, Melifana sat perched on Gao Yang's shoulder, puffed up with pride. Every gaze cast in their direction acted like a stimulant, injecting a surge of excitement into her body. Simply put, under the scrutiny of these eyes, she had reached the pinnacle of her feline life. Gao Yang glanced back at the mercenary army that had begun to retreat, then looked at the legendary mercenary captains who were gathering together, also intending to withdraw. Following that, he found a spot far from the battlefield and sat down cross-legged. He had only been involved in the blood war for less than half a day, yet Gao Yang's gains were substantial. In the midst of this blood war, he could unleash his strength without restraint, never needing to worry about harming the innocent or shattering this plane. Within the demon army, there was no such thing as an innocent, and given the status of the infinite layers of the abyss, it was virtually impossible for the plane to collapse. One must realize that the blood war had been raging for endless ages. As one of the primary battlefields of the blood war, and one that directly bordered the 9 hells of Badr, the infinite layers of the abyss had remained largely unchanged. This alone demonstrated that the space of the infinite layers of the abyss was terrifyingly stable, and that the plane itself held an incredibly high status. According to the descriptions of worlds within the Eastern Transcendent lineage, the infinite layers of the abyss was a top-tier Great Thousand world. As for Gao Yang slaying 2 legendary demons with 2 sword strikes, it might have appeared effortless, but in reality, it was the result of his long accumulation finally bearing fruit. Whether it was the use of human calamity, swallow return, or the instantaneous execution of high lethality sword techniques like human calamity, nirvana, or natural disaster, overweight slash, these were things Gao Yang could only achieve after bitter cultivation. In fact, before he had increased his attributes, his physical strength and attack speed would not have supported him in reaching such a level. Yet, after consecutively executing 2 legendary demons in an instant, even Gao Yang's battle chi and willpower were somewhat drained. It was not that he had completely lost his combat capability, but rather that he needed a little time to recover from the previous expenditure. Legends were not cabbages. Even if Gao Yang could instantly slay a legendary demon, it still required a massive consumption of battle chi, physical stamina, and willpower. However, after cutting down to legendary demons, Gao Yang's understanding of his own combat performance had become increasingly clear. As he was now, he could manage to hold his ground for a while even when besieged by multiple legends, as long as the number of attackers did not exceed 5. Or if no veteran legends appeared, Gao Yang possessed the strength to put up a fight. Of course, in all of this, Melifana's auxiliary role was also indispensable. After sitting for a while, the energy Gao Yang had expended earlier had mostly recovered. At this moment, Those mercenary captains had also joined forces and retreated from the battlefield for the mercenary camp. House and the other 8 legendary captains were old acquaintances. To survive in this brutal blood war, unity was essential. This was why the mercenary army could maintain a scale of over 10,000 people. And it was also the reason why captains like House remained active on the front lines of employment. After the 8 mercenary captains returned to the mercenary gathering point, they did not pause for a moment, immediately leading the remaining 6,000 or so mercenaries to retreat rapidly. During this process, House looked at Gao Yang several times, but he did not walk over to converse, merely nodding in mutual acknowledgement. Chapter 801, Winning Over. Compared to the speed of their arrival, the return journey was much slower. On one hand, the mercenaries had been fighting for nearly half a day and were already physically exhausted. On the other hand, they had lost nearly half their manpower. And even the mercenaries who had luckily survived were mostly wounded, which left the morale of the troop at an all-time low. The infinite layers of the abyss had no distinction between day and night. The sky was always a dark red. Therefore, the concept of time was not universal here. Gao Yang could only roughly estimate based on the Chinese time he was familiar with. They had walked for nearly 3 hours before returning to the mercenary camp. Upon returning to the mercenary camp, the originally dull and dejected atmosphere visibly eased by several degrees. The various mercenary captains and members walked toward their respective encampments. Before Gao Yang could move his feet, House had already walked over. This tower-like, sturdy man was stained with dark red blood, and there was a fist-sized, gaping hole in his chest and abdomen, visible from front to back. However, the bleeding had already stopped, and new granulation tissue was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked like the wound would be fully healed in at most a day. House extended a broad, callous palm, a friendly smile on his face. I really didn't expect that our Warfire mercenary group would actually attract a legendary powerhouse to join. House's voice carried the ruggedness and boldness unique to a warrior, making it easy for others to feel a sense of goodwill. Let's have a formal introduction. House Trovsky, legendary berserker, Scarlet Blade, and also the captain of the Warfire mercenary group. You should be aware of that. Gao Yang looked at the palm House extended and likewise reached out his right hand to shake it, feeling the solid texture transmitted through their palms. Gao Yang paused for a moment before speaking. Gao Yang, I don't have a legendary title yet. Just a human who had no choice but to come to the blood war battlefield. House looked at Gao Yang in surprise, clearly taken aback by the fact that Gao Yang had not yet obtained a legendary title and by his excessive humility. As a legendary berserker, a straightforward and frank nature was one of House's traits. So he asked directly, Gao Yang, is this your first time coming to the blood war battlefield? That doesn't seem hard to guess. Gao Yang said slowly as he withdrew his hand. House was stunned, then understood what Gao Yang meant. Indeed, given the strength Gao Yang had displayed on the battlefield, if this were not his first time in the blood war, he would absolutely not have appeared in a small, obscure mercenary group like the Warfire mercenary group. Moreover, if this were not Gao Yang's first time in the blood war, he would certainly have had his own legendary companions with him, just like House. Don't be fooled by the fact that he established the Warfire mercenary corps. In reality, the 9 legendary powerhouses of the entire mercenary camp were old acquaintances who had known each other for a long time, as well as comrades in arms who had shared life and death experiences. As for why they established a mercenary corps, it was naturally to earn the price difference between hiring them as individual legendary powerhouses and hiring the entire mercenary corps. And the ultimate goal of everything House and the others did was simple: to accumulate enough wealth to fully support their captain, that legendary mage, in building a floating city. After all, the reason House was able to advance to the legendary rank had a lot to do with his captain's selfless guidance. Under these circumstances, supporting their captain in building a floating city not only strengthened their captain but also provided House and the others with a sufficiently powerful backer. That is correct. For the entire multiverse, a mage who possesses a floating city is inherently in an invincible position. In this situation, having a mage with a floating city as a captain is naturally an extremely solid foundation of support. Upon hearing that Gao Yang was visiting the blood war battlefield for the first time, House became even more enthusiastic. For him and their team, being able to add another legendary level combatant meant they could double their asking price for future contracts. Yes, don't let the high mortality rate of legends in the Blood War fool you. The cost of hiring a legend is equally high. And this price continues to rise as the number of legends increases. While hiring a single legend is cheaper, a lone legend is far too insignificant in a war like the Blood War, which involves millions or even tens of millions of combatants. However, once the number of legends increases, the power they can exert through mutual coordination grows exponentially. To put it simply, if House and his legendary team act together, they can execute decapitation tactics. With 9 legends acting in unison, there is basically no possibility of survival for any entity of the same rank. Therefore, when hiring legendary powerhouses in the Blood War, the more legends there are, the higher the price. And for a group like House and his team, who are not only a legendary squad themselves, but also command a large mercenary corps with tens of thousands of members, the price is even more exorbitant. This is also why House and the others have the confidence to help their captain accumulate the massive wealth required to build a floating city. Gao Yang, since you have joined the Warfire mercenary corps, it is fate, and as a legend, you should receive the treatment that a legendary powerhouse deserves, House said generously. You are also qualified to participate in meetings belonging to legends. After saying this, House turned his head to look at the largest barracks in the mercenary camp and said, "We are about to hold a meeting. Would you like to come?" Gao Yang's eyes flickered, and he did not refuse. Seeing this, the smile on House's face became even brighter. Soon, the two arrived at that massive barracks. Inside the barracks, apart from House, the other 8 legendary commanders were already there. As soon as House entered, he spoke first to come, "Fellow commanders, let me introduce you. This is Gao Yang, currently the Vice Commander of our Warfire Mercenary Corps. This is also Vice Commander Gao Yang's first time on the Blood War battlefield, so I hope you will all take good care of him in the future." Upon hearing this, the other 8 people, whose faces had been calm or indifferent, immediately broke into smiles. As House's teammates, his introduction was clear enough. Gao Yang was a rookie legend who had just arrived at the Blood War. Of course, the other party's strength did not fall into the category of a rookie. For a legendary newcomer visiting the Blood War for the first time, as long as they offered enough enthusiasm and sincerity, even if they couldn't absorb him into their team, having him cooperate for a short period was extremely important for their group. This represented a full doubling of their profits. "Hello, Vice Commander Gao, please sit down. Your performance in today's battle truly shocked us." A young man with sword-like eyebrows and star-bright eyes laughed heartily, offering compliments while actively inviting Gao Yang to take a seat. "Who says otherwise? When I saw Vice Commander Gao kill a legendary battler with a single sword strike, it scared the life out of me." A legendary woman with a graceful figure and light golden wavy hair said this, unable to help but reach out and pat her ample chest, which immediately caused a surging wave of motion. Chapter 802. Joining and a new mercenary mission. Facing the kind invitations of the many legends, Gao Yang did not decline and sat directly in an empty seat, while House sat beside him. Melifina remained perched on Gao Yang's shoulder as usual, and the 9 legends present did not express any objections. After Gao Yang sat down, he looked at the legendary mage who was the leader. This legendary mage looked to be about 30 years old, carrying an air of profound knowledge and a mysterious temperament. Gao Yang was not surprised by this. Among the mages he had interacted with, nearly 90% possessed this aura. This was because it was something cultivated through long-term study of various knowledge and conducting experiments. The stronger the mage, the more they appeared on the surface to be a learned elder. Just as Gao Yang was observing the legendary mage, the latter also cast his gaze toward him and said, "I am Ange Bailey. I am very pleased that our mercenary corps has gained the addition of Vice Commander Gao and this cat elf lady." Gao Yang smiled slightly, and Melifina puffed out her small chest even higher. After a simple greeting, Ange Bailey began to summarize the previous battle situation. As several commanders spoke one after another, Gao Yang did not interrupt, simply sitting there quietly and listening. Soon, the discussion between Ange Bailey, House, and the other commanders concluded. Afterward, Ange Bailey looked at Gao Yang and asked with a smile, "Vice Commander Gao, I wonder what your plans are for the future." When this question was asked, House and the other mercenary commanders also fell silent, turning their gazes toward Gao Yang, waiting for his answer. Gao Yang had already determined the attitude of Ange Bailey, House, and the other commanders. After he displayed strength capable of nearly insta-killing a legendary demon, they were very eager for him to remain in this mercenary camp. However, for Gao Yang, where he stayed was not important. What he cared about was whether he could continue to participate in high-intensity warfare over the next 2 days, because only in this way could he slay a sufficient number of legendary entities and thereby complete his own mission. If the mercenary group intended to rest, then no matter how high the conditions and rewards they offered, Gao Yang would have to refuse, because, if that were the case, it would mean he would need to choose a new camp. As for participating in the blood war as a lone wolf, almost no one would do that. That would mean enemies were everywhere he looked, which was almost fatal on the battlefield of the blood war. Seeing Gao Yang deep in thought, Ange Bailey did not urge him, and the others did the same. For a moment, the atmosphere in the barracks seemed somewhat quiet. However, this quiet atmosphere was soon interrupted by a somewhat weary yawn. Because Melifano was truly exhausted, she could not help but yawn. But after the yawn, she noticed that everyone else was looking at her, and she immediately buried her head behind Gao Yang's ear in embarrassment. Gao Yang smiled, reached out to stroke Melifana's soft paws, and then looked at Ange Bailey, saying, "My plans depend on Commander Bailey." A trace of confusion appeared in Ange Bailey's eyes. He did not understand the meaning of Gao Yang's words. Gao Yang did not play coy and said straightforwardly, "The mercenary group has lost 40% of its manpower. Does Commander Bailey intend to continue accepting commissions, or take a temporary rest?" Now Ange Bailey understood. He gave Gao Yang a meaningful look and then said without hesitation, "In the land of the blood war, stopping means death. So the magic energy mercenary group will not halt its pace of war. The warfire mercenary group won't either." House followed up, grinning broadly and speaking heroically. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He looked at Ange Bailey and said, "As it happens, I don't intend to stop either." After speaking, he extended his right hand toward Ange Bailey, and the latter also extended his right hand to shake his firmly. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face, and he said in a relaxed tone, "So, Commander Bailey, my sword is already famished." "How good." House burst into loud laughter and slapped Gao Yang on the shoulder, following a muffled thud. A slightly sharp cat's meow followed immediately after. Melifano was startled by the sudden loud noise, facing Melifana's sharp gaze. House sheepishly withdrew his hand. Gao Yang's agreement to join immediately made House and the others feel delighted, as this meant their subsequent commission fees would be double what they were before. Although they needed to allocate a share to Gao Yang, the reward each person would receive would still be more than 50% higher than before. This also meant that the speed at which they accumulated resources had increased by a significant margin out of thin air. Ange Bailey smiled and snapped his fingers, and bottles of fine wine and fruits were lifted by invisible hands. Arriving in front of everyone, replenish your energy briefly. We will go find the employer later." With the commander having spoken, the others naturally had no objections. Gao Yang did not care about the rewards. He only wanted to join the blood war as soon as possible. Under Ange Bailey's lead, everyone quickly replenished their stamina. Afterward, under the gaze of Gao Yang and the others, Ange Bailey rubbed the fire-red crystal-like ring worn on the second knuckle of his right ring finger. Faint magical fluctuations rippled out, forming a translucent hollow magic sphere in the middle of the group. After a long while, an existence completely hidden in shadows appeared inside this magic sphere. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed as he looked carefully at the figure inside the magic sphere. But no matter how hard he tried, even attaching his willpower to his eyes, he still could not see through the layer of shadow on the other party's body. Realizing this, he stopped being curious and just stood quietly in his original position, looking at the figure inside the magic sphere. If there were no surprises, this should be the employer who had hired the entire mercenary army. When Ange Bailey saw the figure appear in the magic sphere, his originally calm and smiling expression vanished instantly, replaced by bloodshot eyes and a face full of agitation and anger. Even with Gao Yang's experience, he had to sigh that it was a pity Ange Bailey did not become an actor. Ange Bailey stared at the figure in the magic sphere with bloodshot eyes, roaring at the other party as if he were insane. Didn't you say there wouldn't be more than 10 legendary entities attacking us in this commission mission? Why were there nearly 15 legendary entities today? Do you know how many men we lost? A full 60%. A full 60%. Those people were my brothers in arms and beloved friends. And because of your wrong orders, they were left on the battlefield forever. The person in the magic sphere seemed to be stunned by Ange Bailey's preemptive momentum. After Ange Bailey finished speaking, a few seconds passed before a neutral voice, indistinguishable in gender or racial characteristics, came from the magic sphere. According to the prior agreement, your reward will be tripled, and I will personally add another share as compensation for the loss of your mercenaries. Upon hearing the offer from the figure in the magic sphere, even with Ange Bailey's professional conduct, he almost failed to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up wildly. But fortunately, out of respect for the employer, Ange Bailey still put on a grief-stricken expression. Glaring at the employer in the magic sphere, can their lives be measured by cold money? You are insulting us. Add another share. A voice as calm as if it had no fluctuations came from the magic sphere. However, having said that, it is already extremely difficult for them to achieve such a feat with their strength. Even if they hadn't fallen here, I'm afraid they would have fallen somewhere else. Ange Bailey shifted his tone, the previous grief and madness having long since vanished, replaced by an expression of profound righteousness. Gao Yang felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. He was certain that those mercenaries would never be remembered by Ange Bailey. All that talk of brothers in arms and beloved friends was merely to drive up the price. As for Milafina, who was squatting on his shoulder, her cat-like eyes were widened to their limit, looking as if she were gaining some eye-opening experience. Very well, the transaction is concluded. Can we now discuss the next round of business? The figure within the magic orb rippled slightly, its voice echoing in everyone's ears. Ange Bailey immediately bowed slightly, responding with the most professional demeanor possible. Of course, please go ahead. Seemingly satisfied with Ange Bailey's attitude, the figure in the magic orb rippled once more before saying, your mercenary group has lost 60% of its personnel. I suspect there are only about 5,000 left now. However, there are advantages to having fewer numbers. I need you to head to the Bronze Citadel and support our temporary allies from there. To chisel open a corner of the Bronze Citadel. Chisel open the Bronze Citadel. A trace of confusion appeared in Ange Bailey's eyes. He understood every word the other party said, but when those words were combined into a sentence, he could no longer grasp the meaning. What was the Bronze Citadel? It was Avernus, the first layer of the 9 Hells of Badr, and also one of the main battlefields of the Blood War. The Bronze Citadel was the final line of defense for Avernus, yet it was also known as the fortress that never falls. With just their few legendary powerhouses and 5,000 mercenaries, they were expected to chisel through a corner of the Bronze Citadel. Was this definitely not a joke? Ange Bailey thought this to himself, then spoke it directly aloud. Are you certain this is not a joke? Do you think I would joke with you? The voice of the figure in the magic orb grew noticeably colder, the reply blunt and unceremonious. Ange Bailey was not angered by the other party's tone. He simply stated the facts calmly. The Bronze Citadel is not something our small mercenary group can breach. If it weren't for our several previous collaborations, I would even think you were sending us to our deaths. That will certainly not happen. The employer shook their head and continued. You do not need to truly chisel through the Bronze Citadel. All you need to do is kill every devil on the specific section of the wall we have selected. Once that is done, you may retreat. Ange Bailey exchanged a look with House and the others without changing his expression. After a brief silent communication, he lowered his voice and asked, and the payment? Half an hour ago, Ange Bailey and his group were still helping the devil side by slaughtering the lives of the demon side. But in less than half an hour, Ange Bailey and his group had switched sides entirely. Their current target was now the Bronze Citadel, and they had to kill all the devils on that fortress. But this was the nature of Blood War mercenaries. As long as the price was high enough, they might even dare to stand toe-to-toe with gods. This was why Ange Bailey asked about the payment directly. If the pay was right, This job was truly worth doing. In any case, they as mercenaries only needed to follow the main force. Only after the main force had drawn the vast majority of the firepower would it be their turn to enter the fray. Twice the previous payment. That should be enough for you to fill your pockets to the brim. The employer's shadow quickly made an offer. Upon hearing this, Ange Bailey's heart skipped a few beats uncontrollably. Though he quickly forced himself to remain calm, he looked at the employer in the magic orb and said, "That was the price for hiring the 9 of us plus the mercenary group. Now that our mercenary group has 10 legendary powerhouses, shouldn't the payment be reconsidered according to the rules?" Oh, the employer's shadow was quite curious. Its body turned a circle within the magic orb, pausing significantly on Gao Yang. Then it said, "Is this newcomer the newly joined legendary powerhouse? Does he have any combat achievements?" Having anticipated that the other party would ask this, Ange Bailey immediately said, "You can have someone inquire about the blood war that took place today. This newly joined legendary powerhouse of ours killed a legendary battler with a single sword strike, and relied on his physical body alone to withstand the self-destruction of the battler afterward." Ange Bailey's explanation seemed to stun their employer, who remained silent for a long time. After a good while, the employer finally said, "For times the payment, you must take that section of the wall from the garrison for me. Do you hear? Task guaranteed to be completed." Even with Ange Bailey's strong heart, he couldn't help but pledge his loyalty at this moment. The figure in the magic orb moved slightly, then said coldly, "Enough nonsense. Prepare to relocate. By tomorrow night at the latest. I want to see you appear in Avernus, joining the assault on the Bronze Citadel. Half of the payment will be sent to you shortly along with the mission objectives and location. Pay attention to the receipt. Understood?" As Ange Bailey finished speaking, the magic orb instantly dissolved into pure magic and dissipated into the air. Ange Bailey smiled at the others and said, "A big deal. Is this deal a bit too big? Might we lose our lives because of it?" The woman with the charming appearance who had spoken earlier asked with some concern. "If it weren't big, how could there be such a high reward?" Ange Bailey shook his head, unimpressed. "For times the payment neither we nor the mercenaries under our command will refuse after hearing this number. Of course, out of respect, we will still honor the opinions of the mercenaries. If anyone is unwilling to join, they can simply leave the mercenary group. No one will deliberately stop them." Hearing Ange Bailey's explanation, the woman who had spoken earlier sat down with some relief and then looked at the others. Chapter 803: The Impact of Spreading Reputation as a Teammate. The woman appeared to be seeking the opinions of the others, but in reality, she was looking mostly at Gao Yang. If it had been House or the others looking at Gao Yang with such a consultative gaze, it might have caused him a hint of dissatisfaction. However, since Katarina was a woman, and a beauty who perfectly aligned with the aesthetic preferences of most men, there was not much of an issue. Sensing Katarina's gaze, Gao Yang merely shrugged slightly. He did not have many thoughts regarding this current mercenary mission. Could he simply refuse to go just because he did not want to put himself in danger? Therefore, rather than continuing to stay here, he actually wanted to set off for the 9 hells of Badr as soon as possible. Based on the conversation just now, it was estimated that they would not reach Avernus, the first layer of Badr, until tomorrow night. This meant that from now until tomorrow during the day, he would be unable to engage in any combat. The time left for him to complete his mission was only from tomorrow night through the entirety of the day after. To kill 5 legendary powerhouses within those 2 nights and 1 day was indeed a significant amount of pressure. Fortunately, if the demon army began to assault the Bronze Citadel, it would certainly not be something that could be taken in a short amount of time. This meant that by the time they arrived at the Bronze Citadel, the ensuing battle would definitely last for a long period. During this process, the fighting would not cease, which was undoubtedly good news for Gao Yang. Seeing Gao Yang express his stance, Ange Bailey felt a slight sense of relief. To be honest, the danger level of this mission was extremely high. He had not even dared to proactively ask if Gao Yang was willing to participate. He was simply worried that Gao Yang might go back on his word, in which case their profits would be greatly reduced. However, fortunately, under Katarina's questioning gaze, the answer Gao Yang gave satisfied everyone. With this thought in mind, Ange Bailey said, "All right, everyone return to your teams." After resting for 2 hours, we will set off for the Bronze Citadel. The members of the various mercenary groups responded one after another, then rose and walked outside. House turned his head to look at Gao Yang and continued to say enthusiastically, "Let's go, Deputy Commander Gao. We need to head back as well." Gao Yang nodded and followed behind House, walking straight out of the barracks. After returning to the Warfire mercenary group's camp, under House's arrangement, Lin Weiwei took Gao Yang to a separate barrack to rest, then began announcing the upcoming mission to the other mercenaries. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, slowly eating a light clove fruit. He felt not the slightest burden regarding everything he was currently enjoying. As an existence capable of slaying a legendary powerhouse with a single sword strike, these were all things he deserved. Gao Yang, do you think that after we head to the Bronze Citadel, we will still be able to kill as many legendary powerhouses as we did today? Melifina crouched to the side, holding a piece of dried fish from her hometown, asking as she nibbled on it. Gao Yang thought for a moment but did not give a definitive answer. Judging by the intensity of the Blood War battlefield and the number of legendary powerhouses present, completing the mission did not seem too difficult. But after all, those were 5 legendary powerhouses, not just some common cabbages. To guarantee that he could slay 5 of them would definitely be a manifestation of an extremely inflated ego. Therefore, he looked at Melifina and said, "We have already come this far, so there is no need to overthink it. Just do our best." Melifina thought about it, nodded, and did not ask further. For her, advancing to the legendary rank was not a particularly important goal in her cat life. Even if she remained stuck in the transcendent realm without any progress, as long as there was warm sunshine and delicious dried fish, life would already be wonderful enough for her. However, now that she and Gao Yang had concluded a soul partner contract, Melifina decided that in the upcoming battles, she would do her utmost to assist Gao Yang in achieving their goal of legendary advancement, because she knew perfectly well that if it were not for her innate ability, Gao Yang would likely have already advanced to the legendary rank by now, and he certainly would not have come to the Blood War lands to risk his life. When 2 hours had passed, Gao Yang opened his eyes right on time. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and then walked toward the door. Pulling the door open, Gao Yang stood at the entrance, watching the team members lining up to receive their mercenary rewards. After the previous mission, the Warfire mercenary group now had fewer than 60 people left. Excluding the few who were severely injured, there were still a full 50 people in line. However, the condition of these 50 people looked quite decent. Gao Yang knew very well in his heart that their slightly excited spirits were all stimulated by the generous rewards. The so-called heavy rewards bring out brave men as long as the pay was sufficient. Even if the next second were hell, there would be plenty of mercenaries who would firmly take that step. Their employer understood this truth perfectly. House appeared by Gao Yang's side at some point, standing shoulder to shoulder with him as he looked at the bustling team members. "How is your recovery?" Gao Yang did not turn his head to look at him, merely nodding slightly without any extra movement. Seeing this, House grinned and said, "The reward for this mission is very generous. Do you know how many magic gems each of us 10 legendary powerhouses will get?" Hearing this, Gao Yang looked at House with slight curiosity. He was also somewhat curious about the going rate for legendary powerhouses in the Blood War lands. House held up 2 fingers, waved them in front of Gao Yang, and laughed. "A full 20 magic gems, Deputy Commander Gao. This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we would have only been able to get 10 at most." Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. 10 magic gems is enough to hire a legendary powerhouse, of course. House knew that this was Gao Yang's first time in the Blood War lands and that he did not have a deep understanding of the Blood War. So, he took the initiative to educate him. In these Blood War lands, the one thing you never have to worry about is a lack of powerful life forms. Whether it is the Batezu, the Tanari, the Yugoloths, or those celestial beings, they all possess sufficient war resources and vast, countless amounts of wealth. They fight crazily here, pursuing great goals. But that is what those major factions need to do. When these great goals fall upon an individual, their importance is no greater than what one is going to eat for the next meal. Take me, for example. For me, tangible resources are what matter most. Hao sighed and continued, a magic gem, if placed in my hometown, while not exactly precious to a legend, would still require a certain amount of time to accumulate. This time might be half a month, or perhaps a month. But in the Blood War, you can obtain a dozen times that wealth in just a single bloody battle. In the lands of the Blood War, as long as you can survive, the speed at which you accumulate wealth will far exceed your imagination. Speaking to the hint, Hao looked at Gao Yang with deep, lingering eyes, as if hinting at something. Gao Yang did not pay much attention, only asking, then what if you die? Hao laughed and said casually, if you are dead, you are dead. What else is there to consider? Listening to Hao's answer, Gao Yang nodded, already understanding. Dead is dead. Ever since they stepped into this land of the Blood War, they had already prepared themselves to die here. To obtain such considerable rewards, one must naturally bear the extremely high risks behind them. However, Deputy Commander Gao turned around and looked at Gao Yang earnestly. In the lands of the Blood War, you need to remember one thing, and that is to never attempt to change the trajectory of the Blood War. For a Blood War that has continued for endless ages, its trajectory is absolutely not something that any single person, any single event, or even any single deity can change. At the same time, in the Blood War, harboring mercy will only lead you into a desperate situation of death. Everyone who steps into the Blood War has, for the most part, a reason to be killed, and that includes you and me. Therefore, in the Blood War, no matter who your opponent is, what you must do is firmly swing the weapon in your hand and sever your opponent's head. Gao Yang looked at the bustling crowd and said calmly, I understand. But perhaps in a while, your reputation as Deputy Commander Gao will gradually spread throughout the lands of the Blood War. Hao smiled, his eyes filled with a hint of envy as he looked at Gao Yang. Facing Gao Yang's puzzled gaze, Hao laughed and said, this is the Blood War, a place filled with endless war and slaughter, where all kinds of intelligence fly about everywhere. Even newspapers carrying reports on the Blood War have a considerable base of followers in Sigil and across the entire multiverse. Tell me, will a human like you, who instantly killed 2 legendary demons in the Blood War, make it to the front page headlines of major newspapers? Gao Yang suddenly realized he had previously fallen into a cognitive trap, thinking that the Blood War was merely a place of pure slaughter. That point was not wrong, but the Blood War does not just affect the battlefield. Outside the lands of the Blood War, there are also blood wars being fought without the sight of blades or bloodshed. Gao Yang had reason to believe that, let alone waiting until tomorrow. Perhaps in these 2 hours alone, reports about a legendary human forcefully slaying demons had already exploded in Sigil. One has to admit, if one wants to make a name for themselves in the multiverse, heading to the Blood War and slaying entities of sufficient weight is the fastest path. Gao Yang subconsciously opened his Zhongwang panel and looked at his legendary reputation. Legendary reputation. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. His previous legendary reputation was only 50 points, and adding the 5 legends he had slain, it should have only been 55. But now, his reputation had reached 58 points, an increase of 3 points. This meant that his deeds had already begun to spread. And the spread of reputation requires a sufficient number of intelligent beings. Gao Yang closed the Zhongwang panel. Having more legendary reputation is not a bad thing, although in the current environment, it is not exactly a good thing either. After a while, the distribution of rewards was finished. A magic orb exploded above the barracks where Ange Bailey was located, and all the mercenaries saw this scene. This was the signal to depart. Seeing this meant that they were about to move out. It is time to go, a mercenary said. Indeed, it is time to go. Chapter 800 For encountering the Pantheon to gain legendary reputation. Gao Yang closed the Zhongwang panel before his eyes and looked at the steel fortress standing on the dark red earth in the distance, shimmering with bronze rust. His heart did not have a single ripple. After a night of traveling, they had arrived from the Abyss Plains to Avernus, the first layer of the 9 hells of Badr, and had also seen that bronze iron wall that separated the infinite abyss from the 9 hells of Badr. During this process, his legendary reputation would jump every so often, and by now, it had increased by a full 9 points. One has to admit, this rate of increase was truly terrifying. But at the same time, It also indicated that too many intelligent beings were already aware of Gao Yang's existence. Gao Yang gathered his thoughts and looked at the bronze iron wall in the distance. Although the bronze fortress is called a fortress, it is actually a steel city wall whose ends cannot be seen. It is just that the material used to build this wall has a bronze luster, and because it has never been breached, it is known as the bronze fortress. At this moment, that bronze city wall had already been submerged by countless attacks. A massive number of demons surged like a tide toward the bronze city wall, and from time to time, one could see some large, exotic demons mixed among them, launching attacks toward the distant bronze city wall. One could even see some angels, radiating holy light and possessing anywhere from 2 to 6 wings, flying across the battlefield. And on the bronze city wall, countless devils were likewise firing waves of long-range attacks toward the land below the wall. Wherever the eye could see, it was all a battlefield. Seeing this scene, both Gao Yang and the others realized that they had arrived at one of the most significant battlefields of the Blood War. Among the mercenaries, some swallowed their saliva in secret, pondering how they could survive in a battlefield of such intensity. Others had astonishing fighting spirit radiating from their eyes, as if they could not wait any longer. This mission will likely result in heavy losses. You all should be careful and try not to fight alone. Ange Bailey stood at the very front of the team, looking at the bronze fortress in the distance, his voice ringing in the ears of Gao Yang House and the others. As a legendary powerhouse, it is actually not that easy to be killed. If it is a group of legendary squads, then by looking out for one another, they can basically avoid the possibility of death. As for those legends who were slain in battle against Gao Yang, if they were to come back to life, they would surely curse Gao Yang for not acting like a human being. After all, what kind of decent person starts a fight by going straight for a one-shot ultimate move? And what kind of decent person has a passive super armor effect on every casual sword swing? Seeing everyone nod, Angel Bailey pointed to the end of their line of sight and said, "We are still a long distance from the battlefield, and the war has not yet reached us. Rest here now, and we will set off for the battlefield in half an hour to complete the mission." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. Just as Gao Yang was preparing to lower his altitude and land in the camp, he suddenly felt a gaze travel across the vast distance and land upon him. That gaze carried an undisguised sharpness, causing the hair on his skin to stand slightly on end. Gao Yang turned his head abruptly, following that arrow-like gaze toward the direction of the bronze fortress. Even across the great distance, Gao Yang could still clearly see the owner of that gaze. It was a young man with a sharp angled face and perfectly coordinated features. He was clearly handsome, but the moment Gao Yang saw him, he felt an inexplicable sense of disgust, because he sensed naked malice and greed in the other person's eyes. That gaze seemed to view him as delicious food, as if the man couldn't wait to skin him, dismantle his bones, and devour him completely. As their gazes met, the young man suddenly extended his right hand and made a throat-slitting gesture toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang lowered his eyelids and withdrew his gaze, descending from there. To be able to pinpoint him accurately within such a massive mercenary army and harbor such malice, the possibilities regarding the person's identity were obvious. Apart from the Pantheon, Gao Yang did not know of any other hostile force capable of such a feat. "I just don't know if you came alone, intending to swallow me up yourself, or if you have partners working with you who haven't been exposed yet." Standing among the crowd, Gao Yang looked at the war-torn bronze fortress in the distance and muttered to himself. Afterward, Gao Yang looked at Milafina and said, "Milafina, when the battle begins, remember to stay hidden. An enemy of mine has tracked me here, and they will likely take the opportunity to strike at me. Don't worry, Gao Yang. As long as you are fine, I will be fine." Milafina waved her cat paws, her expression calm and composed, in support mode. "As long as it is not an attack that can one-shot me, I can withstand it." Hearing this, Gao Yang immediately relaxed a little. Then, a ball of fire burned in the depths of his heart. The people from the Pantheon had somehow discovered his whereabouts. But regardless, he could not let this member of the Pantheon who had actively exposed himself to his eyes go. Gao Yang wanted to use him to gather intelligence on the Pantheon. Previously, he couldn't hold back, but this time he had to keep an ace up his sleeve and spare the opponent's life. If he allowed the Pantheon to remain in the shadows, it would be far too passive for Gao Yang. Half an hour passed quickly. As the haste spell was cast, the mercenary army began to charge in the direction indicated by the arrow. Their task was to capture a section of the city wall that was only 300 meters long. But this seemingly simple mission was unexpectedly high in danger and difficulty. No matter the time, the attacking side is always at a disadvantage compared to the defending side. The defending side often only needs 1/5 or even 1/10 the number of the attackers to hold the wall. This point holds true on the supernatural battlefield as well, facing the endless long-range attacks and buildings engraved with countless defensive formations. The difficulty for the attackers was more than just a little bit higher. Of course, that was the target, but whether it could actually be completed was another matter entirely. Angel Bailey would not tell the mercenaries in the group that even if they captured the wall, they would be pushed back in a very short time. The employer hired them mostly out of a desire to maintain the balance of the battlefield, just as they had previously helped the devils attack the demons. And just as they were now helping the demons attack the devils, undoubtedly, this was the intention of many neutral factions. Let the lawful and the chaotic slaughter each other without letting either side gain the upper hand. Only in this way could they extract sufficient benefits from it. Of course, even if Angel Bailey had said it, the mercenaries wouldn't have much of a reaction. For mercenaries who lived by the blade, the fact that they were paid before the mission was enough to satisfy them. Chapter 805. As the mercenary group charged forward, the dark earth erupted with one roar after another, blending into the sky, shaking screams and wails, yet appearing so insignificant, just like these mercenaries were in the face of the demons, devils, and other powerful forces. Gao Yang walked side by side with Hao's and other legends at the very front of the formation. Surging battle chi enveloped him, and the ripples of his battle chi acted like a radar, encompassing a 1,000-meter radius around him. The distant eye contact earlier made Gao Yang realize that he had become someone's prey. He had to be careful at all times. A sneak attack from a legendary powerhouse could often be fatal, just as he had ambushed the legendary Glabrezu earlier. After running at full speed for a while, the bronze-rusted city wall was already within reach. Gao Yang looked up at the wall, which stood like a heavenly barrier, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The height of this bronze wall was definitely over 300 meters. At such a height, it could already block 90% of attackers. And now, in front of this heavenly barrier, countless demons had piled up at the foot of the wall, using their own flesh and blood to form a slowly rising slope that kept spreading toward the top of the wall. At every moment, a large number of demons would leap up, pouncing toward the ramparts, only to be blasted into a mist of blood by the dense attacks from above. But even so, these demons did not show the slightest hesitation. Deputy Commander Gao, how about you and I team up? Katarina looked at Gao Yang, her voice resonating directly in his ears. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, and just as he was about to ask, he heard Katarina continue. I specialize in mind control. If we work together, I can create the perfect opening for you. With your formidable swordsmanship, we will definitely be able to slay that legendary powerhouse opposite us. The head of a legendary powerhouse is worth 100 magic gems. We will split them equally. How about that? Hearing this, Gao Yang no longer hesitated and nodded directly. Then, he looked at Katarina, who had moved closer, and used his battle aura to envelop his voice as it entered her ears. In the upcoming battle, try to stay as far away from me as possible, keeping within your maximum effective range. Just protect yourself, and leave the rest to me. Katarina's foxy eyes, adorned with light purple eyeshadow, curved into a smile as she nodded in response. I didn't expect Deputy Commander Gao to be so thoughtful. Gao Yang did not explain. His dark purple mask had already shrouded his face. Seeing this, the faint smile on Katarina's face vanished, and her body's movements gradually slowed as she entered a combat state. Milifena stood on Gao Yang's shoulder, her entire body burning with golden flames. She looked at Gao Yang, and the expression on her face inevitably began to turn arrogant. Neo Gao Yang, there is a bone demon ahead that is definitely at the legendary level. Let's go kill it. Before Milifena had even spoken, Gao Yang had already spotted the bone demon rampaging wildly through the crowd of demons. Its entire body was encased in a layer of blood-red bone, and its two arms, which were little more than skeletal structures. Each gripped a massive spine blade. At this moment, it was swinging these two spine blades, creating an endless storm of blood and gore wherever it passed. On the city wall behind it, countless mid-tier demons like needle demons and barb demons were providing long-range fire support. This allowed it to display its terrifying melee lethality without restraint, never having to worry about being surrounded or ambushed. Seemingly sensing how troublesome this bone demon was, the Tanari demons besieging the city did not dispatch any legendary demons to deal with it, opting instead to use a large number of cannon fodder to delay its progress. In any case, in the bottomless abyss, the number of demons could simply be described as infinite. After Milafana finished speaking, Gao Yang nodded. A black eyeball manifested in front of him, and a pitch-black gaze shot directly toward the rampaging bone demon. Once he obtained the accurate information on the bone demon, Gao Yang began to charge toward it. He did not immediately use teleportation methods like Thunder Flash or Sword Light Step, but instead charged straight at his opponent. Knowing that there were enemies watching from the shadows, every trump card he could hold back meant an extra chance of victory. Although it was a physical charge, Gao Yang's speed remained extremely fast. With 25 points in both strength and agility, Gao Yang was able to perfectly unleash his speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the front of the bone demon. Crack, crack. As Gao Yang sped through the air, a dense sound of breaking bones erupted. On the battlefield, the bone demon, which had been hacking and slashing with its massive spine blades, felt the exoskeleton at its chin crack open, revealing a satisfied smile as if its prey had taken the bait. It suddenly turned its head toward the direction Gao Yang was charging from, spread its dual spine blades, and let out a piercing roar. The legendary bone demon roared, its two massive spine blades vibrating frantically. Bone blades hidden within space seeped out like water droplets, shooting toward Gao Yang in a barrage. Layers of wind pressure struck his face, and within this pressure were countless sharp bone needles as fine as ox hair. This legendary bone demon had unleashed a double strike the moment it attacked. Gao Yang's eyes were calm, facing the legendary bone demon's attack. He simply swung his sword down from above. Catastrophe: domain shattered. As the sword descended, the space in front of Gao Yang suddenly stagnated. As Yang Yao swung down, the space before him shattered like glass into countless tiny fragments. With space shattered, the attacks relying on that space naturally exploded along with its collapse. With just one strike, Gao Yang had dismantled the trap the legendary bone demon had set in advance. The bone demon's vision blurred, and then the shattered space returned to normal, as if the previous destruction had been nothing more than an illusion. In that very instant, a figure burning with crimson gold battle aura had already reached its front, and that massive silver-white sword had already descended upon its head. The bone demon reacted extremely quickly, crossing its two massive spine blades in front of itself, attempting to block the strike. Brilliant golden light erupted in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes, and Yang Yao slashed down without the slightest resistance. Tyrant body slash. As the sword fell, the bone demon seemed to be stunned for a moment, failing to realize the horror of Gao Yang's strike in time. The intense pain, as if every bone in its body were about to shatter, forcibly awakened the stunned bone demon. Once the bone demon regained its senses, it discovered that its massive spine blades had been completely severed, and it had even been cleaved into by the sword. Under such circumstances, the only reason it hadn't died yet was due to the inherent advantages of its race. But if it did not receive treatment immediately, it would not be far from death. Gao Yang looked at the bone demon, which was half lying on the ground due to its shattered leg bones, and without the slightest pause, he swung his sword down once more. He did not use his full strength for this strike, holding back a portion of his power, but even so, it was more than enough to slay a heavily wounded bone demon. Just as Gao Yang was about to sever the bone demon's head, an object suddenly intruded into the battle or perception circle he had been maintaining. Gao Yang only perceived that the object was an arrow, and the next instant, that arrow vanished from his perception. No, it hadn't vanished. It was simply moving too fast, causing Gao Yang's battle or perception to be slower than the arrow itself. The moment he perceived the arrow, blinding lightning erupted from Gao Yang's body. He left an afterimage in place and suddenly vanished. The very moment Gao Yang vanished, an arrow pierced straight through the forehead of his afterimage. If Gao Yang had reacted even a fraction of a second slower, it would not have been his afterimage that was pierced just now. Chapter 806. Using oneself as bait. Gao Yang suddenly looked up, turning his gaze toward the direction from which the arrow had been fired. But he was blocked by a large number of low to mid-tier demons and could not see the person who had launched the sneak attack. However, Gao Yang understood clearly in his heart that since the opponent had missed the first shot, the next attack would only be even more terrifying. With this thought in mind, he swung Yang Yao and decapitated the legendary bone demon. The liquefied furnace battle chi transformed into sword chi, incinerating the legendary bone demon's body entirely, leaving behind only its head. Killing a legend required proof, and there was no better proof than the head of a legendary being. Gao Yang. What was that just now? Melifina asked, still feeling a lingering fear. An enemy. A life or death enemy. Gao Yang replied concisely. As his voice fell, the eye of withering above Gao Yang's left shoulder began to search the battlefield rapidly. Soon, streams of feedback information appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Before Gao Yang could find a suitable target for attack, his senses began to prickle with pain. Lightning flashed, and Gao Yang vanished from where he stood. A violent explosion erupted at the spot where Gao Yang had previously landed, and his afterimage was torn to shreds by the furious shockwave. Gao Yang appeared 100 meters away, looking at the angel standing in the distance, who held a staff and possessed 3 pairs of brilliant golden wings on her back. Gales and thunder danced upon her golden wings, and searing white lightning erupted from her eyes. She looked at Gao Yang and let out a roar of blasphemer. As the words fell, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel followed her roar, blasting toward Gao Yang once more. Gao Yang took a step forward, and Yang Yao slashed down. A sword mark flashed and vanished, slicing the incoming bolt of lightning right down the middle. Without a doubt, this golden winged being came from the divine kingdom of the goddess of storms and was a fanatic believer of the goddess of storms. As for Gao Yang, his relationship with the Storm Temple was one of irreconcilable enmity. It was only natural that he would be attacked by a follower of the goddess of storms. The eye of withering swept over the golden winged being, and detailed information quickly appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Storm Envoy Annihilation Thunder Gwyneth Storm Life Level Energy Type Wind Thunder. Undoubtedly, this was a legendary golden winged being, with a life level as high as 39, even higher than Gao Yang's own life level of 35. The lightning from just a moment ago had grazed past Melifina, and the violent electricity caused her soft fur to stand on end, which instantly made Melifina irritable. Did they know how much time it took to groom her soft fur? Niao Gao Yang, let's go. Before Melifina's voice had even faded, Gao Yang had already vanished from his spot. This legendary golden winged being had not come at a good time. But if he did not deal with her as quickly as possible, it would definitely make Gao Yang even more passive while he played his game against the members of the Pantheon. There was no escaping. He had to kill this golden winged being on the spot in the shortest time possible. Only then could the game between Gao Yang and the members of the Pantheon return to its initial state. But Gao Yang knew in his heart that while he fought the golden winged being, he would inevitably be ambushed by the members of the Pantheon. Perhaps this was not a bad thing. Gao Yang appeared instantly in front of Gwyneth Storm, and Yang Yao slashed down fiercely on the back of his right hand, which gripped the sword hilt. The azure pattern of the time hourglass began to spin rapidly. However, everything was covered by his gauntlet and was not exposed to the eyes of others. Facing the slash coming toward her, Gwyneth showed no fear. The staff in her hand instantly filled with thunder plasma, and then she pointed the staff at Gao Yang. Her voice carrying the roar of thunder vanished. Crack, boom. A ring of lightning exploded from Gwyneth's body, pushing everything in the surroundings outward, and even the space itself showed outward spreading wave-like patterns. After Gwyneth used the dispelling spell, she did not pause for a second. She pointed her finger at Gao Yang again, about to unleash a series of strikes, but the next instant, her arms suddenly retracted, and the 6 wings behind her vibrated, carrying her body to teleport a distance away. A sword mark swept across the position where Gwyneth had just been. Gao Yang stood in Gwyneth's previous spot and took another step forward. Gwyneth felt no fluctuation in her heart. At the legendary rank, while possessing abilities like spell resistance was not very common, it was not exactly rare either. Her attack being blocked did not affect her subsequent offensive in the slightest. When she saw this filthy human who blasphemed against the gods, she had sworn to the goddess that she would kill him completely and then take his soul back to the divine kingdom to face judgment. Following Gwyneth's movements, the air around Gao Yang was instantly drained, forming an absolute vacuum. Crack, crack. A series of hair-raising sounds exploded all over Gao Yang's body. This was caused by the compression from the surrounding space. Gao Yang frowned slightly. The compression caused by this vacuum was nothing, but the sudden disappearance of air would affect his movements. Just then, an arrow once again intruded into his battle-chi perception circle. Gao Yang took a step, and his body suddenly vanished from where he stood. Swoosh! The moment he disappeared, a tiny, imperceptible hole suddenly appeared in the ground in front of him. The hole was extremely deep, with no end in sight, which was enough to show the terror of that arrow. Gao Yang appeared behind Gwyneth, and a golden sword shadow shot out from his eyes, instantly sinking into her head. Gwyneth's movements suddenly stiffened for a moment. For Gao Yang, this moment was enough to kill her 10 times over. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sword marks appeared, crisscrossing on Gwyneth's body. In the moment of her stupor, her body had already been shredded by Gao Yang. Her consciousness awoke in intense, agonizing pain. After sensing the state of her body, the searing white lightning in her eyes instantly boiled, and a phantom of the goddess appeared above her head, completely shrouding her body. This phantom of the goddess was none other than the goddess of storms, Arcadia. And it was also one of the most common abilities of these angels of the divine kingdom. The moment the phantom of the goddess appeared, a tyrannical divine power instantly knit Gwyneth's shattered body back together. Following this, she raised her flawless, white arms high, and roaring lightning converged in her palms into a thunderous war spear equal to her own height. She held the thunderous war spear aloft and hurled it violently toward Gao Yang. As the thunderous war spear shot forth, the space along its path cracked and shattered, leaving behind ugly fissures in the air. The thunderous war spear was too fast, exceeding Gao Yang's perception. Before he could even raise his hand to block, it struck his chest. A blinding ring of lightning exploded against Gao Yang's chest, and for a brief moment, all surrounding sounds vanished due to the sheer violence of the impact. Gao Yang transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling backward. Gao Yang turned into a bolt of lightning, slamming heavily into the bronze city wall, leaving a clearly visible human-shaped outline before falling downward. Gao Yang seemed to have lost consciousness, letting his body fall in free fall, 1 breath, 2 breaths. When Gao Yang had fallen nearly 100 meters, an arrow suddenly whistled through the air, instantly piercing his body and bringing forth a spray of blood. Gao Yang's entire body shuddered, and he pressed one hand against the empty air, forcibly halting his descent. It appeared that he had truly been knocked unconscious for a short moment by that previous strike. The instant Gao Yang stopped his fall, 4 tyrannical auras suddenly appeared within his perception, rushing toward him frantically. Gao Yang kept his head lowered, blood flowing continuously from his 7 orifices. Yet a triumphant smile appeared on his face. After acting for so long, he had finally lured the hunters out. Chapter 807 1 for K2-1. With Gao Yang's high agility of 25 points, combined with the basic reaction speed bonus from Fate Speed and his unique talent, Heart of Thunder, even though the Phantom of the Storm Goddess summoned by Gwyneth was extremely powerful and the thunderous war spear was incredibly fast, he could have absolutely dodged it if he had wanted to. The primary reason he did not dodge was that he had used endless reincarnation. In the current ambush situation, failing to dodge, being struck by the war spear, and then being hit by the hidden arrow was the perfect response to break this ambush within his endless simulations. Looking at it now, this ambush had indeed been perfectly countered by him. The moment that arrow struck Gao Yang without any resistance, it finally allowed those hidden in the shadows to see the fatigue he was displaying. So, imagining that these hunters from the Pantheon already knew Gao Yang possessed a unique talent, would they hand over the fat meat already in their mouths to someone else? The answer was naturally no. Therefore, the moment Gao Yang forcibly halted his descent, the 4 members of the Pantheon hidden in the shadows could no longer restrain themselves and took the initiative to rush out from their hiding spots. They did this to kill Gao Yang before their companions could, thereby plundering the unique talent he possessed. As for these Pantheon members showing courtesy to one another, Given the Pantheon's development path and style of conduct, that was simply impossible. However, Gao Yang's approach was truly gambling with his own life. If he lost the gamble, he would likely be killed on the spot. Of course, with fate speed as a prerequisite, it could only be said that he would have wasted his safety net. But if he won the gamble, it would lead to the current situation. Sensing the four figures rushing toward him, each using their own methods, the plain core solution in Gao Yang's stomach was instantly crushed. Accept judgment, blasphemer. A majestic female voice, like heaven's punishment, echoed over the battlefield. Amidst the blinding, scorching white lightning, Gwyneth's body radiated countless plasma sparks. She pointed her staff at Gao Yang, and a thunder pillar nearly 10 meters thick transformed into a roaring thunder dragon. Crashing toward him, facing Gwyneth's attack, Gao Yang only managed to struggle to raise his sword to block in front of him. The thunder pillar collided with the blade, and the destructive power contained within surged directly into Gao Yang's body along the sword. In an instant, bloody cracks appeared on Gao Yang's right arm, and his body was slammed heavily against the bronze city wall once more, emitting a heart-shaking roar. As his body slid powerlessly down the wall, stimulated by this sight, the speed of the four Pantheon members increased by another 30%, and in a short time, they had successively charged within a 1,000-meter radius of Gao Yang. Gao Yang, Gao Yang, are you okay? Wake up! Melifina's first stood on end as she hovered in front of Gao Yang, using her small body to shield him while trying her best to heal him and calling out to him incessantly. She had not expected that the Golden Wing person would be so strong, beating Gao Yang to such a near-death state in just a few moves. Now, 4 more legends were rushing toward them frantically. Although Melifina was usually laid back like a salted fish, she did not fear death. Nor did she lack the courage to protect her companions. He is mine. A man exuding a tyrannical, domineering aura crashed toward Gao Yang like a meteorite. His burly frame radiated a powerful aura of dominance, and in his hand, he gripped a scarlet bone scepter that was thick at the top and thin at the bottom. The entire scepter looked as if it were made of human bones forcibly twisted and coiled together. At the tip of the scepter was a bone spur like blood jade, which emitted a strong, ominous aura that made one feel as if their soul was being pierced just by looking at it. The black gaze of the withered eye swept over, and the opponent's information immediately appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Jason Morton, life level, energy type of blood. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. The combat system of the person before him was exactly the same as that of the legendary devil Mephitos, and it was likely that their fighting styles would also share many similarities. Hey Jason, leave this place immediately, and I can pretend nothing ever happened. From another direction, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with his black hair combed back meticulously wore a gentle smile on his face, using the tone of someone persuading an old friend while saying the most disrespectful words. Although this middle-aged man possessed a gentle temperament, in Gao Yang's perception, the space he occupied seemed to be filled with a pitch-black, liquid-like substance, leaving no room for even a sliver of light or perception to escape. Mandrafama, life-level energy type, erosion, devouring. Watching the information detected by the Eye of Withering, Gao Yang's chest rose and fell slowly. Adgalan, life-level energy type, battle chi. Natalia Shun, life-level energy type, battle chi, magic energy. The simultaneous mobilization of 4 legendary tier members made Gao Yang realize that the influence of the Pantheon was far, far greater than he had imagined. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at Ergolan. This was a hulking giant standing over 5 meters tall, clad in blood-red battle armor that looked as if it had been soaked in fresh blood. Protecting his entire body, he strode through the air, and even though he was charging alone, he exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression, his blood-red cape snapping violently behind him. Among the 4 Pantheon members, this one had the highest life level, although life level could not entirely represent combat strength. A powerhouse's life level would definitely be higher than that of a weaker individual. Moreover, the energy system of this Ergolan was purely battle chi, combined with his physique of over 5 meters. His most proficient combat style was likely biased toward physical damage. The moment the opponent charged within a 1,000-meter radius of Gao Yang, a hideous werebao almost as tall as himself abruptly appeared in his palm, and an arrow as thick as a bowl, pitch black from end to end, was knocked onto the bowstring. He pulled the string, and the arrow immediately emitted an explosive, thrumming sound. The next instant, he released his grip, and the arrow on the bow pierced through space almost instantly, vanishing from sight and leaving only a bowl-sized, pitch-black hole in its place, as if the arrow had been fired directly into the fabric of space itself. The moment the arrow vanished, Gao Yang grabbed Melifina in his palm, and his right arm, holding the eternal radiance, simultaneously swung down in a slash, clang. A violent metallic explosion rang out before him, and the ferocious shockwave slammed Gao Yang back against the bronze city wall behind him. The flesh wounds on his right arm becoming increasingly dense. Golan's strength was terrifying. Golan, stop! Seeing this, Natalia of Shunna let out a low shout. As she stepped forward, her battle chi and magic energy erupted simultaneously, and her figure instantly appeared before Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the human female who had suddenly appeared before him. His overburdened spine straightened with a roar, and the crimson gold furnace battle chi surged up with a boom, transforming into a sea of liquid-like crimson gold flames that burned fiercely around him. A similarly scarlet aura suddenly unfolded from his body, the scarlet field almost turning into stringy, liquid-like matter that coiled around him, and like the scarlet aura of Jason Morton, which carried an air of dominance. Gao Yang's scarlet field was one of pure destruction and slaughter, devoid of even a shred of mercy or any other emotion. This was the calamity field. Regardless of strength, one had to face that ruthless giant blade falling like a natural disaster. Gao Yang slammed a palm against the bronze city wall behind him, his body instantly turning into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Natalia of Shunna, who was within arm's reach. The moment Gao Yang moved, a dark red formation diagram unfolded from his body, spreading outward like a tidal wave. In an instant, it encompassed Natalia of Shunna within the formation, and then the diagram continued to expand, wrapping the other three Pantheon members and Gwyneth within it with lightning speed. This dark red formation was, naturally, Gao Yang's immortal slaying sword domain. The reason he had endured so many attacks head-on was precisely to ensure that everyone was brought into his immortal slaying sword domain. After all, although the immortal slaying sword domain was extremely powerful, it would be useless if the enemies teleported away before the domain could be deployed. The immortal slaying sword domain covered a 1,000-meter radius, successfully encompassing all four legendary Pantheon members and Gwyneth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of crashing waves echoed in everyone's ears, and the next moment, a scene that made their scalps tingle came into view. Dense swarms of slaughter sword chi were generated out of thin air within the immortal slaying sword domain, weaving through the domain like schools of fish. As Gao Yang charged forward, the dense slaughter sword chi seemed to find its core, suddenly twisting into a single strand. Accompanied by Gao Yang's swing of the eternal radiance, it swarmed toward Natalia of Shunna, who was right in front of him. Human calamity, heartbore. The eternal radiance slashed down through the air, and a flicker of confusion appeared in Natalia of Shunna's eyes. There was still a distance of about 3 meters between them. Such a slash through empty air seemed to have no effect on her. The moment this thought crossed her mind, her expression shifted abruptly from confusion to terror. In a place invisible to others, the slaughter sword chi that had been swarming behind Gao Yang vanished the moment he swung his sword. These slaughter sword chi, as if teleporting, appeared directly inside Natalia of Shunna's body. At this very moment, dense sword chi erupted frantically from within her, wantonly ravaging her body. Puff, puff. A series of sounds of flesh being pierced rang out, and sword tips began to protrude from various parts of Natalia of Shunna's body, fresh blood instantly staining the space she occupied. Natalia of Shunna's arms spread wide, her entire body seemingly pinned in midair by countless sharp swords, unable to move in the slightest as blood flowed continuously from her 7 orifices. Natalia of Shunna felt the life force within her body fading frantically. She wanted to resist, but her once tempered physique could not muster even a shred of strength at this moment. She could only stare forward with hollow eyes, sensing the cold sword edge as it sliced across her neck. Omni Network notification. You have killed an Omni Network player legendary tier. You have gained 10,000 legendary XP. Gao Yang shook his arm, flicking the blood from his blade, and whispered, "The 7th one." His eyes, glowing with a blinding golden radiance, turned toward Gwyneth. The last of the remaining 4 among the 4 legends left. Gwyneth's strength was undoubtedly the weakest. Thinking this, Gao Yang did not hesitate for a moment. A small portion of his battle aura was consumed, and he slowly thrust his sword directly toward her. Human calamity, heart piercer. As Yang Yao thrust forward, streaks of slaughter sword chi suddenly manifested around Gwyneth, their tips all aimed directly at her. As the thrust of Yang Yao reached its limit, the streaks of slaughter sword chi suddenly collapsed inward, as if Gwyneth were their final destination. The blazing white lightning in Gwyneth's eyes erupted in that instant. She raised one hand, and the phantom of the goddess behind her mimicked the movement perfectly. As she lifted her hand, violent thunder and endless blades of air surged in the area where she stood, followed by a massive explosion. Arcs of electricity and air blades crisscrossed, crashing into the incoming sword chi that resembled a myriad of swords returning to their origin. Dense, rapid-fire collision sounds exploded around her, with dark red sword chi and blazing white lightning shockwaves constantly detonating. Seeing this, Gao Yang immediately understood that this strike had been blocked by his opponent. He took a step forward, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing from his original spot. An arrow and a translucent soul ray pierced through the exact location where Gao Yang had been standing almost simultaneously. A residual image streaked out from the violent roar, the greatsword in his hand swinging directly toward Gwyneth's head. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, Gwyneth showed no surprise. She slammed her staff into the ground, and the surrounding space began to ripple like water. The spatial shockwave appeared, making the greatsword in Gao Yang's hand, which had just lunged into range, descend with difficulty and sluggishness. Gwyneth waved her staff with ease, and a thick bolt of lightning descended from thin air above Gao Yang. At the same time, the space where Gao Yang stood softened silently, revealing a hint of oily green, sacrifice, spatial distortion. A small portion of the battle aura within Gao Yang's body was consumed once more, but he instantly appeared in the space where Gwyneth had been standing. As for Gwyneth, she appeared in the spot Gao Yang had just vacated. The positions of the two had been swapped. The composure in Gwyneth's eyes had not yet faded when the lightning she had released herself pierced through her body, the destructive energy rampaging and wreaking havoc within her. That was not the end of it. A dark green hue suddenly emerged in the space she occupied. The moment this dark green appeared, the space she stood upon began to melt like a candle. Melting along with it were Gwyneth's body and the goddess phantom behind her. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, watching the tragic state Gwyneth was in, his inner rage burning even more fiercely. Gwyneth tried to struggle, but how could she easily break free from her own attack? Combined with the trump cards silently laid out by Manhwa, who was a master of erosion and devouring. Watching this scene, Gao Yang did not pause for a second, chaining his next sword strike. Chapter 808, Bloody Battle of Legends, 5K combined. Gao Yang had slain 2 legends in a short span of time, which made the remaining 3 Pantheon legends realize something was wrong. If he were truly at the end of his rope, how could he still display such formidable lethality? In an instant, the 3 of them lost their competitive, eager mindset, replaced instead by caution. To be able to ascend to the rank of legend, and to do so within a dark organization like the Pantheon, they would never have survived this long if they lacked intelligence. Therefore, the moment they realized Gao Yang's performance was off, the 3 of them stopped in unison, surrounding Gao Yang in a tripod formation. They were in no hurry to strike, and naturally, Gao Yang would not make the first move either. Every extra second of breathing room allowed him to recover a bit more from his previous injuries. Facing these legendary powerhouses, who in all likelihood also possessed unique specialties, Gao Yang had to do his utmost to ensure his own state and combat effectiveness. Jason Morton gripped his scarlet bone scepter, his body shrouded in a dense, crimson aura. He was the first to speak in the 4-person Zhongwang chat room. The prey is resisting fiercely. I suggest we kill the prey first, then consider the issue of distribution. After Jason finished speaking, the other 2 did not respond immediately, and the atmosphere in the chat room turned deathly silent at a visible rate. After several seconds, Manhwa reached out to push up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and spoke slowly in the chat room. Mr. Jason's words make sense. After all, Ms. Natalia has already returned to the underworld. If we continue to fight like this, not only will we fail to kill the prey, but we might even be injured by it. This does not align with the hunter's way, and both of you are the most excellent hunters in the pantheon. The conversation between the three seemed like a casual chat, but in reality, Manhwa and Jason were primarily persuading the strongest among them, Agoran, among the three. Agoran was the undisputed strongest in the two's estimation. He had mastered at least 2 unique specialties, perhaps even more at the same time. Agoran had been a legend for the longest time among the three. Under these circumstances, Agoran naturally had the greatest chance of obtaining the unique specialty from Gao Yang. Therefore, upon realizing that Gao Yang was not so easy to kill, Manhwa and Jason naturally began to cooperate. The first step of this cooperation was for the three of them to join forces to slay Gao Yang here. Only by killing him could they extract the unique specialty from his corpse. And only after Gao Yang was dead could the two of them safely join forces to contend with Agoran and ultimately snatch the prize from the tiger's mouth. As for why they had to join forces to kill Gao Yang in a short time, it was naturally because this was the Blood War battlefield, not to mention legendary powerhouses. Even the appearance of a deity's saintly avatar would not be a strange occurrence. On the Blood War battlefield, the longer the delay, the more variables would arise. 2 rays of blood-red light shot out from beneath Agoran's helmet, revealing a heavy pressure amidst the fierce glint, facing Agoran's gaze. Manhwa maintained a warm smile on his face, while Jason's expression shifted slightly. Staring at the two for a few seconds, Agoran finally spoke, "Kill him together. Afterward, I only want 1 unique specialty from him. You two can divide the rest however you like." Manhwa and Jason both revealed smiles. As for Agoran's conditions, that was naturally a matter to be discussed only after Gao Yang was dead. Seeing all three looking up at him, Gao Yang understood in his heart that they had already made their choice. However, in this brief interval, the injuries on his body had already mostly healed with the help of his self-regeneration ability and Milifana, while his battle chi and stamina had rapidly recovered to 90% of their peak state. Agoran locked his gaze on Gao Yang and said in the chat room, "Since we have reached an agreement, don't hold back, that goes without saying." Manhwa nodded with a smile. The next moment, a pale green mist spread eerily from his body, covering a 100-meter radius in the blink of an eye and continuing to spread rapidly in all directions. Jason nodded silently, gripping the bone scepter in his hands. Scarlet blood chi gathered rapidly on the bone scepter, forming a blood orb only the size of a fist. Jason held the bone scepter as the blood orb flew automatically in front of him. The blood chi converged at the top of the scepter, forming the shape of a giant hammer. Then, he swung the scepter violently, and the blood-colored giant hammer smashed instantly onto the fist-sized blood orb. A scarlet shockwave expanded instantly. Struck by such a heavy blow, the blood orb suddenly deformed, then tore through layers of air waves, dragging a line of blood and engulfing the surrounding space as it shot furiously toward Gao Yang. Amidst the biting scarlet wind pressure, Gao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, his temples throbbing wildly. This kind of attack could not be accomplished by one person alone. It was a joint strike from Jason and Manhwa. Thinking of this, he slashed his greatsword forward fiercely. Calamity, world annihilation, clang. The blade collided with the blood orb, and the extremely sharp edge sliced the blood orb directly in half from the middle. The moment the blood orb was sliced open, it suddenly exploded, turning into 2 waterfalls of blood that poured out from both sides of Gao Yang's body. The roar of blood thundered in Gao Yang's ears. If he had been hit head-on by this blood orb, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The waterfalls of blood continued to pour, and the violent power compressed and solidified the space around Gao Yang. In this instant, a strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged from the bottom of Gao Yang's heart. Calamity. Space fracture. More than a dozen golden slashes appeared around him, and the highly condensed sword chi shattered the space where he was located for a split second. Taking advantage of this momentary loss of spatial suppression, a flash of lightning flickered over Gao Yang's body, and he suddenly appeared dozens of meters away. Gao Yang steadied his body and looked at his original position. He saw a pitch-black hole appearing there. If he had still been standing there, that hole would have corresponded to the position of his head. The three naturally would not watch Gao Yang evade the attack. The moment Gao Yang's body flickered and appeared, a pillar of blood chi over 10 meters thick had already crashed down. Within the violent scouring of blood chi, there was also an eerie, silent erosion. Not giving Gao Yang a moment to catch his breath, Ergelen had already charged forward. At this moment, he no longer held that hideous war bow. In its place was a giant wheel axe. The nearly full moon blade flashed with a cruel, cold glint, and driven by the immense strength of his hulking body, which stood over 5 meters tall, it crashed down. Under this axe, space seemed to be torn apart as easily as thin paper. The cold axe light shone upon Gao Yang's body, bringing him a sharp, piercing pain. This axe could only be met head-on. Rumble, as Gao Yang's thoughts flickered. The dark red sword chi pillar at the Antarctic vermilion bird position within the Juxian sword domain broke away, transforming into a dark red sword chi that covered the heavens and earth, instantly crossing space to merge into Yang Yao. The originally silver-white greatsword, Yang Yao, instantly turned a dark red color. Before the greatsword had even been swung, its slashing might had already spread. Under the pressure of this might, the surrounding space emitted crackling sounds of being unable to bear the weight, as if it were about to shatter completely at any moment. Juxian sword, falling star. The dark red greatsword collided with the giant wheel axe, and the space here could no longer hold up, exploding into countless spatial fragments. A black shockwave hit him head-on, and Gao Yang was sent flying backward. The world in his eyes appeared with numerous overlapping images, almost to the brink of unconsciousness. Clang, clang. Only after crashing through nearly 100 killing sword chi along the way did his backward momentum finally come to a halt. Gao Yang coughed twice, turned his head, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Feeling the tearing pain coming from his lungs and viscera, his heart sank slightly. Juxian sword, falling star was a sword technique that could only be used when the Juxian sword domain was activated, and it was also Gao Yang's heaviest strike. Yet, even under these circumstances, facing Ergelen's giant axe, he was still at a disadvantage. It was hard to imagine what level Ergelen's strength had reached, or perhaps, this unstoppable power was the effect of the opponent's unique specialty. Blood dripped down the corner of his eye. Gao Yang slowly straightened his body, and the overlapping world before his eyes quickly merged back into one. He looked at the three who were briefly blocked by the dark red sword chi. The brief exchange just now made Gao Yang realize that if he did not cause the opponent to lose a member as soon as possible, it would be impossible for him to win this battle. The combat power that 3 legendary Zonwang players possessing unique specialties could exert was simply too formidable. Thinking of this, Gao Yang no longer hesitated. A pale golden light bloomed from within his body, and a mysterious feeling appeared in Gao Yang's mind. His innate ability, Fate Choice, had been activated. Gao Yang looked at the 3 who had surrounded him, raised one hand, and pointed it at the center of his own chest. With a boom, blinding lightning erupted with Gao Yang at the center. Dense, dark purple electric arcs shot out in needle-like shapes toward the surroundings, forcing even Ergelen and the others to retreat a short distance. This level of lightning was precisely the result of Gao Yang releasing all the electricity stored within the Heavenly Thunder Mark at once. The lightning stored within the Heavenly Thunder Mark was released all at once, instantly transforming the Immortal Execution Sword domain into a domain of 9 capital wild thunder. Countless killing sword auras, wrapped in massive amounts of 9 capital wild thunder, shot wildly throughout the sword domain. Large patches of charred black appeared on Gao Yang's chest. Releasing this level of lightning was essentially equivalent to detonating the Heavenly Thunder Mark itself. Even with his extremely high lightning resistance, he could not completely immunize himself against such damage. But that no longer mattered. After completely releasing the 9 capital wild thunder, Gao Yang stood proudly in the void, his sword Yang Yao pointing diagonally downward as the 9 capital wild thunder from across the sky gathered frantically above his head. This doesn't look good. Meng Fama looked up at Gao Yang in the sky. He could feel a vague, intangible will locking onto him, which caused the smile on his face to vanish completely. It was clear that the opponent's attack this time was aimed directly at him. This realization caused the corners of Meng Fama's eyes to twitch slightly, but it was already too late to escape. Thick, dark green mist began to permeate from every pore of his body, shrouding the surrounding dozens of meters in an instant. Jason, if you don't want to die, help me block this strike. Meng Fama's voice rang in Jason's ears, causing Jason's breath to hitch. However, in the next instant, Jason slammed his bone scepter heavily into the ground. A crimson shockwave spread wildly. Within this expanding shockwave, liquid-like crimson blood energy condensed upon the bone scepter in front of Jason, and a 100-meter-tall blood-colored phantom began to solidify rapidly. Golan stood there holding his massive wheel-shaped axe, not making a single move. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that both sides were charging up their ultimate moves, and the balance between them was extremely fragile. If he were to make even the slightest movement, he might attract Gao Yang's attention, causing the attack originally aimed at Manhwa to shift targets and strike him instead. Golan would naturally not do something that would draw fire toward himself. For him, regardless of who won or lost between the two sides, he could be the one to emerge as the ultimate victor. Once this exchange concluded, this hunt should be nearing its end. Gao Yang stood between heaven and earth, a crisscrossing web of lightning appearing on his skin, following his will. All the 9 capital wild thunder and killing sword auras within the immortal execution sword domain began to shrink toward his position. Dark purple plasma completely submerged Gao Yang's body, flowing along his skin and sinking entirely into the greatsword Yongyao. At the same time, countless killing sword auras also gathered continuously, crashing into Yongyao. With every killing sword aura that collided with it, Yongyao's blade grew a shade more crimson. The moment the final killing sword aura struck, the 9 capital wild thunder filling the sky also converged entirely into Yongyao. The roaring thunder vanished at this moment, and the darting killing sword auras disappeared as well. The entire immortal execution sword domain shifted from extreme motion to absolute stillness, with only the blood-red sword glow of destruction flickering incessantly on Yongyao's blade. Manhwa looked at the Yongyao held high in Gao Yang's hand and suddenly let out a helpless, self-deprecating laugh. Things seemed to be getting interesting. Gao Yang took a deep breath of the blood-scented air and fixed his gaze on Yongyao. Having absorbed all the 9 capital wild thunder and killing sword auras, Yongyao's incredibly sturdy blade was now etched with dark purple and red lightning patterns, with 9 capital wild thunder surging within them. Gao Yang slowly raised Yongyao, and with this slight, fluid motion, the surrounding space suddenly filled with a vast number of spiderweb-like cracks. A dark purple, red-tinged sword aura of destruction erupted, transforming into a massive deep purple sword standing between heaven and earth. The extreme destructive sword aura merged with the immortal execution sword domain, and combined with the now empty, pitch-black space, it gave off an aura of unstoppable destructive majesty. Immortal execution sword Eternal Night. The sword was swung down from above with a thunderous roar. Eternal Night descended like divine punishment, the extreme destructive sword aura erupting violently wherever it passed. Space seemed to be erased by an eraser, leaving behind vast stretches of nothingness in its wake. The moment he swung the sword, the plane core solution in Gao Yang's stomach shattered instantly, and endless energy surged from his stomach into his limbs and bones. With this near-infinite supply of energy, Gao Yang's arm, which had begun to carbonize and shatter inch by inch as he swung the sword, began to repair itself rapidly. Break from me. Jason watched the dark purple sword aura descending with a roar, a feeling of intense palpitations erupting in his heart. The appearance of this sensation made him instantly furious. He let out a hysterical roar, pouring his crimson blood energy without reservation into the crimson figure that had now become tangible. The bone scepter began to expand and spread, filling the crimson figure like a skeleton. In just an instant, the figure, which had previously possessed a sense of illusion, became completely solid. It suddenly opened its eyes, and the 100-meter-long bone scepter it held, with its blood jade-like bone spikes, pointed toward Gao Yang from afar. Star Shatter. Jason stood with his hands behind his back, his burly frame standing straight. In front of him, the 100-meter giant knelt on one knee, and the dense blood glow sank entirely into the bone spikes. The next moment, the blood jade bone spike shot out instantly, carrying a crimson ray only a meter thick. It tore through layers of air waves, heading straight toward the Eternal Night sword aura. Endless sin. A whisper-like tone emerged from Manhwa's mouth. Amidst this sigh, a pair of giant, dark green claws suddenly appeared on both sides of the Eternal Night sword aura and grabbed onto it without hesitation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The giant dark green claws began to corrode the Eternal Night sword aura frantically. But under the sword aura that destroyed all things, This level of corrosion was like a joke. In an instant, the giant dark green claws were severed by the sword aura, the broken fingers and palms shattering into dark green poisonous mist, completely enveloping the Eternal Night Sword aura. But in the next instant, it was slashed through by the Eternal Night Sword aura. The moment the extreme Eternal Night Sword aura broke through the giant dark green claws, it collided head-on with the Star Shatter ray shot by Jason. The mutual annihilation that had been imagined did not occur. Under the extreme Eternal Night Sword aura, the main body of the Star Shatter ray, that blood jade bone spike, was cleanly and decisively split in two. Then, the condensed to the extreme blood-colored ray was likewise split in two. From a distance, it looked just like a sugarcane cleanly and decisively sliced down the middle by a woodcutter's blade. Seeing this scene, both Jason and Manhwa felt a sense of powerlessness welling up in their hearts. They had not expected that even with their combined efforts, they would still be unable to withstand this strike head-on. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the opponent's attack had become, or how many unique specialties the opponent had mastered. But they no longer needed to imagine. Under the suppression of the Eternal Night Sword Chi and the Immortal Execution Sword domain, their bodies were forcibly pinned in place. In other words, they had no choice but to take this sword strike head-on. Various shields of different colors appeared on Manhwa's body. Clearly, these were life-saving items. As a Multiverse Network player, and a legendary level 1 at that, he naturally would not lack such defensive measures. But the moment the Eternal Night Sword Chi slashed down, these shields shattered instantly like bubbles, leaving Manhwa completely exposed. As the giant sword swept past, a line of blood appeared from the center of Manhwa's brow, extending all the way down to his chest and abdomen. Feeling the destructive sword chi rampaging within his body, Manhwa let out a soft sigh. A whisper, like a murmur or a prayer, echoed in his ears. All those who have sinned shall eventually find no escape from their fate. As his voice fell, Manhwa tremblingly reached out to tidy his hair, which had been disheveled by the wind pressure, until it was meticulous. Only then did he lower his hands, closing his eyes while remaining in a standing posture as his life force rapidly vanished. The Eternal Night Sword Chi did not stop after passing through Manhwa. It continued to slash toward Jason, and like Manhwa's reaction, faced with the incoming Eternal Night Sword Chi, Jason's expression was exceptionally ferocious. Even though waves of dizziness assaulted his mind, he stubbornly swung his bone scepter, smashing it toward the Sword Chi. The Sword Chi sliced through the scepter, instantly severing the upper half. Then, the Eternal Night Sword Chi crushed through Jason's body before suddenly dissipating into nothingness. The 10th, Gao Yang looked at the now dead Jason, his heart thumping thunderously, heavy blood surging endlessly within his body. The 10 legendary figures required by the quest had all been slain. He looked at the void before him, as if seeing an illusory barrier appearing there. That indestructible, illusory barrier had already been cleaved open by his sword, and was now slowly opening to both sides. Gao Yang could feel the veil of the legendary realm slowly being lifted for him. But this would take time. A breakthrough to the legendary rank could not be achieved in a single step. And before that, he still had to face the strongest legendary of the Pantheon. A fierce wind struck. Gao Yang struggled to twist his body, narrowly avoiding the arrow. He looked at Ugolin, sensing the mockery in the other's eyes. In the opponent's view, after unleashing that immortal execution sword Eternal Night, Gao Yang was already like prey in his pocket. Feeling the life force rapidly expanding within his body and the earth-shattering changes taking place, Gao Yang did not hesitate to retract the immortal execution sword domain, exposing both of them once again to the bloody battlefield. Apologies, taking a day off. My dear patrons, I am sorry cough. Due to some reasons that cannot pass the review, I have to take a day off today. I am still out and won't be able to make it back tonight. I will definitely write 10,000 words tomorrow. If I can't, I'll lose 3 centimeters. Chapter 809. The path of legend may be lonely, but not alone. Under the blood-colored sky, Gao Yang stood in the void, his attention entirely focused on Ugolin, who was not far away. The pressure brought by that 5-meter-tall, burly frame was far too heavy. Ugolin stared at Gao Yang, a soft chuckle emerging from beneath his helmet. If you had let me kill them, I could have gained another unique specialty. What a pity. Gao Yang did not speak. He had already learned from Ice Phoenix that members of the Pantheon had ways to plunder unique specialties from others. Seeing Gao Yang remain silent, a golem tilted his head slightly and spoke again. What? Still planning to put up a desperate struggle. His posture was very relaxed, as if he had no intention of attacking yet. Gao Yang felt the surging power within his body, his mind already contemplating the next countermeasure. The previous battle had not lasted long, but he had already used Perfect Response 3 times, and his innate talent, Fate's Choice, had already been activated. Therefore, his next choices would certainly not contain any major errors. But the problem at hand was that in the face of absolute power, no matter how correct his choices were, they could not achieve much. This was because her golem's strength was too great, and he was still in his prime state. Meanwhile, after Gao Yang had forcibly killed the others, his state was no longer what it had been at the start. This was not to say that his battle chi or stamina were insufficient, but that using the Immortal Execution Sword domain and the Immortal Execution Sword series of techniques placed too heavy a burden on his spirit and will. If not for the will enhancement provided by his immortal will and his mastery over the rules of slaughter, how could a legendary figure be so easily killed? He needed time, not just to ascend to the legendary rank, but also to let his spirit recover. But right now, a golem clearly would not give him that time. Seeing Gao Yang remain silent, a golem revealed a ferocious grin. Holding his will axe in one hand, he took a step forward. The space beneath him was subjected to immense pressure, instantly rippling like water. Under the force of this immense power, his body seemed to teleport, instantly crossing the distance between them to appear before Gao Yang. His wheel axe crashing down, clang clang clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Gao Yang used Yang Yao to continuously block the axe strikes, each one heavier than the last. His body sent flying backward. After a golem swung his axe again, a blinding blade light suddenly ignited on the wheel axe, which was already flashing with a sharp edge. He held the axe high with both hands, and the surrounding space began to collapse frantically toward the axe blade. Faced with her golem's attack, Gao Yang, who had forcibly taken a round of axe strikes, felt his entire body go numb, unable to move for a moment. At this moment, Gao Yang felt the despair brought about by the crushing weight of absolute power. Clang! A sharp, piercing sound that seemed to cleave the heavens and earth rang out suddenly. Her golem, holding his battle axe high, slammed it down, unleashing a pitch-black arc of axe light. Fate severe, heavenly punishment. This black arc of light was only 10 meters in size, but everywhere it passed, the space was torn apart like a painting. The dark, jagged scar in the air spread toward Gao Yang in an instant. Watching the black X light closing in, along with the spiderweb-like spatial cracks surrounding him, a sense of powerlessness surged in Gao Yang's heart. I have already pushed myself to the absolute limit of what I can do, yet I still cannot topple the mountain before me. The light in his eyes began to dim, signifying that his will to resist was slowly fading away. Meow! Just as Gao Yang's spirit sank into despondency, Melifina suddenly let out a shrill roar. Surging golden flames erupted from her small body. Her golden fur stood on end, and like a tigress guarding her territory, a solid shield composed of golden flames manifested before Gao Yang. The moment the shield formed, the black X light slammed into its surface. Terrifying ripples spread continuously, and spiderweb-like cracks rapidly appeared on the surface of the shield. Melifina's teeth chattered as she gritted them, her energy pouring into the shield as if it were worthless. 1 second, 2 seconds. Crack! After holding out for less than 3 seconds, the life-saving shield, which had consumed all of Melifina's energy, shattered into a sky full of golden fragments. Melifina let out a miserable cry. It was as if she had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. Her head snapped back violently, and a spray of blood erupted, splattering onto Gao Yang's visor. The black X light shattered the shield Melifina had constructed and, with its momentum undiminished, continued to slash toward Gao Yang. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Gao Yang's heart hammered violently. He looked at the blood splattered on his visor, his pupils constricting. In that instant, the blood in his veins began to boil. Brilliant golden light bloomed in his mind. The great sword of will within his consciousness flipped abruptly, and endless golden light poured out from it like a torrential rain, striking in every direction. Only then did Gao Yang realize that, at some unknown point, His sea of consciousness had been flooded with endless gray mist. This mist had risen from the edges of his sea of will, silently spreading across nearly half of it. Even the steadfast soul defense technique he used to protect his spirit had failed to provide any obstruction. There is another enemy hiding in the shadows. The moment this thought flashed through Gao Yang's mind, the brilliant radiance of his will dispersed the mist in his sea of consciousness entirely. As the mist vanished, the gloom and despondency that had been festering in Gao Yang's heart disappeared without a trace. Brilliant golden light of will ignited in his eyes, and Gao Yang swung his sword forward with all his might. Clang! The great sword collided with the X-light. Blinding sparks flew, and the surrounding space was torn apart, only to be rapidly repaired. Even though Gao Yang had reacted at the final moment, a golem's axe was too heavy and the distance too close. Yang Yao only blocked it for an instant before being knocked away by the black X-light, spinning out of Gao Yang's control. Without the obstruction of Yang Yao, the black X-light descended once more toward Gao Yang's head. A golem revealed a savage grin and stepped forward quickly. He intended to completely strip away the only specialty Gao Yang possessed before he died. Watching the black X-light about to strike him, Gao Yang's eyes were calm and waveless. Death might be the end for others, but he still had one chance to start over. Just as Gao Yang was calmly welcoming the arrival of death, a streak of light arrived in an instant from behind him. It whistled past a mere inch above his right shoulder, colliding with the black X-light at the very last second. The verdant energy arrow and the pitch black X-light stalemated in front of Gao Yang, eroding each other with a deafening roar. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed, looking at the arrow and X-light so close before him. He did not hesitate for a second. He scooped Milafina into his arms and vanished from the spot in a flash of lightning. The moment Gao Yang disappeared, the verdant energy arrow exploded. Under the tide of violent energy, the black X-light lost the power to advance and slowly dissipated into the air. With a flash of lightning, Gao Yang reappeared 1,000 meters away. He turned to look in the direction he had just come from and saw a high-spirited young man standing there with a solemn expression, holding a magnificent, exquisite golden battle bow. Tiny sigh and hurricanes swirled around the bow. Gao Yang was slightly dazed. He had not expected to see an old friend on this bloody battlefield. "Lidi, how long time no see, big brother?" Lidi Garuda looked at Gao Yang, the smile on his face growing brighter. Although his smile was bright in Gao Yang's eyes, he still looked a bit travel-worn. It was easy to imagine that the journey from their homeland to this place had not been peaceful. A warm current surged in Gao Yang's heart. He held Milafina and looked at Lidi Garuda. "You've ascended to legend, of course." Lidi raised the golden battle bow in his hand and said with a smile, "See this? The heirloom weapon of our Garuda clan is now under my command." As his voice fell, Lidi looked at her golem not far away and said, "Big brother, you should recover for a moment. As for this guy, leave him to me." Gao Yang was startled, then stepped forward to stand in front of Lidi, his voice heavy. "You are no match for him right now. If you face him, you will die." Lidi's breath hitched, but then the smile on his face became even brighter. "Big brother, you look down on me too much. Although I haven't been a legend for long, I can at least manage to stall him for a while." Gao Yang shook his head again. He reached out a hand, and Yang Yao automatically appeared in his palm. "While he hasn't made his move yet, you should go. Help me take Milafina away. I don't want to see Leah sad." Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, a flash of pride appeared on Lidi's face. He turned his head toward Gao Yang and said, "Big boss, I came here only after getting Leah's consent." Gao Yang looked at the smile on Lidi's face, and his heart sank. If Leah had agreed, it meant that in order to come here and help him, Lidi had already prepared himself to die in battle. Both he and his wife had made such preparations. This kind of unconditional help suddenly made Gao Yang feel an immense weight on his shoulders. Although the number of lives lost at his hands was countless, he had never felt the weight of life as heavily as he did at this moment. The corners of Ergelin's mouth curled up beneath his helmet. He looked at Lidi Garuda standing beside Gao Yang, his gaze lingering for a moment on the golden war bow in Lidi's hand. Then, the battle axe in his own hand vanished, replaced by the same hideous war bow that had appeared earlier. Undoubtedly, Lidi's appearance had ignited his desire for slaughter. This was the bloodlust of a hunter targeting a powerhouse of the same rank and system. It was also a desire to prove who was the stronger among the powerhouses of that system. A desire that was simply impossible to suppress. The moment Ergelen drew his war bow, the smile on Lidi's face vanished instantly. He looked at Ergelen, who was 1,000 meters away, and felt a slight tingling sensation on his scalp. In his line of sight and perception, the area where Ergelen stood had transformed into an ocean as deep and dark as ink. The opponent was like a giant beast lurking in the boundless darkness of the seabed, and that grotesquely heavy war bow was hidden within it. Its sharp arrow pointed directly at his brow, as if it intended to pierce through his body and soul at any moment. This feeling caused cold sweat to instantly soak Lidi's back, but in just a split second, a pale cyan energy flashed through Lidi's eyes. He forcibly dispelled the sensation, drew his bow, notched an arrow, and aimed it from afar at Ergelen, 1,000 meters away. Seeing this, the smile on Ergelen's face grew even more cruel. He placed his right hand on the bowstring and pulled it back slowly. Boom, boom. With his movement, the spacer on the bowstring emitted sounds of unbearable strain, and an arrow as thick as an adult's thigh appeared on the war bow. Looking at that load-bearing pillar that one could barely call an arrow, a trace of confusion appeared in Lidi's eyes, and a drop of cold sweat couldn't help but slide down his forehead. Whether in the transcendent realm or the legendary realm, battles followed a basic principle: bigger is better. The larger the weapon, the heavier it was, and the more powerful it became when swung, the greater the energy, the more destructive the force. Just like at this very moment, although Lidi had great confidence in the thumb-thick arrow in his own hand, he simply couldn't compete with Ergelen using a load-bearing pillar as an arrow. The two arrows were incomparable just by looking at them, let alone engaging in combat. A sliver of doubt began to rise in Lidi's heart. It wasn't doubt about the authenticity of Ergelen's attack, but rather, he began to wonder if he was truly qualified to intervene in Big Boss Gao Yang's battle. The moment Lidi was lost in self-doubt, Ergelen released his fingers. The space in front of him instantly cracked, and that thigh-thick arrow roared through the space and vanished. Lidi's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. The moment the opponent released the string, an aura named Death completely enveloped him. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately released his own fingers. The emerald green arrow let out a roar, sweeping out like Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon had flown less than 100 meters when it was violently pierced by a streak of black light. That streak of black light entered through the mouth of the Azure Dragon and exited through its tail without losing any momentum, shooting toward Lidi's position, facing the pitch-black arrow that seemed to be hurtling toward him with the weight of the entire space. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Lidi was shocked to discover that under the opponent's attack, he couldn't even manage to dodge. Watching the arrow grow larger and larger before his eyes, Lidi found even lifting his arm to be exceptionally difficult. Just as the arrow flew within a 10-meter range, a golden slash mark appeared in front of Lidi. The moment the slash mark appeared, space itself seemed to be split in two. The arrow collided with this slash and was subsequently split into as well. Following that, a Cerulean geometric shield appeared around Gao Yang and Lidi, and closing their bodies within it. Gao Yang looked back and saw the legendary mage of the mercenary army, Anji Bailey, hovering in the air. The staff in his hand was shining brilliantly, and his magic power was boiling over. On the ground below and in front of him, a mass of scarlet blood flames was surging toward their position. Within the dragon blood flames was the legendary Berserker House, who was already on the verge of madness. Deputy Commander Gao, don't worry, we are here. A hoarse, feminine voice rang in Gao Yang's ears. Gao Yang did not see the person speaking, but he knew it was Katrina. In that instant, Gao Yang said silently in his heart, Commander Bailey, Commander House, and Commander Katrina, please help me hold him off. I need a little time. Rest assured, Deputy Commander Gao, we are on the same side now. Commander Bailey's voice replied, the opponent's combat power is extremely strong. Do not hold anything back, but also remain cautious. There is another entity in the shadows skilled in mental attacks, and there may be even more enemies. Commander Bailey, be careful. After Gao Yang finished speaking, House, on the ground below, had already charged past their position, kicking up a sky full of blood mist as he rushed toward Ergelen. Only a hearty laugh echoed in his ears. Ha ha ha, don't worry, we aren't rookies. Chapter 810 Legendary. Legendary. The moment House charged out from the ground below. Gao Yang had already flown toward the rear. As he left, he brought Lidi along with him. The support of Anjibai and the other legendaries had finally bought him some time. Gao Yang did not know if they could hold out against Ergelin, or for how long. The only thing he could do now was to break through to the legendary realm as quickly as possible and fully unleash the foundation he had accumulated until now. Once he broke through to the legendary realm, facing the current situation would be an entirely different matter. As lightning flashed, Gao Yang had already brought Lidi to the very rear of the battlefield. He released his grip and set Lidi down, while simultaneously lifting the unconscious Milafina from his arms and handing her over. Lidi, please take care of Milafina for me. Her injuries are not life-threatening, but they must not be allowed to worsen. Rest assured, boss, leave it to me. Lidi took the unconscious Milafina, secured her to his shoulder with energy, and replied quickly. Gao Yang nodded, then without a moment of hesitation, sat down cross-legged and immediately closed his eyes. Thanks to his long-term meditation, Gao Yang's inner state had already returned to tranquility within the short time it took to sit down. Feeling the peace within himself, Gao Yang opened the Multiverse Network panel and looked at the notifications. Multiverse Network notification. Legendary Partner Promotion Quest Unique has been completed. Multiverse Network important notification. The restriction on character breakthrough to Legendary has been lifted. Upon meeting the relevant conditions, the character may choose to break through to Legendary. Multiverse Network important notification. Your Legendary Path Quest Unique God of War has been completed. The character may now proceed with the Legendary breakthrough. Looking at the notifications floating before his eyes, Gao Yang did not hesitate and directly chose to proceed with the Legendary breakthrough. As Gao Yang confirmed his intent, a dense stream of Multiverse Network notifications appeared before his eyes once more. Multiverse Network notification. Character has chosen to proceed with the Legendary breakthrough. Detecting the relevant breakthrough environment. Warning, environment detection complete. The current character is located in Avernus Bother, extremely dangerous. This environment meets the requirements for a Legendary character breakthrough, but you may face significant interference during the process. Do you confirm the breakthrough? Gao Yang's intent flashed, and the notifications continued to refresh. Multiverse Network notification. Character confirms the breakthrough. Character Legendary breakthrough continues. Detecting progress on the character's relevant Legendary path. Multiverse Network notification. Detection complete. Progress on the character's relevant Legendary path has significantly exceeded requirements 187%. The character's attributes meet the breakthrough conditions. Freezing the relevant generally XP 20 million. Multiverse Network notification. 20,000. 0 generally XP successfully frozen. Character Legendary breakthrough initiated, without any superfluous steps. Less than a minute after the notification indicated the start of the Legendary breakthrough, a new message appeared before Gao Yang. Multiverse Network important notification. 20,000. 0 generally XP consumed successfully. Character class level increased by 20. Character has gained the Legendary life template. The moment this notification appeared, a muffled thunderclap exploded in Gao Yang's mind. Amidst this roar, which felt as if the heavens and earth were being split asunder, an indescribable sensation suddenly emerged from the depths of his heart. Gao Yang lifted his head and suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant radiance of will blooming from within them. The moment that brilliant radiance of will bloomed, Gao Yang's body was instantly rendered in a golden hue. From a distance, he looked like a true deity sitting in this place. Lidi narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but take a few steps back. This radiance of will was so brilliant that he felt as if he were facing a burning star at close range. The blinding light seemed as though it would scorch his eyes. The next moment, Lidi stopped abruptly. Because Milafina, who was on his shoulder, had been bathed in that golden radiance of will, and was slowly floating toward Gao Yang's position. Lidi was about to reach out, but the next moment, Milafina had already landed on Gao Yang's shoulder, merging into the blinding golden light without the slightest resistance. Watching this scene, Lidi quickly withdrew his outstretched hand and instead gripped his war bow. He did not know what was happening to Gao Yang. But such terrifying power and that brilliant radiance of will would inevitably attract the attention of countless entities on this blood war battlefield. And now, he was Gao Yang's last line of defense. In Gao Yang's open eyes, there was no focus. His gaze seemed to traverse endless time and space. Seeing the land that raised him and that orphanage, what is a legend? To this day, Gao Yang still could not provide an accurate answer. But regarding his own legendary path, he had already gained enlightenment. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the forging of a legend should be the tremor born from the essence of life after experiencing a glorious and brilliant life, leading to a natural breakthrough. Perhaps it is the gift received from the source of faith after tens of thousands of days and nights of devout prayer. Perhaps it is the nostalgia for one's homeland born within the soul of a weary traveler after witnessing countless planes and experiencing countless worlds, thus achieving legend status. But for Gao Yang, a legend is none of the above. For him, it was endless slaughter that forged the legend. It was the long-honed skills that forged the legend. It was the day-after-day meditation and cultivation that forged the legend. It was the will to constantly challenge the known and the powerful that forged the legend. To him, the legendary path had always been beneath his feet, striving for self-improvement, never giving up, fighting against heaven and earth. This was his path to becoming a legend. At the same time, his legendary path had long been closely linked to Earth. After being nurtured by 5,000 years of civilization, Gao Yang's thoughts and consciousness had long been inseparable from this blue planet. From the perspective of Earth's heavenly Tao, as a plane gradually recovering from a dead magic zone, it needed a sufficiently powerful spokesperson. And in a dark forest like the multiverse, kindness and benevolence cannot bring even a shred of goodwill. Dignity exists only on the edge of a blade, and truth exists only within the range of absolute force. Under this consciousness of the heavenly Tao, Gao Yang's legendary path naturally aligned with the needs of Earth's plane consciousness. It was precisely because of this that the path of the unique god of war, belonging solely to Earth, quietly unfolded. After clarifying everything, the most intense changes began to evolve within Gao Yang's tempered body. Whoosh! Blood surged through his body like a river rushing through mountain canyons, emitting a roar that lingered and would not fade. His heart beat within his chest, as silent and profound as the pulse of the earth itself. Wind and thunder accompanied his breathing, circulating between his nose and mouth. He sat cross-legged upon the earth, sensing its pulse, and in doing so, took a firm step toward that legendary life, rumble. The growth and expansion of his life essence emitted a roar that felt almost tangible. System notification. Breakthrough successful. Your life marker has been updated to legendary life. System notification. Your warrior level has increased to level 20. You have received a class baptism. System important notification. Based on your legendary promotion quest, your class has changed. You have acquired a new legendary class, unique god of war. System notification. Based on your class level, your relevant skills have unlocked legendary content. System notification. Based on your challenge level and legendary class restrictions, your class experience resources have been promoted to legendary XP. Unique legendary. Standard legendary XP conversion ratio 1 to 1.5. You can no longer obtain relevant kill experience basic by killing non-legendary units. You can still obtain full kill experience from units above level 15. System notification. When you kill legendary units, you will receive a massive legendary XP bonus based on the legendary unit's challenge level and life level. System notification. You have received a legendary life baptism. Your life essence, attack bonus, willpower intensity, and relevant basic resistances have received a significant, permanent increase. System notification. Detected an increase in character life level. The wonder item, Nourishing Aberration Core, has officially taken effect. For this legendary life baptism, your life essence increase is come to 100%. System notification. Detected that the character class has changed to the legendary class, unique god of war. Relevant basic effects are now taking effect. Unique god of war legendary class effect 1. Absolute strength. Basic effect. Character basic strength, constitution, and agility. Cone 5. Legendary effect. The 40-point maximum growth limit for character basic strength, constitution, and agility at character life level 30 is removed. The character gains the constant buff absolute strength. When confronting conceptual or holy art-related concepts such as certain evasion, guaranteed hits, or unblockable effects, all attacks will gain a guaranteed hit effect and deal massive additional true damage actual damage *0. 2. Absolute willpower, basic effect. Character total willpower quality increased by 10% current willpower attribute, legendary effect. Character willpower is freed from racial restrictions and growth restrictions. Any method of increasing willpower receives a massive boost. The character gains the constant buff absolute willpower. When confronting enemies with lower willpower attributes, the true damage dealt by absolute strength increases to 1.75 times the actual damage when confronting enemies with higher willpower attributes than oneself. The true damage dealt by absolute strength increases to 1.15 times the actual damage. 3. Absolute fighting spirit, basic effect. Character is immune to most negative spell effects, including stun, slow, freeze, charm, fear, transformation, and instant death. Character's application of relevant effects is increased by 50%. Legendary effect, character's battle aura, stamina, and willpower recovery speed come to 100%. The character gains the constant buff primordial unity. The character is immune to all spell effects below the legendary level and immune to instant death effects from holy concepts with a comprehensive attribute lower than the character's. As long as the character's willpower remains, the physical body will not die. As long as the physical body remains, the willpower will not be extinguished. P.S. The character will die only if both willpower and physical strength are completely exhausted, or if both the concepts of willpower and physical body are erased simultaneously. 4. God of War Prestige, basic effect, character basic perception, intelligence, and charisma increased to 25 points. Legendary effect. The 40-point maximum growth limit for character basic perception, intelligence, and charisma at character life level 30 is removed. The character gains the constant buff God of War Prestige. Every 100 points of multiverse reputation permanently increases comprehensive combat power and/or related abilities by 1%. System notification. You have gained 1 legendary attribute point. P.S. You can consume this attribute point to permanently increase any one legendary attribute by 1 point. P.S. When your legendary level reaches 24, you will receive the next legendary attribute point. System notification. Detected that character-related legendary quest rewards overlap with legendary promotion quest rewards. Relevant reward changes are in progress. System notification. You have acquired a new class ability, Legendary Physique. Legendary Physique. Through thousands of trials of cultivation and combat, your body has become indestructible and immensely powerful. Character body defense, recovery, transformation ability, toughness, and life essence receive a massive increase. Character physique is treated as natural armor, immune to all physical damage below the legendary level and all magical weapon damage below the legendary level. Simultaneously, holy attribute damage immunity tier come 3. Character's various life indicators receive a significant increase, and adaptability to various extreme environments receives a massive boost. System important notification. You have gained 1 legendary skill point. You can use it to freely unlock a legendary ability or advance an upgradable transcendent ability to legendary status. Gao Yang frowned, feeling the earth-shattering changes occurring within his body. His bone density was constantly increasing, his flesh and blood becoming ever more resilient, his meridians growing more elastic, and his skin beginning to thicken. Everything was a testament to the fact that his life level was continuously rising. But this was not the end. The foundation he had accumulated until now was only just revealing its true power. System important notification. The 40/60ths at character life level 40 maximum growth limit for character basic strength, constitution, and agility is removed. Character basic strength, constitution, and agility related bonuses increased by 20%. System notification. Detected that the character has broken through to legendary status. You may choose any one attribute to break through the transcendent limit. When a basic attribute reaches 30 points, it marks the boundary between the transcendent and the legendary. When a base attribute exceeds 20 points, it signifies that the attribute has stepped into the extraordinary realm. When a base attribute reaches 30 points, it means that the attribute has stepped into the legendary realm, granting the ability to possess legendary traits associated with that attribute. After Gao Yang took on the unique class of God of War, his strength, constitution, and agility attributes each increased by 5 points. Theoretically, his strength, constitution, and agility should have all reached 30 points, meaning he should have stepped into the legendary realm. However, in reality, all three of his strength, constitution, and agility attributes remained at 29 points, as if a thick barrier was restricting any further increase in his attributes. But now, Gao Yang could directly choose one attribute to break through into the legendary realm. From this, it is clear that the breakthrough of a legendary attribute is not that common, or rather, the primary attributes of many legendary professionals are not yet qualified to touch the legendary realm. After all, increasing extraordinary attribute points is not that easy. Without hesitation, Gao Yang directly chose to break his strength attribute through the legendary limit. As Gao Yang finished his selection, a new Multiverse Gaming System notification appeared once again. Multiverse Gaming System notification. The character has chosen to break the extraordinary limit of the strength attribute. It is detected that the character's strength attribute has already touched the legendary barrier. The breakthrough is now complete. Current strength, Multiverse Gaming System notification. Your strength has reached the legendary attribute template. You may choose one from the following many legendary strength traits as a reward for your strength reaching the legendary template. Chapter 811 Legendary Strength Reward Splat. Blood sprayed out like a jet from a high-pressure water gun, shooting dozens of meters away and splashing onto the dark red, blackened, blood-soaked earth. On the first layer of Badr, Avernus, where the bronze citadel stood, the two sides of the battle were venting their violent attacks upon each other without pause, as if they were tireless. And in the rear of the battlefield, far from the bronze walls, a place that should have been ignored, it had now become the center of the storm of war. Energy and battle ore were vented wantonly here. Magic and combat techniques constantly annihilated each other. The radiance of divine power and blood shone in reflection of one another. A large number of legendary powerhouses from both the demon and devil sides were fighting desperately here. At the very center of the battlefield, inside a nearly tangible golden barrier, Gao Yang was sitting quietly. The ground around the golden barrier had already been soaked through with blood. A broken golden greatbow was stuck in the dark red earth, and Lidi was nowhere to be found. Not far away, the blood-drenched house was engaged in a frantic melee with Igolin, who held a giant axe. Every time the greatsword collided with the battle axe, a mist of blood would burst from House's body. With every burst of blood mist, the blood ore on House's body grew thicker, and the power of his strikes became heavier. His eyes were scarlet, and he appeared crazed. It was clear that he had lost his sanity due to having his berserk state activated for too long. Not far from where the two were fighting, Angebelly had already taken out all his trump card magical equipment and scrolls, constantly maneuvering against a devil duke, a six-winged celestial golden wing being, and a human legend. At this moment, Angebelly had turned into a complete spell turret, bombarding the three with various spells as if they cost nothing. But even so, he could not hide his declining momentum. Under the siege of three legends, even a legendary mage with extremely strong combat capabilities felt extremely strained. This was not to say that Angebelly was weak. It was simply that there were too many enemies. Compared to the legendary powerhouses of the chaotic demon side, the legends of the lawful devil camp were much more clear-headed and calm. They knew when to do what to have the greatest impact on the war situation. Whereas the demons, whose minds were filled with slaughter and destruction, became like mindless beasts once they started killing, devoid of any reason or logic. The other legendary mercenary group leaders were similarly facing sieges from the legendary powerhouses of the devil's side, as Igolin took the initiative to spread the battlefield to where Gao Yang was. The situation had spiraled out of control in less than 3 minutes. A trace of pain and regret flashed in Angebelly's eyes. If he had known that helping Gao Yang would trap their entire team, he would have definitely abandoned Gao Yang to preserve his team members, with whom he had shared life and death. But it was too late to say these things now. In just 3 minutes, more than 50 legendary powerhouses had gathered here. Among them, the chaotic side had only 23, but the lawful side had a full 28 legends. The outcome here had become the key to the victory or defeat of this front line. More than 50 legends were fighting fiercely here, and the terrifying energy fluctuations had long since turned this place into a dead zone. If it weren't for Angebelly consuming a precious legendary protective scroll to shield Gao Yang, Gao Yang would have already died in the aftermath of the various attacks. But even so, the protective shield outside Gao Yang's body began to dim. At this rate, it would be completely shattered before long. Angebelly had already made up his mind. Since he had helped to this point, he would wait for the protective shield outside Gao Yang to shatter completely and witness his fall with his own eyes. Once the other party fell, all he could do was try his best to take his team members and escape this quagmire of war. He was just a mercenary, not a pioneer carrying out the struggle between law and chaos. He did not care who won or lost between law and chaos. He only cared about his team members and the amount of the commission given by the employer. Before Gao Yang's retina, as the multiverse gaming system notification appeared, information about various legendary strength traits began to refresh before his eyes. 1. Strength of Destruction. Type: Legendary Strength Reward Effect. This legendary character gains a destruction judgment bonus based on their own strength attribute. Any form of physical attack will carry an equal degree of destructive power. Parts destroyed by this destructive power cannot be regenerated or healed, and are considered permanently damaged. 2. Limit of Strength. Type: Legendary Strength Reward Effect. This legendary character can precisely control every fiber of their muscles, allowing every attack to exert the absolute upper limit of their strength and constitution. 3. Immortality of Strength. Type: Legendary Strength Reward Special Effect. The ultimate form of strength is the power of eternal immortality. When this legendary character is subjected to aging or even death, they may perform a high-difficulty strength-related check to resist the negative effects associated with said aging or death. Warning: once a character successfully resists death through this ability, there is an extremely high probability of attracting the attention non-benevolent of deities or concepts related to death. 9. Strength Forging Unique Specialty Come Legendary Strength Type: Legendary Strength Reward Special Effect. The strength of this legendary character will no longer be limited to the manifestation of the strength attribute. Any element related to force can be regarded as their own power. Whenever this legendary character smelts a type of force, the force of that attribute will be permanently solidified into the legendary character's attacks without requiring additional consumption. Furthermore, as the force of that attribute grows, the character will gain a corresponding increase in strength. P.S. Every time an attribute force is forged, the strength cap can be broken through once. Looking at the various power traits refreshing before his eyes, Gao Yang's gaze naturally fell upon strength forging. This was the product of combining a unique specialty with legendary strength, and it was a reward that followed the same lineage as his transcendent strength reward. Strength Smelting. Undoubtedly, the other legendary strength rewards were also extremely impressive. Once one reached the legendary realm, the concept of strength was no longer limited to the physical body or matter itself, but instead gained conceptual traits. However, these traits were not applicable to Gao Yang, and some even overlapped with his existing abilities. In this situation, strength forging was already an excellent choice. As for the numerous other power rewards he had not yet seen, Gao Yang's current situation did not afford him the time to carefully deliberate. Omni Network Prompt: Please confirm whether you wish to select Strength Forging as your legendary strength attribute upgrade reward. Please note, this operation is irreversible. The moment the Omni Network prompt appeared, Gao Yang confirmed it with his thoughts. As the relevant Omni Network prompt information refreshed on his retina once more, Gao Yang felt a brand new power surging forth from every part of his body. It was the willpower he had finished smelting long ago, now flowing with the circulation of his entire body's strength and imbuing itself into his physical form. As for physical stamina, it had not yet been completely smelted, and thus had not been solidified into his body. Until this moment, no more Omni Network prompts refreshed before Gao Yang's eyes. This also meant that Gao Yang had officially broken through the transcendent realm and become a legendary professional. With a thought, Gao Yang opened his personal status window. The next moment, the information before his retina shifted, converging into a panel that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Name, Gao Yang. Profession, unique god of war. LV 20 health points. Battle chi: 1500/1500. Strength: agility: constitution: intelligence: charisma. Perception, free attribute points 0. Transcendent attribute points 0. Legendary attribute points, legendary reputation. Professional skills: chi recovery, flowing motion, absolute force, absolute will, absolute fighting spirit. God of War prestige unique specialties: immortal will, body of 100 refinements, blazing sun furnace, heavenly disaster sword Dao, heart of thunder. Talent abilities: fate choice, size manipulation. Looking at his personal panel, which had now completely changed in appearance, Gao Yang slowly clenched his fist, feeling the unceasing surge of power within his body. This undeniable, true power made Gao Yang understand that at this very moment, he had achieved the legendary realm. Gao Yang opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the protective barrier covered in dense spiderweb cracks before him. Looking out at the frenzied battlefield beyond, his eyes swept across all the combatants, finally coming to rest on the broken war-bound not far ahead. In an instant, endless crimson gold battle chi rose from his body, violently shattering the protective barrier around him. The crimson gold battle chi burned fiercely here, as if it had no limits. This sudden commotion immediately attracted the attention of all the legendary powerhouses fighting there. Gao Yang did not care about any of their gazes. He simply spread out his right hand, allowing the scarlet formation diagram in his palm to spread rapidly. Chapter 812. There are gaps even among legends. When the dark red formation diagram spread out in Gao Yang's palm, the battlefield where the legendary figures were engaged in a frenzied bloodbath suddenly stagnated. The soaring aura of slaughter transformed into dark red twilight, filling the vision and perception of every legendary figure present. The Devil Duke, who was locked in a fierce battle with Angel Bailey, had originally looked at Gao Yang with eyes full of greed, but when it sensed the undisguised killing intent of the immortal execution sword domain, its greedy eyes suddenly turned clear. Then, without the slightest hesitation, it turned and fled. As a Devil Duke, its status in the Nine Hells was second only to the Lords of the Nine Hells. Although it wanted to scheme for higher power and status through the Blood War, this did not mean it was willing to gamble with its own life. The moment the Devil Duke fled outward, the many legendary powerhouses on the lawful side all began to flee the area. Clearly, they had all sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from that dark red formation diagram. Gao Yang watched their backs with calm eyes, and the speed at which the immortal execution sword domain expanded increased countless times over. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a radius of 10,000 meters. The blood-colored sky was now shrouded by the immortal execution sword domain, not to mention the many legendary figures fighting near Gao Yang. The moment it sensed that it had fallen into the opponent's domain, the Devil Duke let out a low roar, and a dark red shimmer bloomed on its body. The next instant, its body merged into the shimmer and vanished in an instant. This was its unique spatial teleportation ability, not to mention ordinary legendary domains. It had even used this ability to escape alive from within divine power domains. Light flashed, and the Devil Duke's body appeared 100 meters away. This is impossible, the Devil Duke roared crazily in its heart. Though on the surface it maintained the dignity of a legendary powerhouse. Gao Yang, you. The Devil Duke's withdrawal finally allowed Angel Bailey to heave a sigh of relief. He blinked over to Gao Yang's side, his eyes shimmering with an excited glow. Although he did not know exactly what had happened to Gao Yang, the current situation was crystal clear to Angel Bailey. The mere release of a domain had been enough to scare off all the hostile legendary powerhouses. Such overwhelming might spoke for itself. Even he, a legendary mage, felt a sense of trepidation while standing within this dark red legendary domain, let alone those legendary figures on the opposing side. And this time, Angel Bailey realized that the decision he and his team had made would yield rewards far exceeding the risks. After the immortal execution sword domain had trapped all the legendary figures within its confines, Gao Yang looked at Angel Bailey, who had blinked to his side, and nodded slightly. Team Leader Bailey, thank you all for this time. If not for your help, I might have already died here. Angel Bailey maintained a reserved smile on his face. He shook his head and said, we are a team, after all, whether it is you or anyone else. As long as someone encounters danger, we will intervene without hesitation. Gao Yang nodded, saying nothing more. What the other party had done was indeed in line with what he had said. On this point, there was no issue at all. Gao Yang raised his hand, and the golden war bow that belonged to Lidi appeared in his grasp. He looked at the war bow, now snapped into pieces, and asked in a voice he tried to keep calm, "Team Leader Bailey, where is my friend now?" Ange Bailey's gaze fell upon the broken war bow, and he felt even more relieved. With a smile on his face, he said, "Rest assured, although your friend was severely injured, he is fine for now. I have temporarily placed him inside a magnificent mansion. He is very safe." Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion. Gao Yang had heard of this spell. It could create an extra-dimensional space exclusive to the caster, used for evading pursuit, combat, or hiding one's presence, offering an extremely high level of safety. With Lidi placed inside the magnificent mansion by Ange Bailey, there likely wouldn't be too many problems. Gao Yang looked at Ange Bailey again and said, "Thank you, Team Leader Bailey." Ange Bailey shook his head slightly and said sincerely, "There is no need for that. Your friend is a friend of our team. This is the code by which we survive." Gao Yang nodded and stopped speaking. Instead, he looked toward House, who was standing on the ground, his back hunched, his throat continuously emitting low, beast-like growls. At this moment, House had ceased his battle with a golem. A golem stood together with the legendary figures of the orderly faction, looking toward Gao Yang's direction from afar. As for the legendary powerhouses of the chaotic faction, they also stood on the same front as Gao Yang and the others, gazing at their opponents from a distance. The previous slaughter had been too frenzied, but once a battle reached that level, stopping was not such a simple matter. Now that they had finally managed to stop, it allowed these people to regain a bit of their reason, and the thought of a truce began to rise in their hearts. Team Leader House is not in a good state right now. He has used his legendary berserk for too long, leading to a complete loss of reason. He can no longer distinguish friend from foe and is completely controlled by the desire to fight. It is becoming difficult to restrain him. A trace of sorrow flashed in the depths of Ange Bailey's eyes. Although a legendary berserker possessed immense combat power, the drawbacks were equally severe. Even he could not calm House down in his current state. If the fighting were to continue, House would degenerate into a complete beast that knew only battle and slaughter. Gao Yang looked at House, and the Eternal Radiance greatsword appeared in his hand naturally. Holding the Eternal Radiance, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Team Leader House. Roar! Sensing a threat, House immediately let out a frantic roar. As blood-red flames surged and boiled, he raised the fiery red greatsword in his right hand high and slashed down toward the Gao Yang in front of him, facing House's strike. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. He slowly swung the Eternal Radiance, slashing down toward House. Brilliant sword light erupted from the blade of the Eternal Radiance. This strike was unimaginably fast. House's greatsword had only fallen halfway when the Eternal Radiance had already landed on the top of his head. However, the Eternal Radiance did not cut down, it merely rested upon House's head. The next moment, a brilliant radiance of will blossomed atop House's head. Deep within House's scarlet eyes, golden sword shadows flickered, and a look of dullness and astonishment appeared on his ferocious face. The next moment, his arms slowly dropped, his eyes closed tightly, and the frenzied aura began to calm down. Since it was difficult to control him, the best way was naturally to let House fall into a deep sleep. What Gao Yang had done was use his own power of will to sever the frantic thoughts in House's sea of consciousness. At the same time, due to the consumption of mental energy, House naturally fell unconscious. After knocking House out, Gao Yang retracted the Eternal Radiance and turned to look at the position where Golem and the other legendary figures were located. Sensing Gao Yang's gaze, which was filled with killing intent, the Devil Duke, who had been vaguely pushed to the very front, felt his breath hitch, and he cursed the others in his heart. But there was no other way. The two major factions of the Blood War were demons and devils. He, Talos Kanshet, as a Duke of the Devil faction, possessed strength that ranked among the top of the many legendary figures on the surface. Moreover, devils were most proficient in various schemes, plots, and seductive rhetoric. Therefore, it was only natural that the other legendary figures had pushed him to the front. Facing the gaze cast by Gao Yang, Dala's Kanchit stepped forward, revealing a smile that was not quite a smile, and said to Gao Yang, "Let today's battle end here. If we keep fighting, it won't be pleasant for us, but you will certainly all be killed here by us." The first prerequisite of negotiation was not to show weakness. As a devil duke, Dala's Kanchit was clearly well versed in this art. Looking at the legendary devil opposite him, Gao Yang, for some reason, suddenly thought of the legendary devil Mephitos. Compared to Mephitos, the legendary devil before him seemed rather lackluster. He could see the thoughts in the other party's heart, and he could also see the true meaning behind these words. Compared to the actions of Mephitos, this seemed somewhat clumsy. Slowly shaking his head, Gao Yang had no intention of negotiating with them. After he had unfolded the immortal execution sword domain, these legends had no other path to take but to die here, or rather, the time before he broke through to the legendary rank was their last chance to kill him. But clearly, they had failed to seize that opportunity. Surging furnace battle chi erupted from the blade of Yang Yao. Under the force of this surging battle qi, Yang Yao instantly transformed into a 100-meter-long giant flame sword, and Gao Yang, at this moment, had also transformed into a giant nearly 200 meters tall, under the reinforcement of his legendary physique and ultra-high constitution. The upper limit of his innate ability, size manipulation, had been further expanded. At the very least, maintaining a 100-fold size transformation posed no burden to Gao Yang at this moment. Dala's Kanchit looked up at the giant human who obscured the firmament, a flash of anger appearing on his face. He glared at Gao Yang and shouted, "Do you really think you can fight against 28 of us legends? Stopping now is the best choice for all of you." Facing Dala's threat and the angry glares of the many legends, Gao Yang only slowly shook his head. Then, a roar like thunder rolled down from the 9 heavens. "You can kill me, or try to escape my domain." Following the grand roar, a flame giant sword descended like a collapsing mountain. Dala's looked at the flame giant sword cleaving down from the sky, his heart trembling. If it were possible to escape this unknown domain, he believed there would be no legends left here. Was it not because everyone discovered they could not escape the opponent's legendary domain that they were forced to gather together? Dala's eyes flickered, and then his voice rang out in the ears of everyone on the order side. "Either we kill him, or he kills us. There is no other choice. Kill, for our lord." Those who could ascend to the legendary rank were naturally the elites of their respective races. While there might be those in the multiverse who broke through to the legendary rank by sheer luck, their numbers were not many. Therefore, after clarifying their current situation, the legendary powerhouses of the order side launched an attack on Gao Yang, the owner of the domain. Without further ado, 28 legendary powerhouses struck simultaneously, and the terrifying energy fluctuations shook the area, almost completely tearing the space here apart. This caused the legends of the Chaos side to retreat to the edge of the immortal execution sword domain, fearing that these attacks might suddenly blast toward them. The attacks of the 28 legendary powerhouses were all different, but what they had in common was that they all carried extremely intense energy fluctuations. Anji Bailey stood behind Gao Yang, sensing the energy fluctuations from the opposite side, his scalp tingling. This level of attack was no longer something a single legend could block. In his understanding, there was no legendary powerhouse who could withstand the siege of more than 20 legends. Amidst the violent energy fluctuations, Gao Yang's voice, sounding like thunder, resonated through the heavens and earth. "My name is Gao Yang, the one who sends you to your graves." As his voice fell, a dazzling radiance of will bloomed in the sky. Anji Bailey narrowed his eyes. In that instant, he felt as if he saw the brilliant stars blooming with light in this place. Then, he realized that those were Gao Yang's open eyes, not scorching stars. Whoosh! Yang Yao swung down, whipping up a violent gale, facing this sword that encompassed everyone. The legendary powerhouses of the order side all wore expressions of anger at being disrespected. A mere legend not only wanted to be the enemy of 28 legendary powerhouses but even dared to launch an attack on everyone. It was truly wishful thinking. Thinking of this, the attacks from many of the legendary powerhouses became even sharper. Clang, clang, clang. Yang Yao swung down, and attacks continuously struck the blade, emitting crisp sounds. But these attacks could not hinder Yang Yao in the slightest. There were also many legendary powerhouses who targeted Gao Yang himself, and a large number of attacks bypassed Yang Yao, landing on Gao Yang's massive body. But the next moment, something that filled them with terror occurred. Their attacks landed on Gao Yang's body, but the scene they imagined did not appear. Instead, their attacks were like bubbles hitting a steel plate, shattering with a pop. Calamity. Overweight slash. Gao Yang ignored all the frontal attacks from the legends, as well as the dozens or hundreds of defensive and trigger-based abilities set up around them, and simply struck with all his might. Jung! The sound of the sword rang through the sky, wherever the giant sword passed. The space was compressed into something like a steel plate by the terrifying, heavy sword pressure. The defenses or trigger-based abilities constructed by the 20-plus legendary powerhouses were as fragile as eggshells in the face of this steel-like space, shattering one after another with a crackling sound. Dalalci's eyes were splitting with rage. He released the soul power he had accumulated for many years without reservation, the terrifying soul power even faintly pushing away the surrounding space. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the blade, his soul roared frantically. Absolutely, absolutely must not be touched by this sword, otherwise, death is certain. He was not the only one who felt the same as Dalalci. But there were not many who could forcibly break through that steel-like space with their own abilities. Pucci. And so, under the astonished gaze of the legendary powerhouses of the Chaos side, Gao Yang's casual sword sweep passed through. The legends on the opposite side seemed to be frozen in place. Their bodies easily shattered. The terrifying cutting force bloomed within their bodies. Cracks appeared densely across the bodies of the struck legends, and then, with a clean and crisp bang, they shattered. This scene caused the legends of the Chaos camp, who had previously been somewhat worried, to suddenly freeze. The legends of the Chaos camp, along with the demons and devil warriors encompassed within the immortal execution sword domain, all stared at this scene in a near daze. The bloody battlefield here fell silent because of it. 19 legendary powerhouses of various races, including a 6-winged angel legend from the heavenly realm, were just wiped out by a single sword strike, and like their silence, the legendary figures of the lawful camp who had luckily survived looked at the giant that stood between heaven and earth with eyes full of terror, the fear in their hearts having already climbed to its peak. Chapter 813. The Devil's Anthem. A heavy scent of blood slowly spread, and fresh blood dripped from the tip of the sword, falling into the deathly silent battlefield. The legendary figures who had luckily escaped death stared in shock at the slowly healing slash mark. Around the slash mark lay limbs and broken arms scattered across the ground, and the owners of these limbs and broken arms were legendary powerhouses, no different from themselves. Dailaz had an ugly expression on his face. He looked at the giant, who seemed more like a devil than he himself, and felt as if a massive boulder were pressing down on his heart. The shock brought about by that previous sword strike was far too intense. It was so intense that he even briefly forgot his own status and power as a legendary being, his body trembling involuntarily as if he had returned to his weak days, facing a bone demon radiating evil energy. That feeling of near despair was something Dailaz remembered vividly. Even more unsightly than Dailaz's expression was that of Igolin, who stood at the edge of the battlefield holding his war bow. He did not understand why, in such a short amount of time, the feeling Gao Yang gave him could have undergone such earth-shattering change. Previously, in his eyes, Gao Yang was merely an ordinary legendary existence. Although strong, he was still within the scope of what he could handle. But in just a moment, the feeling Gao Yang gave him was truly like the opponent's current size, a massive body nearly 200 meters tall reaching into the clouds. Standing before him, his own 5-meter tall body felt truly like an ant, one that could be crushed to death by the opponent at any moment. In particular, Golan knew that this feeling was not an illusion, but a reality, that he could be crushed at any time. The reason he had not been crushed yet, in Golan's view, was because Gao Yang wanted to slaughter all the other legendary figures before slowly dealing with him. If it were him, he would do the same. When Golan realized Gao Yang's intention, a flash of madness crossed the face beneath his helmet. Feeling the ocean-like surging power within his body, the war bow in Golan's hand vanished, replaced by the legendary battle axe that had followed him into battle until now. Corpse Shredder. Golan keenly realized that the 8 remaining legendary figures present might be his last chance. Before Gao Yang slaughtered all these legendary figures, he still had a chance. Whether it was seizing the opportunity to flee this place or seizing the opportunity to severely wound Gao Yang, both were the best possible ways to save himself: kill him, or be killed by him. We have no way to retreat. Everyone, bring out your true abilities. Golan walked toward Gao Yang step by step. The blood-red armor on his body became increasingly crimson. That was the blood within his own body being devoured by the armor. Massive amounts of blood were consumed, making the blood-red light on the armor increasingly blinding. When this blinding blood light climbed to its limit, the radiance on the armor suddenly vanished, merging into his body. The blood armor disappeared, revealing Golan's strong, bare upper body. At this moment, fragments of the armor were embedded into his hands, spreading from his elbow joints all the way to his fingertips. The bright red armor fragments passed through his fingers and connected directly to the handle of the battle axe. And as the armor connected with the battle axe, a blade of extremely condensed blood-red light emerged from the edge of the corpse shredder battle axe. Just by glancing at this blood light, one could feel its terrifying sharpness. Golan took a step and stood firm on the dark red earth. His wild hair danced behind him, revealing a face that was resolute yet ordinary. On that face, his pupils had already turned into a scarlet expanse, as if soaked in blood. Feeling Golan's state, the other 8 legendary figures also stopped hesitating. They knew that if they still held onto the idea of letting others sacrifice themselves while they looked for a chance to survive, then the next one to die would be themselves. Hideous bone spurs erupted from various parts of Dalaz's body, forming visible bone armor that firmly protected his body within. His body surged from its original 3 meters to 15 meters, and a bone war spear slowly protruded from his palm, which he gripped tightly. Facing the immense pressure brought by Gao Yang, this Devil Duke finally revealed the true devil form he had not shown for a long time. The moment Dalaz revealed his true devil form, the giant sword burning with battle ore descended from the sky once more, and the terrifying power of the slash enveloped Dalaz and the other legendary figures again. Dalaz hunched his back, the space beneath his feet trembling, and his body suddenly pierced through space, appearing in front of Gao Yang's chest. The bone war spear in his hand dragged a pitch-black spatial crack behind it as he thrust it toward Gao Yang's chest with all his might. Facing Dalaz's full-force strike, Gao Yang did not even blink, continuing to swing his sword, Yang Yao, along its predetermined trajectory. Golan's scarlet pupils suddenly constricted, and earth beneath his feet vibrated like water ripples under the violent power. He suddenly vanished from his spot, and the next moment he appeared at Gao Yang's neck, the scarlet battle axe in his hand slashing toward Gao Yang's throat. Puchi. The bone war spear pierced through Gao Yang's chest, and the scarlet battle axe sliced open nearly half of Gao Yang's neck. But before Dalaz and Golan could show a smile of success, they saw the blood hole in Gao Yang's chest and the slash mark on his neck healing rapidly, as if time were flowing backward. By the time the war spear pierced out from Gao Yang's back and the battle axe had finished its slash, the wounds had already recovered as if they had never existed. Gao Yang killed 2 more legendary powerhouses with one sword strike, his heart devoid of the slightest fluctuation. Under the augmentation of his legendary physique, absolute battle intent, and various abilities like primordial unity, these injuries, which would have been fatal in the past, did not even count as minor wounds to him. And this absurd scene caused the 7 remaining legendary powerhouses on the scene to fall into silence once again. A physique that was difficult to penetrate but could heal instantly, combined with terrifying giant sword strikes, these 2 points alone caused the legendary figures present to almost lose their will to fight. A veteran domain level legendary. This is definitely a veteran domain level legendary. We are no match for him. A legendary half-dragon sorcerer's pupils shook violently as he looked up at Gao Yang's massive form, speaking at a rapid-fire pace. Hearing the words of this legendary sorcerer, the hearts of the surviving legends present, already heavy with dread, sank even further. A veteran domain legend is, in reality, the product of combining a veteran legend with a veteran domain. Whether it is a veteran legend or a veteran domain, neither is easily achieved within the realm of legends. The former requires one attribute to exceed 30 points and a successful breakthrough into the legendary realm, granting legendary attribute traits. The latter requires one to go a step further based on the rules domain they have comprehended, solidifying their own rules domain to form a combat domain exclusive to the holder. Within a solidified rules domain, the owner possesses absolute environmental and rule-based advantages. As long as the opponent has not reached the level of a veteran domain and cannot perform a domain counterclash, they will be completely suppressed. In the multiverse, whether it is a veteran legend or a legend who has mastered a solidified domain, they are no longer considered weaklings, even among legends. As for those above veteran legends, they are peak legends, and above solidified domain legends are rules legends. The former has primary attributes exceeding 40 points, possessing power comparable to gods, while the latter has reached a certain depth in their comprehension of rules, touching the origin of rules, and is capable of driving or even merging with rules in a short period. As for the combination of a peak legend and a rules legend, there is a special term in the entire multiverse: immortality. Legendary figures at this level are essentially impossible to kill. Even gods have almost no possibility of slaying them, provided the immortal legend does not rashly intrude into a god's divine kingdom. Of course, even if they were to intrude into a god's divine kingdom, as long as the god's kingdom is not overly powerful, an immortal legend still has the possibility of fighting their way out. Gao Yang looked at the half-dragon legendary sorcerer, who was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. The man's insight was actually quite decent, being able to perceive that his attributes had broken through into the legendary realm. However, his comprehension of the domain had not reached the level of a veteran domain. The reason he had given the opponent this misconception was naturally due to the immortal executioner array map, as the foundation of the #1 killing array in the Eastern extraordinary lineage. Even though the immortal executioner array map that Gao Yang had refined and integrated was only of legendary grade, it still possessed all sorts of incredible powers. And this power was what allowed Gao Yang's legendary domain to possess the might of a solidified domain. Regarding the future improvement of his immortal executioner sword domain, he could continue to contemplate the rules of slaughter, improve the quality of his immortal executioner array map, or do both simultaneously. If he did so, his immortal executioner sword domain would be enhanced exponentially. Before Gao Yang broke through to the legendary realm, these matters were things he only half understood. But once he broke through to the legendary realm, this knowledge, which he had previously not fully comprehended or understood, was easily grasped. However, so what if he knew? They still could not escape death. Human calamity, heart-splitting. A brilliant will boiled in Gao Yang's mind as the 100-meter-long giant sword struck down fiercely, and the world within the domain instantly turned pitch black, between heaven and earth. Only a blinding, silvery white slash descended upon them. In that instant, the demons and devil warriors watching the battle from afar, as long as their strength had not reached the legendary level, all saw a crystal-clear silvery white slash appear in their vision. Crack. A clearly audible shattering sound echoed in their minds, followed by the eternal extinction of their consciousness. The mere aftermath of this single strike easily wiped out tens of thousands of lives. A scarlet aura suddenly expanded from Gao Yang's body, instantly sweeping across all directions. The death of tens of thousands of lives caused Gao Yang's natural disaster aura to instantly stack by 10,000 layers. Natural disaster aura basic effect. Creatures within the natural disaster aura will perform a comprehensive check the moment they see you. The intensity is based on the character's natural disaster aura intensity and the creature's total life force. If the check fails, they will fall into a state of trembling, unable to harbor any thoughts of resistance. If the check succeeds, for every creature you slay thereafter, all creatures within the natural disaster aura will perform another comprehensive check based on the original +1. At this moment, under the impact of such an aura, the few legendary powerhouses who were already near despair fell into a state of trembling on the spot. And in this state of trembling, they were unable to resist the sword that struck both body and soul simultaneously. As the eternal radiance passed, all 7 legends were dead, save for Golan and the devil Duke Delawasi, who had revealed his true devil form. The scarlet aura impact bloomed once more. This time, even Delawasi could not resist, and the war spear in his hand clattered to the ground. He looked up at Gao Yang, who appeared like a god and a demon, as if he were seeing the supreme lord of the 9 hells who held his life and soul in his grasp. His legs began to tremble, his heart began to quake, and under the gaze of those 2 eyes, which were brighter than stars, he slowly knelt to the ground, as if only in this way could he obtain a shred of security. At the same time, he could not help but chant Gao Yang's name. The blood-stained contract never decays. The chains of the 9 hells bind all living things. Salamda Gao Yang. Your wisdom and power are like the fires of the abyss, burning away the delusions of rebellion, forging the order of eternity. The fool offers his soul. The wise man is content to be a slave. The truth of hell can only be written by your sword and your punishment. At first, the voice was not distinct, but as Dalhousie continued to chant, his voice grew louder and his tone became increasingly fanatical, a look of madness appearing in his eyes. And before the fanaticism in his eyes could reach its peak, a giant sword burning with raging flames descended from the sky. The tip of the sword, larger than his own body, mercilessly pierced through him, strangling his increasingly fanatical praise within his shrill throat. As the giant sword ground through, the bone devil's body was instantly torn to pieces. Only then did Gao Yang look down at Ergolin, his still dripping sword tip pointing at the center of his brow. Chapter 814 Soul Searching and Spirit Refining. Ergolin faced the blade of Yong Yao, his scarlet eyes devoid of the slightest hint of fear. Or rather, in this state, his madness was even more terrifying than that of a legendary berserker. However, unlike the mindless rage of a berserker, Ergolin still maintained a sliver of clarity amidst this insanity. Watching Ergolin, who radiated madness from every pore, Gao Yang shifted his focus and dispelled the size manipulation transformation, returning to his normal stature. The very next instant after he returned to his normal form, a wave of blood-scented wind rushed toward his face. Clang! The scarlet giant axe collided with the greatsword of battle aura. This time, the hand Gao Yang used to hold his sword was exceptionally steady. A flash of cruelty crossed Ergolin's scarlet eyes. He leaped backward violently, his feet stomping onto the space behind him, causing the air to warp into the shape of an exaggerated funnel. The next moment, the space suddenly snapped back to its original state, and Ergolin, utilizing the force of the space's restoration, transformed into a streak of blood-red light, slashing down at Gao Yang with ferocious intensity once more. Gao Yang kept his gaze locked on Ergolin, with his current attributes supporting him. Every move Ergolin made appeared as if in slow motion before his eyes. Incredibly clear, clang, the greatsword swept horizontally. Brilliant light of will blooming along the blade, colliding with the scarlet giant axe with an unstoppable momentum. Amidst the flying sparks, the maddened Ergolin was sent flying by a single strike. Gao Yang shook his head slightly. Weak, far too weak. After he successfully broke through to the legendary rank, the gap between him and a legendary being like Ergolin had widened to an exaggerated degree. Even with Ergolin's full power outburst, his attack potency could break through the domain of legendary attributes. But with the augmentation of power casting, Gao Yang's attack bonus consisted of 30 points of legendary strength plus 29 points of willpower, along with the slashing power provided by the disaster sword Dao and other various buffs. Under these layers of augmentation, the attack power of the two was no longer on the same magnitude. With Gao Yang's current casual sword strike, it was likely that the semi-plane of Kaholisai, which he had once exhausted all his strength to barely crack open, would now shatter completely with ease. The moment Ergolin was sent flying, he used the momentum to spring back toward Gao Yang, his scarlet battle axe descending toward Gao Yang's head once again. Gao Yang swung his sword with full force, meeting the incoming Ergolin. He still had many things to do. He would not waste any more time on this. Clang! When the scarlet battle axe struck the silver-white blade again, an unstoppable, massive force erupted instantly, swatting Ergolin man and axe alike into the dark red earth beneath their feet as if he were a mere fly. Amidst a violent roar, the ground in front of Gao Yang shattered instantly. The earth within a 1,000-meter radius was pulverized and flung dozens of meters into the air before falling back down. Exhausted of its momentum, Gao Yang looked at the bowl-shaped crater before him. At the bottom lay Ergolin, blood spurting from his entire body. Yet, at this very moment, the madness in the opponent's eyes had vanished, replaced by the calm of one who accepts defeat after a gamble. Golem struggled to rotate his eyeballs, meeting Gao Yang's gaze. His lips twitched as he slowly spat out a sentence, "You won, Hivni." A quick end. His response was a merciless slash. Yan Yao instantly pierced through his chest, pinning him to the bottom of the crater. Golen's eyes trembled violently, and a stream of blood surged from his mouth. He bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained fangs. "Let me guess. You want to obtain the method to plunder a unique talent from me, right?" Gao Yang did not speak. He simply took a step, landing at the bottom of the crater. "How? I knew it. You and I are both players of the indescribable version, both desperate souls who crawled out of the abyss of death. It's impossible for you not to be tempted by something like a unique talent." Golem looked at Gao Yang, who had walked up to him, and laughed maniacally. "But I'm going to disappoint you. I won't tell you a single word. If you want to obtain the method to plunder a unique talent, then let me go, and I will recommend you to join us. From now on, we can plunder others together until we become the new God Kings. How about that?" Facing Golem's frantic clamoring, Gao Yang still showed no intention of speaking. He simply opened his palm and pressed it onto the other's head. Feeling Gao Yang's action, a sliver of unease suddenly rose in Golem's heart. He did not know where this unease came from, but he knew that if he did not do something, what he would face next would definitely be a fate worse than death. Wait. Before he could finish, Gao Yang had already invaded his mind with his consciousness. Back in the Yan Kingdom, Gao Yang had learned a secret technique called memory extraction. This technique allowed Gao Yang to effectively categorize the various memories in his mind, while also granting him a near photographic memory. It was a very practical secret technique. However, this technique was not only meant to be used on oneself, just as Gao Yang was doing at this moment. When memory extraction is used on others, it has a name that better fits the act: soul-searching and spirit-refining. Compared to Gao Yang asking Golem bit by bit, this direct communication between soul and soul was more convenient and reliable, saving him the time of discerning truth from falsehood. As Gao Yang's consciousness fully invaded Golem's mind, the vast memories within Golem's brain began to be categorized and organized according to Gao Yang's will. For Gao Yang, this process was as simple as dragging a mouse to click on icons on a computer screen. But for Golem, it felt like countless blades of the soul were slicing through his spirit and memories, forcibly rearranging them according to the other's preferences. This pain, originating from the soul itself, caused him to roar uncontrollably. Soon, Gao Yang found what he was looking for. In his perception, two files slowly emerged. The file on the left contained everything regarding the Pantheon, while the file on the right contained the portion regarding the unique talent. Out of caution, Gao Yang directly opened the file containing the unique talent. There are many powerful entities within the Pantheon, and information regarding the unique specialty of plunder is undoubtedly their most guarded secret. It is highly likely that they have placed restrictions or soul-searching countermeasures to prevent anyone from accessing it. Therefore, searching for information about the Pantheon directly is not a viable option. As Gao Yang flipped through the memories of Golem regarding his unique specialty, Gao Yang's perspective began to overlap with that of Golem. In short, Gao Yang began to experience the unique specialty possessed by his opponent from Golem's perspective. Long ago, Gao Yang had already learned about unique specialties. Aside from certain inherent traits, the most important factor in the formation of a unique specialty is the passage of a vast amount of time. Whether it was the clash of wills between Santos and the evil god, the century-long campaigns of the old Orc City Lord, or the decades of daily slaughter against the followers of the evil god by Yijulite, all of them were the result of constant tempering and cultivation over long periods, which eventually gave rise to a unique specialty. What Gao Yang was doing now was gaining insights into the unique specialty by repeatedly experiencing Golem's cultivation process, compared to the methods of plunder mastered by members of the Pantheon like Golem. This approach was clearly a clumsy one, characterized by extremely low efficiency and equally low effectiveness. It was even uncertain whether this method would succeed at all. However, for Gao Yang at this moment, he only needed to obtain the vast majority of the information regarding the unique specialty, and perhaps he would be able to fully deduce it through his idealistic thinking. Of course, it was also possible that by continuously perceiving Golem's memories, he could obtain it directly. While browsing through Golem's memories, Gao Yang also learned the names of the two unique specialties possessed by him: limit-breaking power and blood-burning battle chi. Among them, the effects of blood-burning battle chi were not much different from his own furnace battle chi. They simply differed in direction. If he were to master blood-burning battle chi, it would conflict with his own furnace battle chi. So Gao Yang was not interested in it. What he was truly interested in was the unique specialty mastered by Ergelen. Limit-breaking power. What are you doing? Let go of me, Kai. Images of Ergelen using his limit-breaking power flashed repeatedly before his eyes. He knew this was not his intention, but he could not control his own thoughts. Faced with Ergelen's clamor, Gao Yang remained unmoved, continuing to flip through and experience his memories. In this repeated viewing and perception, without knowing how much time had passed, a Multiverse Network notification suddenly refreshed before Gao Yang's eyes. Multiverse Network notification. You have come into contact with information related to the unique specialty, limit-breaking power. Current understanding progress. Looking at the notification that had suddenly appeared, Gao Yang revealed a faint smile. At the same time, Ergelen's nearly hysterical voice exploded in Gao Yang's mind. What are you doing? Why is the Multiverse Network notifying me that my unique specialty is being stripped away? Stop it. Chapter 815. The Master of Minds and Memory. Ergelen's shrill screams echoed continuously in Gao Yang's mind. Yet they did not cause even the slightest impact on Gao Yang. In Ergelen's memories, Gao Yang saw that the number of Multiverse Network players who had died at Ergelen's hands already exceeded 100, nearly half of whom were players from the same version as them. The process of their deaths was 100 times more painful than what Ergelen was currently experiencing. As for the reason, it was naturally because Ergelen used secret techniques exclusive to the Pantheon to plunder the unique specialties possessed by those players. The success rate of plundering a unique specialty was not high, but the process was extremely cruel. Therefore, in Gao Yang's view, the pain Ergelen was suffering now was merely a drop in the bucket. The screams continued, and Gao Yang's actions did not falter. In the world of consciousness, the concept of time is not clear. Perhaps they had experienced long-lasting pain in the world of consciousness. But in the real world, not even a single second had passed. Just like the state Gao Yang and Ergelen were in at this moment, under Gao Yang's guidance, Ergelen's memories were being continuously flipped through, and endless memories were displayed before Gao Yang's eyes over and over again. In this endless cycle of memories, Gao Yang's understanding of the unique specialty, limit-breaking power became increasingly profound. Conversely, Ergelen's screams began to gradually weaken. When Gao Yang's understanding progress of limit-breaking power exceeded 90%, Ergelen's struggles had quietly ceased. He lay there quietly, like a broken ragdoll, allowing Gao Yang to roughly flip through his memories, unable to even muster the consciousness to resist. Or rather, his consciousness had been nearly destroyed and worn away by this near-limitless browsing and cycling. Simply put, his soul was already near death, only a step away from total collapse. The scarlet color in Ergelen's eyes, as if diluted by a large amount of clear water, was now almost non-existent. Multiverse Network notification. You have come into contact with information related to the unique specialty, limit-breaking power. Current understanding progress, 100%. Important Multiverse Network notification. You have obtained all information regarding the unique specialty, limit-breaking power. When the owner of the unique specialty, limit-breaking power voluntarily or involuntarily relinquishes this specialty, you will automatically condense this unique specialty. Looking at the notification refreshed before his eyes, Gao Yang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The real-world time spent browsing Ergelen's memories was not long, but in the world of consciousness, he had spent nearly 50 years. Through repeatedly watching and understanding Ergelen's application of the unique specialty, limit-breaking power, he had finally fully grasped this unique specialty. The reason a unique specialty is called a unique specialty lies in its exclusivity. If Gao Yang wanted to master this unique specialty, the prerequisite was that it must not currently be mastered by someone else. For Gao Yang now, this was not a difficult task, but before that, Ergelen still had a little bit of residual value to be extracted. Gao Yang's consciousness closed the file containing the unique specialty and turned to open another file containing information about the Pantheon. The process by which Ergelen joined the Pantheon was no different from that of most other members. After encountering a powerful ambush by Pantheon members, a desperate and near-death Ergelen chose to join their ranks. In Ergelen's memory, it was during an abyss trial not long after he had first stepped into the extraordinary realm. A Pantheon member codenamed Black Abyss, clad in black armor, had effortlessly crushed all of his resistance into the dirt. At that time, in order to survive, Ergelen joined the Pantheon and became a low-level believer. As Gao Yang browsed through the memories, information regarding the Pantheon unfolded before him bit by bit. Gao Yang did not seek out the methods the Pantheon used to strip away unique talents. He merely observed the connection between Ergelen and the Pantheon like a bystander. From the moment he first joined and began to learn about the Pantheon, to his first time following an envoy to invade another player's abyss trial, to handing over the looted unique talent fragments, then promoting from a believer to a fanatic, beginning to invade either independently or in teams, and finally becoming an envoy himself to lead new believers in invasions. Everything related to the Pantheon was laid bare to Gao Yang. He organized the information about the Pantheon in his mind, while his hands continued to move without the slightest pause. Still flipping through Ergelen's memories, suddenly, Gao Yang's movements halted, and his focus sharpened on Ergelen's current memory. Gao Yang, slightly bowing his head, followed the white-robed bishop in front of him, treading up white jade stairs as they moved forward slowly. Blood axe. Remember to remain respectful when you see the Lord God later. Do not look directly at the Lord God, and do not defy the Lord God. Do you understand? The voice of the white-robed bishop walking ahead echoed in Gao Yang's mind. Gao Yang could see his own perspective bobbing slightly up and down, appearing as if he were nodding. Step, step. When the two of them, one behind the other, came to a stop, Gao Yang carefully raised his head to look at the surrounding environment. He was in a massive and empty temple. 12 towering pillars supported the structure, and ghostly blue holy flames leaped and surged within torches, dispelling the darkness of the temple. Directly in front of him, in the center of the temple, stood rows of giant white jade thrones, each over 10 meters tall. These white jade thrones were like the seats of heavenly gods. Even though they were empty, they still radiated an intense sense of oppression. His gaze shifted slowly, when his vision touched a hem of a dress more brilliant and dazzling than a blue star-filled sea. He abruptly retracted his gaze and quickly lowered his head. At this moment, a gentle yet slightly languid voice slowly resonated throughout the temple. Is this the bishop candidate? The white-robed bishop, who had kept his back to him the entire time, bowed slowly and replied in an aged voice. Returning to the Lord of Hearts, it is the Lord of Hearts. Gao Yang's mind stirred, and he committed this high-ranking member of the Pantheon to memory. This was his first time coming into contact with a true high-level figure of the Pantheon. Raise your head. The gentle and languid voice entered his ears, seemingly possessing supreme temptation, causing him to raise his lowered head without the slightest intention of resistance. Looking toward the owner of the blue dress, it was a god shrouded in blue starlight. Her graceful figure displayed distinctly feminine features, and she stood 10 meters tall, one lotus-like arm propping up her chin. Even though she was over 10 meters tall, a true giant, her body seemed like the most perfect creation in the world, with every detail perfectly proportioned. Even though her face was obscured by a thin veil formed of starlight, Gao Yang could still feel the other party's interested, scrutinizing gaze. The second after Gao Yang made eye contact with the Lord of Hearts, a slightly surprised sound of realization echoed in the temple. The next instant, the atmosphere of the temple that Gao Yang perceived suddenly changed. Look at me. The Lord of Hearts spoke suddenly. Her voice no longer held its previous languor and gentleness. She sounded like a true deity sitting high upon a throne, looking down at a humble, insignificant mortal with a cold and ruthless gaze. Gao Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he realized instantly that the situation had spiraled out of his control. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to withdraw his consciousness from Ergelen's memory, but the moment this thought surfaced, he was horrified to discover that his consciousness could not detach from Ergelen's memory, as if it had been imprisoned within this memory by an unknown force. At this time, Ergelen obediently turned his eyes, causing his gaze to meet the eyes of the Lord of Hearts. The moment their eyes met, Gao Yang's vision was also passively locked with the Lord of Hearts. In an instant, a pair of silver-white eyes, as cold as the moon in the firmament, filled his field of vision. How interesting. Blood Axe was almost completely killed by you. The voice of the Lord of Hearts echoed in Gao Yang's ears. Gao Yang felt as if he had lost control of himself, standing there in a daze, looking up and quietly meeting those silver-white eyes. Forget it. Since Blood Axe is already dead, then you shall replace him. From now on, you are Blood Axe. The voice of the Lord of Hearts echoed over and over in Gao Yang's mind. His consciousness felt as if it were turning into a lump of modeling clay, being forcibly broken apart and reshaped by the owner of that voice. Gao Yang could perceive all of this, but he could only watch helplessly, unable to offer any resistance. He knew that once this lump of clay was reshaped, he would cease to exist, and in his place would be the Pantheon bishop known as Blood Axe. Just then, a great sword of will, radiating a brilliant light of determination, surged into the sky from Ergelin's body. A heaven-shaking sword hum resonated throughout the temple. The moment the great sword of will appeared, it slashed down vertically without hesitation. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound exploded in Gao Yang's mind, and the scene within the memory instantly shattered. In that instant, Gao Yang regained control over his own consciousness. Without the slightest hesitation, his consciousness withdrew from Ergelin's mind in an instant, like a receding tide. At the very last moment before his consciousness retreated, a cold snort rang out, clearly and unmistakably, in Gao Yang's ears. As his consciousness returned to his body, Gao Yang's eyes snapped open. His palm, which had been covering Ergelin's face, jerked back as if he had been electrocuted. The next moment, a flash of sword light flickered, and he appeared hundreds of meters away. Following that, dense swarms of slaughter sword chi surged wildly through Ergelin's body, shredding his form into a mist of blood. Having done this, Gao Yang squeezed his eyes shut and channeled his immortal will with all his might. A brilliant radiance of will emanated from his mind, flooding his body like a golden torrent, completely submerging him within it. After confirming that there were no abnormalities in his body or mind, Gao Yang slowly let out a breath, and the radiance of his will quickly receded. This method of mental control and hypnosis was truly terrifying. It was actually capable of hypnotizing and controlling him through the memories of another person. At this thought, Gao Yang's expression shifted abruptly. He forcibly controlled his own thoughts, refusing to recall anything that had just transpired, and swiftly sealed away all memories related to that temple, casting them into a corner of his mind. Only after doing this did Gao Yang's complexion improve slightly. A blank space had appeared in his memory, and everything that had happened previously was forgotten. Yet, he understood with absolute clarity that if he had not done this, that blank space he had sealed away might have descended upon his mind the very next moment. In Gao Yang's current memory, everything related to the Master of Minds of the Pantheon had turned into a void, without an anchor for its existence. It naturally could not spread over to him. Gao Yang's expression was grim. He looked at the blood mist slowly drifting away in the distance, his vigilance toward the Pantheon reaching its peak. The fact that an unknown entity could force him to seal and forget his own memories simply through Ergelin's recollections was enough to demonstrate the power of the Pantheon. If not for the active effect of his immortal will triggering automatically, he might not even possess his own self right now. At this thought, Gao Yang reigned in the slight arrogance he had felt after promoting to a legend and sweeping through more than 20 legendary powerhouses. In this multiverse, there were still many existences stronger than him. If he did not maintain a sense of awe at every moment, perhaps Ergelin's fate today would be his own in the future. Fortunately, Gao Yang had been vigilant beforehand and had obtained all the information regarding the unique talent, limit-breaking power. If he had opened the Pantheon file first, he would likely have gained nothing at this moment. And once Ergelin was completely obliterated by the slaughter sword chi, the opponent naturally lost possession of the unique talent limit-breaking power. Therefore, after Ergelin's total death, several Multiverse Network notifications refreshed before Gao Yang's eyes. Multiverse Network notification. You have killed a Multiverse Network player legendary rank. You have gained 50. 0 legendary XP and 1 point of legendary reputation. Multiverse Network notification. Based on your legendary class effect, you have gained an additional 2,100,000 legendary XP. Multiverse Network notification. Detected that the unique talent, limit-breaking power is currently in an ownerless state. The unique talent. Limit-breaking power can be condensed. Do you wish to condense it? Gao Yang looked at the refreshing notifications and, without a moment's hesitation, chose to condense it. Multiverse Network important notification, unique talent. Limit-breaking power has begun condensation. Current progress, 0.1%. Estimated time required, 14 days. 23 hours, 29 minutes, and 58 seconds. Please ensure your own survival during the condensation period. Looking at the notification provided by the Multiverse Network, Gao Yang's heart tightened. The condensation of a unique talent actually required a full 15 days. This was truly beyond his expectations. As for ensuring his own survival during the condensation period, for the current Gao Yang, as long as he did not actively seek death, he should not encounter any life or death crises that he could not resolve. Closing the Multiverse Network notifications, Gao Yang looked toward the many chaos-aligned legends who had been forced to the edge of the Zhuxian sword domain. Swept by Gao Yang's gaze, the eyes of the legends present instantly cleared significantly, and some of them could not help but reveal expressions that could only be described as fawning. Gao Yang took a step forward, and in the next instant, he had arrived before Ange Bailey. Chapter 816. Acceptance, and the Abyss Demon Balak looking at Gao Yang, who had appeared abruptly before them. Ange Bailey and the mercenary captain behind him both revealed a look of burning intensity. They had witnessed Gao Yang's performance just moments ago. Facing 29 enemies alone, Gao Yang had still slaughtered all 29 legendary opponents with ease. This terrifying combat power made Ange Bailey and the other mercenary captains realize that the rewards from their previous life or death gamble were immense. If nothing else, for every day Gao Yang remained in their team, whenever they accepted mercenary missions, the employer would have to consider the dignity of a veteran domain legend like Gao Yang when making an offer. A veteran domain legend's starting price in the Blood War was 100 magic gems. In this way, the speed at which their captain, Ange Bailey, accumulated wealth for his floating city would be greatly accelerated. However, while the imagination was beautiful, they still needed to respect Gao Yang's choice regarding whether it could be implemented. Gao. Ange Bailey's voice was hesitant, as he was contemplating how to address Gao Yang in a way that would neither offend him nor appear overly servile. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, Gao Yang smiled nonchalantly and said, "Captain Bailey, just call me Vice Captain Gao. After all, I am still the Vice Captain of the Warfire Mercenary Group." Upon hearing this, the hesitation on Ange Bailey's face vanished, replaced by a smile. "Vice Captain Gao, thank you for your hard work." Gao Yang smiled slightly, extended one hand, and the dark red Zhuxian sword domain began to retract rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the Zhuxian sword domain, which had encompassed a radius of 10,000 meters, vanished without a trace. The moment the Zhuxian sword domain disappeared, the legends of the Chaos faction collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They had previously been truly terrified, fearing that Gao Yang had not yet had his fill of killing and might just take them out along the way as well. For a veteran legendary tier powerhouse, killing those who had not yet reached the veteran or solidified domain legendary stages would not require much effort at all. But now, the other party's domain had been retracted, which meant that he likely would not take action against them. Gao Yang's gaze swept over these legendary figures. Then he nodded slightly and transmitted his will. "Thank you all for your assistance earlier." The multiverse had a common language, but Gao Yang was not certain if these legendary figures knew it. In contrast, communication through mental will was, in most cases, quite clear in the meaning it conveyed. Just like now, upon sensing the gratitude contained within Gao Yang's mental will, the legendary powerhouses present all revealed friendly smiles. Even the legendary figures of the demon race, whose brains were filled with slaughter and destruction, had a trace of a smile appear on their ugly faces. After expressing his gratitude to these legendary figures, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at Ange Bailey in front of him, saying, "Captain Bailey, please release my friend first." "No problem." As Ange Bailey spoke, the staff in his hand erupted with dense magical fluctuations. Following that, he tapped his staff against the empty air beside him. The space, which had clearly been empty, slowly peeled open after the staff tapped it, revealing the extremely luxurious furniture within. And Lidi, at this moment, was half lying on a soft sofa, his eyes tightly shut, However, upon sensing the spatial fluctuations, Lidi's eyes snapped open, and his sharp gaze scanned the direction from which the fluctuations originated with vigilance. Then, he saw Gao Yang looking at him with a smile on his face. The vigilance and sharpness in Lidi's eyes instantly dissipated. He looked at Gao Yang, forced a difficult smile, and said, "Big boss, you are all right." Gao Yang nodded slightly, looked at Lidi, and said, "Lidi, the problem has been solved. Come out first." "All right." Lidi nodded, then stepped out from the different dimension where the mansion spell was located. When he walked out, his gaze carried a hint of confusion. Previously, this place had been the vortex of a frantic, bloody battle between two sides of legendary powerhouses. Why was there not the slightest movement now? Moreover, the legendary figures from the Order side had all disappeared without a trace. But his confusion did not last long, as Gao Yang took out a life clove fruit and handed it to him, feeling the dense life ore within it. Lidi's somewhat withered spirit gave a slight jolt. He took the life clove fruit and said with a smile, "Thanks, big boss." Gao Yang shook his head slightly and looked at him earnestly, saying, "It is I who should be saying thank you. If it weren't for your timely arrival, perhaps the situation would be entirely different right now." Lidi chewed the life clove fruit in large bites, feeling the rich life energy continuously repairing the injuries within his body, which caused his tightly furrowed brows to gradually relax. "Hey, why talk about that? If you hadn't agreed to my request without a second thought back then, big boss, I might still be wandering in the transcendent realm right now. If that were the case, even if I had learned of your situation, I fear I would have been powerless to come and help you," Lidi said casually. He saw this point very clearly. Gao Yang nodded and did not continue to dwell on this topic. He turned his head to look at Milafina, who had been lying on his shoulder all along, protected inside the nethervine armor. Feeling a deep sense of heartache, during the previous battle, Milafina had forcibly blocked a fatal blow from Igoran for him, which resulted in her being severely injured. Although it was not enough to kill her outright, she had fallen into a coma and showed no signs of waking up even now. Just then, Ange Bailey's gaze fell on Gao Yang's shoulder, and he said, "Deputy Captain Gao, does your Ket Elf companion need medical treatment?" Gao Yang nodded and then asked in return, "Does Captain Bailey know any familiar medical personnel?" "Of course." Ange Bailey revealed a smile. As mercenaries, they lived a life of licking blood off the edge of a blade, so injuries were already a common occurrence. They could handle minor injuries themselves, but for some more serious injuries such as severed limbs, being eroded by curses, or cases like Hao's, who had been in a berserk state for too long, they required professional legendary tier medical experts to treat them. He looked at Gao Yang and said quickly, "We know a life bishop from the resurrection sect. For this kind of injury, the other party can basically treat it." After finishing, Ange Bailey sighed, a look of heartache appearing in his eyes as he said, "It is just that the other party's asking price is truly quite high. The price is not an issue. If you hadn't taken action this time, perhaps I would have died long ago under the siege of the opposing legendary powerhouses." Gao Yang took over the conversation and continued, "I will cover the cost of this treatment. Thank you all for your help." As Gao Yang's voice fell, the mercenary captains standing on both sides of Ange Bailey could not help but show relaxed smiles on their faces. Then, someone said, "Deputy Captain Gao, we are all one team. In the past, these kinds of injuries were always paid for by the team's funds. There is no need to spend your own extra money." Reminded of this, Ange Bailey quickly spoke up, "That is right, Deputy Captain Gao. We are a team, and injuries that occur during employment missions are always paid for by the team's funds. Every mercenary captain knows this." After finishing, Ange Bailey even turned his head to look at the mercenary captains beside him and said, "Captains, wouldn't you agree?" Asked by Ange Bailey, the other 7 mercenary captains immediately responded one after another, "That is right. It is indeed like that. Rest assured, Deputy Captain Gao, there is no need to spend our own money." As for why they had to use the team's medical funds, it was naturally to firmly establish the fact that Gao Yang is a member of the entire team. If they let Gao Yang pay, perhaps this wealth would have no impact on him, but the relationship between their team and Gao Yang would not be able to progress any further. Everyone had risked their lives at any moment to come and rescue a member of this team. However, if Gao Yang were truly allowed to pay for this medical treatment, the nature of his role might shift from being a member of the rescue team to being an outsider who had just joined. If that happened, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult for Gao Yang to integrate into the team again, or perhaps even impossible to achieve. Gao Yang looked at the people chattering away, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement, no longer mentioning the idea of paying for the treatment himself. Just then, an undisguised aura intruded into everyone's perception. Gao Yang and the others turned their heads one after another toward the location of the bronze fortress, only to see a humanoid devil with bat wings, over 20 meters tall, flying toward them in a leisurely manner. Seeing the massive true form of the devil, a legendary powerhouse from the chaotic faction couldn't help but whisper, "It's Barak." A look of deep vigilance and wariness flashed in the eyes of Ange Bailey and the other mercenary group leaders. Ange Bailey introduced him to Gao Yang and Lidi, Pit Fiend Barak, a veteran legendary devil, and also one of the 8 devil generals of the Bronze Fortress. "He has come here, presumably for you, Vice Commander Gao." Gao Yang nodded slightly, his expression as calm as an ancient well. To him, a veteran legendary devil did not pose much of a threat. Barak's speed was very fast. Even though his flight appeared somewhat relaxed, he still flew in front of Gao Yang and the others in just over 10 seconds. His massive bat wings slowly folded against his back. Barak swept his dark red eyes, which looked like magma, over all the legendary powerhouses present, finally resting them on Gao Yang. Salam the devil language, Gao Yang. Gao Yang stepped forward and looked at Barak. Barak scrutinized Gao Yang carefully, then revealed a smile and said in the common tongue of the multiverse, "Lord Gao Yang, I wonder if you would be interested in accepting employment from bodies." As he spoke, his eyes lowered slightly, showing great cordiality. Gao Yang revealed a smile. He gazed at the powerful pit fiend opposite him and said slowly, "Regarding the matter of employment, that depends on our commander. I'm just an ordinary member." As Gao Yang's voice fell, Ange Bailey and the group of mercenary leaders behind him couldn't help but straighten their backs a little. Ange Bailey stepped forward and said, "Duke Barak, we have no intention of accepting employment for the time being." "That is truly a pity." Barak shook his head slowly, feigning regret. Then, he changed the subject and looked at Gao Yang, saying, "Then, Lord Gao Yang and Lord Ange Bailey, what are your plans for the next steps?" After Ange Bailey and Gao Yang exchanged a glance, he stood quietly to the side with an inscrutable smile on his face. Gao Yang looked at Barak and said as a matter of course, "The employment mission is over, so naturally we are returning. Or does Duke Barak wish to continue fighting with us?" Barak smiled and said, "Of course not." "Then, I wish Lord Gao Yang and Lord Ange Bailey a safe journey." After saying this, Barak spread his bat wings, turned around, and flew toward the Bronze Fortress. Chapter 817. Strength 31 and the Blood-War Settlement of the Resurrection Church. Gao Yang and the others watched as Barak swaggered away. Having no intention of launching a sneak attack, Gao Yang disdained to make a move, while the others did not dare to. After Barak had flown far away, Ange Bailey looked at Gao Yang and said, "Vice Commander Gao, let's pack up as well." Gao Yang nodded, indicating his agreement. Although this employment mission had required their mercenary army to occupy a section of the Bronze Wall, they had already overfulfilled the mission by slaying so many legendary powerhouses from the lawful side. Therefore, the reputation of the Blood War mercenary group, to which Ange Bailey and the others belonged, would only resound even more loudly throughout the Blood War battlefield. This would be excellent news for them when they continued to accept employment missions in the future. As the legendary powerhouses of the Blood War mercenary group withdrew, the mercenaries who were mired in the war also began to retreat rapidly. They had done this countless times before, so they performed the maneuver with exceptional fluidity. Ange Bailey arranged for the group of legendary commanders to bring the mercenaries back, while he himself, carrying the severely wounded and unconscious House, headed toward the mercenary base camp along with Gao Yang and Lidi. The strength of the group was not low, so their speed was naturally extremely fast. Even in the perilous Blood War battlefield, nothing could affect them in the slightest. In just over half an hour, Gao Yang and the others returned to the mercenary base camp. The base camp was empty at this moment, but both Gao Yang and Ange Bailey felt a sense of relief. As for the reason, It was naturally because the base camp was equipped with various defensive spells and possessed considerable defensive capabilities. Bailey looked at Gao Yang and Lidi and said, "Let's rest for a while. I will contact that life bishop of the Resurrection Church. Once the other mercenary group leaders and the mercenaries return, we will set off." Gao Yang naturally would not refuse Bailey's arrangement. It just so happened that he had just broken through to the legendary rank, and there were still many aspects of this realm that he needed to adapt to and familiarize himself with. Bailey took house to the mercenary camp, while Gao Yang brought Lidi to the camp of the horrifying mercenary group. Into his own private room. Inside the room, Gao Yang and Lidi sat opposite each other. Lidi held the golden war bow, which had already snapped into pieces, in his hands. "Can this war bow still be repaired?" Gao Yang looked at the bow in Lidi's hands and asked. Lidi sensed it carefully, closed his eyes, and shook his head slightly. "This is the heirloom weapon of the Garuda clan, but it is destroyed now. Even if it is repaired, it will never be able to return to its peak." Gao Yang was silent for a few moments, then said, "Then, I will give you a stronger war bow." Lidi looked up at Gao Yang about to speak. When he heard Gao Yang continue, "Lidi, the fact that you were able to cross the crystal wall system and come to the blood war to help me regardless of your own safety shows that you regard me as a true friend. If it were not for that arrow of yours, Melifina and I would likely both be dead, and without your protection afterward, I would have long since perished on the battlefield, not to mention that you were severely wounded because of it. So leave the matter of a new weapon to me." Lidi gazed into Gao Yang's eyes, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded slowly. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. And then he laid out his plan. "With my current strength, as long as I am careful during the blood war, I should not face the risk of death. And the reputation of the blood war mercenary group has already been established. Therefore, I intend to stay with the blood war mercenary group for a period of time. Firstly, it will allow us to encounter more legendary powerhouses, and secondly, it will allow us to earn more resources for cultivation. When the time is right, we will head to the Eberron world. I have a good relationship with the Rock Earth Dwarf clan there, and I know all 4 of their Grandmaster Dwarven blacksmiths. With 4 Grandmaster Dwarven blacksmiths working simultaneously, they should be able to forge a weapon that is perfectly to your liking. Dwarven Grandmaster blacksmiths, and 4 of them." After hearing Gao Yang's plan, Lidi was so surprised that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In the multiverse, Grandmaster blacksmiths are far rarer than legendary beings. Every Grandmaster blacksmith represents a vast network of connections and resources. Whether it is various melee weapons or the magical equipment used by spellcasters, they all require someone to forge them. Grandmaster blacksmiths are the absolute pinnacle among such professionals, and Dwarven Grandmaster blacksmiths are among the very best of all races. Forging can be said to be integrated into the very blood of the dwarves, passed down through their lineage generation after generation. Under these circumstances, Lidi truly could not imagine just how powerful a weapon forged specifically for him by 4 Dwarven Grandmaster blacksmiths would be. For a moment, he felt as if he had been struck by an overwhelming sense of happiness, and his brain even felt a bit unreal and dizzy. Gao Yang glanced at Lidi and said casually, "Go heal your wounds first. Oh, all right." Lidi snapped back to reality and quickly agreed. Afterward, the barracks fell into silence. Gao Yang opened his Zonwang panel and looked at his legendary experience module. After he broke through to the legendary level and took on the unique profession of God of War, his professional experience requirements had changed. Following Gao Yang's intent, the experience template appeared before his eyes, 27,580,000 to 30 million. Looking at the long string of zeros after the number, Gao Yang could not help but fall silent. To advance from level 20 to 21, it requires a full 30 million points of legendary experience. Compared to the level ups at the transcendent level, this amount is truly somewhat exaggerated. However, fortunately, Gao Yang can obtain huge legendary experience bonuses by slaying legendary existences. For example, the 29 legendary powerhouses he had previously slain contributed over 25 million legendary experience points directly to him. He only needed to slay 3 to 5 more legendary existences to accumulate enough experience to level up. Having understood the upgrade system after reaching the legendary level, Gao Yang turned his attention to the one legendary attribute point he was awarded upon his breakthrough. A thought flashed through his mind as he attempted to add this legendary attribute point to his constitution. The results showed that this operation could not be completed. The Zhonglong prompt stated that his constitution had not yet broken through the boundary between transcendent and legendary. So the attribute could not be further increased. With no other choice, Gao Yang had to add this legendary attribute point to his strength. Strength 30 greater than strength. Gao Yang clenched his fist slightly, quickly digesting the negative effects and pain brought about by the sudden surge in strength. After nearly an hour, the pain caused by this improvement slowly subsided, and Gao Yang slowly relaxed his tightly clenched palm. Just as Gao Yang intended to continue checking his legendary skill points, the voice of Ange Bailey suddenly sounded outside the door. Vice Commander Gao Yang, the others have all returned. We can set off now. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and coincidentally, Lidi opposite him also opened his eyes. As Gao Yang stood up, he looked at Lidi and said, "Let's go. Time to get you healed." Lidi stood up decisively and walked outside with Gao Yang. Outside the door, Ange Bailey stood as straight as a pine tree. Beside him was the still unconscious House, who was being supported on the shoulder by another mercenary captain. Seeing the two walk out of the room, Ange Bailey said quickly, "Bishop Amiano is still staying at the edge of the Blood War battlefield, providing whatever treatment he can to all lives injured in the Blood War. He is a bit far from us, about a half-day's journey. If we set off now, we should be able to return to the mercenary base camp by this time tomorrow. Then let's go. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. After all, the Blood War is so intense. There might be plenty of employers waiting eagerly for us." Gao Yang smiled and made a small joke. This small joke, however, made Ange Bailey and the mercenary captain beside him feel incredibly excited. Gao Yang's meaning was very clear. He did not intend to leave the mercenary camp in the short term. For them, this was the best possible news. Soon, the group left the mercenary camp and sped toward the location of the Life Bishop. 4 hours later, Gao Yang and Ange Bailey stood in midair, gazing at the small settlement the size of a village ahead. Lives of various races were coming and going through the only gate, and whether entering or leaving, they had to submit to inspections by knights in full shining heavy armor at the entrance. As for those who refused to be inspected, the 2 knights in full legendary armor who were clearly legendary existences were not to be trifled with. Behind the simple gate, priests in pristine white robes were running back and forth, providing healing services to those who had come for treatment. "Bishop Amiano is in the largest church. We can head straight there." As Ange Bailey spoke, he took the initiative to descend toward the gate of the settlement, with Gao Yang and the others following closely behind. Soon, the group arrived at the gate. The 2 legendary knights let their gazes linger on Ange Bailey for a few seconds before nodding slightly, signaling that they could enter. As he walked inside, Ange Bailey explained to Gao Yang, "Members of our team often come here for treatment when they are injured. Over time, we have become quite familiar with the people stationed here by the Church of Resurrection on the Blood War battlefield. By now, they are likely accustomed to our rivals." Gao Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. Behind him, however, Lidi's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. The way he said that sounded almost a little proud. The group passed through the gate and soon stopped outside the largest cathedral in this small settlement. Chapter 818 Healing and Breaking Through to Legendary. Please wait a moment. Just as Gao Yang's group arrived at the temple gates, they heard a gentle, melodious female voice ring in their ears. Ange Bailey looked at Gao Yang and said, "Bishop Amiano must be in the middle of a treatment. Let us wait outside for a moment." Gao Yang looked at the temple, which was brimming with divine power fluctuations. But his thoughts began to wander. The Blood War had swept across the entire multiverse. For the various major factions, each could find their own goals to pursue within it. These goals were mandatory for the factions to complete. But for the countless individuals within them, they could derive their own personal objectives from these grand designs. Yet, more often than not, there were not that many beings willing to sacrifice their lives for such grand goals. Given this backdrop, it was inevitable that the temples and cathedrals of the Church of Resurrection would be bustling with business. The group waited for a while until the heavy temple doors slowly opened. and a golden-winged person with a somewhat pale complexion walked out from within. One of her wings hung limp behind her, and her ice-cold, mountain-like face showed no trace of emotional fluctuation. She did not even glance at Gao Yang and the others waiting outside, walking straight toward the settlement gates. After this golden-winged person left, a blonde woman wearing milky white clerical robes with a silk scarf covering her eyes walked to the temple entrance. A gentle smile graced her face as she nodded slightly toward the group. Combined with her elegant, straight nose and cherry-red lips, even though her full face was obscured, she still gave off an impression of infinite beauty and imagination. Her eyes were covered by the silk scarf, yet Gao Yang could still feel her gently looking at them. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Team Leader Bailey. Is it Mr. House who was injured again this time?" Facing Emiano's gentle teasing, even the legendary Majange Bailey, who was nearly 100 years old, nodded with a touch of shyness. After a light cough, he said, "That is correct. I must trouble you again this time, Bishop Emiano, Team Leader Bailey. There is no need to be so formal. You may simply call me by my name, Emiano." Bishop Emiano's lips curled slightly, revealing an even brighter smile. Ange Bailey coughed twice more before speaking again. Then I shall trouble you, Emiano." Lidi and Gao Yang exchanged a glance, then looked at Team Leader Alton, who was supporting the unconscious House. The rugged, stubble-covered face of the latter was currently beaming with a knowing, motherly smile. Seeing Gao Yang and Lidi looking at him, he raised his eyebrows repeatedly, giving them both a look that every man understood. Gao Yang and Lidi clearly received the meaning behind Team Leader Alton's gaze and joined the ranks of the motherly smilers. Feeling the prickling sensation of the smiles behind him, Ange Bailey walked forward a bit faster, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and walked side by side with Emiano. Gao Yang and the other two watched this scene, enjoying this long-lost sense of relaxation. In this land of the blood war, only this place of pure healing could possess such a harmonious and relaxed atmosphere. Once the entire group had entered the temple, the heavy temple doors slowly closed. Emiano turned to face everyone and said, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I am quite familiar with House's condition, so let us start with him." Gao Yang and the others naturally had no objections, since they had already arrived. It made no difference whether it was a little earlier or later. Alton helped House toward the treatment room, while Gao Yang and Lidi accompanied Ange Bailey to wait in the main hall. Not long after House entered the treatment room, a wave of vibrant, life-filled energy emanated from within. Gao Yang carefully sensed the fluctuations of this energy and felt at ease. The energy fluctuation was not powerful, but its quality was very high, which showed that Emiano, this Bishop of Life, was extremely skilled in her divine healing arts and held a very high rank. After about a quarter of an hour, the energy fluctuations slowly subsided. Ange Bailey stood up and looked toward the treatment room. With a soft click, the door to the treatment room was pulled open from the inside, and Alton supported the now conscious House as they walked out, and Emiano followed behind them. And even without seeing her full face, one could still sense a hint of fatigue on her. Ange Bailey saw this, and his lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. "Bishop Emiano, perhaps you should rest for a moment. We are not in a great hurry." Gao Yang's voice suddenly rang out, and Emiano paused, then turned her body to face Gao Yang and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your concern, sir. Emiano does not need to rest. If I heal you sooner, you will suffer less from your pain." Since Emiano had said as much, Gao Yang naturally did not insist further. He turned to Lidi and said, "Lidi, you go for treatment first." Lidi nodded upon hearing this and walked toward the treatment room on his own. In just a few minutes, Lidi walked out of the treatment room. Compared to the slightly weak aura he had before, there was now no trace of weakness to be seen on him. "This gentleman, you may come in now." Emiano's voice sounded from within the treatment room. Gao Yang stood up, cradling the still unconscious Melifina, and walked into the treatment room. Inside the room, Emiano was sitting beside a single bed. Sensing Gao Yang walking in, she reached out and gestured for him to lay the person on the single bed in front of her. Gao Yang paused for a moment, then placed Melifina in the center of the single bed. Gao Yang gently stroked Melifina's head and explained, "Bishop Emiano, the one who needs treatment is my partner, a cat elf. If it weren't for her during the previous battle, I might have already died. Admiano extended her right hand, placing it precisely on Melifina's waist and abdomen. Threads of emerald ripples spread from her palm, scanning back and forth over Melifina's body like a radar. A few seconds later, the emerald ripples retracted into Admiano's palm. She raised her head to look at Gao Yang, her voice remaining gentle. "Sir, your partner's injuries are quite severe, so the treatment might take some time. If you find it troublesome, you may wait outside the treatment room." "No need, I will stay here," Gao Yang said, shaking his head slightly as he sat on a chair near the wall of the treatment room. Hearing this, Admiano said nothing more. She placed both hands on Melifina's body, and a vibrant emerald light, several times more intense than before, radiated from her palms, quickly permeating every part of Melifina's body like a refreshing rain. Gao Yang leaned forward slightly, watching closely as the rich life energy surged into Melifina's body. The difference between the Resurrection Church's life divine arts and other healing arts is that the Church's healing does not consume the energy or life essence of the patient. It is provided entirely by the healer. This means that receiving healing from the Resurrection Church does not cause any potential harm to the patient. In short, after being healed by the Resurrection Church, the patient can return to battle immediately without any issues. In fact, after the body is healed by these life divine arts, it can even gain stronger explosive power and endurance for a short period. Of course, the prices of the Resurrection Church are also higher than other institutions specializing in healing. As the life energy enveloped Melifina's body, Gao Yang could clearly feel her aura beginning to strengthen under this nourishment. The rate of growth was not fast, but it was extremely steady. Feeling Melifina's aura grow bit by bit, the worry in Gao Yang's heart slowly dissipated. Time passed quickly as Melifina's aura continued to strengthen, and soon, an hour had gone by. By now, after an hour of treatment, Melifina's life aura had become extremely vigorous. This vibrant life energy was even more abundant than at any moment before. Amidst this rich life energy, a faint golden glow began to seep out from Melifina's body, and her tightly closed eyes began to tremble involuntarily. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Melifina with a hint of anticipation. He could feel that Melifina's presence was constantly increasing. This was different from the growth of life energy. This presence was generated by a change in her own life level. In other words, Melifina's life level was currently rising. She was breaking through to the legendary realm. Sensing this, the worry in Gao Yang's heart completely vanished. Being able to break through to the legendary realm naturally proved that Melifina was no longer in any danger. It was likely that she would wake up once she completed her breakthrough. At this moment, Admiano had already withdrawn her hands, which looked like mutton-fat jade. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Melifina lying on the single bed. This was the first time she had encountered a situation where someone broke through to the legendary realm immediately after healing. However, as a professional healer, Admiano maintained excellent professional ethics. Since Gao Yang did not volunteer the information, she naturally would not ask out of curiosity. She simply folded her hands over her flat abdomen and waited quietly. As time passed, the golden glow on Melifina's body grew even more intense. The brilliant yet non-blinding golden light illuminated the treatment room, casting a golden veil over both Gao Yang and Admiano as they waited. Amidst this radiant golden light, Melifina's body suddenly stretched out. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed, and then his expression darkened. Melifina's body stretched to its limit, but she didn't stop there. Her limbs and even her tail began to tremble slightly. In the midst of this trembling, Melifina opened her small mouth wide and let out a satisfied sigh, seemingly very pleased with her stretch. Blink. After finishing her stretch, Melifina finally opened her eyes, looking at the blindfolded woman in front of her who radiated a warm aura. Melifina was a bit confused, but soon, she sensed Gao Yang's aura. She whipped her head around, and Gao Yang's figure immediately entered her sight. "Gao Yang, you're okay. That's so great." Melifina leaped from the bed and crashed into Gao Yang's arms, holding the cat elf's furry body. A smile quickly appeared on Gao Yang's face. He stroked Melifina's little head and said, "If it weren't for our queen stepping up at that moment, how could I be here safe and sound?" Melifina lifted her little head with great pride. She was very pleased with herself for saving Gao Yang. Just then, Melifina suddenly let out a meow. Her large eyes filled with confusion. Gao Yang, I think I've broken through to the legendary realm. Gao Yang smiled and nodded, saying, That's right, from now on, our queen is a legendary cat elf. Meow. Melifina meowed again, finally realizing what had happened. The next moment, a wild, triumphant laughter erupted from the treatment room, followed by Melifina's crisp and innocently arrogant words, Haha. This meow is a legendary now too. From now on, Gao Yang, you are under the protection of this legendary cat elf, Angie Bailey, who was waiting outside the treatment room, and House, who had just woken up not long ago. All turned their heads toward Lidi, as if asking, Is this cat elf always this arrogant? Gao Yang's combat prowess is there for all to see. So for a cat elf to brazenly claim she would protect him was truly a case of the world being turned upside down. Lidi looked a bit embarrassed. He did not know much about Melifina. However, he did know that she was simply a cat elf with a pure heart. Therefore, facing the curious gazes of the three, he could only reveal a smile that was awkward yet polite, and then said, Melifina and Gao Yang are very good partners. This is just a chat between friends. No need to pay it any mind. Upon hearing this, Ange Bailey and the others immediately understood. Ange Bailey even sighed with emotion. Still, it is no small feat for a cat elf to reach the legendary rank. It is truly enviable that Vice Captain Gao has such a partner. As soon as these words were spoken, the four people waiting outside the treatment room nodded in unison. Chapter 819, The Role of Legendary Reputation. Gao Yang stood up and looked at Enmiano opposite him with a serious expression, saying, Thank you, Bishop Enmiano. Melifina, perched on Gao Yang's shoulder, lowered her head and said, Thank you very much. You are welcome. This is my duty, and besides, this was not free. Enmiano's smile remained as refreshing as a spring breeze. It actually costs money. Melifina tilted her head and looked at Gao Yang, asking curiously, Gao Yang, how much did it cost to save me? Gao Yang was stunned. He really did not know this, as it had been agreed upon beforehand that the expenses would be covered by the mercenary group's shared funds. Just then, Enmiano spoke with a smile. The cost for this cat elf is 17 magic gems, 14 magic gems for Murdot House. And as for that other gentleman, it only cost 3 magic gems. Meow. Melifina's cat eyes widened to their limit. She looked in disbelief at the gentle, beautiful big sister opposite her. Her little head simply could not fathom why such a gentle and beautiful big sister could say such bone-chilling words to a cat. 17 magic gems. That was a full 17. Melifina did not even have 17 magic gems to her name in total. Thinking of this, Melifina suddenly looked at Gao Yang with a pitiful expression and asked, feeling very aggrieved, Gao Yang, I cannot afford the treatment fee. You aren't going to sell me, are you? Gao Yang shook his head with a smile and said, Don't worry, I will pay this expense. If he hadn't known the specific cost, Gao Yang might have been able to accept using the mercenary group's shared funds with a clear conscience. But now, this expense was truly quite large, making it impossible for him to enjoy it with peace of mind. After a moment of thought, Gao Yang took 15 magic gems from his inventory and handed them to Enmiano, saying, Bishop Enmiano, the total treatment cost for Melifina and Lidi is 20 magic gems. I will pay 15 of them here. Please do not mention this to Captain Bailey. As for the final total, just deduct these 15 magic gems. Enmiano looked at Gao Yang, gifted with intelligence. She understood the meaning behind his words in an instant. She thought for a moment, smiled, and reached out to take the magic gems Gao Yang handed over, still speaking gently. Very well, sir. I know how to explain it to Captain Bailey. Thank you. Gao Yang nodded, and then took the initiative to walk out of the treatment room. Seeing Gao Yang walk out, Ange Bailey stood up and asked with a smile, Vice Captain Gao, Ms. Melifina, how are you feeling now? Meow, I feel great. Melifina sat on Gao Yang's shoulder and replied casually, That is good. Ange Bailey breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Vice Captain Gao and Ms. Melifina, please wait a moment. I will go settle the bill first. With that, he walked toward the inner side of the temple with Enmiano. Melifina watched this scene, And although she had some questions, she did not ask them. Soon, Ange Bailey settled the bill and returned to the group. His expression was very relaxed, clearly. The cost this time was far lower than his estimate, which put him in a very good mood. Rumble. The temple gates slowly opened. Gao Yang and his group walked out of the temple and turned to look at Enmiano, who was standing inside the gates. Ange Bailey gave her a deep look and then took the initiative to say goodbye. Enmiano, we will be leaving now. Safe travels. Enmiano's hands remained folded over her lower abdomen. A faint smile on her face. After Ange Bailey spoke, the group walked toward the outskirts of the settlement. Alton and House exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes, but they did not say much, simply walking forward in silence. The matters between Ange Bailey and Enmiano could only be resolved by themselves. Hey, Gao Yang, are we going to continue staying on the Blood War battlefield? Melifina looked at the mercenary base in the distance and asked with some confusion. As soon as Melifina finished speaking, she clearly felt several gazes land on her. Gao Yang patted her little head and said with a soft laugh, "That is right. Now that we have all advanced to the legendary rank, as long as we do not encounter a god acting personally, we should have no problem protecting ourselves. There is no harm in gaining more experience on this Blood War battlefield. Besides, the rewards for legendaries in the Blood War are very generous." Upon hearing this, Melifina immediately thought of the 15 magic gems Gao Yang had paid for her earlier, and she understood what he meant. "Gao Yang, I am sorry HMM." Gao Yang looked at Melifina with some confusion, not knowing why she suddenly said that. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had to pay." Before Melifina could finish, she was interrupted by Gao Yang. "Don't overthink it. I am not that short on funds." Gao Yang rubbed Melifina's little head firmly and said with a smile, "All right then." Melifina became visibly happy again. She turned to look at Lidi and asked casually, "Garuda, where is your fiancée? Why haven't I seen her?" Lady Garuda smiled helplessly and said, "Melifina, this is the Blood War battlefield. Even a legend could fall here if they are not careful. Since Leah has not yet ascended to the legend rank, I naturally would not let her come along." "That is true. But thank you for arriving in time this time," Melifina said, lifting her little head proudly. "From now on, you and Gao Yang are both under this cat's protection." Lidi understood what Melifina meant and agreed with a smile. If he had a legendary cat elf providing support, his survival rate would increase significantly. Ange Bailey spoke up at this moment. "Vice Commander Gao, you should go and rest first. I will make some inquiries to see if there are any new mercenary missions." "Understood." Gao Yang nodded slightly, and then the group parted ways. Gao Yang brought Melifina and Lidi back to his barracks, and the two of them and the cat sat around the round table in the room. Previously, one event had followed another, and even Gao Yang had not had the time to calm down and think. Now that Lidi and Melifina had both recovered, and no new mercenary missions had been assigned, the three of them finally had a bit of free time. "We expect to stay in the Blood War for another 15 natural days. The main purpose is to accumulate combat experience against legends and to amass wealth." Gao Yang swept his gaze over Lidi and Melifina's faces, then continued, "After 15 natural days, we will withdraw from the Blood War. Do you have any issues with this?" Lidi shook his head. Gao Yang had already discussed this plan with him previously, so he naturally would not disagree. Melifina did not care about fighting legends. After all, she was just a support unit. Compared to that, she was more concerned about the commission after reaching the legend rank. "Gao Yang, you say we are all legends now. So how much will our commission be?" This question was not difficult for Gao Yang and Lidi, but for Melifina, it was quite hard. After all, Melifina's math was not very good, and her little brain simply could not calculate such things. Gao Yang quickly calculated in his heart before looking at Melifina and saying, "The Blood War mercenary group itself already has 9 legends. Adding the 3 of us, that makes 12. The legendary commission will be increased by a full 8 times based on the original rate. Under these circumstances, for a single mercenary mission, each of us should be able to receive between 50 and 100 magic gems." "How much?" Melifina's voice suddenly rose by an octave. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. She was just bad at math. But that did not mean she could not count. She knew the difference between eating 1 small dried fish and 10 small dried fish. Never mind Melifina. Even Lidi was secretly clicking his tongue in his heart. He had thought that the commission for legends in the Blood War was high, but he truly had not expected it to be this high, even if calculated at 50 magic gems. If they took on 5 mercenary missions in half a month, that would be a full 250 magic gems for any legend. This was a considerable amount of wealth. If they were frugal, they would not have to worry about resources for their cultivation and consumption for decades to come. Perhaps seeing their surprise, Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "The reason it is so much is partly because our team of legends is quite large. On the other hand, it is because of me, because of you." Melifina was a bit confused. Gao Yang nodded. "That is right, because in the eyes of other legends, I am now a senior domain legend. You know what a senior domain legend is, right? Our mercenary group has a senior domain legend. It is impossible that you do not even know what a senior domain legend is. Not to mention Vice Commander Gao. Our team also has an additional legendary archer and a legendary support professional. Adding these two together, the commission should have increased several times over. But you only increased our commission by 3 times in the mercenary headquarters." Ange Bailey looked at the figure in the magic orb before him, letting House roar at the orb while he sneered inwardly. Beside him, Alton, Katrina, and the others also wore cold expressions. After being bombarded by House's rapid-fire roars, the figure in the magic orb clearly paused, and then a voice without any emotional fluctuation came through. "Wait a moment. I need to update the information and number of legendary powerhouses in the Blood War mercenary group." Hearing the words from the magic orb, the expressions of Ange Bailey and the others softened slightly. After all, they were major clients who had cooperated for a long time, and it was not appropriate to burn bridges. Maintaining this tacit understanding was more in line with the way of cooperation. Soon, a voice came from the magic orb again. After hearing the new quote, a look of extreme satisfaction appeared on the faces of Ange Bailey and the others. However, in an instant, Ange Bailey's expression turned stern, and he warned, "Do not let your guard down. Although the reward is high, the level of danger is also much higher than before. If you are not careful, be careful that you have the life to earn this money, but no life to spend it." Once Ange Bailey said this, the others immediately snapped out of the high reward and all nodded seriously in agreement. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Ange Bailey looked at House and instructed, "House, go find Vice Commander Gao and explain the situation of the next mercenary mission to him clearly. As for the reward, it is 200 magic gems. As for Lidi and Melifina, their rewards are the same as ours." House nodded silently, turned around, and left quickly. Chapter 820. The God of Shadow Stealth and Hunting, Citadel. Our mission target this time is located at a resource garrison point in the Plane of Infinite Portals. We will advance together with the 3rd Devil Army, under the blood-colored sky. The army composed of devils, humans, and golden-winged people surged forward like an endless tide toward one direction. In a corner of this tide, Ange Bailey and Gao Yang's group walked together, emphasizing the mission target to everyone. Melifina remained perched on Gao Yang's shoulder, while Lidi walked side by side with him. Since recovering from their injuries, they had completed a total of 6 mercenary missions, and this one was the 7th. At the same time, it was likely to be their final mercenary mission on the Blood War battlefield. This was because by the time this mission ended, they would have stayed in the Blood War for a full 15 days. According to their previous plan, they would leave the Blood War after 15 days and head to the world of Eberron. The previous 6 mercenary missions had brought Lidi a substantial profit of 360 mana gems. The gains of the other legendary powerhouses in the mercenary group were generally within this range. Although some people had been injured during the missions executed in this period, fortunately, because of the large number of legends, they looked out for one another, and no casualties had occurred. These 6 experiences in the Blood War had also given Lidi's temperament a touch of lean, sharp toughness. His previously somewhat superficial combat power had been repeatedly hammered in one life and death struggle after another, until it had now completely transformed into his own true strength. Li estimated in his heart that his current strength was probably even a bit stronger than the ancestors of the Garuda clan. After all, although the ancestors had achieved legendary status, they had never participated in the Blood War. In every mercenary mission, Li had to engage in at least 3 or more legendary level battles. The high frequency and high intensity of combat caused his strength to progress extremely rapidly. Milafina, on the other hand, appeared a bit bored. After all, she was a partner bound by soul to Gao Yang. After completing the legendary partner promotion mission, the mission rewards not only allowed Milafina to break through to the legendary rank but also increased the buff effects she provided to Gao Yang by 100%. Coupled with Gao Yang's already exaggerated strength, under her assistance, they basically encountered no opponents that were difficult to handle. After 6 mercenary missions, the number of legendary powerhouses who had died at their hands had exceeded 10, though none among them were senior legends. Compared to the endless slaughter of the Blood War, Milafina wanted more to return to her hometown, bask in the warm sunshine, and eat delicious dried fish snacks. At the thought of those tasty dried fish snacks, Milafina's eyes became somewhat dazed. A sudden bloodthirsty roar shattered Milafina's fantasies. When Milafina snapped back to her senses, she saw that under the blood-colored sky, endless demons of all kinds had already crashed into the army of the lawful alignment. Blood splashed instantly, and violent energy fluctuations accompanied severed limbs flying everywhere across the battlefield. A faint golden flame ignited on Milafina's body, and various buffs were applied to Gao Yang's frame, causing his strength to climb continuously. She floated above Gao Yang's shoulder and shouted arrogantly in his ear, "Gao Yang, go for it once you are ready." Gao Yang nodded slightly, and eternal radiance appeared in his hand as crimson gold liquefied battle chi instantly permeated his entire body. In the next moment, his body had already disappeared from his original spot and appeared at the very front of the battle line. Clang! Violent sword pressure crashed down, covering a range of 100 meters in front of him. The power formed by this heavy sword strike spread out in a fan shape, attacking all chaotic alignment life forms within range without distinction. As the sword pressure swept through, the air suddenly went silent. All life within the 100-meter range was instantly ground into a pulp of blood, flesh, and bone fragments by this single strike, splashing toward the distant rear and painting a blood-colored scroll upon the earth. This cruel yet clean and efficient scene caused the witnesses nearby who still possessed a shred of sanity to quickly retreat to both sides, fearing that if they retreated too late, they would be casually cut down by this god of slaughter. This was not the end. After that massive amount of blood-colored meat paste spread across the ground, it instantly began to boil. Endless blood chi steamed and gathered, turning into a blood-colored wave that began to spread frantically toward the distance. Everywhere it passed, any existence below the legendary rank was killed by the sword chi contained within this sea of blood. This move, Human Calamity, Sea of Blood, shared similar wonders with Human Calamity, 9 Generations Execution. However, the difference was that the more lives the Sea of Blood killed, the stronger its power became as it progressed, if it were not restricted. Once the Sea of Blood expanded to a certain extent, even legends would be unable to withstand it head-on, with one sword strike. A large empty space was suddenly cleared in front of Gao Yang. He looked up toward the distance, where the target of this mercenary mission was located. Without pausing, 3 legendary demons had already appeared in his vision, charging toward his position. A flash of lightning suddenly flickered, and Gao Yang appeared in front of a legendary demon in an instant, as eternal radiance slashed down violently from above. Before the giant sword even landed, the massive sword pressure had already forced this legendary demon down onto the ground. Roar! A terrified and frenzied roar erupted from the opponent's mouth as dark red demonic flames ignited on its body. But before it could explode with power, eternal radiance had already sliced through its body cleanly, with one strike completed. Gao Yang did not even look at this legendary demon and charged toward another legendary demon again. Seeing Gao Yang rushing toward it, this humanoid legendary demon's scales stood on end all over its body, and it turned to flee regardless of everything else. Gao Yang lunged forward with his sword, and a cone-shaped sword chi flashed and vanished. The sword chi pierced through the body, and Gao Yang turned toward the third legendary demon. Just then, Rows of crimson system notifications suddenly refreshed before Gao Yang's eyes. System notification, warning. Due to your related actions, you have been marked by Siddharl, the god of shadows and hunting, lesser deity, chaotic evil, divine avatar, shadow fury beast. System notification, warning. Siddharl, the god of shadows and hunting, has activated his divine authority. You are now in the hunted state. System notification. The authority power of the hunting divinity has caused your comprehensive attributes to temporarily decrease by 30%. Your movement has become more sluggish. Your reaction ability has decreased slightly. And negative emotions will be infinitely amplified. You need to undergo a will save every second based on your own negative emotions and comprehensive attributes. If the save fails, you will fall into a state of exhaustion. System notification. If the god of hidden shadows and hunting, Siddharl, succeeds in the hunt, their divine authority will receive a very week-to-week increase based on the target hunted. If the hunt fails, their divine authority will suffer a very week-to-week loss. System notification. Immortal will is in effect. You have become immune to the negative effects of the hunting divinity. System notification. Body of 100 refinements is in effect. You have become immune to the negative effects of the hunting divinity. System notification. Heart of Thunder is in effect. You have become immune to the negative effects of the hunting divinity. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. The blood-colored sky began to fade from his vision, and everything around him was encroached upon by a deathly gray. Clearly, he had been pulled into the divine domain of the god of hidden shadows and hunting, who had been lurking in the dark. Judging by the situation, this should be the shadow plane. This scene caused Gao Yang's heart to beat violently and his blood to begin to boil. In his previous few missions, he hadn't even encountered a decent opponent. Now that a god with weak divine power had arrived in their true form, he could finally let loose and fight. Since breaking through to the legendary rank, he had never fought with his full strength, which meant Gao Yang wasn't even sure of the limits of his own combat power. This god of hidden shadows and hunting, Siddharl, was also quite peculiar. In a battlefield like the Blood War, gods were not actually very active. This was because, in the Blood War, even gods could be completely obliterated by more powerful entities if they were too conspicuous. Yet, this one chose to remain active in the Blood War in their true divine form. However, after seeing the explanation of Siddharl's divine authority, Gao Yang understood. Since the opponent was a god of hunting, they had to hunt constantly to maintain the existence of their divine office and ensure their own strength. Every successful hunt allowed them to gain a substantial increase in power. By using the status and power of a god in the chaotic battlefield of the Blood War, their success rate against legendary beings was nearly 100%. This meant that every hunt was guaranteed to succeed, and in this way, the power of the god of hidden shadows and hunting, Siddharl, would constantly grow during the Blood War. Of course, if a hunt failed, Siddharl would also have to suffer a slight loss of power. However, compared to the numerous successes, the loss caused by an occasional failure was completely acceptable. The world in Gao Yang's eyes had turned entirely gray and white. In this gray-white shadow plane, Gao Yang was the only living presence. Gao Yang held his weapon, Eternal Radiance, and stood quietly in place, not moving an inch. Since the opponent's divine office was hidden shadows and hunting, this meant that their attack method definitely included the option of a sneak attack. The opponent was like an experienced old hunter, quietly waiting for the moment his prey revealed a flaw. Prey. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth beneath his mask curled up, revealing a fanatical smile. If he hadn't stepped into the legendary rank, he might have been a bit worried when facing such a god. But now, he had no such concerns at all. The effect of Hanyu on unity, combined with the effect of indestructibility, made Gao Yang's survival ability abnormally exaggerated. Even for a god, it was extremely difficult to kill him in a single blow. Just as Gao Yang smiled, shadows suddenly appeared all over his body. At the same time, negative effects such as weakness, slowness, and blindness were rapidly applied to Gao Yang's body. But the moment these effects were applied, they were dispelled by the brilliant radiance of his will, lasting not even a thousandth of a second. And in that split second, a hand gripping a canine-toothed dagger appeared instantly behind Gao Yang's back, the sharp blade stabbing mercilessly toward his heart. Squelch! The nether vine armor was pierced with ease. and Gao Yang's physical defenses were as fragile as thin paper against this canine-toothed dagger. Gao Yang's eyes were instantly shrouded in pitch-black shadows, and his full health bar was wiped out in an instant by this charged strike, as if falling off a cliff. Sensing the dissipation of the target's life force, a 4-meter-tall monster with the head of a wolf and a human body appeared behind Gao Yang, its left claw still clutching the canine-toothed dagger. It greedily breathed in the blood aura dissipating in the air. Its wolf muzzle curled back, and a sharp canine tooth glinted with a cold light as it prepared to enjoy the thrill of the power increase from a successful hunt. But the next moment, a trace of confusion flashed in Citadel's eyes. It had clearly achieved a one-hit kill, yet it hadn't sensed the slightest increase in its power. This bizarre scene caused it to fix its gaze once again on the human legendary it had just killed. Chapter 821. Gods are not immortal either. Under Citadel's gaze, the human legendary who should have died under its artifact, the hunting fang, suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden radiance. Within this blooming golden light, the target's life force began to climb at a rapid speed. Citadel's dark green eyes narrowed, its feet shifted slightly, and its massive body instantly merged into the shadows behind it. This hunting target was a bit difficult to kill, but it wouldn't cause too much of a problem for the final result. It was a god, and the power it possessed far exceeded that of mortals. In front of a god, no matter how powerful a mortal was, they had their limits. As Citadel merged into the shadows, the pitch-black shadows in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes were also completely dispelled by the brilliant golden light. The wound on his back had already healed, and his depleted health had quietly returned to full. Feeling his slightly weakened willpower, Gao Yang already understood the formidable nature of the constant effect, Hunyuan unity. Even if his physical body was destroyed and his health was wiped out, as long as his will did not perish, he could nourish his body through his will and subsequently restore his life. Conversely, if his will were to be worn away while his physical body remained, the body would then generate will, subsequently restoring the eroded willpower. However, the undying effect of the primordial unity is not something that can be sustained indefinitely. Gao Yang sensed his own willpower and physical constitution, immediately discovering that his previous resurrection had consumed approximately 15% of his willpower and 5% of his physical strength. If one were to factor in the recovery rate, his number of possible resurrections should be around 10 to 15 times. If he were to fall into a continuous cycle of death and resurrection, then 10 times would likely be enough to completely grind away his willpower and physical body, thereby killing him for good. Of course, unless the enemy's strength far exceeded his own, such a desperate cycle of resurrection and death would not occur. Gao Yang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and looked up at the empty, gray-white space before him. Following that, he took a step forward, wrapped in wind and thunder, and instantly appeared more than 10 meters away. The Yongyao in his hand slashed down ruthlessly toward the void in front of him with a thunderous boom. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing erupted in the shadow world. Citadel used its hunting fangs to block the greatsword that Gao Yang had swung down in a rage. Feeling the destructive power invading its divine body through the weapon, a hint of surprise appeared in its eyes. It had merged with the shadows, logically speaking, let alone a mortal, even a god of equal. Weak divine power should not have been able to discover it so easily. Moreover, the fact that the attack of this human legend before it could directly harm it, a god, made it even more surprised. But what followed was a sea of surging killing intent. If such a powerful human legend were to die under its hunting fangs, the power it would gain would surely far exceed the power provided by other mortal legends. With this thought in mind, several syllables were spat out from Citadel's wolf-like mouth. The next moment, a scorching white sun suddenly rose in the gray-white shadow world, and endless, blinding light spilled across the entire realm. A glow of willpower lit up in Gao Yang's eyes, but even so, it could not block the effects of the blinding light. For a moment, his eyes were scorched by the intense radiance, and he fell into a state of temporary blindness. Not only that, but even his perception was simultaneously blocked at this instant. The light grows more intense, the shadows grow deeper. A voice as low as a beast's roar echoed in the depths of Gao Yang's heart. The next instant, a canine-toothed dagger appeared inside Gao Yang's heart. The sharp canine tooth sliced his heart to pieces without mercy, and immediately after, It was completely digested and absorbed by the power carried by the dagger. Gao Yang's life force, which had originally recovered to its maximum value, was emptied once again. This time, however, Gao Yang did not show even the slightest pause. The moment that canine-toothed dagger shattered his heart, a sea of brilliant golden light erupted. Amidst this exploding golden radiance, Yang Yao had simultaneously swung down behind him. Yang Yao slashed through the air, hitting nothing at all. But this strike was not without effect. As the greatsword, filled with the glow of willpower, slashed down, a crack was cut into Gao Yang's blocked perception, and his senses were restored at this moment. The instant his perception returned, Gao Yang sensed Citadil's location through the blood and willpower attached to that canine-toothed dagger. The opponent had already appeared 100 meters away, standing quietly at the edge of the shadow extending from beneath his own feet, and diagonally above Gao Yang's head, a great sun hung suspended. No matter which direction he turned, this sun was always hanging diagonally above his front. Sensing this, Gao Yang's heart sank slightly. The difficulty of this god of weak divine power, who was active on the Blood War battlefield, far exceeded that of the Sea Beast god. The opponent's mastery and application of its own authority were leagues ahead of the Sea Beast god. By utilizing the light, it could always appear in the shadows behind its enemies. This point alone was already somewhat insolvable. Regarding this, the life force that had just been emptied again had enough of a say. But Citadel did not give Gao Yang much time to think. After successfully landing a hit, it held its hunting fangs and disappeared from Gao Yang's perception once again. Only a faint whisper echoed in Gao Yang's ears. "This is just another cycle. There is no need for fear." As the whisper sounded, a section of a dagger suddenly pierced out from the center of Gao Yang's brow, and the surging divine power instantly shredded his entire upper body into pieces. Blood energy erupted violently from Gao Yang's body, and his shredded form instantly recovered. Citadel stood at the edge of the shadow, staring at the recovered Gao Yang with a look of bloodlust. It stood before Gao Yang without any concern, saying slowly in a low voice, "It has been a long time since I encountered such a tenacious mortal. Perhaps you can bring me a different kind of hunting pleasure." Gao Yang looked at the miniature light source above the opponent's head and understood. The light source above his own head gave this god, who mastered the authority of shadow concealment, the right to attack at will, while the light source above its own head could create enough shadows at any time, thereby granting it the ability to move at will. Undoubtedly, even when hunting a mortal legend, the god of shadow concealment and hunting, Citadel, was using its full strength, just like a lion fighting a rabbit. If it weren't for Gao Yang's truly formidable survival ability, he would have already died 3 times by now. But this was the Blood War battlefield. No one knew what kind of enemy they would encounter next. Even if one encountered the true form of a god, one could only consider oneself unlucky. Gao Yang gave a light chuckle, looked straight at Citadel before him, and said, "Perhaps it is you who will make me feel satisfied." Citadel was slightly taken aback, and then a crimson hue emerged from the depths of its eyes. It had not encountered such an interesting and bold prey in a long time. "Satisfy you?" The gray-white shadow world was instantly filled with crimson. A thick sense of crisis surged into Gao Yang's heart. He looked at the crimson mist covering his vision. Within the crimson mist, a massive, ferocious beast vaguely emerged, bearing its blood-red maw and looking down at him from above with eyes like blood diamonds. Inhale, exhale. Gao Yang closed his eyes. With each inhalation and exhalation, the radiance of his will, which had been emanating from his body, was completely retracted within him. The intense pressure of life and death permeated Gao Yang's heart, but instead of crushing his reason, it caused the inspiration for his sword path to erupt within his mind like a geyser. In the next instant, time came to a rapid standstill in Gao Yang's eyes. Looking at the familiar chaotic space before him, Gao Yang understood that he had triggered his idealistic thinking once again. Without hesitation, he immediately began to comprehend the surging inspiration in his mind. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the moment Gao Yang was dragged into the divine domain by Citadel, his body abruptly vanished from the spot. Melafina stood in the air, her large eyes filled with confusion, but a moment later, she reacted. Golden light bloomed from her small body as she rushed toward Lidi in the distance. She was merely a support unit with virtually no combat ability in this perilous battlefield of blood. She would not survive 3 minutes on her own. Lidi was advancing in sync with the other mercenary leaders. Upon seeing this, he immediately surged forward, rushing toward Milafina's side. He did not know why Gao Yang had vanished without a trace, but after executing numerous mercenary missions, he was all too familiar with how to handle such situations. In the shadow world, Cyril, having transformed into a blood-colored beast, swiped a claw down at Gao Yang. This claw was saturated with a dense crimson radiance. The power of the hunting authority had been fully activated. He was confident that this strike would completely slay the human legend before him. A mere mortal. How could he possibly be mentioned in the same breath as a god? The massive blood claw crashed down violently. The crimson claw light sliced through space, appearing above Gao Yang's head in an instant. At that very moment, Gao Yang opened his eyes, and blinding golden light shot out from them like electricity. Yang Yao simultaneously erupted with a rich golden radiance. As he swung his sword, the greatsword transformed into a brilliant gold, and endless golden light burst forth from the blade. Calamity, realm of no darkness. The shadow world experienced a moment of silence, but in the next instant, the golden light expanded with a roar. It was clearly just a swing into empty air, but once the sword was swung, the golden slashing force transformed into a golden star, blooming with endless golden sword chi. The entire shadow world was, at this moment, brighter than the celestial realm itself, so bright that there was no space left for any shadow to exist. The golden sword chi, like long swords, struck repeatedly against the crimson blood claw Cyril had swiped down, causing his attack to falter for an instant. A golden flash flickered, and Gao Yang vanished from his spot. The crimson blood claw swiped through empty air with a thunderous sound. As the sword light flashed, Gao Yang abruptly appeared before Cyril and swung his sword down without the slightest fluctuation. Calamity, world annihilation. There was no battle or fluctuation, nor was there any leaking sword chi. There was only a thin line of blood, formed by the dark red rules of slaughter, tracing a precise and perfect circular arc. Cyril narrowed his eyes, facing the silent, ultimate move from Gao Yang. Dense shadows emerged on the surface of his body, playing. Gao Yang's strike, which was capable of cleaving a plane, was blocked by a canine-toothed dagger that suddenly protruded from the shadows. As the sword was blocked, the bloodline on Yang Yao, formed by the rules of slaughter, exploded. Large swaths of rice grain-sized blood-colored sword chi scattered, transforming into a swarm of fish that rushed towards Cyril, who was within arm's reach. The dense shadows suddenly expanded, swallowing Cyril's entire body. Following that, the shadows were illuminated by the light and vanished without a trace. Like ice melting in the snow, Cyril had actually managed to evade the follow-up damage of Gao Yang's sword in this manner. Gao Yang let out a violent shout, his right foot stomping down with immense force. War stomp. As his right foot landed, a violent shockwave centered on Gao Yang instantly expanded to the very edges of this plane. Found you. With that step, Gao Yang leaned forward. The next moment, the space beneath his feet emitted a deafening blast, and his body transformed into a golden line, rushing out with a roar. Under the explosion of extreme power, Gao Yang appeared 1,000 meters away as if he had teleported, his greatsword continuing to cleave downward with full force. Human disaster, falling star. Brilliant radiance of will emanated from Gao Yang's body. Under the violent amplification of his willpower, this sword seemed to drag the entire space along with it as it slashed into the void before him. Cyril was forced to squeeze out from the shadows, facing Gao Yang's attack, which was so heavy it seemed to drag space itself along. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Nevertheless, he crossed his arms, using the two canine-toothed daggers to block in front of him. Clang! A violent metallic explosion rang out. The falling star sword, carrying an unstoppable force, sent Cyril flying backward. While flying backward in midair, Cyril's arms were thrown wide open, and a line of blood appeared prominently across the center of his chest. At the same time, an indescribable, excruciating pain bypassed Cyril's divine power protection and surged into his soul. Boom, boom. Gao Yang tapped his feet repeatedly, causing shockwaves to ripple through the space behind him. He accelerated continuously, catching up to the retreating Cyril in just a few steps. Calamity, super heavy slash. His movement speed and slashing speed broke through their limits. making it seem as if there was no interval at all as Gao Yang appeared at Citadel's side and swung his sword down violently once more. Citadel's eye twitched. Facing this sword, his divine body lost control amidst the intense pain, and his reaction was half a beat slowed as a result. Gao Yang's sword struck Citadel for the first time, amidst a teeth-grinding, dull thud of flesh. Citadel's body was abruptly folded into a V shape. His original backward trajectory was forcibly interrupted, and he crashed down onto the earth with a roar. This violent force immediately caused large areas of cracks to appear in the ground beneath him. Under the blessing of absolute strength, a massive amount of true damage, mixed with the rules of slaughter attached to the slash, raged wildly within Citadel's body. In the midst of this intense agony, even with Citadel's status as a deity, a moment of confusion appeared in his eyes. Before the confusion in his eyes could dissipate, Gao Yang had already descended from the sky, striking down once more with a blow that lacked any unnecessary flair. Fatal strike. The strike, already immensely heavy, was amplified several times over at this moment. The scarlet rule of slaughter clung to Yang Yao, turning the blade of this quasi-divine artifact a deep, blood-red squelch. As the sword cleaved downward with immense force, crisscrossing lacerations instantly covered Citadel's body, and fresh, crimson blood sprayed from his frame. Citadel let out a roar, and the confusion in his eyes vanished in an instant. Glaring at Gao Yang with scarlet eyes, he thrust the canine-toothed dagger in his claw directly toward Gao Yang's chest. Facing this attack, Gao Yang did not dodge or evade. He continued to strike down with his sword, although he had already exhausted too much willpower to maintain the realm of no darkness. And being struck by such a lethal attack from Citadel might result in his instant death. He knew that if he did not seize this opportunity to suppress this deity of weak divine power to the point of death, then once the opponent caught their breath, the one to die would still be him. Gao Yang lacked no courage to risk his life. Just as he did with the silver-white greatsword he was swinging down in a rage. Brilliant willpower bloomed, and the sword descended with an unstoppable momentum, crashing down with a crisp clink. Yang Yao collided with the canine-toothed dagger in midair. The expected struggle for dominance did not occur. The dagger was severed by the sword, and the upper half spun away from Gao Yang's side. Citadel's eyes narrowed sharply. He could not understand how the divine artifact he had forged from his own canine tooth had been severed just like that. Squelch! The greatsword struck his body once more, tearing flesh and shattering bone. The sword energy manifested from the rule of slaughter raged wildly inside his divine body. As immense force erupted, the divine blood within Citadel began to surge in reverse under the impact, causing his pupils to turn completely scarlet. Blood spilled from Gao Yang's nose and mouth, and a savage grin appeared on his lips as his armored right foot stomped heavily onto his chest. With a dull thud, the already cracked earth shattered even further. Gao Yang gripped Yang Yao with both hands and raised it high above his head. The next moment, a dark red Juxian formation map unfolded before Gao Yang, and an endless aura of slaughter erupted from within it. The moment to miniature sword energy vortices appeared. They began to collapse and destroy each other. Then, the vortices collided with a roar, and an aura of destruction capable of slaughtering all things erupted from within. Brilliant light of willpower flared, forcibly drawing this aura of destruction into Yang Yao. As the endless aura of destruction was absorbed into Yang Yao, patterns manifested from dark red rules of slaughter climbed onto the surface of the blade. Yang Yao began to tremble violently, as if it were about to shatter under this infinite aura of destruction. Clatter! The Juxian formation map spread out, and then naturally coiled itself around the blade of Yang Yao. Swoosh! The moment the formation map wrapped around the blade, a dark red sword beam, composed purely of the rule of slaughter, erupted from the tip of Yang Yao. Feeling that aura of destruction that could annihilate all things, Citadel could no longer maintain the composure and transcendence of a deity. Ignoring his battered divine body, thick shadows surged from within him, covering every part of his divine form in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a layer of illusory scarlet flames ignited on the surface of his skin. Divine power burned, and terrifying strength erupted within his divine body, instantly pouring into the other hunting-tooth dagger. Citadel stared at the dark red greatsword suspended above his head, and the hunting tooth held in his right hand spat out a blade of energy nearly a meter long. He did not know why a mortal legend could unleash an attack capable of completely destroying even a god. But he knew that if he did not fight for his life now, he would surely die at the hands of this mortal human calamity. Jukshin, Shadow Tooth. The sword energy, tinged with gold within the blood-red hue, descended. With every inch it pressed down, the aura of destruction that could annihilate all things grew heavier. At the same time, Citadel held the hunting tooth and thrust it toward Gao Yang with a roar. The dark red sword beam and the scarlet blade of energy collided in an instant. At the moment of impact, terrifying fluctuations erupted continuously from the point of contact. The sword beams remained deadlocked in place, constantly devouring each other as layers of destructive waves spread wildly. Amidst the terrifying destructive waves, Citadel's divine domain was torn apart as easily as if it were made of paper. And so, the next moment, Gao Yang and Citadel appeared abruptly on the battlefield. Pop, pop. The moment the two appeared, the terrifying destructive waves swept through every living thing in the vicinity. Whatever was caught in the destructive waves, whether demon or devil, angel or construct, all turned into blood mist and died instantly. The previously intense battlefield of the blood were suddenly so silent. Empty space 1,000 meters in diameter. In this area, there were only Gao Yang and Citadel, the god of shadow and hunting, locked in a frantic struggle. This scene was immediately captured by the legendary beings in the nearby battlefield, but when they saw the situation on the battlefield, a look of inevitable confusion appeared on all of them. The one holding the dark red greatsword was a human legendary powerhouse, and the werewolf-like being pinned under his feet possessed an aura of divine power that could not be concealed. In other words, a deity was being held down by a human legend in a display of absolute suppression. Just a second after the two appeared on the blood war battlefield, Gao Yang let out a sudden roar, and countless tiny cracks of flesh and blood appeared on his arms. At the same time, under the force of the immense pressure, Yang Yao suddenly descended by a full foot, amidst a series of dull, booming sounds. The blade of energy on the hunting tooth was forcibly pushed down by a foot. Gao Yang's body suffered numerous flesh wounds due to the recoil, but this did not affect his movements in the slightest. The smile on his face grew even more savage as he stood there, one foot trampling on Citadel's chest, his arms pressing down with all his might. Under the gaze of countless lives, the dark red blade of destruction pressed down inch by inch. With every inch it descended, Citadel's arms sank lower as well. No matter how Citadel roared or how he unleashed his divine power, he could not make that giant sword pose for even a second. Pucci. The dark red blade finally pierced into flesh and blood, and the destructive sword energy instantly tore Citadel's chest apart. As the destructive sword energy, saturated with the laws of slaughter, entered his body, Citadel's scarlet eyes trembled violently. He could perceive that under the sword energy manifested from these laws of slaughter, his divinity was constantly shattering, and his divine power was continuously draining away. Gao Yang pressed his entire body weight onto Yang Yao with a squelching sound. The entirety of Yang Yao pierced into Citadel's body, pinning him firmly to the earth. Gao Yang let out a heavy breath. He looked down at the god beneath him and said with a grim smile, "I enjoyed this battle thoroughly." Citadel's movement stalled, and suddenly, he lost all his strength. In that instant, he felt the backlash from the authority of the hunt. The roles of hunter and prey were never set in stone, for a long time, both before he achieved godhood and long after. He had always been the hunter. But in this hunt, he had become the prey of his own prey, and the moment he was pierced through by the giant sword of his target, he understood that all resistance was already in vain. As the slaughter sword energy continued to destroy his divine body, Citadel no longer had the strength to resist, to kill the prey or be killed by the prey. Perhaps this is the final destination for all hunters. With a soft pop, the divine body of the god of hidden shadows and the hunt, Citadel, suddenly shattered, turning into flying ash and dissipating completely. In his place, only a rhombic crystal emitting a faint dark red glow remained. This rhombic crystal radiated intense fluctuations of divinity. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. He reached out, grasped the intact divinity in his hand, and stored it in his inventory. Afterward, he picked up the dagger of the hunting fang from the ground and likewise stored it in his inventory. Having done all this, he slowly straightened his body, holding Yang Yao as he looked out over the surrounding wilderness. Chapter 822 Prestige and Departure. Gao Yang held Yang Yao. Overlooking the wilderness, the aura of having slaughtered a god now felt almost tangible. Wherever his gaze fell, whether it was demons or devils, they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. At this moment, a massive amount of Omniverse Network notifications began to refresh before his eyes like a waterfall. Omniverse Network notification. You have killed the god of hidden shadows and the hunt, Sidolar weak divine power. You have gained 250. 0 points of legendary XP. Omniverse Network notification. Based on the effects of your legendary profession, you have gained an additional 5. 0 points of legendary XP. Omniverse Network notification. Your title, Godslayer, has received a new kill count update. Omniverse Network notification. Upon reaching a cumulative kill count of 5, you will obtain an even more powerful God-slaying attribute. Current progress, Omniverse Network notification. You have killed the god of hidden shadows and the hunt, Sidolar weak divine power. You have gained 10 points of legendary reputation. Omniverse Network notification. You have slaughtered a true god on the Blood War battlefield as a mortal. Your act of god-slaying will be widely spread throughout the entire multiverse. Omniverse Network notification. Numerous gods watching the Blood War have sensed the eternal silence of the god of hidden shadows and the hunt. The gods have cast their gazes, but influenced by the rules of the Blood War. This observation cannot break through the rules of the Blood War battlefield. Omniverse Network notification. You have gained 20 points of legendary reputation. Omniverse Network notification. You have obtained the Lord of Shadow Hunting treasure chest. Scanning the Omniverse Network notifications briefly, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and took a life clove fruit from his inventory, chewing it slowly, bite by bite. After finishing the clove fruit in a few mouthfuls, the injuries on Gao Yang's body were mostly recovered. The battle with the god of hidden shadows and the hunt, Sidolar, had also allowed Gao Yang to clearly understand his current strength. After he broke through to the legendary rank, the special effects brought by the profession of unique word god, combined with the quasi-artifact Yang Yao, the Zhuxian sword domain, and his own various abilities, granted him the capability to slay a god single-handedly. Gods were not impossible to kill, it was just that for the vast majority of mortals, the defense constructed by divine power alone was a barrier that mortals could not break through. Under such circumstances, how could one speak of god slaying? But for Gao Yang, it was completely different. The unique word god profession granted him terrifying survivability, which was the first key factor in fighting a god, helping Gao Yang withstand the damage dealt by divine beings. Additionally, the unique word god granted him terrifying true damage. This method of damage acted directly upon the essence of life and was not blocked by various resistances, which meant that even if the opponent was a god, Gao Yang still had a way to harm them. Furthermore, there was the holy attribute of the quasi-artifact Yang Yao, the slaughter divinity bonus brought by the power of god slaying. Combined with the laws of slaughter, Gao Yang had comprehended himself and the Zhuxian sword domain, the lethality exerted against God's sword to a terrifying level. Of course, the foundation of all this was Gao Yang's own attributes. Powerful strength and physique were the basis for engaging with any existence. Because of the fall of the god, this part of the Blood War battlefield fell into a brief silence. After looking around, Gao Yang turned and walked in the direction he had come from. With the battle having reached this point, there was no need to continue. For mercenaries like them, slaying a god was already considered an extreme overfulfillment of the employment contract. With a flash of lightning, Gao Yang appeared beside Lidi. Seeing this, Melifena leaped from Lidi's shoulder and returned to squat on Gao Yang's shoulder. Lidi was still immersed in shock, and it was not until Melifena jumped off his shoulder that he came back to his senses in a daze. He looked at Gao Yang and said in an extremely excited tone, "Boss, you just slaughtered a god, a true god." Lidi had once witnessed Gao Yang battle a god, but at that time, Gao Yang was merely a transcendent warrior, and that deity was nothing more than a believer's manifestation, a mere wisp of consciousness, not even a true avatar. That battle ended with Gao Yang defeating the deity's consciousness, marking his first time slaying a god. But today was different. On the battlefield of the Blood War, in full view of everyone, Gao Yang had slain the true physical form of a deity. To kill a god with a mortal body, such a feat could no longer be described as legendary, even looking across the endless beings of the entire multiverse. Those capable of achieving this were few and far between. It was foreseeable that Gao Yang's fame would spread throughout the entire multiverse in a short period of time. Any existence that had stepped beyond their native plane would soon know the name of Gao Yang. Facing the extremely excited Li Du, Gao Yang shook his head slightly. It was just a deity with weak divine power. If I were to encounter a truly powerful god, I would not be able to defeat them with my current strength. Li Du opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. What did he mean by just a deity with weak divine power? To the vast majority of existences, a god was a god. Whether they possessed weak or powerful divine energy made little difference. Just as Li Du and Gao Yang were conversing, Ange Bailey and the other mercenary group leaders arrived. Like Li Du, their faces were filled with excitement and admiration. Yet they also carried a hint of caution. Clearly, after Gao Yang had slain a god in front of everyone, his weight in their hearts had increased significantly. Facing Gao Yang, although Ange Bailey and the other mercenary leaders generally understood his personality and character, they still had to show sufficient respect. This was respect for strength, respect for a god, and respect for an existence capable of slaying a god. Ange Bailey's eyes were filled with deep emotion as he sighed. Vice Commander Gao, we truly did not expect that you would be able to kill a god head-on. Beside him, the light of worship in Katrina's eyes was almost overflowing. Admiration for the strong was human nature, and even legendary powerhouses were no exception. Gao Yang looked at Ange Bailey, his gaze pausing briefly on the other mercenary leaders before he said, Commander Bailey, we are preparing to leave the Blood War. Ange Bailey's smile faltered, but he quickly recovered. He looked at Gao Yang and nodded slightly. Vice Commander Gao should indeed leave the Blood War battlefield. Having killed a chaotic evil deity in the Blood War, your reputation will rise to an incomparable level. But at the same time, the divine spark left behind by that god is an extremely hot potato. After Ange Bailey pointed this out, the other mercenary leaders immediately realized the situation, and their reluctance to see him go vanished instantly. If Gao Yang continued to stay on the Blood War battlefield, there was no telling when a new god might come to hunt him down. Even if no god came to hunt him, Gao Yang, holding a complete divine spark, would become the primary target of the entire battlefield. After all, the vast majority of people would not give up on the possibility of ascending from a mortal to a god, especially when that possibility was clearly visible. The group of mercenary leaders looked at Gao Yang with complex expressions. Perhaps by the time they met again, Gao Yang would already be a god himself. Gao Yang was unaware of the thoughts running through their minds. Even if he were aware, he would likely just laugh it off. A mere divine spark of weak divine power, if he were to fuse with it, wouldn't he be cutting off his own future? As for this divine spark, whoever wanted to fuse with it could have it. He would absolutely never do such a thing. He looked at Ange Bailey and the others, smiling as he spoke, Commander Bailey, and Commander House, and the others. I will keep the battles of this period in my heart. If you all have time in the future, you are welcome to visit the immortal city in the Eberron world. For Gao Yang, the Eberron world could be considered his second home, aside from Earth. After all, in the Eberron world, there was the faction he had built with his own hands, and a woman who was waiting for him wholeheartedly. So, Vice Commander Gao comes from the Eberron world. Ange Bailey nodded and said, once this period passes, perhaps I and many other commanders will travel to the Eberron world together to visit you. At that time, I hope you won't mind that there are so many of us. Naturally, I wouldn't. Gao Yang smiled knowingly. Ange Bailey looked around and suggested, there are too many people here. It is quite dangerous if you want to leave. Let us leave together. It can be considered a send-off for Vice Commander Gao, Brother Li Du, and Ms. Milofina. Haha, that is no problem. House laughed heartily, very straightforwardly, and the other mercenary leaders responded one after another. Subsequently, under the gaze of many eyes, whether open or hidden, the group of over 10 legendary figures quickly broke away from the battlefield and soon disappeared at the edge of the horizon. As for the many mercenaries of the various groups, they naturally began their retreat with great proficiency. Half a day later, Gao Yang and the others had left the front lines of the Blood War and were on the road to Sigil, as legendary mercenaries who had mixed in the Blood War battlefield. Ange Bailey and the others naturally had their own channels. Soon, under their guidance, Gao Yang and the others arrived at a small town. The three of them waited for a moment in the only tavern in the town before Ange Bailey pushed the door open and walked back in. Vice Commander Gao, everything has been communicated properly. The portal can be used immediately. Through the portal, you will be able to reach the gate town of Sigil. Once you are there, you will have no trouble going anywhere you wish. Commander Bailey, thank you for your hard work. Gao Yang thanked him sincerely. A moment later, in front of the portal, Gao Yang took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Ange Bailey and the other commanders one by one. Then, everyone, we shall meet again in the Eberron world in the future. Safe travels. Vice Commander Gao, Ange Bailey said with a smile. Nodding, Gao Yang turned and stepped into the portal behind him, with Li De following closely behind. A flash of light streaked by, and the glow on the teleportation portal slowly faded away. Ange Bailey looked at the now lusterless portal and sighed softly in his heart, then signaled for House and the others to turn and leave. Although Gao Yang had left, their objective had not yet been completed. In the Eberron world, at the planar teleportation hub, Gao Yang and Li De slowly walked out of this building, which occupied an exaggeratedly large area, following the massive flow of people. Is this the Eberron world? Milafina sat perched on Gao Yang's shoulder, looking around with curiosity. Li De walked beside Gao Yang, his heart feeling somewhat heated. For him, the main task of coming to the Eberron world was to find a dwarven master blacksmith to forge a weapon that suited him well. How could he not feel excited about a weapon crafted by the hands of a dwarven master blacksmith? Hearing Milafina's question, Gao Yang nodded with a smile, reached out to stroke her little head, and then said, the Eberron world is very large. We will head to the moorland first, and once we arrive, I will take you around to explore. Yay, yay. Milafina asked quite excitedly. Gao Yang, does the Eberron world have any delicious dried fish? This question truly touched upon a blind spot in Gao Yang's knowledge of Eberron. He thought for a moment, then said somewhat uncertainly, there probably should be. Milafina nodded casually. She had only asked on a whim. The Eberron world, a place she had never visited before, had already greatly piqued her curiosity, and she was currently looking around everywhere. Gao Yang glanced at her and couldn't help but chuckle. Following the crowd, the two of them and the cat walked out of the planar teleportation hub, and Gao Yang took the initiative to lead the way, looking at the sights on both sides of the street that she had never seen before. Milafina suddenly realized something. She looked at Gao Yang and asked, Gao Yang, is the moorland far? How are we going to get there? We will, of course, take the airships that are a specialty of this world. As Gao Yang spoke, he pointed to the chubby airships slowly flying across the sky. Good airships were extremely fast, and Gao Yang directly chose the sightseeing airship of the Gnomish and Dwarven Merchant Guild. Although it cost several magic crystals, products from the Gnomish and Dwarven Merchant Guild were worth it. Chapter 823. Legendary Great Indestructibility. In the daytime of Eberron, the sky is azure blue. Beneath this clear, azure sky, airships driven by magic energy shuttled back and forth, some fast and some slow. Among all the airships, those of the wealthy and service-oriented Gnomish and Dwarven Merchant Guild were undoubtedly the highest tier. A luxury airship stamped with the logo of the Gnomish and Dwarven Merchant Guild was currently cruising beneath the azure sky. In the luxury suite on the top deck, Milafina was lying quite comfortably on a custom-made beach chair, while a beautiful human girl knelt and crouched to the side, holding a fruit platter and a drink with pink bubbles. Next to her was Li De, wearing beach shorts. After the highly intense slaughter of the Blood War, they were finally able to relax for a rare moment, enjoying the supreme service provided by the Gnomish and Dwarven Merchant Guild. As for Gao Yang, he was currently standing on the top deck of the airship, with the massive body of Odelivere in front of him. During the Blood War, Odelivere's body was too large, and its strength had not reached the legendary grade, making it very easy to be caught in the crossfire of various attacks on the battlefield. Therefore, Gao Yang had not released it. But now in the Eberron world, it was only natural to let it out for some fresh air. Ardelavir's two pairs of ice-blue dragon eyes looked at Gao Yang with sycophancy and fawning. After a period of recuperation, it felt that it had completely recovered its dragon majesty. Let alone 10 sea beasts. Even if there were 20, Ardelavier was confident that it could conquer them all. Gao Yang felt somewhat helpless. Ardelavier was very strong, only a thin line away from the legendary grade. But ever since he brought it out of the land of inheritance, it had become significantly more lax. So much so that, after such a long time, Ardelavir's strength had not shown any particularly obvious progress. If its foundation hadn't been so excellent, it would likely have fallen behind the speed of Gao Yang's progress long ago. In fact, even in this recent battle, Ardelavir had no room to perform. Of course, Gao Yang also knew that if one looked at Ardelavir according to the growth stages of a dragon, its age was not considered old, and being able to grow to the limit of the transcendent grade was already considered precocious development. After all, a dragon had lived alone in the land of inheritance for 200 years, and its extremely vigorous desire to reproduce had been suppressed, which would inevitably make Ardelavir want to break free from its shackles. And now that the shackles were broken, Ardelavir's lazy nature was gradually being exposed. Looking at the two-headed ice dragon in front of him with its face full of sycophancy and fawning, Gao Yang asked casually, Ardelavir, if you want to advance to the legendary grade, are there any specific treasures or conditions you need? Upon hearing this, the sycophancy and fawning in Ardelavir's eyes quickly receded, replaced by a look of deep contemplation. Gao Yang did not disturb it, just watching it quietly. After a few seconds, Ardelavir opened its eyes to look at Gao Yang and let out a low growl. Listening to Ardelavir's low growl, Gao Yang nodded. A dragon's strength growth is related to its bloodline. The higher the bloodline concentration, the faster the strength will grow. Your dragon bloodline is a mutated bloodline, and it is a rare multiple mutation. In this case, if you want to break through to the legendary grade, the higher the bloodline concentration, the better. Ardelavir growled again, spread its wings to their limit, then quickly retracted them, looking at Gao Yang with some worry. The bloodline of a legendary dragon can increase your bloodline concentration. The stronger the dragon, the greater the increase. You don't need to worry about this. I will find a way to get the bloodline of a legendary dragon. Gao Yang looked up at Ardelavir's massive body and said again, what you need to do now is to practice hard. Look at yourself. You are a full circle fatter than when I first met you. Ardelavir snorted and nodded repeatedly, not daring to argue. Gao Yang glared at it, and his figure disappeared from before it. Returning to the luxury suite, Gao Yang lay down on a beach chair in the space between Lidi and Milifena, casually picking up a drink from the coffee table beside him. Meow Gao Yang, how much longer until we reach the immortal wasteland? Seeing Gao Yang return, Milifena asked, her fluffy tail sweeping from side to side. Gao Yang looked at her and asked with a faint smile, it hasn't even been half a day yet. Are you already getting impatient? Not at all. I was just curious, that is all, Milifena immediately retorted. Gao Yang turned his head to look at the young girl waiting to the side. Upon feeling Gao Yang's gaze, she first bowed slightly in a gesture of respect before speaking. 3 guests. It will take approximately 7 days for us to arrive at the immortal city in the immortal wasteland. 7 days. Milifena repeated the words, then comfortably lay back on the lounge chair, grabbing a small, golden-hued dried fish to chew on with delight. 7 more days meant she could enjoy 7 days of carefree relaxation. This was truly wonderful. At night, a golden dragon emblem spanning the horizon hung high in the firmament, under the night sky. Inside the airship of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, his expression solemn. During the previous blood war, he had not had the time to carefully sort through the various abilities and skills he had gained after advancing to the legendary rank. Now that he finally had the time, it was the perfect moment to carefully review himself. As his consciousness sank into his body, a vast, surging life force was the first thing to appear in his perception. Sensing his own immense life force and feeling the information revealed within it, Gao Yang could not help but sigh with emotion. The gap between the legendary and transcendent stages was simply too vast. During the transcendent stage, his lifespan had been a full 1,000 years, But after breaking through to the legendary rank, his maximum lifespan had increased to a full 3,700 years. This meant that even if he stopped cultivating now and did absolutely nothing, he would still be able to live for 3,700 years. Gao Yang knew clearly in his heart that a portion of the reason his lifespan had increased so much was due to the effect of the wonder, the nourishing aberration core. The nourishing aberration core had caused Gao Yang's life force to grow exponentially, and the strengthening of his life essence naturally reflected in his lifespan. However, although the nourishing aberration core could provide a massive increase in life growth, its side effects were not low for Gao Yang, who had already decided to walk the path of peak nourishment. If he could not withstand the side effects of the aberration, then death would be what awaited him. After briefly understanding his current lifespan, Gao Yang opened the Multiverse Network panel and looked at his legendary reputation. During such a long time in the Blood War, the thing that had grown the most exaggeratedly was naturally his legendary reputation. The Blood War was a battlefield where countless lives fought to the death, and it was also one of the wars that received the most attention. Likewise, at every moment, an uncountable number of lives were watching the progress of this Blood War. In such a situation, no matter if it was a major or minor event, nothing could be obscured by the Blood War. Therefore, Gao Yang's deeds spread from the source of the Blood War to Sigil, the 9 hells of Badr, and the Abyss at a frantic speed. Then, using them as a springboard, they spread throughout the entire multiverse. Legendary reputation. Looking at the 186 points of legendary reputation on the panel, Gao Yang nodded slowly. Once the news of his feat of slaying a god spread, his legendary reputation would definitely break through to 100 points. In this way, the bonus from the ability God of War prestige would increase to 2%. Perhaps the 2% might not seem like much now, but when Gao Yang's reputation broke through 500 or even 1,000 points, the comprehensive combat power bonus brought by God of War prestige would become terrifying. After checking his reputation, Gao Yang cast his gaze to the bottom of his personal information. After he promoted to the legendary rank, he had gained 1 legendary skill point. The function of a legendary skill point was to directly upgrade one of his transcendent abilities or skills to the legendary level, or he could use this legendary skill point to actively unlock a legendary ability. Before this, Gao Yang had not decided exactly how to use this legendary skill point, but as the battle continued, he finally had an idea. Looking at the legendary skill point flickering with golden light on his Multiverse Network panel, Gao Yang's intent flickered slightly, and then a new Multiverse Network prompt refreshed before his retinas. Multiverse Network prompt. Do you wish to consume 1 legendary skill point to upgrade the transcendent ability, 10,000 Tribulations and Dying, to the legendary rank? Following Gao Yang's confirmation of will, the golden legendary skill point suddenly transformed into a ball of golden light, merging into his skill list and completely enveloping the transcendent physique reward that was emitting faint golden rays. 10,000 Tribulations and Dying. The upgrade process had no complications. Only 3 minutes later, the golden light finally dissipated. Multiverse Network prompt. You have obtained a new legendary ability, 10,000 Tribulations and Dying. 10,000 Tribulations and Dying legendary basic effect. When the character's HP is lower, the character's HP recovery speed is faster. Every time the character loses 1% of their HP, the character gains an additional 15% increase in HP recovery speed. Every time the character loses 1% of their stamina, the character gains an additional 15% increase in stamina recovery speed. Every time the character loses 1% of their willpower, the character gains a 5% increase in willpower recovery speed. When the character loses more than 50% of their current HP in a single instance, the character will recover 50% of the lost HP within the following 3 seconds. Legendary derivative effects. 1. Flawless body. Unique specialty. The body of 100 refinements makes your body increasingly formidable. While the power of the legendary rank has fundamentally altered your physique, your body no longer possesses fatal weaknesses. But if your head and body are separated for more than 10 minutes, you will die completely. 2. 10,000 Tribulations and Dying. The body of 100 refinements and your unique class abilities have strengthened your body's self-recovery capabilities and life essence. While the power of the legendary rank has caused this ability to undergo a qualitative change, after your body suffers trauma, you can utilize life essence for super speed recovery. Your life origin has become more resilient, and your body is now capable of instantaneous regeneration. Gao Yang frowned slightly, feeling the life force surging violently within his body like a volcanic eruption. A vivid sense of being truly alive emerged in his heart. He knew this was his life force rapidly remodeling his body, causing the fatal weaknesses that should have existed within his physique to gradually disappear. Half an hour later, the surging life force gradually subsided. Gao Yang slowly exhaled a wisp of pale pink, scorching hot air, opened his eyes, and revealed a faint smile. After 10,000 tribulations and dying reached the legendary grade, the improvement was immense. Within the basic recovery effects, the recovery of willpower was added. This point alone was already worth the value of a legendary skill point. Before this, other than relying on his own massive volume of willpower and the passive recovery brought by the eternal undying meditation, Gao Yang only had the negligible recovery effect provided by the Kolo fruit. But now, his willpower had gained a second passive recovery effect, and it was an extremely formidable one at that. As his willpower was consumed, the speed at which his willpower recovered would become increasingly exaggerated. Not to mention, the 10,000 tribulations and dying upgraded to legendary grade also strengthened and his life force, ensuring his body no longer had any lethal weaknesses, and further bestowed upon him the terrifying regenerative ability of instantaneous regeneration. All things considered, using this precious legendary skill point to upgrade 10,000 tribulations and dying was the optimal choice at the current moment. This is not to say there were no other better options. In fact, this legendary skill point could have been used to upgrade Fate Speed or to upgrade Fate Choice. The former would likely have shortened the cooldown time for resurrection, while the latter would have strengthened his luck and the duration or intensity of his fate guidance. He could even have chosen those new legendary abilities, all of which could have granted him extremely powerful improvements. But for the current Gao Yang, after having experienced the feeling of facing a god head-on alone, formidable survivability had become his primary choice. And among the various abilities he possessed, the improvement brought by 10,000 tribulations and dying was absolutely the greatest. As an existence primarily focused on melee combat, a formidable physique and survival capability were the foundation of his battles. No matter how powerful his attacks were, no matter how fast his speed was, if he did not have a formidable body, then everything was just empty talk. Only by first ensuring his own survival did the subsequent attacks and movements have any meaning. After consuming the legendary skill point, Gao Yang took a moment to steady himself, then took out the complete godhead he had harvested after slaying Citadel from his inventory. Looking at this godhead, a flash of relief could not help but cross Gao Yang's heart. He was relieved that when he slew the god of shadow stalking and hunting, Citadel, the blood war battlefield they were in had not attracted the attention of other gods, and it had the rule masking effect provided by the blood war battlefield. If he had attracted the attention of other gods while fighting Citadel, he would certainly never have laid a finger on this godhead. Of course, the fact that Citadel, a god of weak divine power, could appear on the battlefield itself indicated that this was a battlefield he had carefully selected, where absolutely no other gods would take notice. Because Citadel was a god of the chaotic evil alignment, he might not have understood the personalities of gods from the lawful or neutral alignments. But he absolutely understood just how shameless and dark the gods of the chaotic alignment could be. If Citadel had shown even the slightest bit of weakness or fatigue, what would have awaited him would surely have been endless conspiracies, schemes, and BSCKSTABBING. Therefore, in such a situation, the fact that Citadel could appear on that battlefield itself proved the safety of that battlefield. After thinking through the connections, Gao Yang looked at the dark red, complete godhead in his hand, and the relief in his eyes slowly faded. This godhead was formed after the consciousness of the god of shadow stalking and hunting. Citadel fell into eternal silence. There was definitely a massive amount of corrupted divinity within it, as could be seen from the dark red light in this rhombic crystal. If any mortal were to fuse with this godhead, there might not be any problems in the beginning, but as time passed, the newly born god of shadow stalking and hunting would be corrupted by the residual divinity within the godhead. eventually leading to a constant shift in alignment. Even if it were a lawful good existence at the start, under the corruption of this divinity, it would rapidly shift its own alignment and eventually fall completely into chaos. Consequently, this godhead could not be used directly, but if he were to sell it, Gao Yang truly could not imagine what kind of item could be used to purchase a complete godhead. If he were a legendary mage right now, perhaps he could have accumulated more than half of the vast resources needed to build a floating city by relying on this godhead. But unfortunately, he was not a mage, but a warrior who committed all his strength and will to the sword in his hand. After carefully studying the complete godhead in his hand, Gao Yang put it back into his inventory, and the imperceptible glow of willpower in the depths of his eyes slowly dissipated. Under the temptation from a higher level of life, every cell in his body was screaming frantically, wanting to fuse with that godhead and thereby become a higher level life existence. However, Gao Yang only needed to circulate his willpower slightly to completely suppress the clamor of his body's cells. Putting away the godhead, a dark golden treasure chest appeared in front of Gao Yang. It was the Lord of Shadow Hunting treasure chest dropped by the god of shadow stalking and hunting. Sid Oral. Chapter 824. Proof of the hunt and arrival. Do you wish to open the Lord of Shadow Hunting treasure chest? Yes. Following Gao Yang's confirmation of will, a scarlet light instantly filled Gao Yang's field of vision, and following it was a thick, bloody stench. The bloody stench came quickly and went just as quickly. When the scarlet light and the bloody stench vanished, a dark red metal card that looked as if it had been soaked in blood and then air dried appeared in Gao Yang's hand. System prompt: you have obtained the proof of the hunt. Gao Yang held the dark red metal card, which was only slightly larger than an ID card, between two fingers. Information regarding this proof of scarlet quickly refreshed before his eyes. Proof of hunting. Type: wonder quality, radiant gold durability. Description: a proof of a powerful hunter. Manifested by the rules of hunting. Only those who have successfully hunted an entity possessing the hunting divinity can utilize this proof. Effects: 1. Blood Soul Hunt. Upon activation, this proof of hunting will be consumed. The user will briefly grasp a portion of the abilities governed by the rules of hunting, without requiring any prerequisite conditions. It forcibly locks onto a designated target within the same plane. For the following 24 hours, the user will receive the target's precise location every 10 minutes. 2. Hunting spoils. If the designated target is successfully hunted during the Blood Soul Hunt, 5 of the target's abilities will be randomly drawn. The user may select one of these to condense into a trophy stone. This trophy stone can only be traded once. PS. Use it, consume it, and then experience the supreme and powerful force of Bloody Pursuit. Midnight Wolf. Fear Liquor. Brock Donchi. The rules of hunting are actually this powerful. Gao Yang looked at the proof of hunting in his palm, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. If this proof of hunting were used well, it would not only allow him to eliminate a must-kill target but also extract an ability from that target. Furthermore, this ability would appear in the form of a trophy stone, which could not only be consumed directly to master the skill but also traded away for corresponding precious resources if it were not needed. The targets worth Gao Yang using this proof of hunting on would naturally possess significant strength. In such a scenario, although the extracted ability would be random, the stronger the target, the higher the probability of obtaining a powerful ability. Having understood the effects of the proof of hunting, Gao Yang flipped his palm and stored it into his inventory. He had no target to hunt in the short term, so he naturally had no use for this proof. However, if the effects of the hunting divinity were this potent, he might need to treat the godhead in his possession with greater caution. If he could retain the hunting divinity of that godhead for his own use, Gao Yang felt that both becoming stronger and wealthier in the future would be much easier. Burying this thought in his mind, Gao Yang checked the time. It was already quite late. He sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. We are about to arrive at the Immortal Wasteland. The merchant airship will remain in the Immortal Wasteland for 2 days. If our distinguished guests wish to experience the customs of the Drow and Elves, you may tour the Immortal City. You only need to return to the airship before it takes off. A gentle, soft, and magnetic voice echoed throughout the airship. Lilifena, who had been bored to the point of playing with her own tail, instantly sprang up and rushed toward the floor-to-ceiling window of the suite. Gao Yang watched Milafina's reaction and couldn't help but smile slightly. For a cat elf with such a naturally active and curious personality, these 7 days had indeed been far too boring. Niao, Gao Yang, Lidi, we've arrived. The immortal wasteland. Milafina stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, her entire cat face pressed against the glass, staring with wide eyes at the giant city below that lay sprawled across the endless wasteland like a behemoth. Gao Yang and Lidi walked to the window and looked down at the city, which was growing larger in their view. It really is prosperous. This level of prosperity is no less than the imperial city of Garuda. Lidi stood by the window, watching the airships constantly coming and going and the long queues at the city gates, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Gao Yang also watched the scene below, a wave of emotion rising in his heart. It seemed that during the time he had been away, Lisa and the Immortal Church had done a good job. At the very least, judging by the current scene, such a prosperous sight proved that they had firmly established themselves in the world of Eberron. Just as Gao Yang and the others looked down at the immortal city, many drow and elves within the city also noticed this extremely luxurious airship belonging to the Goblin and Gnome Merchant Guild. In the past, the drow and elves in the immortal city would certainly have been very curious about this merchant airship. But today was different. No one paid attention to the airship itself, instead casting their gazes toward the two-headed giant dragon standing atop the vessel, its body covered in icy blue dragon scales. Life forms living in the immortal wasteland, whether drow, elves, humans, or even half-orcs, all knew that on this vast and resource-rich immortal wasteland, the Immortal Church was the master of the land. Within this ruling power, the legendary immortal priestess, Bishop Lisa, held supreme authority. Yet, above or perhaps behind the legendary immortal priestess Lisa, there existed another figure. He was the true hero who led the Immortal Church to conquer the immortal wasteland. He was the legendary existence who, in his transcendent state, defied the odds to slay a legendary elf of Shane. He was the one who founded the first Eberron Transcendent Death Match and remained the champion for 2 consecutive terms. He was the peak transcendent existence revered as the Feather King. And the symbol of the Feather King was that quasi-artifact silver-white greatsword that had directly facilitated the first Eberron Transcendent Death Match, as well as that two-headed ice dragon possessing terrifying power. Now, the two-headed ice dragon, which had disappeared along with the Feather King for several years, had descended upon the immortal city once more. The implications of this were all too clear. The Feather King, he had returned. Upon realizing this, countless intelligence agencies within the immortal city began to mobilize. In the short time before the merchant airship even landed, more than 50 top-tier factions had received news of the Feather King's return to the immortal wasteland. At the same time, various speculations began to spread rapidly alongside these reports. The Feather King, who disappeared for 7 years, has returned, suspected of successfully breaking through to the legendary rank. The Feather King's mount makes a high-profile appearance in the immortal city. What is his purpose? Shocking. The man behind the legendary immortal bishop has reappeared. These pieces of information were hidden within the surging undercurrents, remaining imperceptible to the masses. Just as the two-headed ice dragon was discovered, a pale purple radiance shot out abruptly from the immortal temple, resembling a rainbow as it headed straight for the airship. Emperor Li narrowed his eyes, watching the pale purple figure rushing up from the city below, and could not help but exclaim, "Legendary!" At that very moment, a flash of lightning appeared beside him. Emperor Li turned his head to look, but Gao Yang's figure was already gone. "Sorry, I have writer's block. I have been busy all day today and only got home at 9:30. I am so tired that I cannot even straighten my back. Sitting in front of the computer, my mind is completely blank. I am asking for a leave of absence from all my foster fathers and mothers. I will continue to write 10,000 words tomorrow." Chapter 825 Absence Makes the Heart Grow Fonder. A flash of lightning streaked by, and Gao Yang had already arrived outside the airship. He opened his arms, letting the figure within the pale purple rainbow light rush into his embrace. A warm, soft body collided with his chest, followed by the faint scent of flowers that Gao Yang had already smelled 1,000 times over. Gao Yang pulled his arms in, holding the soft, delicate body that had rushed into his arms tightly. He lowered his head, burying it in that textured silver hair. And his heart suddenly felt completely at peace. Just then, Lisa in Gao Yang's arms slowly raised her head, revealing a delicate face that was both holy and alluring, and said with teary eyes, I missed you so much. Lisa's voice was not heavy, but it landed in Gao Yang's ears like a small hammer striking his heart. This feeling of being missed and being worried about was something he had never felt before in his life of walking alone. Except for the times he felt it from Grandpa Dean. His gaze softened, and he reached out to cup Lisa's face, smiling gently as he said, "Didn't I come here?" Lisa nodded vigorously, then hugged Gao Yang's body even tighter, as if she could prevent herself from losing her man ever again by doing so. Gao Yang patted her back and was just about to speak when a strange feeling suddenly surged into his heart. This feeling was that something existed in the shadows, spying on him. Gao Yang raised his head, looking down at the immortal city below, and suddenly let out a heavy, cold snort. Accompanying his cold snort, a trace of the 9 capitals wild thunder flashed in his eyes. The next instant, endless 9 capitals wild thunder exploded from Gao Yang's body, surging in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the previously clear sky was covered in dark clouds. Countless dazzling thunder dragons wove through the black clouds, and the violent roar that could destroy all things made every living creature in the immortal city feel a chill down their spines. They could not help but bury their heads deep against their chests, fearing that they might attract the attention of the godlike, demon-like existence in the sky. Boom crack! A bucket-thick bolt of 9 capitals wild thunder tore through the air and slammed heavily into the void. Dense electric arcs immediately crawled across the firmament, hanging down toward the immortal city below like willow branches, and the space rippled like water. The sense of being watched from the shadows vanished instantly. Gao Yang's thoughts shifted, and the wild thunder filling the sky dissipated in an instant. What was that? Lisa looked up, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Gao Yang. "It's nothing, just some things that don't know their place," Gao Yang said casually, reaching out to stroke Lisa's smooth silver hair. The immortal city was vast, and there were bound to be other factions present. He had never intended to hide his tracks, but to be so unscrupulous, even wanting to shove their perception right onto him, was the reason for his anger. Have Huakui take people to search every corner of the city and find those vermin who were struck by the 9 capitals wild thunder. A sharp glint flashed in Lisa's dark red, magma-like eyes. She nodded heavily, her heart filled with killing intent. Just then, a curious meow sounded in their ears. Milafino was flying in the air, looking curiously at the two who were tightly embracing. "Meow, Gao Yang, what are you two doing?" Lisa turned her head and met Milafina's large, curious eyes. Beside her was Emperor Li, who was looking around, though his occasional glances still betrayed him. Realizing that the person and cat before her were her man's companions, Lisa's pretty face flushed slightly, though it only made her look even more bright and charming against her skin tone. She wanted to take the initiative to introduce herself, but her gaze could not help but drift toward Gao Yang, as if waiting for his response. Gao Yang patted Lisa's back, then took her small hand in his, and said with a smile, "As you can see, this is the immortal bishop of the immortal church, the ruler of the immortal wasteland, the legendary immortal priestess. At the same time, she is also my lover." Upon hearing Gao Yang's introduction, the smile on Lisa's face became even brighter, and the look she gave Gao Yang was so affectionate it seemed it could melt. Gao Yang turned to look at Lisa and introduced them in turn. "Lisa, this is Milafina, a genius of the cat elf race, and my soul-bound partner. This is Emperor Li Garuda, from the Garuda imperial family. They are both my closest friends." She looked at Milafina and Emperor Li and said proactively, "Lisa, it is an honor to meet you both." Niaowu. Faced with such a formal introduction from Lisa, Milafina immediately stood straight, extended a cat paw to lightly touch the palm Lisa had offered, and then said with a smile, "I am also very honored to meet you, Lisa." As for Emperor Li, he simply nodded with a smile. At this time, with the arrival of the merchant airship, more and more city residents noticed them. Seeing this, Gao Yang said, "Let's go down first." A moment later, inside the immortal temple, in a luxuriously designed and spacious dining hall, Gao Yang, Lisa, and the others sat at the dining table. The massive circular table was filled with all kinds of specialty delicacies. Lisa fed Gao Yang food from time to time while listening intently to Milafina's account. The things Milafina was recounting were, naturally, the adventures she had shared with Gao Yang, and for Lisa, she was interested in anything related to Gao Yang. When she heard that Gao Yang and Milafina had to head to the Blood War battlefield in order to break through to the legendary stage, she could not help but gasp in surprise. As Milafina vividly and with appropriate artistic exaggeration recounted the bloody battle and the enemies they had faced, Lisa finally could not hold back any longer, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. Meow meow meow. Milafina stared at the weeping Lisa with a look of utter confusion. Suddenly feeling too embarrassed to continue her story, Gao Yang sighed slightly, reached out to pull Lisa into his arms, and while gently wiping away her tears, he whispered comfortingly, "Do not cry anymore. Am I not standing right in front of you, safe and sound? Besides, I have also successfully broken through to the legendary stage." Having said this, Gao Yang leaned close to her and whispered something. Lisa immediately blushed deeply, shot Gao Yang a coquettish glare, and reached out to give him a push. During the rest of the gathering, Lisa was clearly somewhat distracted. Such a state naturally could not escape the eyes of Lidi, who had been through it all before. So, he very tactfully accelerated the pace of the gathering. Big boss. It is getting late. Meow. Milafina was still a bit oblivious, but upon remembering that she had just made Gao Yang's lover cry, she nodded in embarrassment and said, "That is right. It is indeed getting late, and I am stuffed as well." Thus, Lidi and Milafina rose and left very quickly. As for their accommodations, there were naturally people who had already arranged everything properly. Watching Milafina and Lidi depart after only a few words, Gao Yang smiled helplessly, but when he saw Lisa's eyes, which were so alluring they seemed ready to drip with desire, his own heart could not help but fill with a surge of heat. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. And that was exactly the state Gao Yang and Lisa were in now. As the dining hall door slammed shut, only Gao Yang and Lisa remained in the vast room. Feeling Gao Yang's increasingly intense gaze resting upon her body, Lisa's heart pounded wildly, and she felt that every part of her touched by his gaze began to heat up and flush red. Let us go back to the room, MMPH. Before Lisa could finish her sentence, she was pulled into Gao Yang's arms, and the rest of her words were blocked by his vibrant red lips. As their lips met, Lisa quickly succumbed to the sensation, the mist in her eyes growing even thicker. Gao Yang snapped his fingers, and a layer of battle or a barrier naturally enveloped the entire hall. Soon, following a light slap from Gao Yang onto her firm, rounded curves, Lisa let out a startled cry. Then, biting her lip with a look of feigned annoyance, she complied by placing her hands on the dining table and obediently bending over. Gao Yang looked at the stunning curves beneath Lisa's solemn yet revealing bishop's robes and did not hesitate to sound the horn of battle. An hour later, accompanied by a long, lingering sigh, they fell silent. Gao Yang held Lisa entirely in his arms, and with a flash of sword light, he had already brought her back to the bedchamber. Without giving the dazed Lisa much time to recover, the melodious chirping, like that of a nightingale, soon echoed through the bedchamber. Late at night, the intense battle finally came to an end. Lisa lay limp and powerless in Gao Yang's arms, her face flushed with a rosy glow, her eyes almost dripping with moisture. Gao Yang rhythmically patted her smooth back, his heart filled with peace. Lisa wrapped her arms tightly around Gao Yang's solid chest, gently licking his marble-hard pectoral muscles, and whispered, What happened later? What occurred during the bloody battle?" Milafina did not finish the story. Gao Yang looked at the ceiling and began to recount the events slowly, while Lisa lay on his chest, listening quietly to his tale. When Gao Yang spoke of the battle against the god of shadow stalking and hunting, Lisa could not help but tighten her grip on his body. Even though Gao Yang spoke of it so nonchalantly, Lisa knew deep down that being hunted by a true deity was a sense of despair and helplessness that could destroy almost any legendary powerhouse. Feeling Lisa's worry, Gao Yang smiled and gave her a playful pat on her curves, continuing, "Do not worry. Am I not standing right in front of you, safe and sound? You should have a little more faith in your man." Lisa buried her head in Gao Yang's shoulder, greedily inhaling his scent. and said with a slight tremor in her voice, "I know, but I am still worried." That was a god. As she spoke, she lifted her head to look into Gao Yang's eyes and said tremblingly, "The battle with a god must have been very difficult. To be able to escape from a god's hunt. My man is already very, very strong. You must have been in so much pain during that process. That was only natural. Every attack from the god of shadow stalking and hunting had directly drained his HP. Such attacks would naturally bring about terrifying levels of agony." However, under Lisa's gaze filled with heartache, Gao Yang, who rarely faced such looks, unceremoniously gave her curves another slap and said somewhat uncomfortably, "Lisa, you underestimate your man. A mere god with weak divine power is not enough to force me to run for my life." Lisa's pretty face turned bright red. She squirmed against Gao Yang twice, then looked at him in surprise, not quite understanding the meaning behind his words. Seeing this, Gao Yang chuckled, then took a pale red, diamond-shaped crystal from his inventory. Lisa looked at the pale red diamond-shaped crystal quietly floating in Gao Yang's hand and, feeling the divine ore within it, her voice immediately began to tremble. This is. Gao Yang presented the diamond-shaped crystal to Lisa as if offering a treasure and said, "That is right. This is a complete godhead." Godhead. Lisa repeated the word with difficulty, an endless longing surging in her heart, as if every cell in her body were craving, yearning to merge with the godhead before her. As long as she merged with it, she could ascend to the divine throne and become an eternal, immortal god. Gao Yang watched the longing in Lisa's eyes, smiled, and flicked her smooth forehead. A slight ripple of willpower spread out, waking Lisa from her craving for the godhead. Lisa withdrew her gaze, still feeling a lingering fear, and looked at Gao Yang cautiously. This godhead is." Gao Yang flipped his palm, and the divinity instantly vanished. He smiled and said, "It naturally came from that god who attempted to hunt me down." Lisa stared blankly at Gao Yang, thinking of the dangers and hardships he had endured. The tears that had welled up in her eyes could no longer be held back and came rolling down in torrents. Why is she crying again? Gao Yang felt a bit helpless and somewhat unaccustomed to this. Before this, Lisa had not been like this. He could accept Lisa crying, but only in one specific way. Clearly, this current manner of weeping was not within Gao Yang's range of acceptance. Therefore, he made no extra movements, but suddenly flipped over, pinning Lisa beneath him. In the vast bedchamber, the sound of Lisa's soft, pleading sobs soon began to echo. Chapter 826: The Value of a Master Blacksmith. By the time it was near noon the next day, the tightly shut doors of the bishop's bedchamber were finally pushed open from within with a boom. Lisa was holding onto Gao Yang's arm, with more than half of her body weight leaning against him, causing the soft curves at her chest to be pressed and deformed. Today, Lisa was not wearing her clerical robes, but a relatively conservative bright red long dress. She had applied light makeup to her face, although she lacked the solemnity and holiness of her appearance as a bishop yesterday. She possessed a newfound, radiant glow. The two walked out of the bedchamber side by side. The guards along the way lowered their heads one after another, only daring to cast fervent gazes at Gao Yang's back once the pair had passed. The news of the Feather King's return had already spread throughout the entire immortal wasteland by yesterday. In particular, the Feather King's cold snort, followed by the world-ending thunder that suppressed the entire immortal city, had highlighted the Feather King's terrifying strength and greatly boosted the prestige of the immortal church. Today, as the elves and drow in immortal city walked along the streets, their backs were involuntarily straight and much more than usual. Those who usually considered themselves noble now lowered their arrogant heads. When Gao Yang and Lisa arrived at the dining hall, they saw Lady and Milifena enjoying their breakfast. The current immortal wasteland was no longer the impoverished place it once was. Following the entry of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, the establishment of the Rock Dwarf Clan's forging workshops, and the super added bonus of being the home of 2 consecutive deathmatch tournament champions, Immortal City had already become a major commercial hub and an emerging super metropolis on this continent. Gao Yang, Lisa, come and eat breakfast. This iceberry cheese is delicious. Seeing Gao Yang and Lisa, Milifena immediately greeted them happily. Lisa looked at Milifena's innocent and naive appearance, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Last night, She and Gao Yang had not rested at all, but had fought directly until dawn. During a break in the middle of the night, Lisa had learned from Gao Yang about the relationship between him, Milifena, and Lidi. Lisa felt deeply grateful toward both Milifena and Lidi. The former had formed a soul bond with Gao Yang and would inevitably be his best combat partner in the future. The latter had even risked his life at the most critical moment of Gao Yang's survival, crossing the crystal sphere system to reach the Blood War battlefield and save him. Based on this alone, even if Lidi wanted the entire Immortal Church now, Lisa would hand it over to him without the slightest hesitation. Gao Yang and Lisa sat down, and a drow attendant nearby quickly served fresh food. After Lisa fed Gao Yang a bite of food, she looked at Milifena and said with a soft smile, "Since you like it, Milifena, I will have the chef prepare more for you to take with you." "Okay, thank you, Lisa." Milifena accepted without any pretense. If it were someone else's things, she would naturally refuse. But who was Lisa? She was the lover of her soul partner. In other words, she was equivalent to her family. How could she possibly refuse something prepared by family? A moment later, everyone finished their breakfast. Gao Yang looked at Lidi and said, "I will send a formal visit request to the Rock Dwarf clan later. In about 2 days, we will be able to set off for the Rock Dwarf clan. Lisa, later you go to the Immortal Treasury and see if there are any forging materials you need, and bring them along. We will set off together in 2 days. This Lidi hesitated. Lisa noticed Lidi's hesitation and immediately spoke up. "Mr. Lidi, you and Feather are life and death friends, and your family heirloom weapon was destroyed specifically to save Feather. It is only right that we forge a weapon for you. You do not need to feel any burden." "All right." Lidi ultimately did not say that he would bear the cost of the weapon materials himself. For Lidi, these 2 days seemed a bit difficult to endure, but for Gao Yang and Lisa, the 2 days passed quickly amidst one battle after another, all stemming from the instincts of life. On the 3rd day, the sky was clear and cloudless. Audrivier suddenly flapped his wings and took flight from behind the Immortal Temple. Under the watchful eyes of the many residents of Immortal City, he quickly disappeared into the horizon, on Audrivier's dragon back. Gao Yang held Lisa as they sat on an ice throne. Beside him was a slightly smaller ice throne, on which Lidi was seated. As for Milifena, she was naturally perched on Gao Yang's shoulder, with 4 legendary powerhouses traveling together in the Eberron world. Unless a god descended in person, no existence would dare to block their path. Thus, Audrivier flew across the sky of the continent without any restraint. The last time they visited the Rock Dwarves, Gao Yang and Lisa had spent an entire day and night, but this time, in just 2 hours, Audrivier had crossed thousands of kilometers and arrived at the canyon where the Rock Dwarf clan lived. Seeing the massive 2-headed ice dragon descend, the dwarf guards in the canyon quickly emerged from their hiding spots, guiding Gao Yang and the others toward the underground caverns where the Rock Dwarf clan lived. A quarter of an hour later, Daragon laughed heartily and embraced Gao Yang, his thick, short hands, which were like palm leaf fans, patting Gao Yang's waist and abdomen with force, producing a series of dull, booming sounds. "Oh Feather, your strength seems to have grown even stronger." Daragon withdrew his palm, feeling his hand go slightly numb, and said in surprise, "What is the big deal? You have to realize that you is the 2-time consecutive champion of the Eberron Deathmatch Tournament. An extraordinary talent. Isn't his strength increasing as simple as us dwarves drinking ale?" Griffin said from the side, as if it were a matter of course. Daragon immediately let out a hearty laugh, grabbed Gao Yang by the arm, and walked toward the depths of this dwarven underground city. It is rare for you and Bishop Lisa to visit. We started preparing the bonfire party the moment we received your letter. Today, I am definitely going to drink you under the table." Gao Yang and Lisa exchanged a glance, then accepted the challenge without the slightest hesitation. As for Lidi, he walked side by side with Griffin, who kept introducing him to the underground city built by the Rock Dwarves. The bonfire party officially began after Gao Yang and his group arrived. Countless drinks were brought to the tables, and food with distinct dwarven characteristics flowed like a river. The bonfire party lasted until late into the night, only coming to a complete end when Gao Yang could no longer hold his liquor. The next day, near noon, Gao Yang, Lidi, and the 4 master blacksmiths of the Rock Dwarf clan gathered in Daragon's forge. On the steel anvil, which shimmered with a metallic luster, lay the heirloom war bow, broken into 2 halves. After observing the war bow, Daragon and the other 3 master blacksmiths had reached a conclusion. It was no longer worth repairing for continued use. Therefore, forging a new war bow was the best option. Master Daragon, for this weapon forging, will you be able to craft a quasi-artifact? Gao Yang stood beside Daragon, listening to his discussion with Griffin and the other master blacksmiths, and asked, you. My friend, please rest assured, if it were just me, a single dwarf, this might be a bit difficult. But now that the 4 of us old guys are working together to forge a suitable weapon for your comrade in arms, you can rest easy. Mr. Lidi's new war bow will definitely be a quasi-artifact. When Lidi heard Daragon's confident statement, his heart surged with excitement. So, this is the weight of a master blacksmith. Even a quasi-artifact is something they can forge just by saying they will. Chapter 827 Daragon. What forging materials have I not seen? Gao Yang nodded and then asked, are there any requirements regarding the materials? Daragon exchanged a look with Griffin and the other dwarven masters. Then Daragon spoke up. Regarding materials, it is not the case that the more precious, the better. Of course, precious materials can improve the quality of the forged weapon. There is no doubt about that. However, where would one find so many precious materials? So, there are no specific requirements. Whatever materials you provide, we will use them to forge it. If anything is missing, we will take it from the Rock Dwarf clan's inventory. Since Daragon had said as much, Gao Yang did not say anything more, simply signaling for Lisa to hand the space ring containing various ores and forging materials to Daragon. Daragon took the ring, glanced briefly at the materials inside, and nodded slightly. A small portion of these materials were of legendary grade, while most were extraordinary materials. However, for forging a quasi-artifact warbow, it was not a major issue, though it would require using some of their own private stock. Moreover, in this situation, even if a quasi-artifact were forged, its upper limit would not be very high. After all, being able to forge a quasi-artifact from these materials was already an extraordinary display of skill, pushing the potential of these materials to their limit. These materials are enough to forge a quasi-artifact warbow. It is just that the future potential of the weapon might not be particularly high, Daragon said casually as he handed the space ring to Griffin beside him. Upon hearing this, Lidi's heart skipped a beat, and the expression on his face shifted slightly. Before learning that he could obtain a quasi-artifact, Lidi had no specific requirements for the strength of his new weapon. But now that 4 dwarven master blacksmiths had given their word that they would definitely forge him a quasi-artifact, being told that his new weapon's potential was limited left him feeling somewhat unwilling. He knew clearly that this might be the closest he would ever come to a quasi-artifact in his life. If he did not seize this opportunity properly, he would definitely regret it once the weapon was completed. Thinking of this, Lidi looked at Daragon with a solemn expression and said, Master Daragon, is there any way to increase the weapon's potential? Daragon looked at Lidi and said casually, there are naturally ways, and many of them. For example, extremely precious materials, the infusion of divine power, the blessing of a god, and so on, can all increase a weapon's potential. But these are not things that can be obtained easily, even for us as master blacksmiths. Such forging materials are rare to see. Having said this, Daragon paused before continuing. As for other materials, as master blacksmiths, we have basically seen them all. Lidi's eyes dimmed upon hearing this, and he thanked them slowly. The situation was as it was. He did not have overly rare materials, and ordinary materials were not needed in such quantities. This meant that the potential of his quasi-artifact warbow was set. Gao Yang, standing to the side, listened to the conversation between Lidi and Daragon. After a moment of thought, he took a canine-toothed dagger from his inventory. The moment the canine-toothed dagger was brought out, everyone in the forge had their expressions change slightly, all of them looking toward the dagger in Gao Yang's hand. Cambridge looked at the canine-toothed dagger in Gao Yang's hand and blurted out, it is an artifact. As a master blacksmith, Cambridge was incredibly confident in his own judgment. Although the canine tooth dagger in Gao Yang's hand did not emit any exaggerated aura, its natural form, exquisite curvature, and unique charm were enough for Cambridge to confirm the grade of the dagger. As soon as he finished speaking, Cambridge had already arrived in front of Gao Yang, leaning in close to the canine tooth dagger to observe it carefully. Beside him, Daragon and the other 3 master blacksmiths assumed similar positions. Dalagon did not know when a thick monocle had appeared in his hand. He placed it over his right eye and began to examine the dog-tooth dagger, not letting a single detail escape his scrutiny. As Grandmaster blacksmiths, being able to forge a quasi-artifact was already the pinnacle of their craft. To go a step further and forge a true artifact, while the technical requirements did not exceed those of a Grandmaster blacksmith by much, the requirements for materials reached an exaggerated level. To forge a true artifact, precious materials containing divine power were an absolute necessity. However, materials containing divine power generally only existed within artifacts bestowed by gods or within the divine kingdoms of the gods themselves. For Dalagon and the others, these things were simply too distant, so distant that they were almost impossible to obtain. Therefore, although they had all broken through to the realm of Grandmaster blacksmiths and had each forged no fewer than a handful of quasi-artifacts, they had never once forged a true artifact. It was not that they did not want to, but that they could not, right now. A true artifact was laid bare before their eyes. For the 4 Grandmaster blacksmiths, this was no different than a stunning beauty appearing before a 1,000-year-old lecherous ghost. Seeing this, Gao Yang handed the tooth of the hunt directly to Cambridge, who was closest to him. Cambridge quickly took it, extending a large hand covered in calluses, and began to stroke the tooth of the hunt with the gentlest of touches. The feeling was not like he was touching a weapon, but rather the most flawless piece of jade in the world. Divine power, abundant divine power, and the power of rules that I cannot comprehend. Is this what an artifact is? Griffin snatched the tooth of the hunt from Cambridge's hand, after studying it carefully. He said excitedly, looking at the size, shape, and the ratio of the hilt to the blade of this dagger. The existence that wielded this artifact must have been humanoid, between 4 and 4.5 meters tall. Gao Yang glanced at them and asked casually, "For masters, can this artifact be used as a forging material? Can it raise the upper limit of the war bow that is to be forged next?" Upon hearing this, the 4 of them pulled their gazes away from the tooth of the hunt with some reluctance and fell into silence. After a moment, Dalagon spoke up. To use such an artifact as a forging material would be far too wasteful. But if it were truly used as a forging material, then the upper limit of Mr. Lidi's war bow would certainly be greatly enhanced. Gao Yang nodded. As long as this weapon could be effective, that was enough. This tooth of the hunt had no use for him. In his hands, other than trading it for resources, it could not provide any extra value. It would be better to use it as a forging material to add to the foundation of Lidi's future weapon. Lidi looked at the nearly half-meter-long, giant bone-like crescent dagger currently held in Dalagon's hand, his heart trembling uncontrollably. He never expected that Gao Yang would actually take out an artifact to use as material for the war bow being forged for him. Using an artifact to eventually forge a quasi-artifact was, no matter how one looked at it, putting the cart before the horse. Moreover, the value of an artifact far exceeded that of a quasi-artifact. If a true artifact had to be consumed for the sake of his weapon, Lidi could not accept such a thing. Thinking of this, Lidi looked at Gao Yang with extreme seriousness and said, "Boss, please don't. I am already satisfied with being able to possess a quasi-artifact war bow. You should keep this artifact for yourself. Its value is not something a quasi-artifact can compare to. If you insist on using this artifact to forge the war bow, then even if it is forged, I will not accept it." A hint of appreciation quietly emerged in the eyes of Dalagon and the others as they looked at Lidi. Considering one's comrades, this was what a qualified comrade should do. Thinking of this, the 4 of them walked to the side and whispered among themselves for a while. Then, Dalagon looked at Gao Yang and said, "King of Wings, we 4 old fellows have just discussed it. There is no need to use this artifact as a forging material. We will each contribute a precious material from our own private collections to forge Mr. Lidi's war bow. We guarantee that the war bow forged this way will have a potential no less than one forged using this artifact as material. In exchange, How about leaving this artifact with us so that we four old fellows can study it? Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. This condition was practically a gift to him, given his friendship with the Rock Dwarf clan. Even if Dalagan and the others did not offer precious materials, as long as they expressed the desire to study this dagger, he would have handed it over to them for study without hesitation. Previously, he had wanted to forge a sufficiently strong weapon for Lidi, and now that there was a way to achieve the best of both worlds, Gao Yang naturally would not refuse. Thus, he nodded and said with a smile, "Master Dalagan, you may study this dagger for as long as you wish." "Haha, good. Then is settled." Dalagan let out a hearty laugh, already unable to wait to begin a proper study of this artifact dagger. But just after the matter of Lidi's weapon was settled, Gao Yang gripped his hand, and Yang Yao was drawn from the void beside him. "Oh, it's your weapon, King of Wings." Old Mike looked at the silver-white greatsword in Gao Yang's hand, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. It was this quasi-artifact that had helped the four of them break through the limits of blacksmith masters and successfully step into the realm of grandmasters. Old Mike's voice immediately attracted the attention of the other three. "Has your weapon, King of Wings, actually activated its divine attribute?" Dalagan leaned in toward Gao Yang, about to reach out and take the Yang Yao from his hand. However, his hand stopped in midair halfway through, and he looked up at Gao Yang. Gao Yang pushed the Yang Yao forward, and only then did Dalagan reach out to take it. Dalagan carefully sensed the changes in the Yang Yao. After a moment, he handed it to old Mike beside him and remarked with emotion, "The aura of slaughter on this Yang Yao is a bit too intense, isn't it?" "Indeed. But for a weapon, a dense aura of slaughter is naturally not a bad thing." Old Mike reached out and ran his fingertips over the blade of Yang Yao, feeling the sharpness that seemed ready to slice his skin at the slightest touch. He spoke with lingering fear. In fact, if the four of them were not the ones who had forged Yang Yao and caused it to actively restrain its own aura, they would not even be able to hold it. They would have been wounded by the terrifying killing intent radiating from the sword. After all, there were already two gods who had perished beneath the blade of Yang Yao. This was a true god-slaying weapon, and the divine curses and the intent to slaughter gods contained within it were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Cambridge took Yang Yao, observed it carefully for a moment, and then looked at Gao Yang with some confusion. "This weapon is already the most suitable one for you, King Yu, and there is nothing left that needs maintenance. Did you take it out just so us old fellows could have a look?" Gao Yang shook his head slowly and then asked, "I would like to ask you for masters if there is any way to elevate Yang Yao from a quasi-divine artifact to the level of a divine artifact, or rather, to enhance its lethality against gods." Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, the faces of Dalagan and the other three twitched violently. Old Mike's hand even trembled, causing him to pluck out a few of his wine-red whiskers, which were as thick as twine. When Gao Yang had previously produced a divine artifact, they hadn't fully processed it. Now, combined with Gao Yang's words and the astonishing killing intent emanating from the Yang Yao sword, an extremely absurd thought began to rise in their minds. They exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and then Griffin looked at Gao Yang and asked cautiously, "King Yu, what you mean is, have you fought a god head-on? Is this divine artifact dagger something that was left behind by the god you fought?" Once he finished speaking, the forge fell into silence. The four master blacksmiths stared intently at Gao Yang, waiting for his answer. Just then, Melifina, who was squatting on Gao Yang's shoulder, suddenly raised her little head and said quite proudly, "Mia, this wasn't left behind by a god. It is a relic of a god." "A relic of a god?" Dalagan and the other three felt their brains short-circuit. They couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind the Ket Elf's words. Even with all their experience, they had only dared to guess that Gao Yang had fought a god and seized a weapon used by that god as a trophy. But they had never dared to imagine that Gao Yang had killed a god head-on and subsequently obtained the opponent's divine artifact as spoils of war. The gap between these two scenarios was simply immeasurable. Gao Yang nodded gently and said, "That is correct. On the Blood War battlefield, the god of hidden shadows and hunting targeted me for a hunt, but I killed him in return. This hunting fang is his relic." "Yes." A sharp intake of breath suddenly echoed throughout the large forge. The four master blacksmiths looked at Gao Yang, their eyes filled with shock. To kill a god with a mortal body, was this something they were actually allowed to hear? After a long while, the four of them finally digested the news. Dalagon frowned and said, "The difficulty of upgrading a quasi-divine artifact to a divine artifact is far, far greater than forging a quasi-divine artifact from scratch." Having said that, he looked up at Gao Yang, hesitating to speak further. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly and said directly, "Master Dalagon, if you have any thoughts, just say them." Cough, cough. Dalagon coughed a few times, hesitated for a moment, and then asked cautiously, "That, Your Majesty King Yu, after you killed that god, the god's divinity dotted is with me," Gao Yang said concisely. After another sharp intake of breath, Dalagon's tone carried an indescribable excitement. The simplest way to upgrade a quasi-divine artifact to a divine artifact is for the wielder of the quasi-divine artifact to become a god. After becoming a god, by nourishing it with divine power and divinity, one can upgrade a quasi-divine artifact to a divine artifact in a short period of time. After listening to Dalagon, Gao Yang shook his head quite decisively and said, "I will not fuse with divinity to become a god. That is not my path." Dalagon and the others looked at Gao Yang, wanting to say something, but eventually gave up. After all, with their mortal wisdom and way of thinking, how could they possibly fathom the thoughts of someone who had slain a god? Upon learning that Gao Yang had killed a god head-on, in the eyes of Dalagon and the others, Gao Yang's status was now nearly equal to that of Muradin, the god of the forge, whom they worshipped. The only difference was that Muradin was a faith they could never touch, while Gao Yang was right before their eyes. Dalagon sighed and looked at old Mike on the side. "Then there is only the second method left." Gao Yang and the others followed Dalagon's gaze and looked at old Mike. As the oldest dwarf among the four master blacksmiths, old Mike might not have the highest forging skills, but he certainly possessed the most extensive knowledge and secret techniques of forging. Seeing everyone looking at him, old Mike tugged at his neatly groomed beard, frowned slightly, and said, "If you are unwilling to fuse with the divinity, then you can choose to embed the divinity into Yongyao, allowing the divine power and primordial divinity contained within it to slowly permeate the entire weapon. In this way, it would be possible to help Yongyao upgrade from a quasi-divine artifact to a divine artifact." After a pause, old Mike continued, "However, integrating divinity is very difficult, and the compatibility between the attributes of the divinity and the weapon is also very important. If the compatibility is too low, the integration cannot be completed, and the powerful divine force might even destroy the weapon." Griffin took over the conversation and said, "The god that King Yu mentioned he killed was the god of hidden shadows and hunting. The compatibility between these two divine domains and Yongyao should not be low. Furthermore, the material of Yongyao is extremely rare. Even if it cannot be perfectly compatible with the divinity, there is a high probability it will remain intact. I think it is worth a try." The four master blacksmiths looked at each other, and in the eyes of the other three, they all saw a spark of ambition. Forging a divine artifact with their own hands, this experience would undoubtedly elevate their forging skills by a significant margin. Gao Yang nodded, his palm flipping over to reveal a dark red, diamond-shaped crystal that hovered silently above his palm. Watching the diamond-shaped crystal that had suddenly appeared in Gao Yang's hand, an uncontrollable, intense longing surged in the eyes of everyone present. Gao Yang was already quite familiar with this reaction. He let out a soft hum, and a brilliant ripple of willpower spread outward, wherever the ripples passed. The crowd's bodies shuddered slightly, and the clarity returned to their eyes, which had been filled with desire just moments before. Daragon gripped his own hands tightly, his lips trembling uncontrollably. "I never imagined that in my lifetime I would actually be able to see a godhead, and even use one as a material to forge a true divine artifact." The reactions of old Mike and the others were much the same as Daragon's, all of them staring at the dark red godhead with a mix of excitement and restraint. Chapter 828, Unique Specialty, Power of Breaking Limits. Gao Yang made a gesture as if to push the godhead into Daragon's hands, but this action caused Daragon to abruptly retreat a long distance, facing Gao Yang's puzzled gaze. Daragon shook his head and said quickly, "King of Wings, I cannot touch it. I fear that I would be involuntarily assimilated by the godhead. It is better for you to keep this godhead in your own possession." Gao Yang looked toward old Mike and the others. only to see them nodding repeatedly, clearly. Faced with the temptation of godhood brought by a complete godhead, Daragon and the other dwarven masters, who had not yet ascended to the rank of legend, did not have the confidence to resist it. Seeing this, Gao Yang stored the godhead into his inventory and looked at the four of them. Then let us forge Lidi's weapon first, and once you are prepared, we shall proceed with the forging of eternal glory. How does that sound? No problem. Daragon and the others nodded quickly. After agreeing on the specific steps, the four forging masters couldn't wait to usher Gao Yang and the others out of the workshop, leaving only Lidi behind. Gao Yang, what shall we do now? Melifina floated above Gao Yang's shoulder, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at the surrounding dwarven architecture. Gao Yang was about to speak when two notifications from the Omniverse Network suddenly refreshed before his eyes. Omniverse Network notification, unique specialty. Power of breaking limits has been successfully condensed. Omniverse Network notification. You have obtained the unique specialty, power of breaking limits. The newly born seed of power sprouted rapidly within his body, and surging strength flowed through his veins. Gao Yang looked at Lisa and said quickly, Lisa, you and Melifina go explore the rock dwarf city on your own. I am heading back first. Lisa nodded obediently and left with Melifina. Gao Yang took a step forward, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, Gao Yang returned to the residence the dwarves had arranged for him. He sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, calmed his mind, and then summoned the Omniverse Network panel. The previous owner of the unique specialty, power of breaking limits, was the Church of God's Bishop, Ergelin. Regarding Ergelin, the thing that left the deepest impression on Gao Yang was the opponent's incredibly exaggerated and heavy attacks. And the fact that the opponent could achieve that level of attack was absolutely inseparable from the effects of the power of breaking limits. Power of breaking limits unique specialty. 1. Character strength tier come 3. 2. All character ability outputs are permanently fixed at their maximum peak values. 3. When the character performs an attack or defense, the attack extreme value and defense extreme value increase by 10%. Each time the character breaks through their own limit, this bonus increases by 3%. The description of the unique specialty, power of breaking limits, was not particularly long compared to the other unique specialties Gao Yang possessed. However, its effect was no different from the others. It remained simple, brutal, and powerful. Upon seeing the unique specialty, power of breaking limits, Gao Yang finally understood why Ergelin's attacks were so heavy and possessed such destructive power. On one hand, it was because under the enhancement of the power of breaking limits, every one of Ergelin's attacks could unleash his maximum peak attack value. On the other hand, it was the role played by the strength tier granted by the power of breaking limits. The former was not difficult to understand. Simply put, it solidified the strength that the owner of this unique specialty could exert to the maximum value they were capable of reaching. This ensured that every single attack could easily be executed with full force. One must not think this is a simple matter. For the vast majority of living beings, the strength they possess is one thing, but how much of it they can actually exert is another. For the most part, the power everyone can exert is not their total capacity, but only a portion of it. Only in certain extremely dangerous situations can one exert 100%, or even exceed 100%, of their strength. Of course, there are some professions that focus on excavating the power of the physical body, allowing them to exert their limit strength as much as possible. But it is clear that such professionals are not that numerous. The power of breaking limits directly skips that process, allowing the owner to easily exert 100% of their strength. Suppose two people have identical physical attributes, and the limit attack or defense they can achieve is 100. If one of them possesses the unique specialty, power of breaking limits, and the other does not, then when these two fight, the one who possesses the power of breaking limits will undoubtedly be the final victor. This is because the one who has mastered the power of breaking limits will have an attack or defense of 100, the full value every single time. While it would be good if the other person could reach their own extreme value once or twice in 10 attacks, after a few exchanges of attacks or defenses, the advantage would become glaringly obvious. Not to mention, The increase in strength tier brought by the power of breaking limits is a factor that intuitively raises a person's basic attack or defense power. Why are gods able to stand above mortals? Is the most important reason not that divine power is a form of power with an extremely high tier. If the form of mortal power is a wooden stick, then the form of divine power is an iron rod, a steel bar, or even tempered steel. If a wooden stick were to clash with an iron rod or a steel bar, the latter would undoubtedly emerge victorious. This is merely the most basic manifestation of divine power. Divine power also possesses various inconceivable idealistic properties, which is another manifestation of a higher power tier. The increase in power tier essentially elevates the strength of the possessor from the very core. Perhaps if the possessor's strength was initially represented by a wooden stick, then under the enhancement of the power tier, the material of the wooden stick might transform from softwood into hardwood, or even ironwood that rivals steel. In this way, it would be able to contend with divine power rather than being unilaterally crushed. The increase in the power tier of the power of breaking limits is consistent with the increase in battle aura tier brought about by the blazing sun furnace possessed by Gao Yang, as well as the increase in sword type damage tier brought about by the calamity sword Dao. These various simple and brutal enhancements collectively constitute the source of Gao Yang's strength. However, the power of breaking limits has another effect. Every time one breaks through their own upper limit, they can continuously increase their maximum attack and defense values. For Gao Yang, this links perfectly with the power smelting and power casting he has mastered. Power smelting allows Gao Yang to continuously gather and smelt various types of power into his attacks, making the attack power he can unleash stronger and stronger, while power casting allows Gao Yang to directly solidify the degree to which he has gathered and smelted various powers, ensuring that the attack power he can unleash will only be stronger each time. Under these premises, every enhancement is a breakthrough of his own limits, and this breakthrough, in turn, further increases Gao Yang's maximum attack and defense values. More importantly, the second effect of the power of breaking limits can also solidify the accumulated maximum attack values. This means that Gao Yang's future attacks will only become increasingly stronger and more terrifying. Looking at the effect of his unique specialty, the power of breaking limits, Gao Yang felt satisfied, but soon, his brows furrowed slightly. If he continued to improve in this manner, he feared it wouldn't be long before his attacks reached a terrifying level. By then, would his body still be able to withstand the eruption of such extreme power? In particular, the effect of his unique specialty, the calamity sword Dao. The edge of breaking limits would make his sword-type weapon attacks increasingly terrifying during battle. If the power of breaking limits also factored in this bonus, then Gao Yang would have to be careful in future battles. Otherwise, if he were to unleash a sword strike and the enemy didn't die, but his own body collapsed and perished instead, that would be truly laughable. After carefully analyzing the situation, Gao Yang dismissed his concerns regarding the edge of breaking limits. The enhancement brought by the edge of breaking limits is temporary. It disappears once he leaves the combat state. Therefore, this temporary state would likely not be incorporated into his own power system, and thus would not benefit from the peak solidification effect of the power of breaking limits. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the power within his body becoming increasingly refined under the influence of his unique specialty, the power of breaking limits, and his heart was filled with a sense of security. At this moment, he understood the members of the Pantheon even more. Under the almost unreasonable enhancement of a unique specialty, few people could maintain self-restraint and patience, not to mention the need to face the life-threatening pressure from the Pantheon. With both external pressure and internal driving forces working in tandem, joining the Pantheon was absolutely an optimal solution. It could both preserve one's life and provide subsequent powerful enhancements, which could be called a win-win situation. However, Gao Yang was unwilling to accept this win-win. He would not take the initiative to destroy others, but when others threatened his life, he would not show the slightest mercy. Soon, the power tier increase brought by the power of breaking limits came to an end. Gao Yang opened his eyes and clenched his fists. He felt the power surging within his body and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. With this, the phased enhancement after breaking through to the legendary stage had completely concluded. What needed to be done next was to adapt to this enhancement as quickly as possible and unleash it perfectly. Of course, Besides that, he also needed to continue his cultivation. Looking at the rugged, dwarven-style furniture before him, Gao Yang already had a plan in mind. Chapter 829, taking Lisa back to Earth 3 days later. In Daragon's forge, raging flames burned intensely in the smelting furnace, and the muscles of the 4 forging masters, including Daragon, were scorched bright red by the high heat. Under the full efforts of the 4 dwarven forging masters, a pitch-black orbow with an ancient design and a sense of power slowly took shape. Lidi stood in the corner of the forge, quietly waiting for his exclusive weapon to take form. As the final sound of metal clashing faded, Daragon quickly beckoned to Lidi. Lidi, who had been waiting for 3 days, felt his battle aura erupt, and in an instant, he crossed the distance of several dozen meters to appear beside Daragon. Daragon pointed to the glowing red bow blank that had just been removed from the furnace and roared, "Quick, bleed!" Lidi did not hesitate. He swiped across his wrist, and fresh blood immediately spurted from the wound. As the blood gradually soaked into the entire bow blank, a feeling of being connected by blood emerged in his heart. This feeling of blood connection made Lidi's heart burn even more intensely. He had never experienced such a feeling even when wielding the heirloom weapon of the Garuda clan. And now, just a bow blank that had not yet been completely forged had already given him such a sensation. He was already beginning to look forward to the power this quasi-divine warbow would possess once it was fully crafted. After finishing the bloodletting, Daragon paid no further attention to Lidi and turned back to devote himself to the final work. Outside the forge, Gao Yang and Lisa stood in the open space, feeling the increasingly scorching air and the constantly intensifying fluctuations. And they understood in their hearts that the forging was nearing its end. More than half an hour later, accompanied by a white shockwave sweeping out from the forge in all directions, the workshop doors, which had been tightly shut for 3 days, slowly opened amidst a dull, rumbling sound. A wave of heat surged out from within the forge, but before it could reach Gao Yang and Lisa, it was blocked by an invisible barrier and subsequently dissipated into nothingness. After waiting for a short while, Lidi walked out from inside the forging workshop with a face full of joy. In his hands, he held a primitive, bronze-colored warbow that was nearly as tall as he was. Wisps of bronze light swirled around the bow body, but strangely, this warbow had no bowstring. As soon as Lidi stepped out of the workshop, the heavy doors slammed shut with a thunderous roar. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze from the weapon workshop and asked Lidi, who had walked up to him, "The weapon is finished. How does it feel?" "Excellent." Lidi's answer was simple and concise, yet it intuitively conveyed his current mood. He gently stroked the bronze warbow, his eyes filled with tenderness. "I never imagined I would possess a quasi-divine artifact warbow crafted specifically for me. The power of this bow far exceeds my expectations." Having said that, he looked up at Gao Yang and Lisa, his tone filled with gratitude. "Big brother, Ms. Lisa, thank you truly from the bottom of my heart." Lidi knew that what he had contributed to Gao Yang was nothing compared to this quasi-divine artifact warbow, but at this moment, he could only offer his thanks. Gao Yang waved his hand, signaling that Lidi need not be so formal. Lisa then spoke up, "Lidi, if anyone should be thanking anyone, it is us thanking you. If you hadn't arrived in time, none of this would have happened." "Lidi, why doesn't your warbow have a string? How do you use it?" Melifena asked with some confusion. Her question shifted the topic at the right moment. Lidi smiled and raised the warbow in his hands. He held the bow with his left hand and mimicked pulling a string with his right. Following his movement, verdant energy rapidly converged, and a bowstring formed entirely of tiny, swirling winds slowly manifested before everyone's eyes. At the same time, a nearly tangible emerald arrow knocked onto the bow. Lidi only pulled it back slightly, and as he slowly released his hand, the bowstring and arrow that had just condensed dissolved back into light and merged into the bow. The design of this warbow is stringless. As long as the energy within the bow and my own body is not exhausted, I can directly manifest the bowstring and arrows. Compared to ordinary warbows, the arrows and strings created this way possess greater explosive power and penetration, which means higher lethality. Lidi explained to Melifena with great excitement. Melifena nodded repeatedly. "Oh, I see. I understand it completely now." Gao Yang and Lisa exchanged a glance. both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. He looked at Lidi and asked, "What about the 4 masters, Dalagon and the others? Why haven't they come out?" "The 4 grandmasters are currently digesting the experience from this forging session. It will likely take them a few days." After Lidi finished speaking, he added, "Big brother, Master Dalagon said that if we are in a hurry, we can head back first. After they finish digesting the experience from this forging, they still need to prepare the materials to upgrade your eternal radiance. This process won't be very fast. Once they have everything ready, they will send a message to the Immortal City to contact you." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang nodded and said, "Is that so? Then let's return to the Immortal City first. I happen to have some things to take care of as well." Lisa looked at Gao Yang with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She did not know what Gao Yang intended to do next. After the group bid farewell to the current chieftain of the Rock Dwarves, they quickly exited the underground city where the Rock Dwarf clan resided. Returning to the surface, Olivier was sleeping in the canyon. This was the way dragons cultivated, constantly stimulating the power of their bloodline through slumber. However, upon sensing Gao Yang's aura, Olivier's 2 heads quickly lifted and looked toward them. Gao Yang stepped forward and called out, "Let's go." Roar! Olivier let out 2 low growls, manifested the throne of ice, and then flapped its wings to fly out of the canyon. An hour later, Olivier landed in the Immortal Sanctuary. Gao Yang looked at Lidi and Milifena and said, "I plan to return to Earth to retrieve some items, and then I will spend some time in the Immortal City focusing on my cultivation. After breaking through to the legendary rank, I need some time to settle my foundation. What about you? What are your plans?" As Gao Yang finished speaking, Lisa's eyes suddenly brightened, and a smile appeared on her face. Lidi thought for a moment and then said, "Since that is the case, I will return to the Gorilla Plain. Leah is still waiting for me back home, and I have indeed been away for quite a long time." Gao Yang looked at Milifena, and a clear sense of hesitation appeared on her small cat-like face. However, this hesitation did not last long before Milifena said, "Meow Lai, I will go back to my hometown to see my grandmother first, and then I will come to find you. Is that okay, Gao Yang?" Gao Yang smiled and nodded. "Of course. We are the best of partners." "That's right. We are the best of partners." Milifena nodded, a smile appearing on her face as well. Soon, 2 spatial vortices appeared before Gao Yang and Lisa. Milifena and Lidi walked into their respective vortices and disappeared. After the 2 left, Lisa stared straight at Gao Yang without saying a word. Gao Yang looked at her, smiled, reached out his hand, and said, "Do you want to go and see my hometown?" Upon hearing this, Lisa nodded vigorously, and a layer of mist quickly welled up in her eyes. Gao Yang held the small hand Lisa extended and urged, "Take care of the matters in the church, and then we will set off. It shouldn't take too long." Lisa nodded quickly and turned to walk toward the sanctuary. 2,000,000 words reached, and knowingly, a year and 3 months have passed. The indescribable has officially surpassed 2,000,000 words, and Gao Yang has successfully stepped into the legendary rank. Sesame here sincerely thanks all the foster fathers and mothers who have watched this book. Without your support and tolerance, Sesame would not have been able to make it to this day. Thinking back to when I started this book in January last year, I was still a bit nervous. Unexpectedly, time has flown by, and so much time has passed. The nervousness I once felt has long since vanished without a trace. At this point, Sesame has already become a mature little amateur writer, starting to burn the midnight oil and unleash a flurry of updates. And our protagonist, Gao Yang, his journey through the Multiverse Network is far from over. Reaching the legendary rank is merely the beginning. If it can be said that before reaching the legendary rank, Gao Yang was still a player living under the protection of the Multiverse Network's rules. Then, after reaching the legendary rank, Gao Yang has leaped from the lake of the Multiverse Network's rules into the vast, boundless ocean, officially stepping into this multiverse filled with endless miracles and infinite scenery. His scope of contact has also expanded from the limited, selective few facets at the start to a completely unlocked and limitless horizon. As for the direction of the plot hereafter, I will not say much more to avoid spoilers. I ask all my foster fathers and mothers to please show your support. Those with money, please contribute some financial support. And those without, please contribute your presence. Of course, it is best to come to the Kidian reading app to support the genuine version. This way, Sesam's minimum of 5 hours of high-intensity writing every day can reap a little reward to sustain life. After all, an amateur author has to live and spend money too. Thank you. Chapter 830. Autonomous Interplanar Travel Ability. Lisa only spent half a day arranging the affairs of the Immortal Church for the next half-month. Afterward, under the watchful eyes of Huakui and Sophia, Gao Yang took Lisa and boarded the teleportation array. As for Adelavir, Gao Yang left him in the Immortal City. Adelavir's strength is not weak if they really encounter any trouble, as long as there are no legendary level opponents. He and the combined forces of Huakui and Sophia can handle it. Since Lisa is not a Multiverse Network player, the return authority of the Multiverse Network does not apply to her. She must reach the astral plane through Eberron's planar teleportation center and then travel to Earth from an astral transit station. The teleportation array they were using was a small one built by the Immortal Church at great expense, connecting only locations such as the planar teleportation center, Sarn, and the headquarters of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. Gao Yang had not known of this array's existence before. Had he known, he would not have taken an airship back. With a flash of light, Gao Yang and Lisa stepped out of the teleportation array. Having arrived at the planar teleportation center of the Eberron world, looking at the bustling crowd before her, Lisa could not help but tighten her grip on Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang squeezed her palm and said with a smile, "Is this your first time stepping out of Eberron?" Lisa nodded. Since birth, she had lived in the Underdark, raised as a candidate for the Saintess of the Drow race, and was sent to the Immortal Wasteland just after coming of age to seize this ownerless land for the Spider Goddess. To this day, even though Lisa has reached the legendary rank, she has never had the opportunity to see the sights across Eberron. The only time she traveled far to Sharn was because of the ill intentions of her collaborators. Therefore, for Lisa, who had never even been on a long journey, stepping out of the plane to head to the astral plane was truly nerve-wracking. "Relax, I am here." Gao Yang's voice was as gentle as water, causing the tension in Lisa's heart to vanish quickly. She looked at Gao Yang and said very earnestly, I trust you." Gao Yang smiled and pulled her into the crowd. Soon, with the flash of the teleportation array, Gao Yang and Lisa officially left the Eberron world. On Earth, above the deep blue sea, a ripple in space suddenly surged outward, accompanied by violent spatial fluctuations. The previously intact space was gradually torn open, revealing the pitch-black void behind it. With a flash of light, Gao Yang emerged from the spatial rift with Lisa. Gao Yang looked at the Multiverse Network notifications flashing before him and then at the sea beneath his feet, and able to understand why the heavenly Tao of Earth chose to set the planar teleportation arrival point in the middle of an ocean. Is this the world you live in?" Lisa's face was somewhat pale. The several long-distance and even cross-crystal wall teleports had made her, a drow who had never stepped out of her home plane, extremely uncomfortable. Gao Yang nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, we have arrived. Welcome to Earth." Lisa felt the faint magical fluctuations flowing in the air, and for some reason, a sense of nervousness suddenly rose in her heart. "Will you take me to meet his family? If I meet his family, will they accept me? Should I prepare some gifts?" In the midst of this brainstorming, by the time Lisa came back to her senses, she had already been brought by Gao Yang to land in the center of a martial arts training ground. Standing in the training ground, Lisa looked around with curiosity. Clearly, this was a private residence, combined with the 100-meter-tall giant tree nearby that radiated abundant energy fluctuations. This must be her man's home. Seemingly sensing the energy fluctuations, a single horn poked out from the woods behind the mountain, followed by a long horse face. It was the nightmare beast, Thunder. Upon seeing Gao Yang, it snorted and then lay back down. Woo! A long wail song came from the nearby villa, and Lisa turned her gaze with curiosity. Following that, she saw a giant whale over 30 meters long, shimmering with starlight, wiggling its short, chubby tail in the air as it rushed toward their direction. Gao Yang opened his arms and caught the rushing chubby-headed Kun-Kun. It felt heavy in his arms. It seemed the chubby-headed Kun-Kun had grown quite a bit more. Gao Yang scratched the chubby-headed Kun-Kun's chin and asked, "Xinghui, Have you gotten fatter again? Before the chubby-headed Kung could answer, Gao Yang looked at Lisa beside him and introduced. This is Xinghui. You can call him Fatty. He is an astral giant Kun that hatched not long ago. Lisa looked at the chubby-headed Kun with great interest. She had not expected her men to be capable of raising even an astral giant beast. Woo-woo. The chubby-headed Kun let out to wail songs with different rhythms. Its small black bean-like eyes full of happiness. Gao Yang was stunned upon hearing this, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Although he had not been away for very long this time, he had not expected that the fat-headed Kun would show such significant growth after consuming a massive amount of planar energy during the destruction of the Hess plane. The true form of the fat-headed Kun was now a full 1,000 meters long, and it had even opened up an internal space, which meant that it now possessed the ability to roam the astral realm. For Gao Yang, this meant that he could finally conduct cross-planar travel on his own, and as he was now, to say the least, he had sufficient strength to face the various dangers within the astral realm. Thinking of this, Gao Yang clenched his fists, feeling the true and undeniable power surging within his body, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. A veteran legendary tier existence, with this level of strength, there were likely not many in the astral realm who would be willing to provoke him. The smile on his face vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and he heard Lisa greeting the fat-headed Kun. Hello there, Xinghui. I am Lisa, you's beloved. The fat-headed Kun tilted its head, staring at Lisa with an eye the size of a black bean. As an astral behemoth, the fat-headed Kun had naturally sensed Gao Yang's aura on Lisa long ago. Upon hearing Lisa's self-introduction, the inherited memories from its bloodline allowed it to easily understand the relationship between Gao Yang and Lisa. Thinking of this, it let out a short wail song and stretched out its large head, nuzzling affectionately against Lisa's embrace. Lisa reached out and gently patted the fat-headed Kun's massive head, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on her face. You, Xinghui seems to like me. Seeing this, Gao Yang nodded with a smile. Lisa and the fat-headed Kun had spent too little time together. Once they spent more time together, she would realize that this round and seemingly adorable creature was actually not adorable at all. On the contrary, the fat-headed Kun was quite cunning. All right, go play by yourself. Gao Yang patted the fat-headed Kun's massive body and said casually. The fat-headed Kun let out a wail song and wiggled its round body as it swam toward the back mountain. Lisa looked at Gao Yang with sparkling eyes, a faint blush appearing on her face. Her gaze swept toward the villa not far away from time to time, and she said with a suggestive tone, what shall we do now? In Lisa's worldview and the education she had received, if a drow-elf were to unite with a human male, she must ensure her own status. There were many ways to verify one's status, and one of them was whether this human male was willing to bring her back to his home and formally introduce her to his family members. This was only one part of it. The other part was whether this human male would bring her into his bedroom. If he was willing, it meant that the status of a spouse was formally established. In the drow-elf concept, at this moment, Lisa's status would become Gao Yang's wife, rather than any other informal or improper relationship. In the future, if Lisa were to travel with Gao Yang again, she would have the confidence to introduce herself as Gao Yang's wife. Even though Lisa had already determined this fact in her heart, but previously, Gao Yang had never brought her to Earth, nor had he shown any corresponding signs, so her thoughts could only be buried deep in her heart. Now, Gao Yang met Lisa's expectant gaze and said, I will take you to see someone, an elder of mine, an elder who watched me grow up. Lisa nodded excitedly. Compared to entering Gao Yang's bedroom, Gao Yang's willingness to take her to see his elder was a better indication of his intentions. Gao Yang held Lisa's hand, walked through the villa, pushed open the main gate, and headed toward the direction of Qiyu village. A narrow wooden bridge was built over the shallow water. The water was clear and long. Emerald green water grass grew beneath the surface. Lisa walked along the wooden bridge with obvious curiosity in her eyes. She looked at the village not far away and felt a little nervous again. The two did not move with large strides, but their speed was extremely fast. In just 5 minutes, they arrived in Qiyu village. Gao Yang did not shy away. He just held Lisa's hand like that and walked into the village along the wooden bridge path. Just 2 steps into the village, Gao Yang saw village chief Grandpa Zhou. who was standing on the ground in front of his house smoking. When village chief Zhou saw Gao Yang, a smile suddenly appeared on his wrinkled old face, and he walked quickly toward Gao Yang. "Xiao Yang, you child have been gone for quite a while. Why are you back today?" Gao Yang looked at village chief Zhou, who had walked up close, and said with a smile, "Grandpa Zhou, work has just been too busy. So, I finally managed to find some time to come back." As he spoke, he raised the hand that was interlocked with Lisa's. The moment village chief Zhou saw Gao Yang, he had noticed the young woman accompanying him. Now seeing Gao Yang take the initiative to raise his hand, his eyes flashed with deep gratification and curiosity as he asked, "Has Xiao Yang finally decided to find a girlfriend?" Gao Yang smiled and took the initiative to introduce her. "Yes, Grandpa Zhou. It is just fate, I suppose. This is Lisa. We have been seeing each other for a while now." "Lisa, this is Grandpa Zhou, the village chief of Qiu Village. He has been very good to me." Lisa nodded very obediently and said, "Hello, Grandpa Zhou." Upon hearing this, village chief Zhou quickly extinguished the cigarette butt in his hand and said with a smile, "Hey, good. Lisa, is it? What a fine girl. If Xiao Yang treats you poorly in the future, you come to the village and find Grandpa Zhou. Grandpa Zhou will teach him a lesson for his grandfather. You hear me?" After saying this, village chief Zhou even glared at Gao Yang as if he were serious. Lisa looked at the old man in front of her, then secretly glanced at Gao Yang, a happy smile blooming on her face. "Grandpa Zhou, he treats me very well. Please don't worry. That is good. Village chief Zhou nodded with great satisfaction and then said, "It is getting late. Why don't you have a meal at Grandpa Zhou's house at noon?" Gao Yang said with a smile, "Grandpa Zhou, I am planning to take my girlfriend to see my grandfather, Old Man." Village chief Zhou paused for a moment, then smiled again. "All right. Then you go ahead. Remember to come back for lunch." Gao Yang nodded and took Lisa further into Qiu Village. Along the way, he also met several elderly villagers, and Gao Yang exchanged a few pleasantries with them. Soon, Gao Yang brought Lisa to Grandpa Meng's grave. Looking at the tall, silent tombstone before her, Lisa finally realized something. Gao Yang pulled Lisa to sit in front of Director Meng's tombstone. He took out 3 crow fruit from his inventory and placed them before the tombstone, then took out a bottle of life liquor, opened it, and poured it onto the ground. Afterwards, he looked at Lisa and said, "This is Grandpa Meng. He was also my only elder and relative. However, he has already passed away." Lisa sat beside Gao Yang. She reached out and held his large hand, her voice, gentle yet firm, saying, "From now on, we are family. I will strive to be a qualified wife." Gao Yang was startled for a moment. Then he smiled and nodded. He looked at the tombstone before him and said earnestly, "Director Grandpa, please rest assured, not just me, but all the orphans from our orphanage will live very happily." This statement was not empty talk, as Gao Yang's strength grew stronger and stronger. His influence within the organization behind Ruan Xiaoyu also grew heavier. His will, to some extent, was enough to affect tens of millions of people. And before this, Gao Yang had already expressed his stance to the latter through Ruan Xiaoyu, to do their best to ensure the companions from the orphanage lived better lives. This matter, for them, was not difficult. He believed they would handle it well. Inside the bedroom, the doors and windows were tightly shut. A sound, each cry higher than the last, echoed throughout the room. "Will you love me?" After a long while, the sounds abruptly ceased. Gao Yang held Lisa in his arms. Lisa tightly embraced his arm, her eyes holding in and yielding deep affection. Suddenly, Gao Yang's voice sounded in Lisa's ear. "Lisa, my real name is Gao Yang, and I am an orphan." Lisa nodded slightly. Then she said, "But I still prefer to call you. Either is fine." Gao Yang smiled. Are you really going back to the Ebolan world with me?" Lisa looked up at Gao Yang, a little expectant. "Of course." Gao Yang looked at Lisa. "The Ebolan world is more suitable for cultivation. My time since advancing to legend is too short. For the next period, I need to settle down, to develop the potential gained after advancing to legend as much as possible. Staying in Ebolan is a better choice. What's more, I can also take care of you in Ebolan. What about Earth? When do you plan to return?" Lisa asked again. Gao Yang pondered for a moment, then he replied, I probably won't return to Earth in the short term. After all, I've already broken through to legend. My lifespan has greatly increased, and I have a lot of time to use. The flow of time in the Abolun world is not the same as on Earth. 5 days spent in Abolun would only be 1 day on Earth. For Earth, Gao Yang's absence for 1 or 2 years would not be a problem, but relatively, 5 to 10 years would have passed for Gao Yang in the Abolun world. 5 to 10 years would be enough time for Gao Yang to fully digest the benefits brought by advancing to legend. Chapter 831 Roaming the Starseed. Next morning, Gao Yang opened his eyes and found Lisa wrapped around him tightly like an octopus. He couldn't help but reach out and pat her lower back. Lisa let out a soft moan. Slowly waking from her sleep, she looked up at Gao Yang, her eyes hazy as she wiggled her body twice. But in just a few seconds, her tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. What are we doing today? Today, Lisa was not wearing Abolun-style clothing. Instead, she wore a very modern women's casual outfit, paired with her charming face and exquisite curves, and a pair of long, goblet-shaped legs that seemed longer than an ordinary person's life. Her entire being exuded the aura of a mature, alluring young woman. Especially her incredibly textured silver long hair made her seem like a goddess who had stepped out of an anime CG. As for Gao Yang, he was dressed in simple casual attire. Today, I'll take you to casually explore the country where I live. How about we taste some of the local delicacies? Okay. Lisa tightly hugged Gao Yang's arm to her chest. She looked very happy. Like many couples in love, during the honeymoon phase, what they do isn't important. What matters is being with their beloved. This was also true for Lisa at this moment. Gao Yang smiled. He took Lisa and soared into the sky. With his strength reaching the legend stage, he was already completely like the immortals in myths and legends who could travel to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwoo in the evening. The concept of distance, in the face of absolute strength, had gradually become meaningless. In the early morning, they could appear in the Lianguang region and taste the local specialty dim sum. By noon, they could appear in the icy, snowy black lands of the northeast, enjoying a symphony of carbohydrates and fats. By the time night fell, they would already be in the southwest, seated before a steaming hot pot with red oil, savoring the deliciousness created by the collision of fresh ingredients and boiling broth. For 5 days, Gao Yang traveled across the land of Huaxia with Lisa, experiencing all the foods he remembered eating and those he hadn't. During this period, Gao Yang rarely took a break for himself. Aside from the most basic cultivation of battle qi and wool, he did not engage in any other form of cultivation. Of course, during this time, the enlightenment potion was still consumed as usual. After all, 40 bottles of enlightenment potion needed to be consumed to gain 1 point of extraordinary intelligence attribute. Currently, Gao Yang's intelligence attribute had reached 25 points. This level of intelligence attribute, even among magic-based legend professions, was considered average. And the increase in intelligence attribute was not useless. The increase in intelligence attribute could enhance Gao Yang's learning ability and logical reasoning skills. It also accelerated his thought process and reaction speed, whether in daily cultivation or in combat and conversations with others. It could play an important role. Late at night, in the villa outside Qiyu village, Gao Yang and Lisa stood in the center of the training ground. Gao Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He silently looked at this home where he had lived for a long time, a home that was also, in the true sense, solely his. This time, the departure would not be a simple 10 days, half a month, or 3 to 5 months, but a long-term absence measured in years. Although he knew that even after he left, this place would still be kept spotless and well cared for. Gao Yang still decided to move his entire home to the Eberron world. As for how to do it, that would naturally be handled by Fatty Khan. Gao Yang looked at Fatty Khan and said, Xinghui, reveal your true form. Don't cause too much of a commotion. Take our home, the clo tree in the back mountain, and the martial arts practice field all into your internal space. After speaking, he looked toward the clo tree in the back mountain, and a thought was transmitted into it. Following Gao Yang's mental command, the massive clo tree began to tremble slightly. The earth where it was rooted began to crack. and a vast number of roots began to rapidly retract and coil around the base. In the center of these massive, tangled roots lay several enormous remains. Most of the flesh on the surface of these corpses had already been digested and absorbed, leaving only piles of white bones with dense, tiny holes covering their surfaces. Clearly, the growth of the clo tree could not be separated from the contribution of these remains. Sensing this, Gao Yang thought for a moment and prepared to get more fertilizer for the clo tree later. That way, its growth rate would reach an even higher level. Once the clo tree had retracted all its roots, its massive canopy rustled, as if to say it was ready. Seeing this, Gao Yang turned to Fatty Kun and said, "Xinghui, begin." Fatty Kun blinked his small, black bean-like eyes, then let out an ethereal, long-drawn whale song. The next moment, the star-studded night sky suddenly brightened by several degrees, and endless starlight poured down, landing on Fatty Kun's body. Bathed in the starlight, Fatty Kun's body began to expand and grow at an extremely rapid speed. In just a few seconds, a behemoth over 1,000 meters long and over 300 meters high appeared above the ground. Its massive body even completely obscured the sparse starlight. Fatty Kun twisted its body comfortably, then its thick, short fins paddled, gracefully turning a circle in the air to form an upside-down posture with its head pointing down and its tail pointing up. Below its mouth was the martial arts practice field where Gao Yang and Lisa were standing. Under the gaze of Gao Yang and Lisa, Fatty Kun slowly opened that giant mouth which seemed capable of swallowing everything. Rich starlight bloomed within, forming a massive vortex of starlight. Layers of starlight scattered, enveloping Gao Yang's entire home. The next moment, as Fatty Kun slowly closed its giant mouth, the villa, the practice field, and a large amount of soil from the back mountain rose into the air, remaining intact as they were swallowed by Fatty Kun in one gulp, leaving only a bowl-shaped crater over 500 meters in diameter in its place. Fatty Kun let out a satisfied burp, and then its body quickly returned to its normal size of about 30 meters. Then, it opened its giant mouth, and Gao Yang and Lisa quickly climbed out from within. The two looked at the massive crater left behind. Lisa did not speak. A flash of light flickered, and that quasi-artifact staff appeared in her hand. A faint ripple of energy spread out, and the earth below seemed to be slowly smoothed over by an invisible giant hand. Once this was done, the terrain here was only a few meters lower than the surrounding area, and as water flowed in, the difference was no longer visible. Gao Yang opened his comprehensive network friend list, sent a message to Ruan Xiaoyu, and then took Lisa's hand, submerging back into Fatty Kun's giant mouth. Fatty Kun's internal space was about 1,000 meters in range. The villa, the practice field, and the back mountain only occupied half of this space, leaving plenty of room. Above this space, there was rich starlight. The starlight was like a pane of glass, through which one could see the scene outside Fatty Kun's body. That is quite magical. Gao Yang looked up at the scene above and said casually. After speaking, Gao Yang sat down on the meditation jade in the center of the practice field, and Lisa sat down beside him as well. Gao Yang communicated his thoughts to Fatty Kun. The next moment, Fatty Kun let out a long whale song, flapped its fins, and flew toward the night sky. At first, its speed was quite slow, but as it drew closer to the firmament above, rich starlight began to glow around its body. With the support of this starlight, its speed became faster and faster. Until a certain moment, Fatty Kun crashed out of the earth with a boom. The pitch-black universe appeared in its eyes, and was similarly displayed within its internal space. In the pitch-black universe, countless stars bloomed with their own light. Not far from Earth, a burning golden star was unreservedly displaying its power. Fatty Kun flew into the starry sky and suddenly let out a long whale song, the starlight on its body suddenly flaring intensely. The next moment, amidst the rich starlight, its body expanded once again to 1,000 meters in size, like an interstellar warship, riding the starlight and flying rapidly away from Earth. The world retreated rapidly before their eyes, and everywhere they looked were celestial bodies of varying sizes. In just a few minutes, Fatty Kun rushed out of the boundaries of the solar system, heading toward the more vast universe. Lisa tilted her head slightly, leaning on Gao Yang's shoulder, looking at the almost intoxicating scene above her head, and said slowly, I have never seen such a sight before. Gao Yang also nodded. This experience of traveling with an astral behemoth was something that, looking across the entire multiverse, surely few mortals had ever experienced. Fatty Kun's speed was extremely fast. As they continued to move away from the solar system, the astral realm gradually revealed itself to them. After Fatty Kun had been flying for 3 hours, a verdant planet dozens of times larger than Earth appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Outside this verdant planet, one could even see tracks composed of beams of light. When Fatty Kun appeared outside this verdant planet, several beams of light instantly locked onto its figure. Facing these beams of light, the fat-headed Kun merely gave a twist, effortlessly shaking off their tracking dot like a nimble fish. It circled around this planet that clearly harbored life and continued its flight toward the depths of the starry sky. As a behemoth of the astral realm, if it did not have a few tricks up its sleeve, how could it roam through the perilous astral realm? Soon, as the fat-headed Kun continued its flight, the verdant planet gradually faded from view. Following that, one planet after another, each teeming with life, appeared one by one in the eyes of Gao Yang and Lisa. These planets varied in size. Some showed clear signs of vigilance toward the appearance of the fat-headed Kun. However, there were also some planets that did not detect the arrival of the fat-headed Kun at all. Gao Yang looked at the scene in the firmament, his thoughts drifting to the far distance. For many years in the past, his home planet Earth, in the face of an existence like the fat-headed Kun capable of roaming the astral realm, would likely have been just like those oblivious planets, continuing to live its life in ignorance. But things are different now. With the constant recovery of Earth's energy, the planet's extraordinary powers have begun to rise gradually. It is reasonable to think that after hundreds or thousands of years of development, Earth will evolve into an astral plane just like the Zakaria plane. By that time, perhaps Gao Yang might truly become the spokesperson for Earth within the multiverse. Chapter 832. Slashing a star with one sword. The universe is vast and boundless, yet at the same time, incredibly small. What is vast are the endless celestial bodies. What is small is that in the face of overwhelming, supreme power, the existence of the universe is no different from a marble. But for Gao Yang at this moment, the vastness and richness of the universe left him feeling awestruck. The fat-headed Kun had been flying through the cosmic void for a full 3 days. At its speed, it was impossible to tell how much distance it had covered. During his conversations with the fat-headed Kun, Gao Yang discovered that within the bloodline memories of the astral Kun race, there was information regarding large-scale interstellar transit stations across the vast majority of the multiverse's crystal wall systems. For instance, the interstellar transit station for the crystal wall system where Earth is located, Edifice, was marked in the fat-headed Kun's memory. According to the fat-headed Kun's speed, they would be able to reach Edifice in another day. From there, they could directly use the teleportation area at Edifice to travel to Eberron. Woo! An ethereal whale song emanated from the mouth of the fat-headed Kun. Gao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged in the training arena, saw the trajectory of the fat-headed Kun change. Seeing this, Gao Yang asked with some curiosity, "Fatty, did you discover something?" Woo! The fat-headed Kun let out a short, sharp whale song, its tone carrying a hint of excitement and anticipation. Although it was just a simple whale song, the information contained within it was quite rich. You discovered a planet that is in the midst of decay. Gao Yang looked at the celestial bodies receding rapidly in the firmament and repeated the question. From the fat-headed Kun's response, he knew that planets in such a state of extinction could provide a massive amount of energy for the growth of an astral behemoth. This energy was different from the energy generated when a plane collapses, but for an astral behemoth, it still held significant benefits. However, a decaying planet is still a planet. Given the current size of the fat-headed Kun, was it really capable of devouring it? Despite having some doubts in his heart, he did not stop the fat-headed Kun's actions. As the fat-headed Kun flew at high speed, about half an hour later, a small planet roughly the size of the moon appeared in the eyes of Gao Yang and Lisa. This planet emitted a faint, rhythmic glow like a heartbeat. Its surface was covered in cracks that reached deep into the planet's core, and molten, dark red light seeped out from these fissures, carrying a sense of desperate, dying struggle. The massive body of the fat-headed Kun slowly came to a halt before this planet. It looked at the planet before it and let out an anxious whale song. Hearing the call of the fat-headed Kun, Gao Yang revealed a smile and looked at Lisa beside him, saying, "Let's go out." Lisa nodded, stood up, and stood side by side with him. As the fat-headed Kun opened its giant maw, the two of them flew out from within. Rich starlight enveloped the pair, shielding them from the intrusion of various cosmic rays. Although these cosmic rays had no effect on Gao Yang and Lisa anyway. Gao Yang and Lisa stood in the cosmic void, with the boundless darkness of the abyss beneath them and celestial bodies flickering in the dark. While before them lay the decaying planet, Wu. The fat-headed Kun looked at Gao Yang. Its massive head now comparable to a football field swaying slightly, as if it were nuzzling against Gao Yang. Lisa looked at the fat-headed Kun beneath her feet with a smile on her face. "Xinghui, it seems like it is urging you." Gao Yang also wore a smile and said, "Xinghui is still too small after all, and it doesn't have a good way to deal with a planet like this, so it can only urge me. After all." The fat-headed Kun had personally witnessed Gao Yang split a demi-plane with a single sword, as well as destroy an entire, complete plane. In the fat-headed Kun's perception, this kind of decaying celestial body was absolutely no problem for its master, and this was the reason why the fat-headed Kun had rushed over without a second thought. While the two were talking, the fat-headed Kun urged Gao Yang a couple more times. Seeing this, Gao Yang gave the fat-headed Kun a playful glare before slowly approaching the decaying planet in front of him. During this process, his body was also expanding at a terrifying speed, 10 meters, 50 meters. 100 meters, 500 meters. In the end, Gao Yang's body stopped at a height of 1800 meters, nearly twice the size of the fat-headed Kun's true form. Oh! Gao Yang closed his eyes slightly, feeling the terrifying power within his body at this very moment. His bloodline ability, the limit of his size manipulation transformation, was not actually this exaggerated. But when he ascended to the legendary rank, he had gained a legendary class ability called Legendary Physique. Legendary Physique could significantly strengthen his body and greatly enhance his shape-shifting capabilities. It was only through the blessing of various abilities that Gao Yang was able to achieve the terrifying feat of growing 1,000 times larger than his original true form. At this very moment, standing over 1800 meters tall, Gao Yang was still as insignificant as an ant compared to the dying planet before him. Yet, only he knew what kind of terrifying destructive power he possessed in this state. Gao Yang straightened his right hand and made a slight, empty grasp, playing the sharp, resonant vibration of a blade spread out, and the silver-bodied eternal radiance greatsword appeared in his right hand. The 10,000-meter-long blade was suffused with dense battle aura, and under the illumination of the cosmic starlight, the edge reflected a startling, icy gleam. Gao Yang looked at the planet before him, which was thousands of times larger than himself, and an irrepressible surge of excitement welled up in his heart. Once upon a time, he had been an ordinary person living on a planet, struggling every day just to survive. But in just a few short years, he was already able to stand before a planet, possessing the terrifying power to completely destroy it. Gao Yang closed his eyes and whispered in his heart, "This is what I pursue to constantly grow stronger, to constantly climb toward the limits." The next instant, as a brilliant radiance of will bloomed across Gao Yang's body, endless golden red battle aura spread from every part of him, enveloping his entire form, and the eternal radiance, viewed from afar, it was as if a humanoid celestial body was recklessly blooming with its own light in the lonely cosmic void. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale with Gao Yang's breathing. The starlight in the cosmic space seemed to be captured by a black hole, frantically converging toward his location. Within the dense starlight, the power to destroy all things was gathering wildly. A blade or tens of thousands of meters long suddenly erupted from the edge of the eternal radiance. At this moment, Gao Yang's tightly closed eyes snapped open, and blinding golden light shot out from them. The next moment, Gao Yang swung his sword with all his might toward the dying planet in front of him. Catastrophe, star shatterer. Swish! A golden red blade aura was unleashed by Gao Yang, flying out in a crescent shape with a thunderous roar. As it flew, the crescent blade aura continuously extended and magnified, until by the time it reached the planet's surface, it was almost the same size as the planet itself. The crescent blade aura sliced into the surface of the planet, leaving a clear, unmistakable black line wherever it passed. The blade aura emerged from the far side of the planet, dissipating into the cosmic void as infinite light, leaving a pitch-black scar that spanned the entire center of the planet. The next moment, a cracking sound echoed in the minds of Lisa and the fat-headed Kun. Under their gaze, the dying planet not far away suddenly shifted, as if it were an apple sliced into by a blade, slowly separating to reveal the magma-like mantle and star core within. The fat-headed Kun let out a joyful wail song and twisted its body, charging toward the exposed interior of the planet. Soon, it bypassed Gao Yang and dove into the star core inside the planet. The terrifying temperature within the star core, capable of incinerating all things, had no effect on the fat-headed Kun. It swam as if it were in water, moving freely through the core and gulping down the liquid star core energy. After the strike, Gao Yang's body began to slowly shrink. Soon returning to its normal size, Lisa flew over, reached out to hold Gao Yang's left hand, and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Gao Yang shook his head, looking at the planet in the distance that had been sliced into by his sword, an indescribable sense of accomplishment surging within his heart. Chapter 833 Return to Eberron and the development of the situation. Facts proved that even as an astral behemoth, it was not something that could be accomplished in a single day for the fat-headed Kun to completely absorb the energy within a dying planet. For a full 10 days, even though the fat-headed Kun had utilized its innate abilities, it had only absorbed a little less than half of the planet's energy. After absorbing so much planetary energy, the fat-headed Kun's body could not help but emit a faint red halo. It felt like a drunkard who had eaten and drunk his fill, unable to contain even a shred more energy. The fat-headed Kun flew out of the planet's interior, feeling dizzy, stretching its body wantonly in the starry sky, and occasionally letting out a satisfied wail song. Gao Yang and Lisa sat cross-legged in its internal space, watching as the fat-headed Kun wobbled toward the interstellar transit station. In their current situation, neither of them possessed the ability to remain in the cosmic void for long periods, so they could only rely on the fat-headed Kun to travel. If the fat-headed Kun fell into a deep sleep, they would have no choice but to wait quietly in its internal space for it to finish digesting. Fortunately, although the fat-headed Kun was stuffed, it still maintained its ability to move. 3 days later, a city constructed entirely of metal, sitting in the boundless starry sky like a small planet, appeared in the field of vision of Gao Yang and Lisa. Looking at the giant city that filled their view, Lisa quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a nice option to be alone with Gao Yang while the fat-headed Kun fell into a deep sleep halfway, returning to the world of Eberron was still better than drifting in the starry sky. And arriving at this interstellar transit station meant that they would soon be able to return to the world of Eberron. Upon seeing the city, which was as vast as a planet, the fat-headed Kun let out a wail song that sounded exhausted to the limit. The next moment, Gao Yang took Lisa and flew out from its giant mouth. Just as Gao Yang flew out, the fat-headed Kun could no longer hold on. It transformed into a streak of starlight and dove into his left arm, falling into a deep sleep. Gao Yang and Lisa looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Then, he pulled Lisa close and transformed into a flash of lightning, flying toward edifice. In the immortal wasteland, at the immortal sanctuary, as the light of the teleportation ray lit up, two figures slowly appeared in the center of the ray. When the light faded, Lisa looked at the familiar architecture and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, saying with a smile, "We're back." Gao Yang took her hand and walked out of the teleportation array, saying as they walked, "Let's go. I wonder how long we've been away from Eberron." When Lisa heard this, she didn't bother to express the joy in her heart and followed Gao Yang outside. Previously, when they were on Earth, time could still be calculated, but once they flew into the starry sky, this time became impossible to calculate. However, Lisa had confidence in Grey Kui and Sophia. A moment later, in the Holy Temple, Grey Kui and Sophia stood below. Lisa had already changed into a heavy bishop's robe, her fair face filled with sternness. "You mean, in this month since we left, no less than 5 factions have come to our immortal city to demand an explanation?" Grey Kui and Sophia exchanged glances. Then Sophia stepped forward and said, "Bishop, those fellows didn't make it clear. On the surface, they only said they wanted to discuss future cooperation with you. but the factions behind those fellows are exactly the same as those who died at the hands of His Excellency Feather King that day. Where are they now? Lisa waved her jade hand, looked at Sophia, and went straight to the core of the problem. At this moment, she was the supreme being who governed the billions of lives in the immortal wasteland, and also the representative of the gods in the human world. Not a woman in love whose eyes were only on her man. Under the powerful pressure of her aura, Grey Kui and Sophia involuntarily lowered their heads. Gao Yang stood not far away, looking at Lisa, who was radiating brilliance at this moment, and a smile played on his lips. This kind of Lisa is a qualified lord of the wasteland, a legendary bishop. They are in the foreign embassy in the East District, claiming that they will not leave until they see you. I have already sent the royal guards to strictly guard them in the foreign embassy. Grey Kui stepped forward and said in a deep voice, but even so, rumors about you and His Excellency Feather King not daring to show your faces have still spread throughout the city. By the end of his speech, Grey Kui's tone also revealed a hint of anger. When Lisa heard this, her beautiful eyebrows involuntarily arched, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. She found it somewhat incomprehensible how these fellows dared to say such foolish things as to legendary powerhouses not daring to show their faces to meet them. Could such a despicable method make the immortal church lose all face? Lisa knew very well in her heart that to gain a foothold in the world of Aberon, the most important thing was the power she wielded. As long as she was here, as long as her man was here, as long as she still commanded the incredibly powerful Drow Royal Guards and Spider Knight Order, then the immortal wasteland would not be overturned. Gao Yang looked at Lisa, wanting to know her thoughts. Perhaps sensing Gao Yang's gaze, Lisa slightly raised her head, her eyes piercing through the holy temple towards the gate outside. Since they want to see me, then bring them here. Otherwise, if too much time passes, they will think they are the masters of the immortal wasteland. Grey Kui immediately knelt on one knee and loudly responded, as you command. After speaking, he suddenly stood up, and a dense killing aura emanated from his body. After a simple bow, he turned and quickly left. Lisa looked at Sophia and said softly, Sophia, go, bring up all the demon spiders. Perhaps they need an extra meal. A spark of fire lit up in Sophia's crimson eyes, and she also left quickly. After the two left, Lisa then looked at Gao Yang, who was standing quietly with his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, Feather, when they arrive, should we kill them directly, or humiliate them first and then kill them? When she said this, Lisa's tone was light, as if she was asking what to eat for dinner tonight. Gao Yang's eyebrows twitched slightly, looking at Lisa, who was sitting on the Pope's throne with her long legs crossed. He also said softly, since someone wants to court death, then the rest is simple. Lisa nodded, then reached out and patted the still vacant spot beside her, her vivid tongue licking her red lips, and asked with a hint of provocation, Your Excellency Feather King, don't you want to sit here with me? When she said the word sit, she emphasized it a few times. Gao Yang understood her meaning. After thinking for a moment, he walked to her side and sat down directly. Everything that happened in the Holy Temple was naturally unknown to others, for the residents of various races in Immortal City. All they knew was that 3 minutes ago, the Drow Royal Guards of the Immortal Church had rushed aggressively towards the foreign embassy in the East District. This scene immediately ignited the flames of gossip in the hearts of the residents of various races in the Immortal Wasteland. After all, the envoys of the 7 factions in the foreign embassy in the East District had been clamoring for almost a month. Yet they were still alive and well there. Of course, these residents could also understand. After all, behind those 7 envoys were all renowned powers in the world of Aberon, almost as famous as or even more powerful than the Immortal Wasteland. Within these factions, there were legendary powerhouses in charge. In other words, if the Immortal Wasteland dealt with these fellows, it would mean simultaneously antagonizing these 7 major factions, a consequence that the Immortal Wasteland could not bear. But now, it seemed the Immortal Wasteland was taking action. With this thought, many people began to speculate on what the Immortal Wasteland would do next. Having mobilized the Drow Royal Guards with such a grand display, if it was merely to make a big show and then let it go lightly, then for the Immortal Wasteland, it would probably lose all its face and dignity. At that time, whether it was the prestige of Gao Yang, the winner of 2 Oberon deathmatch tournaments, or Shane's status as a loyal collaborator, or the designated forging workshop construction site of the Rock Dwarves. All would lose their previous deterrent power. Under such circumstances, the Immortal Wasteland would definitely face the oppression and coercion of these 7 first-rate factions. After all, whether it was the abundant resources of the Immortal Wasteland or the designated forging workshop construction site of the Dwarf Forging Grandmasters, both represented unparalleled value and interests. Although the Immortal Church had 50 years of independence, and other factions could not take control, this did not mean that these factions had no other way, for example, as it was now, through cooperation. Since this is a partnership, there is naturally a distinction between the primary and secondary parties. If the Immortal Church fails to handle this matter well, then in all future collaborations, the other side will naturally be the masters, while the Immortal Church, the rulers of the Immortal Wasteland, will be relegated to the secondary position. After all, compared to resources, one's own life and status are far more important, are they not? It can be said that this is an open conspiracy. No matter how the Immortal Wasteland deals with these foreign envoys, the powers behind them will inevitably come to the Immortal City. Of course, even if the Immortal Church did not deal with these envoys, they would still find various ways to die in the Immortal City by homicide. Since they came here and stirred up such a massive commotion, they never intended to leave alive. And upon receiving the news of their envoys' deaths, the legendary powerhouses of these factions will rise in force. That is right. They have gone to such lengths precisely to have a justifiable cause for their actions. After all, the Immortal Wasteland was conquered by the Immortal Church, and within the stipulated time, no one is allowed to reclaim it. But this does not mean that avenging their own members is forbidden. Once at least 7 legendary powerhouses arrive, even if the Feather King of the Immortal Wasteland has also advanced to the legendary rank, he would only be a newly promoted legend. Together with the Immortal Bishop, that would only make 2 legendary powerhouses. 7 legendary powerhouses against 2, such a massive advantage cannot even be described as crushing them with overwhelming force. Is there any suspense left in the outcome of this battle? They believe that as long as the rulers of the Immortal Wasteland do not wish to die for this, they will have no choice but to grit their teeth and sign the cooperation treaty they have prepared. Once the treaty is signed, they only need to wait for a steady stream of benefits to be funneled into their respective factions. Soon, more than 20 envoys of different races were dragged through the streets by the Drow guards, heading toward the Immortal Temple. Seeing this scene, everyone in the city, except for the Drow and the elves, wore expressions of excitement. After all, such brutal methods by the Drow guards must have been authorized. This also represented the stance of the rulers of the Immortal Wasteland. Before long, the 20+ envoys were brought into the Immortal Temple. Watching the envoys being forced to kneel on the ground in humiliation with their heads pressed down by the Drow guards, Gao Yang's expression remained completely unmoved, while a murderous glint flashed in the eyes of Lisa beside him. Lord Immortal Bishop, we only wanted to seek justice. The Immortal Feather King killed our people without rhyme or reason. Shouldn't you give us and the masters behind us an explanation? A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious gold-patterned robes roared stubbornly. Even while his head was being pressed down, his expression and tone perfectly illustrated what it meant to be a good actor. Anyone unaware of the truth would think they were the ones being oppressed. Lisa glanced at him and waved her jade hand lightly, accompanied by a dark red light shooting from her hand into the man's body. His hoarse roaring came to an abrupt halt. Ugh! The man who had been roaring looked down in disbelief as he watched the lava-like light radiating from within him. His expression shifted from initial anger to infinite pain and terror. The next moment, carbonized cracks spread continuously from within his body, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a charred corpse. The remaining envoys saw this scene, and even though they had prepared themselves to die here, they still felt a chill in their hearts. This bishop did not seem to match the rumors. Why had they never seen her use such brutal methods before? You cannot kill us. We are envoys of the Ron Empire. That's right. We are envoys of the Yuska tribe. If you kill us, the chieftain will not let you off. Yes, I am. Seeing the man's state of death, a series of blustering threats rang out through the great hall. Lisa let out a cold snort. The Drow guards reacted swiftly. immediately swinging their scepters to beat all these clamoring fellows to the ground. Anyone who continued to wail was met with a round of scepter strikes. Looking at the envoys beaten to the ground, Lisa slowly raised her head, her cold voice ringing in their ears. "I will give you 1 minute to tell your masters that I, Lisa, the temple bishop of the Immortal Church, will be waiting here for their arrival." After speaking, Lisa looked at Huakui and said softly, "Once they finish contacting them, feed them all to the magic spiders." "Understood," Huakui replied loudly. Hearing this, the envoys present were filled with regret, but it was no longer the time for regrets. Under Lisa's instruction, messages prepared in advance were quickly sent out through various channels, flying out of the Immortal City toward their respective factions. And upon receiving these messages, the strongest members of each faction, who had long been prepared, immediately began their journey to the Immortal Wasteland. Chapter 830 for Gathering 2 in 1. It seems that quite a few factions in the city are waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. In the Immortal Temple, Lisa and Gao Yang sat together on the papal throne. Lisa sat with her legs crossed, her beautiful face stern, but a slightly relaxed voice reached Gao Yang's ears. Gao Yang glanced at her unobtrusively and said with a teasing tone, "That is a coalition of 7 top-tier factions, each one, even if not equal to the city of Spires Cheyenne, is not much weaker. Does our bishop have the confidence to suppress the legendary powerhouses of those factions?" Lisa shook her head without the slightest psychological burden, then blinked her large eyes at Gao Yang beside her, pretending to be pitiful and aggrieved. "My Lord Feather King, those guys have already reached your doorstep to bully your woman. Do you still intend to sit on the sidelines and watch them take turns humiliating your woman?" Gao Yang hissed softly. It had to be said that in many situations, women are natural-born actors. Even though Gao Yang knew Lisa was joking, he still could not accept the thought of such a scene. His woman, naturally, could only be bullied by him. As for Lisa, she had long since seen through the intentions of those factions, facing the intimidation that would likely come from the legendary powerhouses of these groups. She felt not the slightest hint of fear. This was because Gao Yang, who sat beside her, was her greatest backing. Others in Eberron might not know, but Lisa was crystal clear on the fact that Gao Yang had even managed to neutralize the hunt of a god and successfully counterkill that deity. Such terrifying strength had already surpassed the comprehension of the vast majority of people, with Gao Yang presiding over the situation. No conspiracy or scheme could ever stir up any waves. This was the reason why she could allow these envoys to summon the legendary powerhouses of their respective factions without any burden, since Gao Yang would have to take action regardless. The shock brought about by resolving everyone at once would be far more deeply ingrained in people's hearts than doing so in 7 separate instances. It could be said that due to the asymmetry of information, the game between the two sides had no need to continue from the very beginning. After all, the Immortal Wasteland knew everything about those 7 factions. However, their understanding of the Immortal Wasteland was limited only to the fact that Lisa was their sole legendary powerhouse and that they possessed abundant resources. As for knowing more, it was not that they could not find out, but rather that they lacked the time. Time is like certain people. It rushes by in a hurry. When the last envoy was torn apart and swallowed by the magic spider, digested until nothing remained, a majestic aura suddenly appeared outside the Immortal City. This majestic aura made no attempt to conceal itself, standing tall above the Immortal City like a blue sun, wantonly releasing its own unique radiance. A display of power to this degree was undoubtedly that of a legendary powerhouse. The founding emperor of the Ron Empire has come with ill intent. President Matthew, what do you think? On the roof of a bungalow, a man in water blue robes looked with a gentle expression at the tall goblin beside him, who was nearly his height but several times more robust. Matthew Carlson had his hands behind his back, his calm gaze flickering with subtle brilliance. Facing his companion's question, he revealed a smile. Coming with ill intent is naturally coming with ill intent, but whether he can threaten that person in the Immortal Wasteland is the real question. As the executive president of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce stationed in the Eberron world, the fact that Matthew Carlson would appear here at this time was already enough to make people feel surprised. In fact, when Gao Yang appeared in the Immortal Wasteland, Matthew had already set off to pay a visit. However, Because Gao Yang did not stay in the Immortal City for long, President Matthew, who arrived a step late, had made a wasted trip. But President Matthew did not leave. Instead, he waited in the Immortal City. Because the Feather King's mount remained here, he believed that the Feather King would return in a short time. Oh, it seems President Matthew has a lot of confidence in that Feather King. The man in the water blue robes raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes carrying a playful smile. Matthew shrugged. He looked at the man beside him and revealed a sincere smile. Respected Reserman, it is not that I have confidence in the Feather King, but rather that the Feather King's performance has given me confidence. If it is possible, I would not suggest that you wade into these muddy waters, Mr. Reserman, for the sake of your life and the faction you have worked so hard to build behind you. Facing President Matthew's sincere words, Reserman froze for a moment. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the air filled with restless magic particles. When he opened his eyes, the gentleness and calmness had vanished, replaced by intense emotions surging like a raging tide. There is no need for President Matthew to worry. The arrow is already on the string and must be fired. Furthermore, if I were to withdraw now, would the other 6 factions let me and the Reezer territory behind me off the hook? Seeing this, Matthew only smiled and did not continue to persuade him. What he was doing at this moment was merely trying to reduce the number of enemies for the Immortal Wasteland. But unfortunately, the tenet of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce is to only do business and not interfere in any other affairs. So all Matthew could utilize were his own personal connections. As far as he was concerned, he had done his best. What followed would depend on the reaction of the Immortal Church. If the Feather King and the Immortal Bishop could withstand the intimidation of the 7 major factions, then the Immortal Wasteland would truly gain a firm foothold in Eberron. If they could not, then everything would be for naught. Of course, for Matthew personally, even if the Immortal Wasteland did not hold out, he would not suffer any losses. Backing the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, no one would be foolish enough to settle scores with him. On the contrary, if the Immortal Wasteland held out, his standing in the Feather King's heart would rise significantly. Thinking of how Giuliano had been thriving at headquarters recently, and the good things he occasionally revealed, Matthew's heart felt a bit heated. According to the information he had gathered from Giuliano, the Feather King definitely possessed many good things, and the strength the Feather King had displayed was not his full extent. If the Feather King held out this time, Matthew would immediately use all his resources to help the Immortal Wasteland make a name for itself throughout the entire Eberron world. Presumably, the Feather King and the Immortal Bishop would not refuse an opportunity to participate in the Eberron Supreme Council. As for the true purpose of this council, it was naturally to distribute the various resources of the Eberron world. After all, what existed most in the Eberron world was the faith in the gods. Just as Matthew was lost in thought, intense magical fluctuations began to erupt from the body of Reserman beside him, and his body slowly rose into the air under the weight of this nearly infinite power. Soon, a second sun appeared in a corner of the Immortal City. Following that, a third, a fourth, and then a 7th. A total of 7 massive balls of energy hung around the Immortal City, and the energy fluctuations of various colors illuminated the sky of the Immortal City in a riot of colors. But in this dreamlike scene, the Drow and Elves in the Immortal City could only feel an endless chill. A total of 7 legendary powerhouses. This kind of power was already enough to easily destroy the Immortal City. Matthew stood on the rooftop, his gaze fixed on the tallest and most magnificent building in the Immortal City, the direction of the Immortal Temple. Show me what you have, Immortal Feather King. Gao Yang held Lisa in his arms as he sat on the Pope's throne, looking up at the ceiling of the temple. The thick ceiling blocked his vision, but it could not block his perception. In his perception, 7 brilliant suns were surrounding the Immortal City, radiating an intense, undisguised malice that almost materialized into a physical force, pressing down upon the Immortal Temple. If the Immortal Church were an ordinary top-tier faction, even with a legendary bishop, they would have no choice but to submit if they did not want to be besieged and killed on the spot when faced with the pressure of 7 powerhouses of the same rank. But unfortunately, the Immortal Church was not an ordinary faction. Gao Yang patted Lisa's hand gently and spoke hurriedly. Since the guests have already arrived, let us go and meet them. Lisa smiled and nodded. Gao Yang stood up, And the next moment, he and Lisa vanished from the temple simultaneously, above the immortal temple. Gao Yang and Lisa stood side by side in the void, surveying the 7 legendary powerhouses located around the immortal city. So the Feather King and the immortal bishop have finally decided to show their faces. A burly man with a bare chest, covered in various oil-painted tattoos, strode through the air. Closing in on the two, his rugged, beast-like face wore a ferocious grin, and his eyes swept over Lisa repeatedly. Nanti Yuska, chieftain of the Yuska tribe, advanced to the legendary rank 25 years ago. Lisa's voice rang quietly in Gao Yang's ear, containing a hint of obvious anger. Clearly, Lisa was very angry at Manta's undisguised gaze. Gao Yang stepped forward, standing in front of Lisa, and looked at Manta calmly. Manta was still brazenly eyeing Lisa when his line of sight was suddenly blocked. His eyes immediately turned scarlet, and he looked up sharply to meet the gaze of the man standing before him. The very instant their eyes met, Manta's mind exploded with a roar. In his vision, the original scenery had completely vanished, replaced by a dark red mountain whose peak could not be seen. Bones and severed limbs protruded from the mountain like weeds, and dark, blackish blood dripped from the ends of the bone shards. The thick, bloody stench almost dyed the entire sky a deep crimson. And atop this mountain of corpses stood a figure quietly shrouded in darkness. Manta's eyes widened involuntarily, yet he still could not see the face of the figure, only a pair of indifferent, pitch-black eyes looking down at him without a shred of emotion. The moment Manta met those pitch-black eyes, the fear buried deep in his heart was detonated in an instant. The scarlet in his eyes began to fade, replaced by an irrepressible terror. He stared blankly at Gao Yang, unable to utter a single word. This was the terrifying nature of the Calamity Aura. After slaying a true god, dozens of legendary powerhouses, and countless lives below the legendary rank, the fear effect of the Calamity Aura had been enhanced to an epic level. Facing the comprehensive judgment of the Calamity Aura, the barbarian Mantu, whose willpower was not particularly strong to begin with, naturally failed the check and fell into a state of trembling. In this state, let alone fighting, he could not even manage to spout insults at Gao Yang. Gao Yang glanced at Mantua and then withdrew his gaze. A legendary powerhouse who could not even pass the judgment of the Calamity Aura naturally would not possess much strength. He turned his gaze to the other 6 legendary figures slowly approaching. Among these 6, 3 were humans. 1 was a dragon-blooded elf noble, 1 was an elf, and 1 was a dwarf. The 6 legends closed in, their auras linking together to press down upon Gao Yang. The heavy pressure caused the space around them to crackle. Feather King, this is our first meeting. I am Rezeman Trajan, Lord of the Reese territory. The man in the lead wore azure-mage robes, and powerful magical fluctuations radiated from his body. Gao Yang looked up at him and said, I don't have much time. Let's get straight to the point. What is your purpose? Rezeman exchanged glances with the others. They were slightly unaccustomed to Gao Yang's directness, but they quickly reached a consensus. He looked at Gao Yang and Lisa, maintaining a gentle smile as he said, all 7 of our houses wish to engage in deeper cooperation with the Immortal Church to promote mutual development and progress. Therefore, we have come with the utmost sincerity, hoping to facilitate this partnership. Continue. Gao Yang did not even lift his eyelids, uttering only one word. Rezeman was about to speak when the legendary dwarf beside him, who was carrying a blood-stained warhammer, suddenly said irritably, Lord Reese, why waste so much breath on a newly ascended legend? Beat him into submission, and he will naturally agree to everything. Gao Yang glanced at the irritable dwarf, having already categorized him together with Mantu. There was no hint of anger on Rezeman's face at being interrupted. He shrugged and looked at Gao Yang, appearing somewhat helpless as he said, Your Majesty Feather King, you see, not everyone is as easy to talk to as I am. If you and Bishop Lisa feel there are no issues with this cooperation, let us sign the contract now. As he spoke, Rezeman produced a blank sheet of contract parchment and pushed it toward Gao Yang. Looking at the blank parchment floating before him, Gao Yang smiled. He had expected these factions to force the Immortal Church into signing an equal contract, but he truly had not expected them to be so greedy as to present a blank sheet. If Gao Yang and Lisa signed it, the content of the contract could be written and manipulated at their whim. Looking at the contract parchment, Gao Yang shook his head slightly. Continuing to talk to these people was merely a waste of his time. From the very beginning, all they had thought of was using force to compel the immortal wasteland to submit. Seeing Gao Yang shake his head, the gentleness in Rezeman's eyes gradually faded. He lowered his eyelids and said in a calm voice, "Feather King, Bishop Lisa, do you truly intend to resist to the end?" As he spoke, a staff made of completely transparent, azure material appeared in his hand, and intense magical fluctuations slowly rippled through the surrounding space. At the same time, the other 5 legends all unleashed their own auras, pressing down toward Gao Yang and his companion. Chapter 835. Effortless crushing to and won a futile struggle. Gao Yang lowered his eyelids, and under the watchful eyes of the 6, he slowly shook his head and said, "If you truly possess the ability to wipe me out in an instant, then our current behavior would be called a futile struggle. But the problem is, do you have that kind of strength? We are 7 legends surrounding the 2 of you. Do you really think we lack the strength to slay you here?" The irritable dwarf from before stepped forward, his blood-stained warhammer slamming into the air with a boom, creating a ring of milky white shockwaves. "King Feather, even if you don't consider yourself, you should at least consider the immortal bishop. After all, the immortal bishop has only recently ascended to the legendary rank. You wouldn't want her to fall here, would you?" Gao Yang turned his head to glance at him, baring his teeth in a cold sneer. "What 7 legends? Are there really 7 legends here?" Everyone was stunned. Their perceptions subconsciously expanded, sweeping toward their other teammates. Then, they discovered that the barbarian Manhwa, for some reason, had not followed them. From the beginning until now, he hadn't moved even half a step. "Manhwa, what are you doing?" The dwarf turned his head to look at the barbarian Manhwa and roared. The roar of the legendary dwarf exploded in Mantu's ears like a cannonball, the terrifying sound waves instantly snapping Manhwa, who had been trapped in a state of trembling, back to his senses. Mantu's sturdy body shuddered, ignoring the dwarf legend roaring at him. He looked at Gao Yang with terror, facing Gao Yang's indifferent gaze. Dense cold sweat broke out on Mantu's back. The previous eye contact had already made him realize that the immortal King Feather before him was absolutely not someone he or they could afford to provoke. But facing the other's emotionless gaze, Manhwa didn't even dare to speak. Seeing that Manhwa remained silent, the dwarf legend turned back and urged again, "Manhwa, let's attack together. Don't you want your Yuska tribe to prosper once more?" Mantu's entire body shook. In his mind, scenes of his tribe scrimping and saving, tightening their belts just to fuel his growth and strength, flashed before him. When Lord Lise found him, Manhwa had held great expectations, because once the goal was achieved, his tribe would be able to prosper rapidly in a short time by plundering the abundant resources of the immortal wasteland. However, after he locked eyes with Gao Yang, Manhwa realized that as long as this legend, was still alive, the Yuska could continue to survive on this land. But if the legend, were to die, then the Yuska tribe would also perish in a very short time. When that day came, his clansmen and his loved ones would all die without a burial place. Thinking of this, Manhwa dared not hesitate any longer. His sturdy body slowly hunched over, and then, under the shocked gazes of the immortal city residents and the confused gazes of the other 6 legends, he slowly knelt toward Gao Yang. Manhwa's trembling voice slowly echoed over the immortal temple. "Great Lord of the immortal wasteland, Your Majesty King Feather, please forgive the disrespect of Manhwa, who is as lowly as a crawling insect. The Yuska tribe is willing to offer up 30 years of future tax revenue, begging for your forgiveness." "Manhwa, what are you doing?" Compared to the previous dissatisfaction, the dwarf legend's mood was now one of terror. He was well aware of Manhwa's strength. If he were to truly go berserk, even he would be no match for him. But someone as strong as Manhwa was actually disregarding the dignity of a powerhouse, disregarding the dignity of the Yuska tribe, kneeling before the immortal King Feather under the gaze of countless people, and even speaking such humble words. How could such a turn of events not fill the dwarf legend with terror? He did not understand why Manhwa would do this, but he knew that the immortal wasteland before him was absolutely not the soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. As Lord Lise had described, facing the dwarf legend's questioning, Manhwa ignored him entirely. He simply lowered his head, maintaining his humble kneeling posture. His sturdy body curled up, and one could even see a trace of involuntary trembling. To preserve the Yuska tribe and to save his own life, Nanta no longer cared about anything else. As for why he would do such an abnormal thing, being suppressed by the aura of natural disaster earlier was enough to explain the reason. Nanta knew with absolute clarity that in that state just now, he had not the slightest power to resist. In other words, if Gao Yang had wanted to kill him, he would have already died 1,000 times over. It was true that he was a barbarian, and it was true that barbarians had muscles where their brains should be, but that did not mean barbarians were not afraid of death. Especially Mantu. He was not a lone wolf. Behind him were thousands of clansmen of the Yuska tribe. In the face of the tribe's survival, personal dignity was not worth mentioning. Gao Yang looked down at Mantu, who was kneeling with his head buried, and then looked at the other 6. He did not speak, and the atmosphere fell into a silence. Leisman and the other 5 legends did not understand Mantu's behavior, but that did not prevent them from feeling wary of Gao Yang. Nanta maintained his kneeling posture, also not daring to make the slightest move. However, when he sensed no attitude from Gao Yang, he gritted his teeth, suddenly reached out, hooked his fingers into claws, and directly gouged out his own eyes. Squish, blood trickled down. Nanta tremblingly lowered his hands and buried his head again. Your Majesty, King Feather, Lord Bishop, please forgive the lowly, insect-like Nantu. From now on, offer 60% of your income every year for 50 years, and then get lost. Gao Yang's indifferent voice rang in Mantu's ears. This voice, cold to the extreme and harsh to the extreme, sounded like heavenly music to Mantu at this moment. Nanta buried his head deep and said with genuine gratitude, "Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty, King Feather." After saying this, Nanta maintained his kneeling posture and slowly backed away until he was out of the range of the immortal city. Only then did he slowly stand up, gallop toward the distance, and quickly disappear into the horizon. Flesh was slowly regenerating within the bloody, hollow sockets of Mantu's eyes. While his heart felt cold, a flicker of burning intensity also rose within him. He had successfully survived the hands of death, but the others were still likely to perish. Nanta had to return to the Yuska tribe as quickly as possible. He needed to make thorough preparations, preparing to swallow the legacy of his good teammates. Otherwise, the mere act of handing over 60% of their annual income would be enough to crush the Yuska tribe. Nantu's departure caused the once confident legendaries, led by Rezeman, to begin to waver. But at this very moment, the arrow was already on the string and had to be fired. Nantu was a barbarian. Dignity and such things were not that important to him. However, the other legendaries present, whether human, elf, or dwarf, were all intelligent races and legendary powerhouses. They absolutely could not bring themselves to be as servile as Mantu. They had spent so much time and suffered so much to ascend to the legendary rank. If they were still to kneel and act like dogs for others after their ascension, wouldn't their promotion have been in vain? Furthermore, 6 against 2, the advantage was still on their side. Nantu was a barbarian, so perhaps he had been tricked by some scheme of the opponent. But they were different. Thinking of this, Rezeman and the others exchanged glances, a hint of killing intent emerging in their eyes. Originally, they had intended to hold back, only requiring them to sign a contract. But now it seemed they had to finish the battle quickly. Moreover, the Feather King had to die. Leaving the immortal bishop alive would be enough. Are you ready to make your move? Gao Yang shook his neck and looked at the 6 people opposite him, whose murderous intent was fully exposed, revealing a faint smile from his face. One could not see the slightest worry or caution about being besieged. HMPH, attack! Rezeman let out a cold snort. The staff in his hand lit up instantly, and heavy, mountain-like azure seawater manifested around him in an instant. Splash! The violent seawater transformed into mountain peaks, crashing down toward the location where Gao Yang and Lisa stood. At the same time, 2 arrows constructed entirely of wind elements pierced through space, streaking toward Gao Yang's brow and heart. Following behind the arrows was a pitch-black warhammer stained with blood. 6 legendaries attacked simultaneously, and the terrifying energy fluctuations spread instantly, drowning the figures of Gao Yang and Lisa in an instant. Just as the figures of Gao Yang and Lisa were submerged, a sword hum resounded through the sky. Clang! Countless residents in the immortal city saw at this moment a giant silver-white sword spanning their field of vision, radiating majestic heavenly might as it slashed down from the firmament. "Ah, don't kill me!" As the giant sword fell, countless residents were struck with terror, letting out uncontrollable screams. Some, in the face of this world-ending heavenly might, felt their legs go weak and collapse to the ground on the battlefield. As this sword swept through, the massive energy fluctuations instantly disintegrated. Resentment and the other legendaries turned pale, their eyes uncontrollably fixed on the dwarf legendary who had been charging at the forefront. They saw that this sturdy dwarf, who stood a full meter and a half tall, no longer possessed his previous momentum. He stood there stiffly, his hands gripping a short, thick piece of a hammer handle. The connection point between the handle and the hammerhead was as smooth as a mirror, clearly showing it had been severed instantly by a sharp weapon. As for the dwarf himself, a slash mark appeared across his strong body, running diagonally from his left shoulder to his right hip, and his life force had completely faded away. Gao Yang held eternal radiance, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground. He looked at Resentment and the others opposite him without speaking, but the scarlet blood aura slowly dissipating around him, paired with the dwarf legendary who had been cleaved into by a single strike, created an impact and deterrent force that was fully maximized. Resentment and the other legendaries dared not move a single finger at this moment. The needle-like killing intent radiating from all around them made them clearly realize that in this situation, any movement as large as a blink would invite a ruthless attack. Silence. A deathly silence stood above the immortal city. Only the corpse of the dwarf legendary fell freely. Thud. When the sound of the dwarf legendaries to have corpse hitting a rooftop in the city echoed out, a dragon-marked noble elf could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He was the first to transform into a streak of green light, shooting toward the horizon. At the same time, he roared frantically, "Split up and run!" Hearing the elf's roar, the other four legendaries charged in different directions simultaneously. As for Resentment, his body moved slightly, but in the end, he suppressed the urge to flee. Instead, he took the opportunity to lower his staff and drop his hands, assuming a posture of no longer resisting. As it turned out, his decision was correct. Resentment only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and then he discovered that Gao Yang had vanished from his sight. At the same time, a giant net of lightning expanded instantly, encompassing this entire space. Zzzt. With a flash of electricity, Gao Yang appeared in front of the dragon-marked noble who had fled first. Seeing Gao Yang appear before him, the dragon-marked elf felt a touch of despair in his eyes, which then turned into cruelty. He let out a roar, gathering all his strength into the gorgeous and exquisite elven rapier in his hand, and thrust it toward the Gao Yang in front of him. Swoosh! The slender elven rapier pierced through his chest, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on the elf's face. But before the smile on his face could bloom, eternal radiance had already slashed across his neck in an instant. Splurt! The elf's head soared into the sky, while his body, maintaining its momentum, drifted powerlessly toward the lower diagonal. Gao Yang reached out and pulled the rapier from his chest, his body vanishing instantly once again, following the lightning that had spread everywhere. The lightning flashed for more times, and the other four legendaries attempting to flee were intercepted one by one. However, Gao Yang did not kill them all, slaying only 2 of them. Even so, the remaining 2 legendaries were trembling with fear, not daring to make the slightest move. Gao Yang returned to Lisa's side, the eternal radiance in his hand having already vanished. He pointed to the space in front of him, signaling to the 3 survivors, Resentment and the other 2, lowered their heads and walked toward Gao Yang, looking as if they had lost their parents. They were as humble now as they had been arrogant before. After all, the 3 legends who had already perished were living examples. The strength of the person before them was no longer something they could contend with. In the face of their opponent, they were as weak as infants who had just learned to walk. Do you still intend to put up a desperate struggle now? Gao Yang looked at the 3 people in front of him and spoke calmly. The faces of Resentment and the other 2 turned pale and then flushed, but they dared not offer the slightest rebuttal. After all, their lives were now in the hands of their opponent. To argue and provoke him now would be to show no regard for their own lives. Gao Yang sat back, and his golden red battle aura formed a massive, seemingly tangible chair, He spoke slowly. Then tell me, how did you originally intend to treat the immortal wasteland? Resentment's expression grew even uglier, but facing Gao Yang's emotionless scrutiny, he could only brace himself and reply. We actually only wanted to establish a partnership with the immortal wasteland. Of course, we would take the lion's share, leaving about 10% of the profits for the immortal wasteland. What wishful thinking! Lisa's chest heaved violently as she glared at the three people opposite her. Leaving only 10% of the profits to the immortal wasteland, how was that any different from being enslaved? If it weren't for Gao Yang, perhaps even she would have ended up as one of the assets they intended to exploit. Gao Yang leaned forward, looking down at the three of them, his voice calm. Do you want to live? The three of them felt their breath hitch, but they still nodded honestly. Gao Yang looked at Lisa. As his woman, Lisa easily understood the meaning in his eyes. She reached out her left hand and brushed the platinum ring on the ring finger of her right hand. With a flash of light, 3 blank contracts appeared before her. Chapter 836. The Eberron Supreme Council 2-in-1. Looking at the blank contracts in Lisa's hands, the expressions of resentment and the other two became ugly beyond measure. Previously, they had looked down upon Gao Yang and Lisa from a position of superiority, confidently producing blank contracts in an attempt to force them into submission. But who would have thought that in just a few short minutes, the tables would be completely turned? The very tactic they had just employed was now being used clearly and plainly against them. Only when the roles were reversed did they truly understand the implications of these blank contracts. It was a tremendous humiliation, a sense of powerlessness and rage at having one's life no longer under one's own control. But the sad part was that when they had brought out the blank contracts earlier, they thought they held the lives of Gao Yang and his companion in their hands. Reality, however, had slapped them hard across the face, and then proceeded to unzip its pants and douse their old faces with a vintage brew. Looking at the blank contracts before them, all three knew they could not sign. Once signed, not only would they be doomed, but the factions behind them would also fall into an abyss from which there was no return. But if they did not sign, the cautionary tale of the 3 legends who had just been slain by a single sword strike was right before their eyes. They had no doubt that the man before them could kill them right here with a single stroke. Moreover, even if the immortal Feather King killed them, they would have nowhere to seek justice or lodge a complaint. After all, it was they who had broken the rules first. If things had gone smoothly and they had forced the immortal wasteland to sign the contract, then it would have been a done deal, and no one would have said anything. Now that they were the ones who had initiated the attack, if they were killed in retaliation by the immortal wasteland, they would truly have died in vain. This situation was no different from breaking into someone's home with a blade and then being stabbed to death by the homeowner. No matter how you looked at it, the homeowner would be in the right. Of course, they had come as 7 legends, and only one had survived. Once such a result spread, no one on the entire Eberron continent would offend the immortal wasteland, which was capable of burying 6 legends just for the sake of these dead men. Gao Yang sat there with a casual posture, waiting for their choice. To him, it did not matter whether they chose to sign the contracts or resist. The outcome was already set. With his current strength, if these people could escape from his hands, wouldn't all his long-term accumulation have been in vain? The expressions of resentment and the others shifted, and certainly, but in the end, they silently signed their names on the 3 blank contracts. Compared to death, they preferred to live, even if this way of living was not as comfortable as before. But when they thought of the other 3 legends who had already been executed, the 3 of them felt a little better. Watching the 3 sign the blank contracts, Gao Yang stood up immediately and flew toward the immortal temple below. From here on, Bishop Lisa will discuss the specific cooperation plans with you. I hope you will be satisfied. As for whether these people would go back on their word or act in defiance, there was no need to worry. Although the Eberron world no longer had traces of the gods had never truly gone far. The parchment contracts they used were the masterpieces of the god of justice and contracts. Using this type of parchment meant that the contract was signed under the witness of the god of justice and contracts. Once one party violated the contract, they would suffer the backlash of the contract's power. More importantly, the god of justice and contracts had no church or dedicated believers. In the Eberron world, The god of justice and contracts could be said to be very low-key. He was neither keen on spreading his doctrines nor fond of displaying so-called divine miracles before mortals. In the Eberron world, there were almost no shrines dedicated to the god of justice and contracts. Only those most devout fanatics, who implemented the spirit of justice and contracts into every word and action of their daily lives, might possibly receive the favor of the god of justice and contracts and become a priest in a related field. But on the other hand, because of the unique nature of the divine domain he presided over, the god of justice and contracts possessed an exaggerated number of pan-believers in the Eberron world. Farmers, merchants, gamblers, even legendary professionals were, at certain times, believers in this mysterious existence. Even if this mysterious entity is rarely mentioned in daily life, it does not prevent people from using a parchment contract to conduct a gamble without any worries, under the witness of the god of justice and contracts, when facing a transaction that could decide life or death, or when engaging in a life or death struggle. Once the contract is signed, it means the gaze of the god of justice and contracts has been cast upon it, under the watchful eyes of the deity. Unless someone wishes to suffer the dual punishment of the deity and the rules, they must fulfill the contract. And once the contract is signed, the power of the god of justice and contracts will be infinitely strengthened upon this parchment. Whether a deity can withstand the backlash of the contract remains unknown, but in the Eberron continent, the power of the parchment contract has been engraved into the depths of the memories of all intelligent beings with the blood of no fewer than 30 legendary powerhouses. Gao Yang had not known the function of this parchment contract before. It was only after Leisman brought it out that Lisa urgently explained it to him. This piqued Gao Yang's interest in the parchment contract. If its effects could work outside the Eberron world, then it would be incredibly useful. However, this possibility did not seem very likely. To this day, in Gao Yang's adventurous journey, he had not encountered any existence that used parchment contracts. Of course, perhaps it was because his level was not high enough, so it was normal that he had not come into contact with them. Returning to Lisa's bedchamber, Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber and began his daily practice. About half an hour later, Lisa walked gracefully into the cultivation chamber. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at Lisa as she approached. Dressed in heavy yet alluring bishop's robes, Lisa's heavy conscience bounced up and down with every step she took, stirring up waves of surging billows. She wore black silk stockings with an excellent texture on her legs, making them look slender and sexy, appearing and disappearing beneath the hem of her robe. "Is it resolved?" Gao Yang looked at Lisa with a smile and spoke casually. Lisa sat sideways on the meditation cushion. The visually explosive, full moon curves beneath her slender waist pressed a small indentation into the cushion. Her face carried a flush of excitement as she said, "It is all resolved. The three parties, Lord Leisman, the Ron Empire, and the Grey Plains, will contribute 60% of their income for the next 100 years to our immortal church, added to the offerings from the Yaska tribe. The development of the immortal church will usher in an explosive period over the next 50 years. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, not surprised, and asked, "What about the forces of the other three legendary figures who died?" Lisa pouted her cherry lips and said with some regret, "The forces of the other three legendary figures are still quite far from our immortal wasteland, and it is not realistic to reach out to those three territories now. Moreover, these three legendary forces only had that one legendary figure each. Now that the legendary powerhouses are dead, they will likely either fall into internal strife very soon, or perish under the tearing and siege of the various large and small forces eyeing them greedily. It is a pity, especially since I heard that the elf dragon Mark Noble was not on good terms with his wife. They had been together for less than a year when some conflicts caused them to separate, and his wife even used the power of her maternal clan to forcefully carve away almost half of the forces from her husband's hands. This also makes the dragon Mark Noble's faction the weakest among these three ownerless forces, and it will likely be the first to perish." Gao Yang shrugged indifferently. With the blood transfusion from for top-tier forces, the rise of the immortal wasteland in the future was already a certainty. Adding one or two more forces would merely be icing on the cake, not a timely help in a disaster. Therefore, even if those three forces were to perish now, immediately, and right away, it would not matter to him at all. Furthermore, The strongest members of those three forces were dead. But do not forget that four legendary figures were still alive. If they were quick-witted and acted fast enough, they might be able to swallow a big piece directly. By then, although the wealth they contributed to the immortal wasteland would increase significantly, the resources they could keep for themselves would also increase in proportion. In this way, the losses could eventually be reduced quite a bit. Of course, if Leisman and the others reacted in time, the immortal wasteland would be able to obtain even more resources. Regardless, the immortal wasteland was already firmly on the side of the winners. Gao Yang chatted with Lisa for a while, and just as he was about to have a deeper exchange, Sophia's voice sounded outside the bedchamber. Your Eminence, Lord Feather King, President Matthew of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce is waiting outside the sanctuary. Gao Yang looked at Lisa and said, "Let's go see President Matthew." Lisa raised her head, wiped her bright red lips, and tidied her attire before walking out with Gao Yang. A few minutes later, in the reception hall of the Immortal Sanctuary, Gao Yang and Matthew sat opposite each other. President Matthew, it has been a long time. How have you been lately? Gao Yang looked at the extremely sturdy Matthew opposite him and spoke first in a very warm manner. It has indeed been a while, but the demeanor of Lord Feather King still makes me yearn for it. Matthew's face carried a smile, and he began to flatter Gao Yang without changing his expression, especially today, being able to win easily against 7 opponents. Lord Feather King is truly worthy of being the ultimate winner of 2 consecutive deathmatch tournaments. Gao Yang waved his hand. Such empty fame was not of much use to him. After all, although the Eberron world was vast, after such a long time, the legendary reputation it could provide him had almost reached its limit. Therefore, the effect of empty fame in the Eberron world was not as good as before. Gao Yang looked at Matthew and went straight to the point. Let's talk about what President Matthew has been busy with lately. Lord Feather King, when I heard that you had appeared in the Immortal Wasteland, I rushed over as fast as I could, but I did not expect that I would not be able to see you immediately. So during this time, I have been staying in the Immortal City, just to be able to visit you at the first opportunity. When Matthew said this, his tone carried a hint of excitement. However, I did not expect that as soon as I saw you, I would witness such a majestic scene. Gao Yang looked at Matthew with a faint smile, his eyes devoid of the slightest ripple. Seeing this, Matthew stopped beating around the bush and said straightforwardly, Your Majesty, King of Feathers, your performance today is enough for the Immortal Church to establish a firm foothold in the Eberron world. I wonder if you, and the existence behind the Immortal Wasteland, would like to participate in the Eberron Supreme Council. The Eberron Supreme Council. Gao Yang looked at Lisa, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. However, upon seeing Lisa's equally clear eyes, Gao Yang understood that Lisa was unaware of this so-called Supreme Council. When Matthew saw the reactions of Gao Yang and Lisa, a flash of joy appeared in the depths of his eyes. It seemed the Immortal Church was indeed ignorant of the Eberron Supreme Council. In that case, bringing it up now was something that would greatly benefit the Immortal Wasteland. Matthew did not keep them in suspense and quickly explained. The Eberron Supreme Council is held every 50 years. Every participant is either the master of one of the most powerful factions in the entire Eberron world or one of the most powerful existences within it. Of course, most of the time, these 2 categories overlap. As for the purpose of the Eberron Supreme Council, it is for the future development of the Eberron world. Gao Yang lowered his eyelids. From Matthew's brief description, he had already understood the truth behind this so-called Supreme Council. In short, it was a meeting where the strongest factions and individuals in the entire Eberron world gathered to carve up the cake, reallocating various resources of the Eberron world. After Lisa poured a cup of elegantly colored tree tea for Gao Yang, she poured one for Chairman Matthew and asked, Chairman Matthew, please tell us more. Matthew took the jade teacup pushed over by Lisa with both hands, took a sip, and instead of rushing to explain, he asked slowly, Your Majesty, King of Feathers, Bishop Lisa, what do you think is the most valued resource in the Eberron world? Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. What was the most important resource in the Eberron world? This question might have different answers for different existences. But for the gods standing outside the Eberron world, this question was exceptionally simple. Faith. Faith in the gods, Matthew said passionately. In the Eberron world, although gods cannot descend in person, the struggle for faith has never stopped for even a second. And the Eberron Supreme Council is the venue for the redistribution of faith and various other resources across the entire Eberron world. Gao Yang and Lisa exchanged glances, both understanding the implication of Matthew's words. Take the immortal wasteland as an example. Behind the immortal church, the ruler of the immortal wasteland stood two deities, the spider goddess and elf goddess. Because the Drow had contributed significantly more during the process of conquering the immortal wasteland, the subsequent allocation of faith was split 60-40 between the spider goddess and the elf goddess. But no matter how it was divided, their harvest of faith was limited to the immortal wasteland. They could not touch a single bit of the vast lands and faith base outside the immortal wasteland, because those were the lands of faith belonging to other deities. If they dared to interfere, they would inevitably face the most intense retaliation from those other gods. The fact that gods could not descend into the Eberron world did not mean that gods could not strike at other gods. The Eberron Supreme Council was a meeting where, under the witness of numerous gods, various factions fought for faith on behalf of the gods they served. If they secured more land and faith, the gods behind them would naturally not be stingy with rewards, and in this way, the agents of those gods in the Eberron world would naturally be able to obtain great benefits. Conversely, if they lost their current land of faith, they would most likely face the dissatisfaction or even punishment of their gods. For the factions of the Eberron world, this meant that the strength of potential rivals would be weakened, and the threat would naturally be much smaller. Of course, not all powerful individuals were believers in gods. Some powerful beings did not need to fight for the faith of gods. For them, their own development or the development of the factions they established was the priority. On this basis, the allocation of resources in the Eberron world was naturally brought to the table. In the Eberron world, places rich in resources were not necessarily suitable for the growth and reproduction of intelligent life, and places suitable for the growth and reproduction of intelligent life might not be so rich in resources. Places that were both resource-rich and habitable naturally became highly coveted by everyone, becoming objects of contention for many top-tier existences. Chapter 837. A letter from the Rock Dwarves. So, when is the next session of this so-called Eberron Supreme Council? And what are the conditions for participating? Facing Gao Yang's inquiry, Chairman Matthew felt a surge of spirit and said with a smile, "There are 4 continents in the Eberron world, and each continent has a maximum of 10 participant slots per session. To participate in the Supreme Council, the first requirement is to have a sufficiently powerful representative or leader. Such a representative or leader naturally needs to be widely recognized. As for the date of the next Supreme Council, it will be in the month of warmth, 6 years from now." After Chairman Matthew finished speaking, Gao Yang and Lisa looked at each other without saying a word. Chairman Matthew continued, "Your Majesty, King of Feathers, Bishop Lisa, although our Chamber of Commerce does not participate in the allocations of the Supreme Council, we are responsible for arranging every session. Now that Your Majesty's battle record is sufficient, your fame as the first extraordinary is still slightly lacking. Over the next period, I will use the Chamber's channels to spread Your Majesty's name across the entire Eberron world in the shortest possible time. In this way, when the internal meeting of the Corvair continent is held, the Immortal Wasteland will be able to participate legitimately. With Your Majesty's strength, you are already capable of occupying a participant slot for the Corvair continent in the Supreme Council, representing Corvair at the event. After saying this, President Matthew stood up, bowed slightly to Gao Yang and Lisa, and then said with a smile, "Your Majesty, the Feather King, may our friendship last forever." Gao Yang also stood up, reached out his hand toward President Matthew, and said, "I have troubled you, President Matthew." From beginning to end, Matthew had not mentioned any requests or conditions. Likewise, Gao Yang had not made any promises or declarations. However, both sides knew that after this incident, the connection between them would only become closer. After President Matthew left, Gao Yang looked at Lisa and asked, "What do you think about the Eberron High Council?" Lisa thought for a moment before speaking. "If we can participate, the future development of the Immortal Wasteland will definitely receive an incredibly massive boost. Similarly, it will bring more faith to the goddess. And the Dro will also develop rapidly in the future. Gao Yang nodded. The world of Eberron was too vast. The area of the Corvair continent alone was already unimaginably huge. And the number of intelligent beings living on it exceeded the total number of all intelligent beings on Earth. The number of intelligent beings nurtured under such an exaggerated landmass was equally staggering. And in most cases, population was an extremely high-quality resource. This was beyond doubt. If the Immortal Wasteland could participate in this conference to distribute the entire Eberron world, the benefits gained would naturally be immense. And the rapid development of the Immortal Wasteland was also beneficial to Gao Yang. The simplest point was that if the Immortal Wasteland became powerful, incidents like today's would basically never happen. As for Gao Yang, if he had not found a suitable habitat for the sacred gold world before it collapsed, he would have no choice but to arrange for them to live in the Eberron world. This required the Eberron world to possess a piece of land large enough for the residents of the sacred gold world to survive. The current Immortal Wasteland was not enough. But perhaps after participating in the Eberron High Council, the new Immortal Wasteland might be sufficient. Then let's take it slow. We still have 6 years, which is enough for us to make full preparations, Gao Yang said. Lisa nodded slightly. Time is like certain people. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, the Immortal Wasteland had returned to its original state, and everyone had begun their normal work and life. However, the legendary deeds of the Feather King of the Immortal Wasteland, under the full promotion of President Matthew, swept across the entire Eberron world like a hurricane. Originally, the Immortal Wasteland was only slightly famous in Corvair, but after this battle, the reputation of the Immortal Wasteland had been completely established throughout the Eberron world. In particular, the feat of the Feather King killing 3 legendary figures with 3 casual sword strikes was widely talked about, becoming a topic of conversation for many Eberron residents during their leisure time. As the protagonist of this matter, His Majesty the Feather King of the Immortal Wasteland, Gao Yang, seemed completely unaware, spending his days either cultivating or practicing SW, RDSMA and SHIP. In short, everything was proceeding according to plan, without the slightest ripple. In this peaceful life, Gao Yang gradually mastered this body after ascending to the legendary rank. At the same time, he began to devote part of his mind to comprehending the laws of slaughter. Although the construction of the Immortal Slaying Sword domain was largely due to the Immortal Slaying Formation map, this did not mean that the laws of slaughter played no role in it. On the contrary, the laws of slaughter played a significant role in the Immortal Slaying Sword domain. Without Gao Yang's mastery of the laws of slaughter, the completion of the Immortal Slaying Sword domain would have been basically impossible. And if the Immortal Slaying Sword domain wanted to continue to improve, besides enhancing the quality of the Immortal Slaying Formation map, the only way was to deepen his comprehension of the laws of slaughter. The former was uncontrollable, but the latter could be achieved through Gao Yang's own efforts and dedication. After all, after reaching the legendary rank, the role of the legendary domain was also an important component of a legendary powerhouse's combat strength. The strength of a legendary domain could largely reflect the strength of a legendary professional. Gao Yang did not know if it was because of his outstanding talent or because he had engaged into many activities related to the laws of slaughter. But in any case, he was extremely smooth in the process of comprehending the laws of slaughter. At the very least, during these 3 months, he had been advancing steadily without encountering any so-called bottlenecks. This was undoubtedly a happy thing, as it meant he did not have to worry about the improvement of his Immortal Slaying Sword domain in the short term. After 3 months of slumber, the astral behemoth, Fathead Kun Kun, who had been hiding in Gao Yang's left arm, finally woke up. In the cultivation chamber of the bishop's bedchamber, Gao Yang felt the anomaly coming from his left arm. The next moment, he disappeared from the chamber and appeared in the vast mountain forest behind the immortal temple. He waved one hand, and immediately, infinite starlight spilled out from his arm. Amidst this infinite, hazy starlight, the round body of Fathead Kun Kun quickly emerged from Gao Yang's arm. Woo! After detaching from Gao Yang's left arm, Fathead Kun Kun immediately let out a joyful and long wail song. Feeling the joy and excitement in this wail song, Gao Yang's spirit was slightly stirred. He looked at Fathead Kun Kun, whose body was maintained at 50 meters in length, and said, "Xinghui, how do you feel now? How much have you grown?" Fathead Kun turned to look at Gao Yang, shook its round, black and white head from side to side, and let out a short wail song. After listening, Gao Yang could not help but be startled, and said with some surprise, "The energy of a planetary core only increased your body size by 500 meters. Fathead Kun swayed its body and chirped again. Hearing this, Gao Yang nodded slightly. So it was just the first wave of improvement, and the subsequent energy will continue to increase. After saying this, he looked at Fathead Kun, pointed to a large open space he had specially selected below, and said, "Let's settle our home here. We will be spending the next period of time here." Seeing this, Fathead Kun circled around Gao Yang twice. Then, its giant mouth opened, hazy starlight spilled out, and a glimmer of light was spat out. It then rapidly grew larger, finally landing steadily on the open ground. Gao Yang nodded with satisfaction as he looked at his home, which remained unchanged. Rustle, rustle. The sound of branches and leaves swaying and colliding reached his ears. Gao Yang followed the sound and saw the kello fruit tree slowly unfurling its tightly curled foliage. Its root system, resembling vines, began to burrow into the surrounding fertile soil like pythons. Soon, a deep, massive pit was excavated in the ground around it. Then, the kello fruit tree was seen carefully lowering the remains it had protected within its roots into the deep pit. Once this was done, the surrounding soil began to slowly fill in and close up under the influence of its roots. Having watched the entire process, Gao Yang could not help but sigh with emotion. A mature fruit tree should be like the kello fruit tree, digging its own hole and planting itself. Unfortunately, some keyboard warriors had not inherited even a fraction of this excellent habit. Returning home after 3 months, Gao Yang felt a slight sense of unfamiliarity as he looked at the dust that had settled in the house. However, it did not take long. With a sweep of his battle aura, all the dust in the house was wiped away, gathered into a ball, and tossed out the door. Although he was the Feather King in the immortal wasteland, second only to one god and above 10,000, living in the immortal temple still did not feel as comfortable as his own home. Gao Yang wandered around his house for a bit before heading out and flying toward the immortal temple. Adriel was still in the immortal temple. Although this area belonged to the sphere of influence of the immortal church, it was, after all, in the wild mountains and forests. With Adriel, an adult dragon, stationed there, it could avoid many disturbances. The commotion here did not escape Lisa's perception. By the time Gao Yang flew to the temple, he saw that Lisa was already standing outside the entrance of the bedchamber, looking up in his direction. Only after Gao Yang landed in front of her did she speak in a soft, gentle voice. "Has Xinghui awakened?" Gao Yang nodded and said, "I have already settled my home in the mountain behind the temple. I will be cultivating in seclusion there from now on." Upon hearing this, Lisa did not object. She nodded and said, "A secret letter was sent by the Rock Dwarf clan for you." Gao Yang felt a jolt of spirit and looked at Lisa with anticipation, asking, "Where is the secret letter?" Lisa reached out, and a piece of hard stationery appeared in her jade-like hand. Gao Yang took it, opened it directly, and looked at the contents of the letter. Thanks to his extraordinary intelligence, Gao Yang had already learned the common language of the Eberron world during his period of secluded cultivation. Therefore, there was not the slightest obstacle when reading this letter. Soon, he finished reading it, putting the letter away. An undisguised look of anticipation appeared on his face. The letter was sent by Daragon, and it spoke precisely about the ascension of Yongyao. During this period, Daragon and the other 3 master blacksmiths had fully digested all their previous insights into forging. Based on the ancient texts left behind by their clan, they had found the most suitable method for Yongyao's ascension and had already prepared all the necessary items. It was precisely because everything was ready and they were only waiting for the east wind that Daragon had sent a secret letter to the Immortal Church, inviting Gao Yang to come. "Is it about that matter?" Lisa reached out and pulled Gao Yang toward the bedchamber, asking as they walked. Gao Yang nodded slightly and, after thinking for a moment, said, "I will set off for the Rock Dwarf clan in the next 2 days to complete the ascension of Yongyao as soon as possible. You must take care of yourself." Lisa nodded obediently. Although she also possessed legendary strength, the gap between legends was sometimes unimaginably vast. Thinking of something, A blush spread across Lisa's small face. A layer of mist filled her dark red pupils as she whispered. Upon hearing this, how could Gao Yang not understand? He immediately swept Lisa up into his arms and headed toward the bedchamber. 2 days later, in the center of the rock dwarf underground city, inside Daragon's forge, Gao Yang and the 4 of them, including Daragon, stood beside a massive furnace. Daragon and the others were continuously explaining their forging plan to Gao Yang, clarifying what he needed to do and when. In order to ensure the forging process proceeded smoothly, Gao Yang also attentively committed the forging plan to memory during this process. After all, this involved his only weapon. If anything went wrong and the weapon shattered, his strength would inevitably decline to a certain degree. Moreover, it would not be easy to find a replacement for Yong Yao in a short time. Or rather, it was basically impossible. After a long while, Daragon viciously drained the half-bottle of strong liquor in his hand, let out a satisfied burp, and looked at Gao Yang, saying, "That is all. If there are no problems, let us prepare, and we will officially begin the forging in 3 days. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yang nodded earnestly and said, "No problem. Good." Daragon tossed the empty wine bottle into a corner of the forge and looked at Gao Yang with a hint of anticipation, saying, "Feather King, could we take another look at that?" Gao Yang was startled, but after seeing the expectant gazes of Old Mike and the others, he immediately understood what that in Daragon's words referred to. He did not hesitate. With a flash of light, the shadow stealth and hunting godhead appeared in his palm. Looking at the dark red godhead in Gao Yang's hand, a look of uncontrollable desire once again appeared in the eyes of Daragon and the others. However, this time, to Gao Yang's surprise, without his willpower warning, the 4 of them actively broke free from the desire for the godhead. Looking at the godhead in Gao Yang's hand, a lingering fear and a trace of residual desire flashed through Daragon's eyes. He then explained, "Feather King, the forging is imminent. If we do not train our resistance to the godhead, something might go wrong when the time comes. In these 2 days, if possible, we need you to hold the godhead and conduct special training for us until we have complete resistance to this godhead." Gao Yang nodded solemnly and said, "This is what I should do." Chapter 838. The connection of 3 gods, personally forging a deity. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, under Gao Yang's special training, the 4 forging masters, including Dalagon, although still unable to completely immunize themselves against the temptation of the divinity, were already able to immerse themselves wholeheartedly in the forging process. Doing this was already enough. Dalagon and the other 3 no longer waited, or rather, the prospect of personally upgrading the quasi-artifact they had forged together into a true artifact, and doing so using divinity as a material for an ancient ascension, made the souls of the smiths within them burn so fiercely that they could not wait even a moment longer. Inside a massive, clover-shaped forging workshop, the 4 forging masters, Dalagon, Old Mike, and the others, gathered together. This massive, clover-shaped forging workshop was, in fact, formed by connecting the individual workshops of the 4 masters. When they first forged the quasi-artifact Eternal Radiance, they discovered that a single workshop could sometimes be a bit cramped. Therefore, after migrating to their current settlement, they specifically designed this type of workshop. In normal times, therefore workshops remained independent, but if necessary, they could be brought together just like this, forming one supersized forging workshop. Because of the need to upgrade Eternal Radiance, the Rock Dwarf clan had completely sealed off their territory the moment Gao Yang arrived, so tightly that not even a fly could get in. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on a massive iron ingot, watching the 4 masters quietly. After Dalagon exchanged a glance with the other 3 dwarf forging masters, the desire to forge burned fiercely in his heart. Dalagon took a deep breath of the scorching air. His usually boisterous and hearty voice now revealed a heavy, metallic texture, like that of ore. "Then, let us begin." Expectation appeared on the rugged faces of Old Mike, Griffin, and Camby as well. After nodding heavily, they began to act. The strongest among them, Griffin, took 2 steps in one and arrived before the forge, his powerful arms, which looked as if they were cast from rock, beginning to pull the bellows. Boom boom, with every pull, the near white flames in the forge flared up intensely. and the temperature inside the workshop climbed a notch. Soon, the flames in the forge had turned almost pure white. At this moment, Old Mike held 3 fist-sized pieces of metal ore, the surfaces of which were covered in tiny, silver-white patterns. These scattered silver-white patterns, when connected to one another, seemed to transform into a ferocious dragon, struggling to break free from the suppression of the ore. Gao Yang looked at the metal ore in Old Mike's hand, a trace of surprise appearing in his eyes. The ore in Old Mike's hand was dragon pattern mithril, a specialty ore of the Eberron continent. Its ductility, restorative properties, and toughness were all at the very top tier among legendary grade materials. A piece of dragon pattern mithril the size of a fingernail was worth a fortune. Even a legendary powerhouse would be thrilled to obtain one. But now, there were 3 fist-sized pieces of dragon pattern mithril in Old Mike's hand. Their value was beyond estimation. Just as Gao Yang was wondering what Old Mike intended to do with this dragon pattern mithril, he saw Old Mike toss one piece directly into the raging flames of the forge without the slightest hesitation. Gao Yang's eyelids twitched violently. He did not understand the meaning behind Old Mike throwing the dragon pattern mithril into the forge now. But the next moment, he understood. As the dragon pattern mithril was tossed into the forge, the near-white flames inside suddenly contracted, wrapping around the ore and calcining it frantically. In just a few seconds, the fist-sized dragon pattern mithril was completely calcined and vaporized out. The flames, tainted by the dragon pattern mithril, changed abruptly, shifting from their previous pure white to a platinum color. Gao Yang watched the flames in the forge. Although the change was subtle, he could feel that the fire in the forge at this very moment possessed the power to burn him to ashes. One could imagine just how high the temperature in the forge had reached. This was only the beginning. As time passed, Old Mike and Dalagan tossed one material after another. Some Gao Yang had seen before, others he had not, into the forge, causing the flames to become even more turbulent and scorching. For a full half-day, the 4 forging masters made no other movements. All of them focused on nurturing the flames within the forge. When Old Mike finally tossed a deep red gemstone into the forge, the flames, which had been burning slowly like gold, suddenly came to a standstill. The once ethereal flames now solidified completely, turning into a liquid-like substance that slowly shifted shape within the forge. Watching the flames in the forge, now quiet and flowing slowly like magma, the 4 forging masters breathed a collective sigh of relief. This step had been completed smoothly. The subsequent work would be much easier. If they had failed to complete this, the following forging work would have been impossible to continue. Dalagan walked over to the side of the forging table, where the silver-white greatsword Eternal Radiance lay, along with several bottles of his favorite strong liquor. Dalagan's gaze flickered toward the liquor for a moment, but then he firmly reached out and gripped Eternal Radiance. Throughout the entire forging process, he would not touch even a single drop of alcohol. He had to keep his mind clear. He had to consider that this might be the only chance in his life, the only chance to forge an artifact. He had to give 200% of his effort. The heavy sensation emerged in his hand. Dalagan's eyes were resolute as he held Eternal Radiance and approached the forge. Then, without the slightest pause, he thrust Eternal Radiance directly into the golden liquid fire. The golden liquid fire wrapped around the entire greatsword, and the flames, carrying a touch of divinity, began to slowly lick the blade of Eternal Radiance. In this process, the blade of Eternal Radiance became redder and brighter. When the blade of Eternal Radiance had completely taken on the same color as the golden liquid fire, Dalagan took out an ice blue metal gauntlet and slipped his left hand into it. After moving his hand slightly, Dalagan reached directly into the golden liquid fire. As the iron hand made contact with the golden liquid fire, a faint sound echoed. Splash! The metal hand grabbed out fiercely, stirring the golden liquid fire, and firmly grasped the hilt, which was now shimmering with a golden luster. Veins bulged on Dalagan's arm as he exerted immense force, dragging the now golden Yang Yao completely out of the liquid fire. Quick! Dalagan moved like the wind, crossing 2 steps to the forging anvil and placing Yang Yao down with extreme gentleness. Kambch, who had been waiting for this moment, swung the golden forging hammer he held in his hand, slamming it down onto the blade of Yang Yao with a thunderous boom. Clang! A deafening roar exploded within the forge. Golden sparks danced and leaped across the metal floor as the forging hammer struck repeatedly. With each strike of the hammer, a slight deformation began to appear on the blade of Yongyao, King of Feathers. Dalagon held the hilt of Yongyao, flipping it continuously while letting out a sudden, sharp shout. At the moment of Dalagon's roar, Gao Yang vanished into thin air, reappearing beside the forging anvil the very next instant, without a moment's hesitation. Golden red battle aura, and fused with his comprehension of the rule of slaughter, poured continuously into the blade of Yongyao. Kambek swung the forging hammer incessantly, hammering Gao Yang's battle aura and the rule of slaughter into the body of the sword. This process was incredibly long. After a full day and night of uninterrupted hammering, a loud clatter rang out as the golden forging hammer fell to the ground. Kambek's hands trembled, and he could no longer continue to swing the hammer. Fortunately, after a day and night of forging, the blade of Yongyao had returned from its initial golden luster to a silvery white color. However, if one looked closely, they could see dense, dark red patterns resembling blood vessels covering the blade. These were the physical manifestations of the rule of slaughter. From this point alone, one could see the true value of a master blacksmith. Rules are inherently formless and intangible, yet in the hands of the four master blacksmiths Kambek and Dalagon they could be forcibly forged and manifested into a visible form. The dense patterns of slaughter wrapped around the blade, leaving only a circular blank space at the junction of the hilt and the blade. This blank space was, naturally, the reserved spot for the divinity. Dalagon's eyes widened in fury as he looked at Griffin, who was still maintaining the temperature of the forge not far away, and shouted, "Increase the heat." Upon hearing this, Griffin immediately began to pull the bellows frantically, and the liquid fire, which had been tending toward calm, began to surge once more. Dalagon took 2 steps in one, thrusting the forged Yongyao back into the golden liquid fire, allowing the liquid to envelop and scorch the blade. King of Feathers, take out the divinity and cast it into the forge. Old Mike spoke simultaneously the moment Yongyao was thrust into the golden liquid fire. Hearing this, Gao Yang did not hesitate in the slightest. He took out the divinity of shadow, stealth, and hunting, and with a flick of his hand, cast it into the golden liquid fire. The moment the divinity touched the liquid fire, a dazzling radiance of divinity bloomed within the forge. In that instant, a sharp, piercing sonic wave swept through the entire forge. Dalagon and the others' eyes bulged, and the veins on their faces throbbed as if they were about to burst at any moment. Seeing this, Gao Yang understood that this was the divinity's corruption reacting to being scorched, erupting in a desperate attempt at self-preservation. Without a second of hesitation, a brilliant radiance of will erupted from his body, forming a barrier of will that enveloped all 4 of them. Under Gao Yang's protection, the overlapping whispers and buzzing that had been filling the minds of Dalagon and the others, nearly causing their heads to explode, finally began to fade away. Old Mike reached up to wipe the blood flowing from the corner of his eye, roaring at the other 3 as if he had gone mad. "Quick, Griffin, don't stop. Dalagon, Kambek, get ready." As he finished speaking, a thick, wine-like earthy yellow battle aura surged throughout Old Mike's body. A flash of light passed through his hands, and a bottle of bright scarlet liquor appeared. He pulled the cork and downed the entire bottle of strong liquor. As the scarlet liquor hit his stomach, Old Mike's face turned visibly flushed. Spurred by Old Mike's shout, the 3 of them shook their heads vigorously to dispel the voices in their minds, then prepared themselves. Time ticked away, and Gao Yang knew that the forging had reached its most critical moment. Griffin pulled the bellows with all his might, and a gale carrying intense magical fluctuations poured into the forge, causing the golden liquid fire within to surge violently. Within the surging liquid fire, gray, flocculent substances were continuously precipitated out, vanishing into nothingness once they emerged. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, struggling to maintain his barrier of will. Those gray, flocculent substances were the remnants of the gods' traces within the divinity, what was known as divine corruption. Gao Yang could withstand this corruption, but that did not mean that Dalagon and the others, who had not even reached the legendary rank, could endure it. Before melting the divinity, this divine corruption had to be completely burned away. Otherwise, even if Yongyao were to ascend to the rank of a divine artifact, its spirit would be tainted by the residual divinity within the godhead, turning it into a blade of ill omen. Time slipped away as the divine corruption was scorched, when a final wisp of gray flocculent substance was precipitated from the golden liquid fire. Not a single trace remained. The 5 of them waited for a moment, finally confirming that the divine corruption had been completely burned away. Quick, 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 Dalagon! Griffin pulled the bellows frantically, roaring at Dalagon. As Griffin spoke, Dalagon had already stepped forward, thrusting his left hand encased in the metal iron hand into the golden liquid fire without hesitation, beginning to search rapidly. As he searched for the divinity, golden liquid fire splashed onto his arm from time to time, emitting a teeth-gritting hissing sound. Dalagon gritted his teeth, but his hand did not pause for even a fraction of a second. 1 minute and 13 seconds later, Dalagon's eyes lit up. He had finally grasped something. "Get ready, old Mike." Dalagon let out a wild roar and yanked his left hand out of the golden liquid fire. The moment the metal iron hand was withdrawn, a sacred aura instantly permeated the entire forging workshop. Click, click, click. Outside the forging workshop, layer upon layer of spell formation light wrapped around the entire workshop like a zongzi, blocking that sacred aura beneath the thick steel walls. The instant the sacred aura spread, the eyes of Dalagon, Griffin, and Cambage glazed over for a fleeting moment, and their movements faltered. Dalagon, standing within arm's reach, had even unconsciously extended his right hand, wanting to touch the dark red divinity held in his left hand. Previously, this divinity had been filled with divine corruption, and the 4 of them had felt a trace of wariness toward it, in addition to their instinctive desire. But now, the existence that had caused living beings to be wary had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only naked, raw desire. Just as Dalagon reached out his hand, old Mike suddenly appeared beside him. The scarlet liquor he had been storing in his chest cavity was violently sprayed from his mouth toward the divinity in the metal iron hand. The dark red liquor splashed onto the divinity, which was emitting a faint, sacred white light, instantly causing the sacred aura it radiated to vanish into thin air. The 3 of them sobered up simultaneously, and Dalagon jerked his right hand back as if he had been electrocuted. Quick, 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 Cambage, prepare to split it. After spitting out all the liquor he had been holding in his chest in one breath, old Mike roared at Cambage with a weak voice. Hearing this, a flash of light appeared in Cambage's hand, and a carving knife only a foot long and half a finger wide appeared in his grasp. A faint aura of divinity radiated from this knife. Cambage pinched the carving knife with his thumb, index, and middle fingers, and without the slightest hesitation, stabbed it directly into his own chest in reverse. Squelch! Most of the foot-long carving knife sank into his chest. His eyes twitched violently, but his hand remained as steady as steel. Cambage slowly pulled the carving knife out. With every inch he withdrew, his complexion grew a shade paler. By the time the knife was fully extracted, his face was as white as paper. In contrast, the carving knife in his hand was now as bright red as blood. Cambage looked at Dalagon's open palm. The light of the divinity within the palm had clearly separated into 2 parts. The left half was dark red like blood, and the right half was pitch black like ink, representing the hunting divinity and the shadow stealth divinity, respectively. Holding the carving knife stained with his own heart's blood, Cambage came to Dalagon's side. Just like that, holding the knife, he slowly but firmly slashed down toward the divinity in the metal iron hand. Yes, the ambition of the 4 master blacksmiths was not merely to forge an artifact fused with a divinity. They intended to do their utmost to craft an artifact that was perfectly compatible with the laws of slaughter contained within the quasi-artifact. Yang Yao. And after slaughter, to then hunt and seize spoils of war was undoubtedly the perfect combination. That was why they were now in the midst of stripping away the shadow stealth divinity. The reason they were able to do this, and dared to do this, was naturally because of the carving knife in Cambage's hand, which had been bestowed upon the ancestors of Cambage's lineage by Moradin, the god of the forge. As the blood-stained knife fell, the indestructible divinity was instantly sliced open. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and the original diamond-shaped crystal was cleanly divided into 2 four-sided pyramids, one black and one dark red. A rich aura of laws emerged. After being cut, the 2 four-sided pyramids each reverted to the appearance of the previous diamond-shaped crystals. It was just that one diamond crystal was filled with a dark red color, while the other was a pure, pitch-black shadow color. Seeing Cambridge successfully split the divinity, Old Mike and the other two all revealed smiles of extreme excitement. They had done it. Now that the divinity had been split in two, there were basically no more problems with this sword forging. Come! Cambridge looked at Gao Yang and roared in a low voice. Gao Yang took a step forward and arrived in front of Cambridge. He reached out directly and stored the shadow divinity into his inventory, leaving only the hunting divinity held loosely in his hand. Roar! Daragon let out a wild roar and once again plunged the metal iron hand into the golden liquid fire, pulling out Yang Yao. At this moment, after the second round of calcination, Yang Yao had once again turned into a golden color, but the slaughter patterns on the blades still maintained their scarlet hue, looking both luxurious and majestic, yet cold and cruel. Holding Yang Yao, Daragon strode to the forging anvil. Griffin had already stopped controlling the fire and picked up the golden forging hammer that Cambridge had dropped earlier, beginning to strike again. After only a few thousand strikes, Yang Yao had completely returned to its pre-forging shape. Old Mike looked at Gao Yang, his voice filled with agitation and excitement as he said, "Quick, press the divinity into the circular hole." Gao Yang nodded slightly. The next moment, he was beside Daragon, holding the hunting divinity loosely. He pressed it directly toward the circular hole in the blade of Yang Yao. As the divinity was pressed in, there was no expected sound of collision. It was as if it had been pressed into water. The entire divinity merged directly into the blade, with only a small tip remaining exposed. Daragon took the forging hammer from Griffin's hand, and a mist of blood suddenly sprayed from his mouth. The blood mist acted like a curtain, completely shrouding his figure, playing a deafening, ear-splitting strike exploded within the blood mist. The mist expanded outward with a boom, then suddenly contracted back to its original size, clang. Another explosive sound of metal clashing rang out. The power and will contained within it forced even Gao Yang to take a step back involuntarily. Within the blood mist, it felt as if a newborn god was slowly coming into existence. Clang. The blood mist expanded violently. Within the mist, dense patterns formed by the laws of slaughter suddenly emerged. These patterns formed a large net, firmly binding the hunting divinity at the very center. Clang, clang. The sound of hammering exploded crazily within the blood mist like a violent storm. With every explosion, the slaughter law patterns within the blood mist contracted by a fraction. And for every fraction the slaughter law patterns contracted, the hunting divinity shrank by a circle. This is the intersection and fusion of the law of slaughter and the law of hunting. In other words, what Daragon and the others are doing right now is merging the divinity of hunting with the divinity of slaughter, thereby stepping into an entirely new realm. Clang! Another thunderous roar erupted, and a violent shockwave suddenly swept out in all directions. The sky full of blood mist was instantly blown away, revealing Daragon holding a golden forging hammer and the eternal radiance greatsword in his hand, which was now emitting an astonishing aura. At this moment, the eternal radiance greatsword was no longer its original silver-white color. The blade still retained its silver-white base, but a golden line now snaked from the hilt all the way to the tip along the spine of the sword, and along the edges of the blade, a faint, scarlet hue shimmered. The divine power has been integrated. The divinity has been integrated. Next, let us integrate its divine office. Old Mike roared, his eyes bloodshot and his expression appearing crazed. At the same time, Daragon, Griffin, and Camby all turned their gazes toward Gao Yang. This final step could only be completed by Gao Yang. Aside from him, the master, no one else could accomplish this. Gao Yang took a deep breath and accepted the reforged eternal radiance from Daragon. As his hand gripped the hilt, the weight of the metal and the warmth of life simultaneously flooded his senses. He closed his eyes slightly, and his long-standing meditation allowed him to achieve resonance with the eternal radiance in his hand in an instant. Thump thump, thump thump, following the beating of Gao Yang's heart. The eternal radiance seemed to resonate as well, emitting ripples of sword chi. When this resonance reached perfect synchronization, a sword cry that seemed to sever the heavens and destroy the earth soared into the sky. Jun! At the same time, Gao Yang's eyes snapped open, and a brilliant, dazzling light of will shot out from his eyes like two sharp swords. In that instant, without the slightest hesitation, Gao Yang flipped the great sword in his hand and thrust it directly into the center of his own chest, the blade piercing straight through his heart. That is correct. This final step was to use the life of Gao Yang, its master, to complete the final spiritual integration of this divine artifact, the eternal radiance, that is, the integration of its divine office. During this final spiritual integration, the eternal radiance would fill in its last missing piece, thereby completing the integration of its divine office and ascending to become a true divine artifact. This was undoubtedly a massive gamble, betting that Gao Yang would not die before the eternal radiance completed its spiritual integration. If Gao Yang were to die completely before the spiritual integration was finished, the ascension of the eternal radiance would be declared a failure. If Gao Yang remained alive after the spiritual integration, the ascension would be a success. From this moment on, the eternal radiance would forever be a divine artifact that only Gao Yang could wield. Furthermore, after completing the integration of divine power, divinity, and divine office, in a practical sense, the eternal radiance was no longer just a divine artifact. It had become a unique, alien deity. It was just that the external form of this deity happened to be a sword. In other words, if successful, Gao Yang would be fighting while wielding the physical body of a deity that was completely under his command and possessed no side effects. Gurgle, gurgle. As the eternal radiance entered his body, the violent law of slaughter instantly swept through Gao Yang's entire being, causing his flesh, bones, and meridians to be destroyed inch by inch, turning into blood mud that was greedily swallowed by the eternal radiance. Amidst this frenzied devouring, the light on the blade of the eternal radiance grew increasingly incandescent. A dazzling light of will bloomed from within Gao Yang's body, and within this light, everything inside his body regenerated at a terrifying speed. Intense pain, accompanied by the repeated destruction of everything within him, overwhelmed Gao Yang's consciousness. His eyes were blood red, a ruthless glint appearing in their depths as he growled in a low voice. "Swallow then, swallow. If you have the ability, swallow everything I am." Responding to his roar was the sound of even more terrifying swallowing. Daragon and the four master blacksmiths stood in a row, supporting one another, looking at Gao Yang with expressions of worry. After the eternal radiance entered his body, Gao Yang's physique acted like a balloon, constantly cycling between states of being inflated and then shriveling up. Every time Gao Yang's body withered until only a layer of skin remained. They thought he could no longer hold on, but to their surprise, his body would fully recover the very next instant. In this intense tug-of-war, the light on the eternal radiance's blade grew brighter and brighter. Until a certain moment, the sound of frenzied swallowing suddenly vanished, replaced by a sword cry filled with majesty and divinity. Zhang. When Daragon and the others heard this sword cry, they were all stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, and an endless, ecstatic joy instantly spread across their faces. Success! They had succeeded. Divine power integrated, divinity integrated, divine office integrated. The three divine integrations complete, a deity is born. They had not only forged a divine artifact, but had personally cast a deity. This was a feat so great that even Moradin, the god of the forge whom they worshipped, had never achieved it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The four master blacksmiths laughed wildly, having achieved such a monumental feat. Even if they were to die on the spot, they would have no regrets. Amidst the wild laughter of the four, Gao Yang's shriveled body filled out once more. He slowly raised the eternal radiance before him, feeling the pulse that matched his own life, feeling the powerful strength contained within the weapon in his hand, and unable to suppress the agitation in his heart, he joined them in loud, boisterous laughter. Chapter 839. The Descent of the God of the Forge. Amidst the laughter of the five, an aura of majesty and divinity suddenly descended upon this place. The moment this aura arrived, the eternal radiance in Gao Yang's hands suddenly erupted with a sharp sword cry, and an aura that was sacred and inviolable rapidly spread from the blade. Clang! In the void, a thunderous explosion of metal striking metal rang out. The metallic boom and the sword cry collided in midair, and the sudden ripples caused everyone to appear as if they were layered in overlapping shadows. In a trance, a figure appeared before Gao Yang's eyes, carved by knives and axes, as sturdy as an iron ingot. In this figure's right arm, it held a metal forging hammer burning with eternal flames. Its face could not be clearly seen, save for a pair of dark red eyes that radiated like magma, which were clearly visible. Gao Yang held eternal radiance. his body standing straight as he looked up toward the ceiling of the forging workshop. There, space was slowly twisting, and a majestic, divine aura was rapidly manifesting in this place. It is Moradin. The great Moradin has descended. Old Mike looked up at the ceiling, his lips trembling, overcome with excitement beyond measure. Dalagan and the other two were equally thrilled. Though compared to Old Mike, who was shaking all over, the three younger dwarf forging masters possessed greater self-restraint. Even so, their eyes were bloodshot, filled to the brim with excitement. However, whether it was the excitable Old Mike or the composed Dalagan and his companions, they all stood their ground with heads held high and chests puffed out, like soldiers waiting for a commander to inspect them. They did not kneel down in piety as other believers would when encountering the deity they worshipped. Their current achievements were enough to support them standing before the god they believed in, although their strength was only transcendent, not even reaching the level of legend, let alone godhood. They had personally forged a god. In a sense, their status was already sufficient to stand on equal footing with a deity. It was just that this status held no practical utility in the mortal world. As the consciousness of the god of forging, Moradin, fully descended, the majestic and divine aura gradually dissipated, replaced by an aura as scorching as furnace fire. After Moradin's consciousness descended, those dark red eyes first fell upon eternal radiance, then shifted to look at Gao Yang, who was holding the blade. The moment their gazes met, a star radiating golden light was reflected in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes, with endless liquid fire flowing like magma from a forging furnace. This vision flashed and vanished, and the image of the god of forging, Moradin, was reflected in Gao Yang's eyes once more. Moradin's eyes revealed a hint of solemnity. For the instant his gaze touched Gao Yang, he sensed the aura of god-slaying emanating from him. This made Moradin, the god of forging, clearly realize that the human before him was a powerful god-slayer, and now, in the hands of this god-slayer, he held a divine sword of the same rank as himself. With the empowerment of this divine sword, the threat the man posed to gods had risen to a new height. Even some weak gods, if they were the slightest bit careless when facing him, would be slain on the spot. Thinking of this, Moradin nodded slightly to Gao Yang in greeting. Facing Moradin's goodwill, Gao Yang nodded back. Their gazes crossed and moved on. Moradin's eyes fell upon the four forging masters, Dalagan and his companions. Looking at the four dwarves, a sense of emotion, nostalgia, and amazement appeared in Moradin's eyes. This method of using a divine spark to forge a quasi-artifact into a true artifact was merely a fleeting idea he had once had. He had never imagined that something even he could not accomplish would actually be completed by a few of his believers. This made Moradin begin to wonder if the crazy path he had envisioned was truly this simple. But this thought only swirled in his consciousness for a second before he completely dismissed it. This was not a simple matter. On the contrary, the difficulty of this feat far exceeded what the world imagined. Whether it was how a complete divine spark was obtained by mortals, the four forging masters working in perfect coordination, the exceptionally powerful quasi-artifact greatsword, or the existence of a being as powerful as this god-slayer, these four conditions were each extremely difficult to achieve. And the probability of all four conditions being met simultaneously increased the difficulty exponentially. Moradin's gaze passed earnestly over Dalagan and the others one by one, and they met his eyes without fear. When his gaze withdrew from Cambridge, under the watch of 5 pairs of eyes, he slowly raised the forging hammer held in his right hand and tapped it with a movement of minimal amplitude. As the forging hammer fell, a burning star that filled the vision of the 5 suddenly appeared behind him, with golden liquid fire flowing and dripping. Finally gathering beneath an anvil, the forging hammer, burning with eternal flames, landed lightly on the anvil, emitting a crisp clink. The next moment, -1 clusters of light flew out from the anvil, dragging long tails of flame, and submerged into the bodies of Gao Yang and the others. Omni Network notification. You have received the iron-melting blessing of the god of forging, Moradin. Your physical defense has permanently increased by 5%. An Omni Network notification appeared before Gao Yang's eyes, and he glanced at it before ignoring it. A 5% increase in physical defense was, for him now, essentially negligible, compared to this iron-melting blessing. The goodwill revealed by Moradin's actions was what Gao Yang cared about more. This did not just represent the recognition of a deity, it meant that in the days to come, If Gao Yang were to encounter other gods, he would possess the qualification and status to converse with them as equals. After bestowing the blessing, Muradin did not linger. Primarily, the aura of the God Slayer was too sharp, and the aura emanating from the divine sword in his hand was too dangerous, causing his consciousness to retreat rapidly. In just an instant, the consciousness of the god of forging, Muradin, vanished from this place. Muradin's departure left Dalagan and the others feeling slightly disappointed, but a smile soon appeared on their faces. Although the god of forging they worshipped had left, the iron-melting blessing he had bestowed was real. Feeling the memories gradually surfacing in their minds, Dalagan and the others looked at each other, their smiles becoming even brighter. As for Gao Yang, the departure of the god of forging had no effect on him. Compared to the god of forging, he was more interested in the eternal radiance in his hand. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the greatsword he held. With his movement, a cluster of divine light filled his vision. He narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing his vision on the divine light cluster atop the blade of eternal radiance. The next moment, the light cluster dispersed like mist to both sides, and information regarding eternal radiance began to appear before his retinas. Chapter 840. The Alien Deity Eternal Radiance. Eternal Radiance. Item level type, Alien Deity Sword Divine Domain. Hunting quality, Artifact Tech. 3000-7800 Divine Power Tier. Attack type, all attack types applicable to sword type weapons. Durability, Infinity Weight. 0 Infinity changes according to the wielder's will. Special effects. 1. Eternal Indestructibility. This alien deity cannot be imprisoned, banished, stunned, or charmed by any means. All weapons and equipment with a quality or base attack lower than this weapon must undergo a hardness check when struck by it. If the check fails, they are destroyed instantly. When using this weapon to attack units with broken armor or no armor, the wielder gains an additional 300% holy damage bonus. 2. Might of Chaos. This alien deity possesses the ability to change its size and weight at will, and this ability is considered unstoppable. 3. Deity of the Sword. The sole wielder Gao Yang gains a 1000% increase in sword cultivation speed and a 100% increase in the power of all sword techniques. 4. Divine Might Hunting. This alien deity possesses extremely high immunity to other divine powers. Upon entering combat, this alien deity gains the blessing of the hunting divinity, ensuring that the initial damage dealt to other deities cannot be mitigated. This damage is classified as holy damage, ignoring immunity to normal weapons and standard physical, magical reduction, ignoring immunity to extraordinary weapons and extraordinary physical, magical reduction, and ignoring immunity to legendary weapons and legendary physical, magical reduction. 5. Divine Office Hunting. The wielder may select a target for hunting. If the hunt is successfully completed, a portion of the target's traits, life essence, various attributes, various abilities, fragments of will, divine sparks will be plundered as spoils of war. If the hunt is successful, a second hunt can be initiated immediately. If the hunt fails, this divine office effect will enter a 240-hour cooldown period, during which the hunting divine office cannot be activated. P.S. The tier of the hunting target must not be lower than that of the sole wielder Gao Yang. Text emitting a faint, holy light appeared before Gao Yang's eyes, revealing all information regarding eternal radiance to him without reservation. Gao Yang closed the information window and fixed his gaze on the eternal radiance in his hand. This weapon, which had accompanied him through countless battles, now had a formal name following its ascension, Eternal Radiance. After ascending to an artifact, all of Eternal Radiance's abilities had been greatly enhanced. If, before its ascension, Gao Yang could at most contend with beings of weak divine power, then now that Eternal Radiance had ascended to an artifact and its attacks had upgraded to divine power, Gao Yang possessed the qualifications to harm even intermediate or powerful deities. Of course, these were merely qualifications, not to mention powerful deities. Even the attacks displayed by intermediate deities were not something the current Gao Yang could withstand head-on. If he wished to battle deities of intermediate or powerful status, he still had a long road ahead. But there was no doubt that the current Gao Yang, while wielding Eternal Radiance, possessed the capital to fight and defeat any legendary professional. However, it was only the capital to win. It did not mean victory was guaranteed. Because of the unique nature of eternal radiance, it lacked the ability to attack autonomously. Gao Yang had realized this the moment he held it in his hand. As an alien deity, aside from possessing a divine core, divine power, and divinity, it could not perform any actions on its own. For its power to be unleashed, it would always require a wielder, and its only wielder was Gao Yang. In other words, eternal radiance was indestructible, but Gao Yang could still be defeated or destroyed. Within the realm of legends, the most powerful among them were immortal legends capable of escaping from the hands of deities. If such an existence were to fight Gao Yang, the outcome would be uncertain. Of course, Gao Yang was not a bloodthirsty person. All his killings were conducted according to his own internal principles. He would not take the initiative against those who did not provoke him. Conversely, if a clear hostile stance was taken, he would not show the slightest mercy, even to those with no power to fight back. He swung eternal radiance twice, feeling the space being easily torn open by the tip of the blade, and smiled with satisfaction. With a flick of his wrist, eternal radiance vanished. He turned to look at the 4 members of Dalagan's group, only to find them lost in deep thought. Clearly, the experience of successfully forging an artifact had provided them with great insights and impact. At this moment, it was time for them to digest these realizations. However, when Gao Yang's gaze fell upon old Mike, the old dwarf suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Gao Yang and spoke with great speed, "King of Wings, this forging was too successful. We old fellows have too many insights to digest and absorb. For a long time to come, the rock dwarves will not be open to visitors. As for our kin outside the clan, I must trouble you to look after them on our behalf." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang nodded earnestly. "Master Mike, I will take good care of the rock dwarves in the outside world." Having received Gao Yang's affirmative reply, old Mike felt a sense of relief and then cautioned. Eternal radiance has successfully ascended to an artifact. In the coming period, you need to harmonize with it properly to unleash its maximum potential. The hunting divine office is an extremely powerful function, but you must never become obsessed with it. Becoming addicted to slaughter is a terrifying thing. Facing old Mike's warning, Gao Yang nodded again. Regarding whether he would become addicted to slaughter, Gao Yang already had a definitive answer in his heart. He would not become addicted to slaughter. Killing was merely a means to achieve his goals, not the goal itself. He looked at old Mike and said, "Then, I shall take my leave. From now on, if the 4 masters have any requests, just contact me directly. As long as I have the time, I will do everything in my power to fulfill them." Old Mike nodded quickly. The insights surging through his mind were becoming overwhelming, and he was nearing his limit. A flash of lightning streaked by, and Gao Yang's figure vanished from within the forging workshop. Seeing Gao Yang depart, old Mike took out a palm-sized forging hammer and struck it heavily against the empty air. The sound of the strike transformed into an invisible ripple that spread instantly. Every rock dwarf who heard the chime froze for a moment before immediately springing into action. Crackle, lightning flickered, and Gao Yang's figure appeared above the canyon. He glanced at the valley below, which was slowly closing, and at the dwarf guards galloping toward the cave entrance, then withdrew his gaze and soared into the sky. This trip for the upgrade had been completed smoothly. With no major matters left to handle for the time being, he could finally settle down for a period of deep cultivation. Chapter 841. The 6th level of the 9 arcane arts and the level 21 unique word God. Deep in the mountains behind the immortal sanctuary, in a nameless place of seclusion, at the center of a massive circular training arena, Gao Yang sat cross-legged 1 meter above a meditation sapphire, his expression calm, with golden-red battle aura flowing slowly over his body like water. Beneath the aura, his skin glowed with a warm, jade-like luster under the sunlight. Underneath this jade-colored skin, power as turbulent as a volcano flowed steadily. A long time later, as the sun star of Eberron descended, Gao Yang, who had been sitting in meditation for a long while, slowly opened his eyes. A flash of golden jade light flickered in the depths of his pupils before vanishing. He tilted his head slightly to look at the sun star as it gradually lost its brilliance, exhaling a breath of stale air from his chest. A moment later, he withdrew his gaze and looked at his open palm. Since returning from the Rock Dwarf clan, he had remained in the Immortal City, thanks to the vigorous promotion by Guildmaster Matthew. The immortal wasteland was no longer an object coveted by other factions. And as a result, Gao Yang's life in the immortal city had been exceptionally peaceful. In this tranquil life, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 years of steady cultivation, my strength is far greater than it was 5 years ago. Gao Yang clenched his fist, feeling the solid power within his body, and sighed inwardly. During these 5 years, aided by the rapidly growing resources of the immortal wasteland, Gao Yang's cultivation had been exceptionally smooth, with the 9 arcane arts seeing the fastest growth. The resources Gao Yang had originally exchanged for were only enough to support his cultivation up to about the 4th level of the 9 arcane arts. However, because the immortal wasteland had received the full support of the other 4 top-tier factions, resources had reached a level of abundance that was nearly overflowing. As the primary combat force of the immortal wasteland, Gao Yang naturally became the biggest consumer of these resources. With the convenience provided by Matthew, the head of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, even without stepping outside, a constant stream of resources for practicing the 9 arcane arts was delivered to his place of seclusion. Given that his constitution was already as high as 29 points, there were no bottlenecks to speak of in his practice of the 9 arcane arts as long as the resources kept pace. In just 5 years, he had cultivated the 9 arcane arts to the 6th level. Once the 9 arcane arts reached the 6th level, Gao Yang discovered that his progress began to slow down significantly and became arduous, even with an abundance of resources. He could no longer accelerate the process. This was the 30th day since he had broken through to the 6th level of the 9 arcane arts, and it had taken him exactly 30 days to confirm this fact. That is, if he wanted to break through from the 6th level to the 7th level of the 9 arcane arts, relying solely on the accumulation of resources was no longer enough to achieve rapid improvement. He would need something more conceptual to accelerate his cultivation. He had a vague intuition that if he did not obtain those conceptual items, his 9 arcane arts might never break through to the 7th level and would remain stuck at the 6th. Gao Yang had always maintained unwavering confidence in his own intuition. It was a reflection of his innate talent regarding fate and the future. The effects of reaching the 6th level of the 9 arcane arts had already made Gao Yang deeply realize the power of this cultivation method. Now, with just a single thought, he could transform his appearance into that of another creature, or rather, as long as he wished, he could transform into any creature he had seen or heard of, and simulate the other party's life aura and soul fluctuations. This was merely one aspect of the profound realm of the 9 arcane arts. Beyond this, the practice of the 9 arcane arts directly enhanced Gao Yang's physical strength and the resilience of his life essence. In other words, the quality of his life was higher, and his resistance to various attacks and injuries was stronger. This kind of improvement was the most fundamental, which was why Gao Yang could not give up on the 9 arcane arts. After all, without absolute certainty, he was unwilling to follow the path of becoming a god through faith. His current developmental path was closer to the Eastern lineage of gathering great power within oneself. The path of merging with a divine spark to become a god might be the peak that many mortals dreamed of climbing, but it had limitations. The strength of divine power, the scope of one's divine office, and the number of believers all directly reflected the strength of a god. When facing a stronger entity within the same system, the relatively weaker party had almost no ability to resist. Even for those special gods who did not require believers or faith, other limitations still existed. These limitations made Gao Yang wary of the path of merging with a divine spark to ascend. The 9 arcane arts, derived from the Eastern lineage, were said to allow one to achieve sainthood through the physical body and become immortal upon reaching perfection. In other words, an existence that reached this level, even if not a god, possessed abilities no different from one. If he continued along this path, Gao Yang was certain he could keep climbing upward without being subject to unnecessary restrictions. It seems I need to head to an extraordinary world of the Eastern lineage, preferably one that possesses the inheritance of the 9 arcane arts, Gao Yang muttered to himself, his thoughts instantly drifting to the Qianyuan immortal cultivation world he had visited before. The Qianyuan immortal cultivation world was an orthodox Eastern lineage extraordinary world, possessing not only mythical beasts like the golden crow and cold toad but also the Zhuangmen Dao, a tradition passed down by the great master Zhuandu. Grandmaster Zhuandu was a disciple of Taishan Liujin, and his personal strength is terrifyingly immense. If he were to travel to the Qinyu and cultivation world once more to assist in defeating the demon race, he might be able to connect with the lineage of Zhuandu through the Zhuan sect, and subsequently use that connection to reach various figures within the broader Eastern cultivation world. With that foundation, inquiring about the materials required for cultivating the 8-9 profound art would become much easier. Gao Yang reckoned that with his current strength, helping the human race of the Qinyu and cultivation world defeat the demon race should not be a significant problem. Keeping this thought in mind, Gao Yang summoned the Multiverse Network panel. After 5 years of secluded cultivation, his strength had not only been thoroughly consolidated but had also made substantial progress. Beyond the improvement of his 8-9 profound art, his battle chi, willpower, and his sword path had all seen steady growth during this not-so-brief period. Now, it was time to raise his professional level. Gao Yang looked at his legendary experience. During these 5 years, he had entered a state of deep seclusion, leaving his legendary experience at 54 million points. Although it was not a vast amount, it was enough to support him in raising his professional level by 1 tier. As Gao Yang moved his consciousness, a Multiverse Network notification appeared before his eyes. Multiverse Network notification. Do you wish to raise your character's legendary profession unique or god to level 21? Please note, this operation requires the consumption of 30 million legendary experience points, and this action is irreversible. Without hesitation, Gao Yang chose to proceed with the upgrade. In the next instant, as Gao Yang's consciousness fluctuated, his retina refreshed with new notification information. Multiverse Network notification, 30,000. 0 legendary experience points successfully frozen. Searching for the level cap relevant to the character's current region. Multiverse Network notification. Comprehensive search complete. The character's current region meets the relevant limiting conditions. Proceeding with the character's legendary professional level upgrade. Multiverse Network important notification. Character's legendary profession unique or god level raised to 21. Multiverse Network notification. You have received a legendary professional baptism. Your life essence, attack bonus, willpower intensity, and relevant basic resistances have received a medium-scale permanent increase. Multiverse Network notification. Detected an increase in character life level. The wonder-nourishing aberration core has taken effect. This legendary life baptism's life essence increase is boosted by 200%. Multiverse Network notification. Based on your professional characteristics, from this level onwards, you will no longer automatically receive new legendary basic skills. Instead, you will receive 1 legendary professional skill point. You may choose to learn any legendary professional skill that meets the relevant conditions from sources including, but not limited to, the character's professional legendary skill library. A powerful surge of life essence fluctuated within his body. This fluctuation of life essence was far too unrestrained. The massive life essence surged and collided within his body, as if trying to force open a gap to vent itself out completely. And once it vented, it would mean aberration. Brilliant rays of willpower bloomed from the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. Under the shroud of this willpower, his body firmly maintained its balance and stability. Under the suppression of his willpower, the invented fluctuations of life essence gradually weakened, eventually merging completely into his body. Multiverse Network notification. Life essence increase successful. Aberration resisted successfully. Physical aberration probability 1%. Current physical aberration probability. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at the Multiverse Network notification before him, his heart devoid of any ripples. This was his 2nd level increase since binding the nourishing aberration core. The aberration probability was not high, and the intensity of the aberration was similarly low, allowing him to easily withstand it. Gao Yang estimated that once he activated the peak nourishing state, the intensity of the aberration brought about by each professional level increase would reach an exaggerated degree. That would be the time when his willpower would truly be tested. Gao Yang shook his head, pulling his thoughts back from this aspect, and focused his attention on the final line of the previous Multiverse Network notification. After he took on the profession of unique or god, raising his legendary professional level would no longer automatically grant him relevant legendary basic skills, but would instead grant him one legendary professional skill point. This was undoubtedly good news. The path after becoming a legend is inherently diverse, just as the concept of a legend suggests. The achievements of every legend are, in themselves, a legend. After reaching the legendary stage, if one were to continue walking in a conventional manner, it would fail to reflect the power of the legendary realm. As for this unexpectedly acquired legendary professional skill point, Gao Yang had not yet decided on its specific use. But thinking about it now, it was not too late. As his thoughts churned, Gao Yang opened his legendary skill library. In his legendary skill library, besides the basic legendary skills belonging to the warrior profession, there existed a vast number of legendary skills related to the unique word God. Compared to the basic legendary skills, the legendary skills of the unique word God profession were even more attractive to Gao Yang. As his consciousness condensed, a large amount of information related to them surfaced. Looking at this information, while browsing, Gao Yang began to examine himself. After possessing the divine artifact Yang Yao, he no longer lacked offensive power. Compared to his formidable offensive capabilities, his defense, or rather his resistance, appeared somewhat insufficient. In battles between legends, or even gods, one cannot afford to have weaknesses. If a weakness is too glaring, it is easy for the enemy to target it during battle to make a breakthrough, leading to defeat or even death. For instance, in the battle against the god of shadow and hunting, if it weren't for Gao Yang relying on his terrifying regenerative ability to forcibly withstand the opponent's attacks, he should have died during the first sneak attack. Given the intensity of the opponent's strikes that could completely deplete his life force with every hit, if his defense or life intensity had been high enough at that time to withstand a god's attack without being instantly killed, that battle would undoubtedly have been much easier. Therefore, Gao Yang already had a general direction for his choice of professional skills. As the legendary class skills he could learn flashed before his eyes, Gao Yang quickly found the one he needed. Following the fluctuation of his consciousness, a new multiverse network prompt appeared before him.